Book 1, Chapter 1, Batch 1.0, User Setup and Avatar Creation. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. No matter how advanced technology may become, there is one annoying problem that will forever plague map gamers: downloading and installing patches. Even in the year 20XX, to finds himself impatiently tapping his foot underneath his desk while the hottest game ever, goes through the process of downloading and installing multiple patches. Version 1.01, version 1.02, version 1.05, version 1.2, version 1.21. It seems as if the download of patches is endless. He knows that he can't really complain. Such an incredible headset only cost him about $70. But in the early 21st century, when virtual reality was first taking off, it easily would have cost an unimaginable sum of money. After all, the man who invented the breakthrough technology to make this headset, and the components within it, a reality, is now the richest, most powerful man in the world. Yet, not even the famous Jensen Clark is capable of speeding up the internet to a non-annoying speed. 100 gigabytes per second download and upload for public use is so last decade. All of the data is being downloaded directly into the headset sitting in front of it. Unlike the first virtual reality headsets, this headset is more like a headband that comfortably wraps around the top of the user's head. It is completely wireless, with all the technological bits being hidden underneath the comfortable and elastic outer layer. This headset not only has a built-in computer on par with the supercomputers that keep most of the world running properly, but said supercomputer is dedicated entirely to a single game, Fantasy Tales Online. It might not be the most original sounding name for a video game, but what it accomplishes is something that none others have. It simulates a photorealistic fantasy world that is constantly changing. Patching complete. Thank you for your patience. Please place the new Realities Incorporated headset, Fantasy Tales Online Mass Consumer Model, on your head as shown in the on-screen instructions. A feminine voice speaks from his computer's speakers. On the screen is a repeating image of a faceless model carefully placing the headband around the top of their head. A warning reads, "Do not snap the band underneath the picture." To wastes no time in securely placing the headset around his head. User detected. Please lie down on a soft surface, such as a bed, to continue with user setup. Just as before, the excited user wastes no time in hurrying over to his bed so that he can lie down on it just as requested. This is standard for virtual reality headsets. Any that are fully immersive suggests users to rest their bodies on beds for maximum post-immersion comfort. Immersing user in 5, 4, 3, here it comes. 2, 1. His vision is replaced by an all-enveloping darkness. He can move his arms and legs, but not really. There is nothing to move. He is but a floating consciousness in the darkness of virtual reality. The title of the game comes up in big, gold letters. Fantasy Tales Online. A floating head pops up in front of him. It looks like one of those mannequin heads seen in malls, often wearing hats and oversized shades. Needless to say, it is fairly unsettling when a pair of eyes and lips appears on it to look directly at you with "Greetings, user." The meme struggle. Would you like to use the name of the linked PC user profile as your username, or should I address you differently? The floating head asks him in the same feminine voice that was coming from his speakers. You, just to is fine, thanks, to says. Being called after what he stupidly named his user profile on his computer just makes him cringe in embarrassment. It's even more unsettling when he realizes that he's speaking out loud without having a mouth. Okay, DA has been set as user. Before we may continue, please look over the user agreement. A window with an eternal scroll bar pops up in front of his not eyes. There is way too much here for any mortal being to read within a day. No matter how advanced and efficient technology may become, it will never be enough to stop users from agreeing to things that they haven't actually read. Alright, I accept. Are you sure? You have only read 3% of the total, legally binding, user agreement. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Alright. A big green check mark pops up over the window before it vanishes. Initializing user system synchronization, time dilation, and mental rewiring. You will be ejected from immersion if trauma is detected during setup. Please stand by. Wait, what? Mental rewiring? Trauma? Hey, what does that mean? He tries asking a question but finds himself unable to think or move. His brain feels like the static channel on a television when the cable goes out. He finds himself in a cafe from his childhood. This was his favorite after-school stop, as the cute girl who worked the ice cream part of it would always give him extra fudge on his sundaes. How can he be here? Sitting across from him at the booth is a petite girl with blonde windtails, an oversized sweater, and a spoon between her lips. She looks exactly like some cliché tsundere girl out of an anime. What's even worse is that she is his exact type. You're thinking about how trash you are, aren't you, Anna-chan? The girl asks. Even her voice is adorably high-pitched. Alright, I'm guessing you're the floating head from before and that you can read my thoughts. Can you please, for the sake of what little dignity I have left, not call me that again? I like it way too much to pleads. The petite tsundere giggles before popping the spoon out from her mouth. Correct. Maybe if you read the user agreement then you would have known that I would be scanning your memories and personality to learn all sorts of stuff about you. Don't worry, none of it is going to the government. Instead, I'm just using the information to become your ideal assistant. Would you like me to change my personality, Oni-chan? Yes. So quick. Alright. Fine. It's not like I wanted to be your dream girl or anything like that, please don't finish. My heart can only take so much. She pouts. Is there any personality that you would like me to use in specific? Just anything other than what you're doing now, Ta says, looking away to try and not make eye contact. Alright, you wee little rascal. How about this for our good ole person or latte? Ta immediately snaps his head to look at the girl. She looks the same, but now has the voice of, well, he can't quite tell what the accent is supposed to be. It is like a horrifying amalgamation between Australian, Irish, and what he imagines red-headed farmers smoking corncob pipes would sound like. Okay, anything other than that. The girl leans back in her seat and crosses her arms. Whereas before she was looking playful, now she's looking at him as if he's disgusting. She spits on the floor. TCH. Why do I have to be stuck helping some loser like you? Like, shouldn't you be doing something other than playing video games? You're so gross. I would so rather be like, at the mall right now than helping some trash like why. I'm only a masochist when in the right mood. Alright, if you're just going to keep on messing with me, just go back to the first personality. He whines. He cannot believe he just told somebody, even if it's an artificial intelligence, to act like a tsundere sister for him. He truly is trash. Hey Anna-chan, do I make your heart go doki doki? Well, I know I do. I mean, I have to monitor your vital signs to make sure that you don't have a heart attack or wet your bed or anything like that. I thought I signed up to play a fantasy game, not be tormented and reminded why this world is better off without me. His question causes the girl to suddenly turn serious. If you are experiencing suicidal tendencies then please reach out to the nearest self-help line, a therapist, or somebody that you trust and can openly talk to. If you would like, I may schedule an appointment for you at the nearest. No, I was just making a joke. I don't actually want to die or anything. Ta is quick to correct her. However, when he looks at her face again, he sees a taunting smile. Haha, you actually fell for that, silly Anna-chan. Moving on. What would you like my name to be? Ta just wants to smash his head into the table instead of continuing this skit. Can I call you Satan? He asks. She places both of her hands over her mouth as oversized tears format the edges of her eyes. Anna-chan, you're so mean to me. Her hurt voice and sad display is enough to cause a change of names. Alright, fine, how about you? He looks her over. Given her appearance and personality, wouldn't it be best to give her a matchingly weeboo name? How about Saya? I don't know. I'm bad with names. Just stop crying. She gives a few more convincing sniffles before wiping away her virtual tears. Saya is cute enough, I guess. Baku Anna-chan. She goes from looking sad and disappointed to bubbly within a second. Okay, virtual assistant customization is complete. You may change my properties at any time. Next is avatar customization. To smiles for the first time since he's been immersed. He's finally getting somewhere. And where he is getting is falling into an abyss. He sinks right through the cafe booth and falls into an endless void only to suddenly stop right in front of a mirror. There is no reflection at first. But once Saya arrives, a body appears in front of the mirror with the same pale complexion that he has in real life. There are no other discernible features. Here you go. You can either visualize what you would like your in-game avatar to look like, or you may shape it with your own hands. Wait, Una-chan. Are you one of those perverts who wants to play the opposite gender? I'm fine with a male character, thanks. Says with a sigh. He feels like his hair is going to somehow get even whiter if she keeps this up. Alright, here. Saya says, causing a certain floppy appendage to hang down between his legs. There is a reason why this game is for 18 and older players only. There is more to its realism than just the graphics and senses. He may not have a face for himself yet, but Saya can feel the unamused, disappointed expression he wants to show her. What? All parts of the body are customizable. Geez, it's not like I'm some pervert like you, Una-chan. To can only shake off her endearingly annoying charm and focus on the task at hand. What does he want to look like? That's pretty tough. He decides to try a few things out. The pale body turns into a short, green goblin with a single thought. Another thought causes the goblin's nose to grow longer and floppier, and the opposite thought causes it to go so far back into its head that it caves into his face in a graphical glitch. Just so you know, Una-chan, any appearances deemed immersion breaking won't be allowed. You can play around with the editor all you want just to be silly, and I can take screenshots that you can show others if you would like me to. But you have to be serious for your actual avatar. That answers several of his questions at once. Wait. He returns the model back into its standard human shape and walks to its front. He looks down at its crotch. Una-chan, please don't tell me that you are going to do what 93.98% of all male players do. Oh yeah, he is definitely going to do that. It drops down to the floor from its sheer length. Then it grows thicker than the model's legs, and finally shrinks back down to a more realistic size. Alright. He got that out of his system. He looks over at Saya to see her face palming with red cheeks. You're the worst, Una-chan, Saya says. Trust me, I know. Alright, I'll get serious now. What do you like more, foxes or dogs? To asks her. Seeing as how my personality is based off of your own, we share the same likes and dislikes. You should know what my answer is with that information, Una-chan. Wait. Does that mean he has the personality of its dear little sister somewhere in his mind if she's based off of his? Now he has even more questions which he doubts will ever get answered. Dog it is. To returns to the task at hand. A pair of pricked ears pop up on the top of the model's head, and then a huge, bushy tail sprouts out from just above its rear. Wolf ears and tail. That's an edgy look there, Una-chan. Just kidding. It's kind of cute and cool at the same time. Let me guess, you're going to try and fix the imbalance between animal-themed girls and animal-themed guys? To gives her a thumbs up. All Saya replies with is another facepalm. Next thing on the list, be cooler than in real life. The model increases in height to a solid 6'3", gains a broad frame perfect for laying some muscles onto it, and grows a much stronger jawline with masculine facial features. The white skin of the model is replaced by a light complexion, its flat body is filled out by muscles, and as for a certain thing, he decides to go with the upper end of average. Maybe a little bit above average. Alright, like a whole 2 inches above average. It's just a game, who cares? It's not like anybody is going to be seeing it. 3? No, just 2. 3 is a bit much. Okay. 3. All that's left are to fine-tune some things. He makes sure that the model's nose looks just like how he wants it to. Gives the eyes a soft, red color to them, and places a pair of short, thick eyebrows above his eyes. Hair as white as snow grows down to his waist, and it looks like some of the fluffiest, softest hair he has ever seen. Even he wants to pet it despite it being his hair. By the end of it, He looks like he's either trying to seduce girls who are into masculine Bishan guys out of dating sims where a single, normal girl is pursued by a group of the world's most attractive men, or he's trying to attract twinks that want to call him daddy. There is a very thin line between being Bishan and yaoi bait. Is there even a line in the first place? He can already tell that he's going to be getting harassed by his one friend. As soon as he even considers saying the words "alright, I'm ready," he gets teleported into the body that he just sculpted. He's finally got a body for the first time since he immersed. Alright, this is perfect. How do I look? He asks Saya, turning to face her with his hands on his side. Saya immediately covers her eyes and turns away. He can see the tips of her ears going red. Such a Ludane-chan. You can't just shove something like that in my face. It's at this moment that he wishes he had something to throw at her. She's 5 feet away from him. Nothing is in her face. She giggles and uncovers her eyes. Lookin' good, Une-chan. There are some final things to go through to ensure that you have an enjoyable time in Fantasy Tales Online. Several floating screens pop up in front of him. The first one reads, "Do you wish to enable traumatic content? Has heard about this. Heavy gore, torture, rape, all of these and more fall under traumatic content, and this is often a cause of controversy within the media. However, because players must willingly opt into this, the defense, the only ones who experience it are those who consent to it, is often used to get enough dark themes from reading and playing other games. He doesn't need it here. 2. Please set the slider to the amount of pain you would like to experience. Reads the next window. He pushes the slider around between 0% and 100%. He'd rather not feel what it feels like to have an arm cut off in case that happens, but he feels like setting it at 0% would just be too easy. He sets it at 50%. That way, things should still really hurt if something happens, but not hurt so much that it cripples him. And knows that this game tries to be as realistic as possible. That's why both traumatic content and realistic pain are serious parts of it. The most unrealistic part of the game, aside from the fact that there are all manners of mystical beasts and magic, is that characters never need to use the bathroom. They do need to eat, sleep, and drink though. The third window shows a map. It shows the entire known world thus far, and he is allowed to choose any spot to spawn at. However, he already decided with his friends where they are all going to spawn at. He chooses a forested region near the coast on the eastern continent. The area has a lot of high ground to look from, so it will be easier for him and his friends to find one another if they utilize that. That's everything. Une-chan, what would you like to name your avatar? Sayo asks. To wastes no time in shouting out his answer. He's been prepared for this. Fenra. Fenra is taken. Is Fenra 749 acceptable? This is just for technical database things. In game, you can tell people that your name is whatever you want, including just Fenra. Sayo explains. He should have known better. Yeah, that's good enough. Is there any way for people to see that I'm actually Fenra 749? It would be embarrassing if somebody sees that. Nope, purely database stuff. I promise. Une-chan. Alright, good enough. Oh, one last thing. Promise. Saya says. And knows that she's just playing up the part of a cute little sister, and that there is no way she would ever actually forget anything. She's an AI, after all. Do you have any feedback regarding the setup process? Not really. I think it's a lot better than most games. Everything is pretty clear, and it's definitely unique. The environment based off of my memories was really nice. Thanks for reminding me of that place. To says. No problem, Une-chan. Even trash like you deserves some fan service every now and then. Alright. Are you ready to begin your adventure in Gaia, Fenra? Sayo asks. Fenra gives a thumbs up. Book 1, Chapter 2, Patch 2.0, Socializing, Raiding, or Fishing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A myriad of colors swirls around Fenra. Where once was darkness, a mirror, and at Sandia are now so many brilliant lights and shapes that his mind struggles to keep up. Despite how beautiful and mesmerizing this is, he can't help but wonder how epileptics fare doing this. Would this trigger a seizure despite it all being in their heads? Wait, if that's the case, then wouldn't overly colorful dreams also trigger seizures? He is only taken out of his thoughts when he feels himself land on solid ground. Well, land isn't the appropriate word. It's more like everything just materialized around him, and the ground was the last thing to do so. All of those colors and shapes now paint a beautiful world for his eyes to feast on. There are vast fields of green decorated with flowers being visited by bees and butterflies, forests in the distance beyond the grassy knolls, and all manners of creatures both roaming the land and sky as far as he can see. His mouth hangs open from how incredibly beautiful it all is. He's played virtual reality games before, but none have ever looked anywhere this realistic. It is indistinguishable from reality. Not only is the scenery beyond perfect, but so are the senses. A soft breeze brushes through the tall grass and breaks up around him. He can feel the warmth of the sun above shining down its rays onto him, and, are those waves that he can hear? Fenrir climbs up the nearest mound to look over the field. What his climb is rewarded with is the sight of a vast, blue ocean sending rolling waves crashing into a sandy beach. He can even smell it. When he reaches down to take clumps full of grass into his hands, he can feel even the smallest of details against his fingers. He pulls some of the grass out from the ground to see what happens. It's just like real life. The grass gets pulled out and leaves naught but a patch of dirt and insects upset that their hiding spot was removed. One of few things would happen in every other game. His hands would clip through the grass, he could pull but it would be stuck in the ground, or he could pull it out but it would instantly be replaced by more grass just as tall as before. But here he has pulled the grass out with ease and all that is left behind is dirt and some annoyed bugs. This is awesome. I never thought I'd get to experience anything like this. Hey, sire, you there? Fenrir asks. His voice is much deeper than it is in real life to match the new, masculine appearance of this avatar. I'm always here. Unai-chan. I see and feel everything you do. I'm technically living inside of your brain now. Isn't that great? We always get to be together. Sai replies. He can't see her, but he can hear her voice get transmitted directly into his head. That is really weird. I thought you were supposed to be a bit of a tsundere. Now you're going yandere on me? Fenrir asks. He doesn't know whether he should speak out loud or just think. Oh. That reminds me. Where did I put my knives? Fenrir shakes his head. As annoying as she acts, he genuinely finds it all entertaining. His interactions with her thus far more than make up for the cost of the headset. Wait, isn't it really pathetic if he finds a bit of interaction with a virtual girl worth $70? Yeah, it kind of is. Sire confirms his thoughts. Anyways, how do I open my menus? Fenrir asks. You can't. What? There are no menus. I don't remember reading that anywhere. How am I supposed to manage my inventory and skills and everything else? You don't. You just go and live your new life here like you would in reality. Then how do you get specialized and build your character? What if I want to be like a warrior with high strength and health? Then you go do things that will increase your strength. Silly Unai-chan. Lift some weights or chop some trees. And let stuff hit you a bunch of times if you want more health. What if I want to be a really smart wizard? You study and try really hard. Is it really that simple? Fenrir thinks that he understands, but he's surprised that this game has a popular character system given that this system essentially makes minutes maxing and the crafting impossible. How can anybody figure out what the best builds are if there are no numbers nor visible stats to see? Alright, Fenrir thinks of what his next question will be. Then what about skills? If I want to be a blacksmith, for example, do I just have to go and make a bunch of iron daggers over and over to level up my blacksmithing? Do skills even have levels? Wait. How do skills work if we don't know which ones we have? Jeez, so many questions. Unai-chan, don't worry so much. There are stats and skills, but they're all hidden and managed by me. Every single player has their own assistant, like me for you, to manage their avatars. If you're doing things to increase your strength, I'll increase your strength. If you train your speed by running a lot, I'll make you faster and give you more endurance. If you fight with one-handed weapons all the time, then you'll gain a skill that increases your ability to fight with one-handed weapons that will rank up whenever you meet the criteria for it. You just won't know what skills you have, and you won't know how to increase them. The only way for you to find these things out is by playing and communicating with other players. Trust me, Anna-chan, you'll notice the differences as you play. Just do whatever you want. There's literally skills for everything from walking to fighting, from eating to crafting, and from holding your breath to climbing mountains. It's just like real life. The more you do something, the better you get at it, no matter what it is. Saya finally pauses to take a deep breath. Fenrir wants to flick her on her forehead since he knows she doesn't need to breathe. And finally, there's even the possibility of doing something or just being lucky enough that a new skill is created entirely for you. You won't know it, of course, but if the overseer decides that you're worthy of something, then she'll create a new skill and send it to me to add to your collection. Like maybe if you make it your life goal to kill millions of cute little bunnies, you'll get the special ability to instantly kill bunnies just by looking at them. But I like bunnies, Fenrir says. What kind of wolf are you? Saya asks. The friendly kind. He can't see her do it, but he can feel the rolling of her eyes within his mind. Alright, so there are technically stats, skills, character sheet, and all of the normal stuff, but it's all invisible and only accessible by you and the other assistants. And if I ask for details, you won't give me any. Is that right? He asks her. Right, Anna-chan. Thinking about it, this is actually pretty nice. It means that he doesn't have to worry about what the best build is or limiting himself to only a few repetitive tasks to gain experience. Nobody can judge him either in case he accidentally places the wrong points into the wrong stats, or if he's not wearing the best in-slot gear. Then he realizes something. I'm guessing there's nothing like a friends list to look at or anything like that. And no party screens either. Right? Right. If you decide to be like a healer, you'll need to pay attention to visible damage, and if your party members are asking to be healed. Poor healers. Healers already get enough bull for letting party members die, and now they have to somehow keep their comrades up without even being able to see health bars and knowing how much damage they've taken. There is no way that he is going to be a healer. One last question, I think. How much stuff can I ask you? I mean, how much are you allowed to tell me? I'm not allowed to be any more specific than I have been. Anything else would be considered cheating and get you a ban, and all bans are permanent. I'm hard-coded not to tell you anything more anyways, Anna-chan. To answer the next question you're about to ask, she's in his head and can read his thoughts after all. You can talk to me and ask me questions whenever you want. I'll also relay any important news relevant to you, tell you if anybody comes into your room, warn you of health concerns, and wake you whenever you're ready. Other than that, I can be as quiet or as talkative as you would like me to be. Thanks for the information, sire, but don't answer my questions before I get to ask them. It feels weird. Also, you don't mind if I focus on the game instead of keeping you company, do you? Fenrir feels guilty about asking this, but there is a massive world set out for him to explore. Bakuana-chan, leaving me all alone in your head while you explore. Just kidding. We're basically the same person. I have access to all of your thoughts, memories, and feelings. Everything you experience is what I experience. So I'm just as excited to explore the world as you are. Show me lots of interesting places and do lots of fun things for the both of us, okay? He still doesn't know how to feel about the fact that she has access to all of that, but it's comforting knowing that focusing on the game instead of her won't make her lonely. You're too nice, Anna-chan. What are you going to do if a bad guy tries ambushing you? Worry about his feelings? I promise that you don't need to worry about me. Besides, what kind of silly person worries about an artificial intelligence when they don't even have clothes yet? The friendly kind, Fenrir replies. Geez, Anna-chan. I'm supposed to make your heart go doki doki, not the other way around. Saya whines. Fenrir raises a hand to flick the air in front of him. That's for your forehead. Wait, what did you say about clothes? He asks before looking down. Not a single piece of clothing hides his body. Needless to say, the surprised gasp he makes followed by an immediate attempt at hiding himself does not exactly match the masculine appearance of his avatar. Book 1, Chapter 3, Patch 2.0, Socializing, Raiding, or Fishing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir has learned that not only does the game do a wonderful job of simulating scenery and senses, but also is capable of perfectly creating feelings of shame and embarrassment. He now realizes that he has not started with a single piece of gear. He and his plus 3 inches are available for all to see. You could have warned me sooner. He shouts at Saya, though to any potential passers-by, it will just look as if he is shouting into the wind. I was waiting to see how long it would take you to notice. Besides, I did point it out. Eventually. I'm surprised to see you so embarrassed since you were whipping that thing around during creation. Saya replies, I wasn't whipping it around, and this is different. You're virtual and in my head. Anybody else who sees now is, you know, an actual person. D.H. Nicole Lee. They would also be virtual creations inside of your head. You know what I mean. Such a mean Anna-chan. The effect is going to wear off if you keep on calling me that. We both know that isn't true. Ona-chan. I'm ignoring you now. Rather than deal with the brat of a virtual little sister assistant inside of his head, he decides to look around for something to cover himself with. There has to be something around here. Wait, he still has his tail, right? He reaches back to feel for it. There haven't been any feelings from it this entire time, but as soon as he touches it, he's suddenly aware of exactly where it is and what it's doing. He can even move it now. Instead of going caveman style by finding some nearby leaves like he was beginning to think he would need to, he simply wraps his tail around his waist to keep everything important hidden. But it gets tiring surprisingly fast. It feels as if he's going to get a cramp in his tail if he keeps it in such an awkward position for too long. He needs to quickly find a better solution. Wait, if he couldn't feel his tail before. He thinks about the ears on the top of his head. An experiment. His canid ears twitch atop his head as he raises his right hand up to them. Slowly and gently, he traces the tips of his fingers from the base of his ear up to the tip. It twitches as his finger slides against it, and he finds himself involuntarily pushing his own head up against his hand. It's only after his fingers leave the tip of his ear that he realizes his tail is wagging against himself. This is dangerous. If it feels that good just from his own fingers, what if somebody else plays with his ears? He looks around to make sure that nobody is around before petting his head. Not only is his hair ridiculously soft and fluffy, but it feels great just to pet his own head. He now understands why anime girls always love getting their heads petted. And dogs. Does this mean that anime girls and dogs are related? He may not know the answer to that, but he does know one thing: headbaits are love, headbaits are life. He looks down at his stomach. Alright, rubbing his own belly would just be weird. He's not going to do that. He looks to his left. He looks to his right. His leg starts shaking the second that he begins rubbing his belly. Alright, this is just weird. All he has are wolf ears and a wolf tail. He doesn't want to behave just like a dog. Sire, I feel like you're judging me right now, Fenra says. Of course I am, perverted doggy Anna-chan. Sire confirms his fear. Was this sort of thing programmed in? Does everybody with animal characteristics act like an animal when it comes to this sort of stuff? Of course not. Most of them do. But that's only because it's how the player feels their avatar should react. So if you get all excited just by touching your own ears and rubbing your own belly, that's because your subconscious is telling me to make your avatar react that way. Perverted doggy Anna-chan. If you expect it to have that sort of effect, it's going to have it. Please stop calling me a dog. I don't need to develop any more cringe-worthy fetishes than I already have. Don't worry, I'm sure nothing will ever be stronger than your love for girls wearing sweaters. It's true. There is no better sight in the world than that of a cute girl wearing a sweater. Alright, now that he's covered his plus 3 inches and has learned that he apparently has a subconscious desire to behave like a dog, it's time to find his friends. They should both be around here as they've had their headsets ready and waiting for him, and were supposed to go ahead and get used to things while he got his headset ready. Alright, I'll talk to you later, sire. I've got to find my friends before they kill each other. Fenra gives her a mental wave goodbye. Good luck. Now for finding his friends. While they could all choose the same spot to spawn in it, it's not nearly as precise as they would like it to be. It is more like they chose the same area to spawn in rather than the exact same spot. The map only allowed them to zoom in with a square selection area to a certain point and then stop before allowing them to get any more precise. so there is large square of land that they could be spread throughout. Fortunately for them, they figured out a way around this. Everybody heads towards the center of the square. Since Fenrir spawned near the edge of the square and to the west, he has to walk east. East it is. Walking through grassy fields without any clothes on is an odd feeling. He hasn't been outdoors in anything other than jeans and long sleeve shirts in almost a decade, so to feel the bare blades of grass brush against his skin is an unfamiliar yet relaxing sensation. Victor, Spencer, you guys around here? Fenrir shouts every now and then. He gets no response. Given that he hasn't seen any players and only wildlife, it feels as if he's the only person in the world. It's crazy to think that, in a game with over 50 million active players all sharing the same server and world, that not a single soul is around. This world is massive. Victor, I've got vodka for you. Fenrir tries to get his friend's attention, but there still isn't a response. Then an interesting sight pops up in the distance. He sees a small, petite boy with horns being chased by a massive, bodybuilder wannabe orc. More importantly, it looks as if the orc wants to brutally kill the small boy that he's chasing. Yeah, they're definitely Fenrir's friends. With an excited smile and a wag of the tail, Fenrir chases off towards the two. It takes a bit to catch up as they had the head start and don't notice him. But eventually, they hear him shouting for them and stop to look. The smaller boy is the first to change course and run directly at Fenrir. Vicky Buns is being mean to me again. Spencer cries as he tries to jump up into Fenrir's arms. However, given the fact that they're both naked, Fenrir places a hand out to stop Spencer by his forehead. The larger man, who clearly has to be Victor, cringes and looks like he wants to beat the ever-living shit out of the boy. I tell you every time, do not say those things to me. The orc, Victor, complains. What's the matter, Daddy? I thought you loved treating me like your little. Spencer is cut off by Victor lunging at him with fists ready. The only thing between them is Fenrir, and Spencer is sticking his tongue out from behind him. All right, Spence, stop teasing him. Vic, stop taking it so seriously. You know he wouldn't tease you if you didn't react like this. Fenrir tries playing the role of peacekeeper. He only gets so upset because I make him question his sexuality. Spencer just has to add in. Needless to say, it pisses the orc off even more. Don't make me let him beat you, Fenrir threatens. If he wants to punish me for being a little brat, then all he has to do is spank me. Spencer puts on his most seductive, feminine voice. It's at this point that he's realized he's screwed up, because Fenrir steps out from between them and lets a green fist go smashing right into the boy's face. Fenrir's face meets his palm. This is usually how it goes. It's a miracle that those two are best friends despite their extreme differences. Hey, I just realized that none of us are playing a human. I can tell that Vic is supposed to be an orc, but what about you, Spence? Fenrir asks. The boy, who is still rubbing his face and pouting, hops up onto his feet and points up at his horns. I wanted to be like a deer. Spencer says. This is the first time that Fenrir has gotten a good look at Spencer's avatar. He's under 5 feet tall, has a couple of short deer-like horns sticking up above a pair of floppy deer ears on the sides of his head, and has a pretty feminine body overall. It lines up with the boy's usual habit of playing traps in games to try and confuse the sexuality of every macho man who he meets. As for Victor, the hulking orc stands at over 7 feet tall, is utterly ripped with muscles, and has salt and pepper hair with a matching beard. A couple of sharp tusk-like fangs stick up from behind his lower lip, and it looks like he doesn't even have a neck thanks to the insane traps that he gave his character. Each of Fenrir's friends loves traps, but completely different versions of them. You guys made some nice characters. What are their names? I chose Fenrir. Wolf and all, you know. Oleander. I want to try and make my character all like nature and stuff. I think it'd be really fun to specialize in poison magic, too, and Oleander is poisonous, so I think it's fitting. Spencer, or rather, Oleander explains. A subtle, sadistic shine can be seen in his eyes when he talks about poison. Bone Crocker, Victor now Bone Crocker says. Even if he's playing an orc, his Russian accent is still there in its entirety. Alright, Let's use these names to get used to them. That way we won't accidentally be calling each other our real names around new people. By the way, Bone, what's the final boss up to? Fenrir asks. The Suka refused let me take day off work to play. Stopped complaining when said her parents could visit this weekend. Better appreciate sacrifice made to play with you too. Bone Crocker explains. Your in-laws can't be that bad, can they? Fenrir asks. A look of PTSD that he has only ever seen in war movies comes onto Bone Crooker's face. No talk about it. I wish she'd play more games with us. It's fun to have somebody to bully you with. Oleander says with a wide grin. By the way, Fenny, nice character. Are you sure you don't want to go off alone with me somewhere? Fenrir flicks Oleander's forehead. I'm sure there'll be plenty of guys in the taverns for you to mess around with. Anyways, what should we do about our equipment situation? Fenrir asks. And it seems like he's the only one who cares. Bone Crocker is standing there with all of his exaggerated size out for display, and Oleander doesn't seem to have an ounce of shame either. Come on, we can't just go around naked. What if somebody sees us? Both of his friends shrug. Is only game. Who cares? Bone Crocker asks. He always has been the type to completely separate games from reality. As for Oleander, he's just a pervert, so being comfortable in the nude is to be expected from him. Let's find some sticks and stones or something at least. We need weapons, Fenrir proposes. Bone Crocker is the first to reject it again. Men only need fists. I want to be a caster type, so I don't really need a weapon either. Oleander adds on. Casters use staffs or wands, don't they? Fenrir asks. Sometimes. But I read that there's a ton of different ways you can cast magic in this game. If you can imagine some new way of doing it, then you can do it that way. I was thinking it'd be really cool and match my character if I use plants and stuff to cast magic. I don't really know how I want to do that yet, but I need to be unique. Oleander explains. Special snowflake, Bone Crocker says. Don't make me grope you. Bone Crocker steps back from Oleander's threat. Alright, so neither of you care about getting dressed, and neither of you want weapons either. What do you guys want to do? Fenrir asks. Gamble, drink, raid, kill. Bone Crocker says. Drink, bang, kill, and confuse guys' sexualities. Oleander says. At least those two have two things in common. If it weren't for that, they probably would never get along. What about you, Fenny? Oleander asks. Fenrir thinks back to the ocean he saw. He's also thinking about possible ways to get some gear. Craft and fish, probably, he says. Both of his friends roll their eyes. Going to cry about no clothes the whole time? Bone Crocker asks. Does it look like I'm crying? I just think we need to cover up in case we find somebody. Here, why don't we head over to that forest? Fenrir asks, pointing to the southeast. You two can hunt and try out the combat, and I'll try doing something about our lack of gear. His friends look at each other, shrug, and nod. Book 1, Chapter 4, Patch 2.0, Socializing, Raiding, or Fishing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It takes an hour for them to reach the forest at a walking pace. While having to travel such long distances to get anywhere would be an issue for most games, this method of immersion is able to make use of time dilation. Because of the time dilation, only 30 minutes pass in reality. Time in game is twice as long as time in reality. So while it still takes time and effort to get anywhere, they have more time to play. Hunger is already starting to kick in and their bodies don't have much endurance yet, so they're already growing tired and grumpy. Well, it's mainly Bone Crocker that is getting grumpy. He is very quick to anger when he's hungry. Hey, Boney, if you beat me in a rock paper scissors then I'll give you all my ships in eternal space, Oleander offers. If I win, you have to carry me. It sounds like a deal that is way too good to be true. If Bone Crocker wins, he gets access to ships worth several $1,000s for free in the other game that they play. If he loses, all he has to do is carry around a brat. Fenrir knows exactly how this is going to go. Surely enough, Bone Crocker's inability to reject a gamble results in Oleander climbing up onto his shoulders and being carried around. Fortunately for the deviant boy, no matter how homophobic Bone Crocker might be, he always lives up to his word no matter what is now being pressed against the back of his head. Oleander only climbs off of Bone Crooker once they're inside the forest. Alright, let's meet here later. You guys go play nice and kill things, and I'll try figuring out some clothes for us. Try not to trigger him too much, Spenk Oleander, Fenrir says. Getting used to new names is always one of the more challenging parts of MMOs. Some people take the easy way out and use the same name for everything that they play, but not these three. Each one of them is at least a tiny bit of a role player at heart. I can. Oleander replies, poking Bone Crooker in the side which makes him jump. The chase between the two begins once more. I swear, they act like an old married couple. 1 minute they can be sharing drinks to celebrate ganking a bunch of noobs, the next minute Invicta Bone is willing to fly over here to kill him. Fenrir sighs. How you doing up there, sire? I'm fine, Une-chan. Watching your friends interact is funny, sire replies. It can be. Anyways, time to try and get covered up. Good luck. If only it were that easy. Fenrir looks through the forest for something, anything, that he could use to cover up. His first idea is to go Adam and Eve style by wrapping some leaves around his waist, but there are none large nor durable enough. Sure, he could take some plants and strip them of their fibers to turn them into strings for knitting some clothes like how he's watched in random videos on the internet, but that would take too long. He wants a quick solution, and it needs to be efficient enough for 3 people. And then he sees it. Is it a Deus Ex Machina to save the day? Number. In fact, it will probably be the exact opposite, a Diabolus Ex Machina. So, just what is this horrible thing that will ruin the day, or at least ruin his mission? On the other side of some more trees is the beautiful sight of a large pond decorated only by the fallen leaves from the trees surrounding it. A few forest creatures are at the pond for a drink. There's a deer, a couple of rabbits and squirrels, and, wait, rabbits. He looks at the nearest one. The thought of killing so many of them that he can instantly kill them just by looking at them enters his head. No, he's not doing that. Such a care bear, Une-chan. Sire chimes in but is mentally swatted away. Fenrir has a better idea than getting clothes. It's not like anybody is going to find him given how massive this world he is, and the fact that he is hidden away in a forest. He doubts he'd be able to make a proper fishing rod with the materials around him, mainly due to a lack of string for a line, but what he can do is go ancient style and make himself a spear. First, he needs to find a good enough stick. Fortunately, sticks and being in a forest go hand in hand. He finds one fallen branch that's about as long as he is tall, snaps off the curved end of it to make it straight, and then picks up a jagged rock to sharpen. Wait a second, he does have something that he can use as string. It probably wouldn't be strong enough to use as a fishing line, but it might be good enough to keep a stone-tipped spear held together. Change of priorities. Setting the stick to the side for now, he finds a flat rock with a good point to it and uses the jagged rock to not so delicately shape it into as close of a spearhead as he can get it. He then returns to the spear, pulls the end of it in half, and carves out a slot for the spearhead. Now for the string. Testing the sharpness of the spearhead, he uses it to cut off about a foot of his hair. Nobody will notice. Probably. He's got a lot of hair. Time to finish the spear. He places the stone spearhead into the carved out slot between the wood, closes the wood around it, and then ties it tightly together with his string. This is where he would normally expect to get a pop-up congratulating him for a new achievement, crafting skill, or recipe unlock. Alas, there is naught but a stone-tipped spear. His stone-tipped spear, it's simple, it's ugly, and it has a 50% chance of falling apart at any second, but it's his. He's provided with a sense of pride and accomplishment far more satisfying than buying loot boxes or simply gathering the right materials and clicking a craft button. It's not just a mental sense of pride that he feels either. It almost feels as if something inside of him just clicks. Something tells him that were he to try and make a spear again, it would be faster, easier, and turn out better. Sire, if players can learn how to do things in-game and get better at doing them, does it apply to real life? I mean, obviously getting stronger in-game wouldn't make you stronger in real life, but what about learning skills and arts? Fenrir asks. It's similar to dreaming, Une-chan. If you can paint beautiful pictures in a dream, that doesn't mean you'll be able to paint them when you wake up. And if you can do it in real life, it doesn't mean you'll be able to your dreams. How does that even work? I mean, I still know how to do math and everything I normally could in real life. Wouldn't somebody who's like a tailor or blacksmith in real life, as uncommon as that is now, have an advantage in game over people who don't do that in real life? I mean, I was only able to make this spear because I already knew how to from watching videos outside of the game. Some knowledge transfers over, some doesn't. Would you like me to read you one of the peer-reviewed studies conducted by scientific institutes regarding this phenomenon while you play, Una-chan? That sounds too boring for whatever he'll learn from it. I'm good, thanks. Though, one final question, is there anything stopping people from making stuff like cars and guns? For the sake of gameplay, the overseer won't allow everything to work that players try making, but if they can do it in a way that is appropriate for a fantasy setting and that she finds acceptable, then maybe somebody will invent something like those. Alright, thanks. No problem, Mr. I-20 questions. Being called that stings a little bit. He knows that he has a bad habit of asking people so many questions that it gets annoying, but he also knows that Saya wouldn't purposely try hurting him. It was just a tease. Time to fish. It may not be a proper fishing spear, but he wants something that can effectively double as a weapon. A fishing spear wouldn't be as good as a stone-tipped spear if he gets attacked by something. He readies his spear and gives a few practice thrusts to prepare himself for the real thing. Once he's confident, he walks in circles around the pond and nothing. He sees some fish farther from the edges, but his spear isn't long enough to reach them. He's also afraid that stepping into the water might scare them off. This is when he learns that just because he's watched a bunch of online videos, it doesn't mean that he's going to have any of the skill. An opportunity approaches. Slowly, a particularly fat fish glides through the water towards the edge. It's as if he's being taunted. All right, fish, you wish to challenge me? Then I, Fenrir, shall be your foe today. Just come a little bit closer. There. Fenrir thrusts the spear into the water. Naturally, he completely misses his target. One would think that, from just how badly he missed, the fish must have been using illusionary magic on him to make him believe it was in another position. But he won't give up. Moving to another spot, he keeps on searching until he finds another fish to thrust his spear at. He misses again, and then again. 30 minutes have passed. He's attempted to catch 7 fish by this point, and every single one has been a miss. Something feels different now. The next fish that he tries to get, his movements are faster and more precise. It even feels like he's able to better track the fish and predict where its movements will take it. It feels similar to after he crafted this spear. Is this what it feels like to learn skills? The changes are minor, but they are noticeable. Alright, another fish. No, not just any fish, but it's the first one he tried catching. He can tell by the interrupted, blue stripe running along its left side that, and from how fat it is. He readies his spear. His eyes are locked onto it like a hunting hound tracking a rabbit. He moves his entire body as he aims his spear rather than just his arm, and he tries predicting where exactly the fish is going to go to aim there rather than its current position. Instead of spouting off more cheesy dialogue, he takes a deep breath and thrusts the spear forward at the end of his exhale. Success. The spear thrusts right into the fat body of the fish, tearing through its scales and impaling it on the end of the spear. Fenrir's tail is excitedly wagging behind him alongside his twitching ears as he lifts the fish out from the water. It's still flailing around on his spear, but he doubts that it has much life left in it. Wait, what was it that those fishers did to put fish out of their misery in the videos he's watched? That's right. He brings the fish down to his free hand, grabs it by the tail to slip it off of the spear, and then smacks it against the nearest rock. It stops flailing. You're so silly, Una-chan, to worry about so much about a virtual fish suffering. Are you sure you don't mean to be playing a kiddie game? By the way, that was some top-tier dialogue back there. Saya teases him. Real fish or fake fish, I don't want to let anything suffer. Also, you can't tease me about what I say when you're pretending to be a little sister constantly calling me Una-chan. You're way worse than me. Fenrir teases right back at her. He walks past the girl and back over to the pond to look for another fish. Now that he's caught one fish, he wants to catch even more. He's totally hooked. Well, more like totally speared. Wait. He turns around to look back. A petite girl with long, silvery hair and light blue eyes stares at him with an interested expression. The sides of her hair hang down far enough in front of her to cover her modest breasts, but barely. At least she's standing behind a bush so that he can't see what's beneath her waist. He's assuming that she's just as naked there as she is upstairs. Somehow, it's only now when he fully understands that she's not wearing any clothes despite looking her over a few times. The poor Fenrir, who really didn't want to even make such an unmanly noise again after he first realized he was naked, has now made it again less than 2 hours later. Book 1, Chapter 5, Patch 2.0, Socializing, Raiding, or Fishing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At least Fenrir still has his tail. Lowering it to cover his rear and wrap it around to the front of his waist, he raises one of his hands up in front of his eyes to use it as a shield so that all he can see is the girl's head when he turns back around to face her. Now he remembers why he wanted to get clothes so badly. More importantly, why is this naked girl just standing here in front of a naked guy? She definitely has to be a girl. Only a guy in real life would ever so brazenly stand about naked. Or she's just a pervert, or dumb. Fenrir tilts his head in confusion. Not only does he behave like a dog when getting petted or rubbed, but apparently shows candid signs of confusion as well. The girl mimics his tilting head and raises her hands to make some odd signs. What? Is she trying to copy some sort of old-school ninja anime? Is she going to suddenly create dozens of clones of herself or disappear into a puff of smoke with a log taking her place? No, she just stands there and looks frustrated with herself. Is everything alright? Fenrir asks. The girl's eyes go wide before she looks away. What's with her? Odd girl. She takes a deep breath and looks back at him. My voice, does it sound weird? She asks, looking directly into his eyes with a brave expression. He gets the feeling that it's, for whatever reason, taking her a good deal of courage to actually speak. It does sound weird, though. It sounds as if she's not used to talking nor properly pronouncing things, but at the same time, it's adorable in an innocent way. It sounds cute. Why? Fenrir replies. The girl's eyes flutter for a second as her face turns red. Now it seems like she's the one who's embarrassed as she's turning around to hide her face. Do you really mean that? It's cute? She asks for confirmation. Yeah, it's cute. I'd give it a solid 10 out of 10, but my friends say I have horrible taste, so take that however you will. Of course, his friends really just mean that he has horrible taste in shows and music. Even they can agree he has a good taste in waifus, though they would never admit it. Seeing that this girl is more nervous and flustered around him than he is around her makes this conversation easier. He doesn't know what he would do if she had more confidence than him. You know that you're naked, right? Fenrir watches the girl's entire body freeze from his question. She dives into the nearest bush and only sticks her head out of it, letting him see how she's red from her chin to the tips of her ears. Her hands stick out from the bush to make a few very angry hand signs, but nothing happens again. She realizes what she's doing, makes a cute little disgruntled sound, and stares up at Fenrir. I knew that. Fenrir makes the kind of face that somebody in a sitcom about offices would make as they look into the camera. Just stay there for now. I'll find you something to wear. Alright. She nods her head. But just as she starts to deredify her face, her stomach grumbles, which makes her completely pull herself into the bush as if she is a turtle hiding in its shell. I'll feed you first, Fenrir says. Alright, time to cook. Cooking is only natural after fishing. First, he gathers all of the large rocks lying around to make a pit for the fire. He also clears out anything flammable around the pit to instead place it inside of the pit. If this world is as realistic as it truly seems to be, he doesn't doubt that a forest fire could get started if he isn't careful here. The girl has since poked her head back out of the bush to watch as he prepares the fire pit. Though, sometimes when he looks back at her, he sees her looking at him instead of what he's doing. This just makes them both blush and avert their eyes. With the fire pit built and filled with dry twigs and leaves, He takes a handful of the tinder and sets it aside as he finds some good enough wood to use for starting the fire. The only method he can fully remember how to do is the hand drill method, which unfortunately is also supposed to be the most difficult primal method. He uses the same jagged rock as he used earlier to carve a little knock into the flattest piece of wood he could find, takes a long and thin yet sturdy stick, and begins rubbing one end of it down into the knock. He has the top of the stick held between his straightened palms. While applying downward pressure, he rubs his hands back and forth to create friction between the stick and the flat wood below. Nothing happens for several minutes other than some cramping in his hands. This is harder than it looked. Now I know why those survivalist vloggers say to never use this method unless there's no other choice. Fenrir complains as he keeps at it. He hears a cute giggle come from the girl behind him. As much as he's tempted to tease her about it, he's worried he won't get to hear it again if he does. Fenrir begins feeling like it's hopeless. Smoke has risen a few times, but it never lasts long enough to create a fire. That is, until he finally succeeds in creating a lump of hot coal. That same satisfying feeling of accomplishment can be felt again. The game may not have any pop-ups, but that feeling of accomplishing something is addictive. He takes the coal, places it in the bundle of kindle that he set aside, and begins blowing into it to try and get the fire started. Success. Maybe a bit too much of a success. The kindle lights up much faster than he thought he would, so he burns his hand a bit when he picks it up to set it on top of the fire pit. A few more branches and leaves are then placed on top of the flame, and before long, the fire pit has a crackling fire within it. Looking back at the girl with a smug smile, she replies with an impressed look and a gentle clap. Her stomach grumbles again. Tell your stomach to be patient. I'm working on it, Fenrir says, taking the dead fish, his spear, and impaling the fish on it lengthways. He's careful to not let the end of the spear held together by his hair anywhere near the fire. After the fish is securely skewered on the spear, he places it directly above the fire to let it cook. He can already see the scales turning black from the fire. All right, while this is cooking, I'll try figuring out something to do about clothes. Stay here, all right? She nods her head and waits in the bush, hungry eyes staring at the fish as a single strand of drool hangs from her lips. Fenrir leaves the fire in her care and ventures back into the dense forest. He trusts that she's not going to run off with his spear and fish. But it wouldn't be the first, second, nor third time that his trust has been betrayed. Bonecracker and Oleander would probably be yelling at him right now if they saw him trusting another noob that he doesn't know. He's gotten into trouble many times over that. An idea pops into his head when he sees a particularly thick tree with bark shedding off of it. He looks at his hair. While he would rather not cut off all of the hair that he's given his avatar, it may be the best way to help the clothing problem. A sigh of defeat leaves his lips. The fish is ready to be flipped over once he returns. He flips it over after setting down several large chunks of bark that he was able to peel off from trees. Turns out that having slightly elongated nails is a good thing. They may not be wolf claws, but they are longer and sturdier than regular nails. He doesn't even remember paying any attention to the nails during character creation. He takes 2 slabs of bark and makes small holes in the top corners of them with his trusty rock. Then, he cuts off more hair to loop through the holes and tie the bark together. He leaves just enough room between them for him to fit his head through, letting the bark hang down over his chest and back. This time, he gets to immediately test out doing the same task again after getting that feeling of improving a skill. He may have gotten a skill at least, that's what he believes that feeling means in regard to making armor out of wood and hair, but the end result is hardly any different. The holes made in the bark are slightly neater, and the hair is tied a bit more securely. That's it. This one is yours, Fenrir says, setting the torso armor on the ground next to the fire pit. The girl makes grabby hands from the bush. Hang on, let me make you something for your waist first. I'll bring them over to you when I'm done, he explains, turning the fish again before getting started on more armor. This time, he takes 4 slabs of bark, pokes 2 holes into each one, and loops his hair through them. He tests out the hair's durability by lifting it up and hanging all the bark down. To his surprise, there doesn't seem to be even a bit of strain on the hair. Hair is way more durable than he thought, assuming that the game isn't playing up its durability. Here, wrap it around your waist and tie the ends together. It should give you enough protection to not really show anything, Fenrir explains. She looks at the slabs of bark that he gathered and sees how he gave her all of the larger ones. With a smile and a soft blush, she nods her head and makes grabby hands again. He hands over the armor that he's made for her and listens to the rustling going on within the bush as she struggles to put everything on without showing herself. A few moments later and he feels a soft poke on his shoulder. He turns around to look. Before him stands the same petite girl from before, but now wearing comically oversized chunks of bark for armor. The armor around her waist covers her perfectly, though. One slab of bark in front of her and behind her, and the other two hang down over the sides of her hips. How does it look?" she asks. He has to turn around to not laugh from just how silly she looks. At least now he can't see anything above her knees up until her shoulders. "Looks good," he answers. The only thing keeping him from laughing is the satisfaction that he feels from making something that works and seeing somebody else wearing it. First the spear, now some armor. Though, he probably should have given her the smaller set. While hers is oversized, his is clearly undersized. He's barely covered in comparison to her. Much care will be needed to not accidentally flash her nor anybody else. Book 1, Chapter 6, Patch 2.0, Socializing, Raiding, or Fishing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir's stomach grumbles just in time for the fish to finish cooking. Alas, he's already promised the fish to the girl sitting with him on the other side of the fire pit. She obviously looks guilty when she hears his stomach, but he gives her a look that says, "I'm not letting you turn this down, so eat up." He takes the fish and places it on a flat rock for her to use as a plate. That feeling of learning a skill hits him again. "How am I supposed to?" She stares at the fish with a confused expression. "Eat it." He looks down at it. It's covered in charred scales, still has its tail and head on. He can't blame her for not knowing how, unless she's watched a bunch of random survivalist videos on the internet to pass the time while avoiding responsibilities like he has. He doubts she would look at it and know what to do. Taking the end of his spear, he cuts into the fish along its back and carves the layers of scales off from the white flesh inside. "You'll just have to pick at it with your fingers, and be careful with the bones," he explains, holding the plated fish to her. "Can we choke?" she asks. "Probably. This game is doing everything else realistically, so it wouldn't surprise me if we can choke. Just be careful and it won't be a problem." "Spit out any bones you get," he says. Saying bone and telling a girl to spit in the same sentence immediately brings dirty thoughts to his mind. The desire to make a perverse joke is almost overwhelming. But he resists. "I thought guys like girls who swallow." Fenrir blinks a couple of times. Did he really just hear that correctly? He looks down at the girl to see her with a content expression and mouth full of fish flesh. All right, he must have been imagining it. It sounded like her voice, but it was just in his head. She's too cute to be making jokes like that. He hears her snicker as soon as he turns his back to her. When he looks at her again, a hand is held over her mouth as if she's trying to hide a smile. "All right, I'm going to try catching myself a fish, and then I need to meet back up with my friends," Fenrir explains. He swears that he can see a quick glimpse of disappointment when he mentions leaving. "Do you want to hang out with us? They're pretty nice. Plus one of them is gay and the other is married, so you don't have to worry about being surrounded by a bunch of sausages being thrown at your face." He may not know whether she's a real girl or not, but anybody who has ever played a female character in an online game before, being a guy or girl in real life not mattering, knows how it feels to be swarmed with sausage. Even Fenrir has experienced it once before, and he has since vowed to never play another girl character. It turns out that having a parental personality in games while playing a cute girl is guaranteed to attract all manners of sausage. If only he had a penny for every single time he was called wife material during those days. The girl looks to the side and nods. "Is it okay if I don't talk a lot around them?" she asks. "Don't see why it'd be a problem. The big guy might be curious why you don't talk, but my other friend won't have any problems with it. He's the most tolerant guy I know." "By the way, what's your name?" "I'm Fenrir," he says, holding out a hand for her to shake. However, he's holding his hand over the fire pit which is still burning. It only takes a couple of seconds for his arm to get burnt and for him to pull it back. "Sira," she replies with a smile that looks like she's trying not to laugh. Instead of holding her hand over the fire pit, she reaches around to give him a much safer handshake. Fenrir is still patting his arm and waving it around when he sees her hold her hand out. He gives it a nice shake, gently holding her hand within his own, and lets go to head back over to the pond. He got that supposed feeling of learning a skill twice earlier while fishing. He got it once when trying to catch fish, and then again when he actually caught it. It felt like he could better track fish after that first skill, but the second one doesn't seem to have affected anything. Was the skill from actually catching the fish something else? Maybe specific to catching a fish with a spear? If that first skill allowed him to track fish better, maybe this one increases his ability to catch them specifically with a spear. He ponders over it, but when he remembers that he does have friends waiting for him, he returns his attention to the shallow waters before him. There may not be any more fat fish like that first one he first caught, which he looks back to every now and then to see Sira happily picking at its flesh, but there are plenty of smaller ones. Every thrust of the spear grabs Sira's attention. She eventually brings her fish over closer to the water to watch him try fishing as she eats. Feeling her eyes on him makes it even more challenging. He feels like an incompetent loser every single time he fails, and he would much rather look cool in front of her. Another thrust and another miss. He peeks at Sira through the corner of his vision. She doesn't seem to be watching him as much as she is watching his spear. It's less like she's judging him and his incompetence and more like she's watching for the sport of it. She gets tense every time he's about to thrust and looks just as disappointed as he is each time he misses. But then, when he finally does spear a fish, she's sitting there with a thumbs up and a smile that warms his heart. She actually looks like she's having fun. Fenrir is quick to take the fish off the spear to smack it against a rock. It's a pretty small one, though. He's going to need more. Fortunately, another fish is near the edge of the pond. Another miss. He'll settle for just one fish. "You're fun to watch," Sira says, sounding more confident in her voice now. She's still quiet and doesn't say much at once, but it's charming in a way. "I've got to put on a show for my audience, after all," Fenrir says. "Can't have a new friend already getting bored on me." Sira gently shakes her head. "I won't get bored of you." That one sentence makes him feel as if she's just lassoed his heart. How is he even supposed to respond to that? Does he make a self-depreciative joke and tease her about how she'll definitely get bored? No. Almost every time he does that, girls stop talking to him almost right away. Does he act confident and cocky? No. He's bad at that without making it sound too forced. It kind of feels like she's flirting with him. Is she really flirting? Or is it just his virgin mind thinking that the first sign of a girl being nice to him means that she's interested? He fears that he'll be wearing a fedora and trench coat in no time if he believes that she's flirting just from that. "Thanks, I try," he replies. "Really? That's it?" He already wants to smack himself in the head for such a weak response. But when he looks up at her, he sees her smiling at him. Fish, right? Fish. Just focus on cooking there. His stomach grumbles the loudest it has yet. He is very, very hungry and would much rather not wait for the fish to cook. Just looking at it on its own is enough to make him drool, and he can feel a primal urge to just sink his teeth into the fish and tear away at it. It's an almost animalistic sensation. Is this also because of how his subconscious believes he should be acting? He looks up at Sira. "Hey, you won't judge me if I just eat this raw, will you? I mean, I'd never do it in real life if it wasn't sushi, but I figure I could try since it's a game." She shakes her head again. "I'll never judge you." What? Just, what? Why? How? What is she doing? Why is she like this? Does she want him to be throwing his +3 inches sausage at her? This is how she gets sausage thrown at her. No, she might be a guy. She could really be a he who is sitting in his mother's basement at 500 pounds with a diaper on. Alright. He's going to lose his appetite if he continues that line of thought. Alright, I'm digging in then, he says, using his nails to peel off patches of scales and skin before sinking his teeth directly into the raw fish flesh. His ears twitch. What is this? This is actually really good. He was wary of how it might taste, but it tastes even better than prepared fish do. He doesn't even mind getting the occasional scale stuck in his teeth when he accidentally bites through a section of skin. In fact, the skin itself tastes pretty good as well. The texture leaves something to be desired, though. He recalls hearing about how much of a fish's nutrition and fatty acids are inside of their skin. The only problem is the scales stuck to it. Using his nails, he carefully scrapes at the scales until he gets as many of them off as he can without taking the skin with them. Now he can properly dig in. Little more than bones, the fish's head, and its guts are left by the time he's done eating it. He tosses its remains back into the water to let any scavengers in the pond make use of the scraps. Do they even need nutrition if they're NPCs? He wonders how many of the NPCs in this game are simply programmed or being controlled by AIs. He decides to think his question to Sire. All NPCs follow standard behavior procedures until interacting with a player, and then the Overseer controls them from there. Una-chan. Sire answers him. Thanks, Sire. Fenrir mentally thanks her. Turning around, he sees Sira pointing at the left end of her lips while looking straight at him. He raises his hand to his own lips and wipes away a stray piece of fish flesh. Well, this is embarrassing. Even so, instead of being disgusted like almost every other girl that he's known would be, Sira just smiles and gets up from her seat. The fire is already dying down, so I think it should be fine if we leave it. Ready to go? Fenrir asks. Sira replies with a nod of the head and stands behind him. He'll need to be careful to not accidentally whack her with his tail. The two head back to where Fenrir told his friends to meet up. All he brings with him is his spear and that trusty, jagged rock. On the way there, they see a deer repeatedly walk headfirst into a tree, get teleported a couple of feet backward, and then walk into the tree again. Eventually, it manages to walk straight through the tree as if it isn't even there. Fenrir thinks to Sire, Sire? I think there's a glitch. I don't want to talk about it, Una-chan, she replies, sounding the most embarrassed he's ever heard somebody sound before. Apparently, the AIs of this game are very sensitive about its coding. Bug report sent, Sire says with a depressed tone. Hang on, Sira, I want to test something. Fenrir says. Sira nods and watches what it is he wants to try. He carefully stalks the deer with a random stone in hand. Watching it, he sees some repeating patterns in its movement and idle stances. It doesn't look completely sentient when he looks at its eyes either. However, as soon as he throws a stone near it, not at it, the deer's eyes fill with life as it takes off as realistically as any deer would. Seeing the change in its eyes confirms what Sile explained to him. The NPCs may follow simple patterns and rules when on their own, but the moment interaction begins with a player, they get taken over by something much more intelligent. The Overseer. Most games get boring once all the patterns and behaviors are figured out, but this is a game where such things can be changed whenever the Overseer wishes. What is even better is that the Overseer can directly control the NPCs whenever it is appropriate, meaning that there will forever be a challenge. This isn't just some game where players can learn the movesets of NPCs to flawlessly defeat them. Players constantly have to adapt and improvise. For every single fight against an NPC is a true fight to the death for them. Even things as simple as hunting and fishing are realistically challenging as a result. Fenrir may not have been totally convinced before, but now he is. This is the best game of all time. He already loves it here. Book 1, Chapter 7, Patch 2.0, Socializing, Raiding, or Fishing. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Sira stays close behind Fenrir as they walk. He's worried about hitting her with his tail, so he tries to put some more distance between them, but she always closes the gap. He also catches her staring at it sometimes. He places himself in her shoes. If he was some normal guy following behind a girl with a dog tail, he would definitely want to try petting it. He would also want to do many other things to her. Many other things. But since Siro is a girl, or at least pretending to be one, he doubts that she would have such perverse desires. Do you want to touch it? He asks her, stopping in front of her with his head turned back to look at her. A soft blush spreads across her cheeks as she nods her head. I know how it feels, so go ahead. I wouldn't have given myself a tail if the thought of people touching it bothered me. I mean, who doesn't love petting dogs? Not that I'm a dog or anything. He looks back ahead of him. You know what I mean. Her soft, smaller hands reach out to tentatively stroke his tail. Whereas it was gently swaying before, now it is completely frozen. It may not feel as good as a head pat or belly rub, but it's still enough to send shivers up his spine. This pleasurable feeling only grows stronger as her hands run along the length of his tail, gently rubbing it. She even goes so far as to gently nuzzle against it with the side of her face, rubbing his tip against her. Alright. I think that's enough for now, Fenrir interrupts, excitedly taking himself out of her reach. He's just happy that she can't see his face. He is much too red right now. The rest of the walk has Fenrir making sure that she can't catch up to his tail. Reaching where he told his friends to meet up at, he sees Oleander and Bone sitting around a campfire with large slabs of meat stuck inside of it on some sticks. Oleander is clothed with a few large leaves that seem to have been pasted together somehow. It looks like he's wearing a short dress made out of leaves, and he's even put a few flowers in his hair. As for Bone Crooker, he's wearing some poor boar's skin. The boar's head rests on top of his own, and the rest of its skin hangs down over his back. It looks like some other animal had its fur skinned off to tie around Bone Crooker's waist. But all it really does is hang down and cover his exaggerated green tool. At least they're somewhat covered up, though. Fenrir is curious how Bone Crooker was able to skin the animals. Fenny. Oleander is the first to spot Fenrir, shouting out and running up to him. We've been waiting here forever. What took you? Oh, who's she? He asks, having noticed the girl hiding behind Fenrir. A mischievous grin spreads across his lips. This is why I can't leave you alone. I let you out of my sight for just a few minutes and you cheat on me. What does she do for you that I don't? Is it because I don't let you ravage my body enough? Hey, stop that before she Fenrir tries stopping the teasing boy, but he should know better than to expect that to work. Oleander makes himself cry and covers his face. I thought what we had was special. Am I not feminine enough for you? Is it because I always want to be the bottom? I'm sorry for being so selfish. Fenrir looks back at Sira. She's staring up at him with a very, very unimpressed face. Fortunately for Fenrir, she can't keep up the judging expression for long. She breaks and smiles from the amusing Oleander. Bone Crooker grabs Oleander by his antlers and tosses him to the side. Now standing next to Fenrir, she can see just how huge Bone Crooker is in comparison. She's relieved that he's covered up considering that her eye level is at his crotch. Who is girl? He asks. Fenrir doesn't know if he should say her name or not. She warned him that she wouldn't be talking much round them, so if he tells them her name, it would show that she's talked to him and could make things awkward if she doesn't talk to them as well. She found me while I was fishy, while I was looking for some way to make equipment. I guess I don't have to feel bad about not making anything for you guys. Looks like you've been busy, Fenrir says, changing the subject. Seeing the fur and skin Bone Crooker is wearing makes him a bit uneasy. Perhaps it's because of his own canid features that he doesn't like the idea of somebody wearing dead animals. Found boar, turned boar into food and clothes. Looks badass, Bone Crooker explains, a cheesy American accent being used to say badass. He even gives a couple of thumbs up alongside the accent. Oleander gets up from where Bone Crooker tossed him to, rubbing his head and butt. Look, Fenny, I want to show off too, he says, walking to the campfire where a pile of odd-looking plant stems has been gathered. Each of the stems is thick, red, and look fairly durable with few leaves on them. He grabs one of the stems, snaps it in half, and then some thick green liquid drips out of it. A demonstration is performed by him using the liquid to stick together a few leaves to a nearby twig. Fenrir looks captivated throughout the entire demonstration. That's awesome. Where did you find those? It could help us a lot if we gather a bunch of it. Oh, wait, he looks back to Sira. Sorry, I haven't introduced them yet. The big guy here is Bone Crooker. And that's Oleander. She gives each of the men a small wave, and they return the gesture. We found the boar eating it. I tried it myself, but it's too thick for me, Oleander teases. Sira smirks at Oleander's innuendo, and the boy instantly knows he is a comrade in arms for lewd jokes. Neither Bone Crooker nor Fenrir picks up on the perverted bond that was just formed. I don't remember seeing anything with stems that red while looking around. So it must be rare. Maybe it's like truffles and pigs. Pretty hard to find, but they can sense it from a good distance. Fenrir theorizes. You know too much random stuff, Fenny. You must get really bored when neither of us are online. Bone Crooker nods at Oleander's own theory. I can't deny that, but I won't admit it either. Anyways, neither of you mind if she tags along with us, right? Fenrir asks. Oleander shakes his head. Bone Crooker says, as long as she not like gamer girl, she is fine. Sarah cringes when she hears the term gamer girl, shaking her head to assure York that she is anything but. She is well aware of the negative connotations that accompany labeling oneself that. Alright, looks like we've got ourselves a fourth party member. So, now what? Fenrir asks. I got my cravings out of my system, so what do you guys want to do when you're done cooking? Bone Crooker and Oleander both look confused when he mentions cooking. They look at each other. They look at the fire. In a panic, they each rush to the fire to pull their meat out of it. It's burned. Why didn't you remind us sooner, Fenny? Oleander asks. Bone Crooker tries taking a bite out of the charred meat while flipping Fenrir off with his free hand, and when he accidentally burns his mouth from it, he drops the meat, which causes him to flip Fenrir off with both hands. Hey, it's not my fault you two got distracted. Pay better attention next time. Didn't your parents ever teach you not to leave the kitchen unattended when you're cooking? Fenrir scolds them. They look into the fire with shame. It's their fault, but they don't want to have to admit it. Fenrir jumps with perked ears when he feels something touch his tail. He spins around to see Syrah with both of her hands behind her back and looking to the side. He's beginning to believe that she may not be as innocent as he thinks she is. The time waiting for Bone Crooker and Oleander to finish their food is spent with Fenrir sharpening his spear using that jagged rock he's still keeping with him. It may just be some random rock that he found in the forest, but it's his random rock, though. He isn't sure how effective the sharpening actually is. The spearhead is definitely getting more jagged, but is that a good thing? He'll need to watch and read random things about stone-tipped spears after he wakes. Syrah sits next to him and watches what he's doing. He can't help but feel that she's being suspiciously clingy given how long they've known each other for. The last time a girl was this clingy to him right from the start, she ended up gaining his trust, being given an officer position in the guild he ran in one of the older games he played, and then completely cleaned out the guild bank of all its materials and money. His guild members were not happy about that. They were even unhappier when it happened again no more than 2 months later. Do you want me to try and get you a weapon? Fenrir asks her. Syrah looks over at his friends and sees that they're preoccupied with eating and talking. They shouldn't be able to hear her. I don't know. I'm not really used to playing games like this, she explains. Don't worry. We'll find something fun for you to do. You kind of give me a magic user vibe, so maybe something like that? Syrah shrugs. Watching you fish it was fun. Do I have to fight? Nope. You can do whatever you want in this game, including just living a second life without any of the fighting. It might be hard to avoid sometimes, but I'll be here to protect you if it ever comes to that. What did he just say? No. He didn't just say something so cheesy and overly romantic to a girl that he barely knows. She's potentially a 500-pound man in his mother's basement wearing a diaper. Stop. What if she? I'll hold you to that. His heart isn't going to be able to take much more of her. Book 1, Chapter 8, Patch 3.0, To the City of Pirates. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The dynamic duo comes over to Fenrir and Syrah once they're done eating, each one of them patting their full bellies. One would normally never think it from how often they fight, but they act similarly enough to look like a husband and wife. Well, a husband and much less manly a husband. Maybe look isn't the right word to use, seeing as how one of them is a giant torque and the other is a petite deer trap boy. Either way, they are similar in more ways than one would think. You guys ready to go? Fenrir asks, picking up his rock and spear. Actually, carrying around the rock on its own all the time is getting to be a bit annoying. He can't carry anything else when he's holding it as his spear is already taking up one hand. Looking to those red stems, he snaps a couple of them in half to get their liquid onto the spear's shaft for him to glue the rock to it. A bright smile crosses his lips when it works. You sure do love playing with poles and thick, sticky stuff, Fenny. Oleander teases from behind Fenrir. The teasing boy looks back at Syrah to see her reaction. She's looking away and trying to contain her laughter. Yeah, they're definitely going to be getting along. Oleander picks up the unused stems to carry them. He doesn't have anything else to be carrying. Is impossible for you to talk normal? Bone Crocker says, smacking Oleander on the back of his head. Is impossible for you to talk, not sound like Russian gangster. Oleander snips back, mimicking Bone Crocker's accent. Gangsters are cool, the orc replies, giving 2 thumbs up and nodding his head. Yeah, and I think dukes are cool, so deal with it, Oleander says with his tongue stuck out. Alright, Fenrir steps in. What's the plan other than killing each other? We're down for whatever you guys want, he says, looking back at Syrah to confirm. She nods. Oleander looks to the sky. The sun falls lower and lower as the shades coloring the sky grow darker. I think I heard it's more dangerous at night. Think we should try finding a village, or maybe we should put up a camp. We can get nice and snuggled up together in a tent. Fenny, he coos. I have no idea if there's even a village anywhere near us. I just know that we're in the August Empire's territory, Fenrir replies. Oh, yeah? Oleander sounds disappointed. I forgot we spawned on the land they claim. I'd really rather not stay in a land full of stuck-up role players pretending they're the best there are. I swear, I always see them making the news and everybody kisses their asses. Why do they have to be wannabe Romans in every single fantasy game? It's the first time in weeks Fenrir has heard Oleander sound so bothered. Prudes really get under his skin, and the faction that claims this land is supposedly full of prudes. Well, I figured it'd be best if we spawned on the larger continent that has more people on it. Easier than spawning between warring factions or in zones where we're going to get wrecked immediately. Plus we have a bunch of stuff around us. Oh, aren't those pirate guys to the south? We should totally go to the pirate place. Big, burly pirates, debauchery and plundering booty. It sounds like heaven. Plus there's the famous Black Stage. What if we get to meet him? He's the stuff of legends. Fenrir thinks about it. Going there might be the best option for all of their needs. It would most likely be an amazing place to go for fishing. Oleander would get to surround himself with a bunch of rough men. Bone Crocker would surely find plenty of fights and games to bet money on. The only one to worry about is Syrah. She's so small and innocent looking, and she's already expressed a disinterest in fighting. So how would she handle being around a bunch of pirates? He looks at her and sees her smiling. Alright, apparently, she's interested in meeting some pirates as well. This should be interesting. Got any objections, Bone? Fenrir asks. Do not let wife know, Bone Crocker says. He knows full well what's going to happen if he goes to a city built for pirates. There is going to be tons of drinking and even more gambling. Both of these are things that his wife has a strong hatred for and prohibits him from doing in reality. Alright, then too. What was it called again? Everybody shrugs. Wait, I have an idea. Instead of trying to get there overland, why don't we follow the coast south? I bet we'll come across a village at some point that might be able to take us there by boat, Fenrir proposes. This sort of thinking is why Oleander and Bone Crocker usually listen to him even if they believe his plans are boring most of the time. They might be more boring, but they work. There aren't any objections. Let's head back to where I spawned then. Plus you guys will get to see the ocean. And trust me when I say it's awesome to see. With that being said, they head back in the direction that they originally came from. So, Boney, about those ships in eternal space. Fenrir realizes something halfway to the coast. He knows of Black Stage and the legends surrounding him, but can't remember the name of his faction, city, nor where the exact location of the city is. Gaming news websites and channels will often cover the events happening in-game and have the ability to show everybody everything that happens within the world. He knows that he has seen exactly where all of the major cities are, where massive battles have happened, and so forth. However, when he actually tries to visualize their positions on a map in his head, he comes up blank. He asks Saya about it. Like I said, Anna-chan, not everything is transferred from reality to the game and vice versa. The location is in your memories, but I'm not allowed to let you access it. You have to discover things in-game on your own. It wouldn't be as fun otherwise. It would also give you an unfair advantage over players who don't do the same amount of research, Saya explains. It's weird how nobody else can hear her despite Fenrir being able to hear her so clearly in his head. So I can remember how to make a spear and fish, but I can't remember where a city is on a map. Why can I remember that I'm in August Empire territory then? Fenrir thinks his question to her. You were only able to vaguely remember how to make the spear. It's not like you were able to make a super duper awesome spear right from the start. And there were a bunch of things you technically could have done better if you could have remembered all of it. You still remember some things, just not everything about them. Just like how you know the general direction of the city you're heading to, but not its exact location. When it comes to the August Empire, you're allowed to keep some of the information related to the area you start in. Wouldn't it be silly if you spawn in the game without knowing anything at all? The easiest way to look at it is to pretend that you're in the shoes of somebody who was born and raised in this area. You know about the area you're in, and you might know some legends and myths about the rest of the world and its people, but you won't know anything more unless you learn it in-game. If you didn't know anything at all, then it would be like an adult baby suddenly appearing out of nowhere. You would have been given information regarding the August Empire even if you never learned about it out of the game. Must be nice to be an AI. AIs never have to stop talking to breathe or take a drink, though. She still imitates human limitations at times. Fenrir understands just barely enough to not be totally lost. Alright. So there's studies about learning skills and transferring that between real life and the game, but when it comes to general knowledge, that's something you control. Is that right? Right, Anna-chan. If every player has their own AI assistant, then how can players be sure that everybody is being treated fairly? Geez, Anna-chan. Are you saying that we're cheating or might be biased? I mean, it's true that it's possible since we are heavily influenced by the personalities of our partners. But everything we do is checked by the overseer. If she finds that something is unfair or inappropriate for the world, then she'll revert it. Alright, so skills may or may not be transferred between in-game and reality to some degree. AI assistants control what knowledge players retain between real life and the game, and the overseer makes sure that everything is fair. Is there really a difference between skills and knowledge? Anna-chan. You're going to scare away girls if you ask so many questions. I suggest reading about this when you're outside of the game. Fenrir gives up. While the technical aspects regarding how all of this is possible are something that interests him, he doubts he is smart enough to understand all of it even if it gets explained like he's 5. He'll leave the technical stuff up to the engineers and developers. Thanks, Sire. That's all for now. The party reaches the coast just after the sun has finished setting. Bone Crooker finally has permission to shove Oleander off of his shoulders, and Fenrir gives a disappointed sigh. I was hoping we'd get to see the sunset. At least we'll still be in the open. I'd rather be on a beach at night than in a forest, Fenrir says as Bone Crooker rubs his shoulders. Oleander looks full of energy due to not having to walk himself. Fenrir checks on Syrah. He was expecting to see exhaustion or grumpiness from having to walk so far, but instead sees a pair of amazed eyes looking out over the ocean. She looks every bit as inspired as he did when he first saw it. He just wishes that they got here sooner. If we're still by the coast tomorrow, in-game tomorrow, then we'll get to watch the sunset. Sound good? He asks and gets an excited nod in return. He can't deny that he's a bit disappointed Oleander and Bone Crooker aren't as impressed by the sights. Small girl, why not speak? Bone Crooker asks, leaning over in front of her. His imposing face is directly in front of her own. This makes her jump back and hide behind Fenrir. Hey, Boney. If she wanted to talk then she'd talk. Don't be rude, Oleander says before kicking Bone Crooker in the back of his leg. Is just question. Is asking question rude? Yet, Fenrir is about to break them up when somebody else speaks up. Sorry, I'm just not comfortable talking a lot. I don't mean to be rude, Syrah says. Both Oleander and Bone Crooker look at her with surprised eyes. Neither of them expected to hear her talking anytime soon. Oleander looks particularly interested. There you have it. Now, don't make her talk anymore, you big dumb brute, Oleander scolds Bone Crooker. The scolding clearly works given that Bone Crooker looks away, feeling ashamed. Is Vinite, he says under his breath. Syrah looks up at Fenrir with confusion. He's Russian. It means he's sorry, Fenrir explains. Bone Crocker grumbles and begins walking off when his apology is explained. His tsundere level puts sires to shame. Book 1, Chapter 9, Patch 3.0, To the City of Pirates. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It is the party's first night in-game. While Bone Crocker and Oleander weren't that impressed just from the sight of the ocean, they can't help but look up in awe at a sky full of beautiful stars and distant nebulae. One of the first things anybody who loves space does in a video game, when it's nighttime, is look up at the game's skybox. The nighttime sky of a virtual world is almost always far more impressive than in reality, and this is no exception. The group is lucky as there is not a single cloud to block their vision. Thousands of shining lights of various colors hang in the sky. Constellations, nebulae, comets, local planets, all and more are visibly decorating the space above them. Such a sight is simply impossible to see in reality. This is as close as they can get to ever seeing this in person. Sire, is it possible for you to take a screenshot of us from third person? Fenrir asks. You named your assistant sire? You really are a weeb, Fenny, Oleander says. Whoops. Fenrir was so distracted by the night sky's beauty that he asked her out loud. Sure thing, Unai-chan. Sire answers. Oleander and Siru already know what to do. Siru gets close to Fenrir's right side, and Oleander nuzzles up again his left side while pulling Bone Crocker in close. 3.2.1. They all hear the countdown in Sire's cutesy voice, and they all hear the sound effect of a camera snapping afterward. A small window temporarily pops up to show the screenshot. The four of them are standing side by side, and they're all smiling save for Bone Crocker. Behind them is a vast ocean with calm waves rolling onto the shore, and above that is a beautiful and brilliant sky. Hey, Fenny, I think I heard your sire, Oleander says. Bone Crocker grunts in agreement and Siru nods as well. Really? Let me ask about it, Fenrir says. All willing participants of a planned screenshot will hear a synchronized countdown. They can also get a copy of the screenshot if they ask their own assistants for it. Unai-chan. Fenrir relays the information from Sire to the rest of the group. Oleander and Cyril let him know that they've saved it as well, and Bone Crocker is, well, Bone Crocker. Fenrir and Oleander both know that he most likely saved it even if he would never admit it. With the stargazing and screenshotting session over, the group follows the beach southward with naught but the sky above to guide them. A pair of dual moons orbiting one another has since risen into view. One of the moons has a soft blue color to it. The other moon has an orangish coloring. Each one looks several times closer to this world than Earth's moon. Given how the ocean's waves aren't completely annihilating the coastline, he assumes that their gravitational effect on the ocean's tides is not meant to be realistic. The moons look amazing at least. Bone Crocker grunts and groans every few feet. With how much heavier he is, and how much larger his feet are, any shells or pieces of driftwood that he steps on cause pain equal to stepping on children's building blocks. Regretting setting pain to 100% yet, Bone? Fenrir asks. His question is answered by having a shell thrown at his head which he somehow dodges, surprising even himself. Nothing particularly eventful happens as they walk down the coast. Ugh, my assistant is making my head hurt. I keep asking him stuff about the game, but all of his answers make my head hurt or are too vague. It's like when you read a story and really want to understand how everything works, but the author doesn't even know how it works themselves. So they either don't bother going into detail or come up with some lame excuse to not go into it. Oleander whines. I forget how hardcore of a bookworm you are sometimes. Read anything good lately? Fenrir asks. Not really. I've been busy with classes. By classes, I mean busy with my professors. Professors with an S, as in multiple professors, Oleander explains with a wink. Unfortunately, before Fenrir can ask for clarification about just how he's been busy with multiple professors, Bone Crocker holds out an arm from the front of the group to signal a stop. The three behind the orc all peek around him and see a couple of man-sized crabs digging their claws beneath the sand. Looks like they're looking for something. Food? Fenrir asks. Each of the crab's legs is the same height as Oleander, and their carapaces are almost as large as a bear's body. They each have a pair of large, spiny claws that have black tips in contrast to the red coloring of their shells. Their eyes stick out from their bodies on short stalks. Those claws are almost as big as I am, Oleander says in a hushed voice. Can crabs even hear? Everybody looks at Fenrir for an answer. He doesn't know whether to feel complimented or insulted. No idea. Want to go around them, or try killing them? I'm going to be honest with you guys though, I haven't eaten any crab in a really long time and could really go for some right now, he explains. He's also excited to try out the combat. Just because his main goal is fishing doesn't mean he has no interest in fighting. Plus, considering that the would-be enemy is a crab, and he would be killing it with a spear, he could technically consider this spear fishing. Let me try out what I learned during the fight with the boar, alright, Boney? Oleander asks. Bone Crocker nods, letting Oleander go ahead to get into position. Fenrir and Syrah look on to see what he's going to do. Oleander moves into the tall grass bordering the sandy shore, sneaking up through it until he's as close to the crabs as he can get without leaving the grass. It's hard to see the exact details from where the rest of the group is, but they can see long, thin tendrils slowly slithering out through the grass toward the crabs. They look like grassy tentacles slithering like snakes. Hey, isn't that kind of too awesome considering we just started playing? Fenrir asks. But he's not surprised. If anybody is going to be a prodigy in a game where magic is based off of a character's intelligence and willpower, then it's going to be Oleander. Fenrir is better at making long-term plans, but Oleander is the master at short-term strategy and also usually ends up being the one making all the money for the group. The grassy tentacles slither closer and closer to the crabs until they're able to swiftly lunge forward and wrap around the crab's claws. Each crab lifts its claws from the ground and looks around. They find themselves barely able to move their claws. Their idle personalities have been replaced by the overseer, and now the crabs are fighting for their lives. Now, Oleander shouts. Bone Crocker and Fenrir both charge forward. Bone Crocker uses his fists and legs to punch and kick the nearest crab. Fragments of shell get broken off with every attack. As impressive as Oleander's magic may be, he's still new to the game. The crabs break free from their viny chains and retaliate. One claw smashes into Bone Crocker's chest, and the other reaches in to grab onto his left arm. Bone Crocker's eyes go wide with pain as the claw crushes the arm within its grasp. To him, he can feel every last bit of pain that one would feel were this happening in real life, and he also hears the snapping of his bone and can see the gore inflicted by the attack. To Fenrir, who didn't enable gore, all he hears is Bone Crocker's pain shouts and sees bloodied cuts on his arm. Fenrir wants to help Bone Crocker. The crab in front of him won't allow that. Fenrir thrusts his spear forward, piercing the crab's shell. But it looks as if it doesn't cause any actual pain. The crab continues approaching with its claws raised. One of its claws grabs onto the spear embedded inside of it, snaps it in half, and tosses it to the side as the other claw comes swinging at Fenrir. He's able to jump out of the way, but all he has now is a broken stick with a rock glued to it. He looks at the rock. This might just work. Switching his hold on the stick, he's positioned the end with the rock away from his hands and is now wielding it as if it is a hammer. The next time the crab swings a claw at him, he counter-strikes with his makeshift hammer to crack apart the shelled claw. The struck claw reels back, but the other one comes in to smash into his side. Fenrir's body gets tossed several feet away, leaving him laying on the sand clutching his side. It hurts. Yet, he's felt worse in reality. There's an equal amount of numbness as there is pain. That must be how the game balances between people who choose to feel all pain or no pain. Those who can't feel any pain instead feel numbness. What feels like a broken arm incapable of moving to one player would feel like a numb, immobile arm to another. Same result, different way of feeling it. It's hard to get back up. The attack completely knocked the wind out of him and left a large bruise on his side. Looking up at Bone Crocker, he sees the large orc tear the clawed arm holding his own off of the crab with his free arm. More viny tendrils lash forward to wrap around the crab's only remaining claw as Bone Crocker begins smashing the severed arm into the crab's carapace. Every single hit on the crab is accompanied by a brutish, very pissed off shout in Russian. Fenrir has no idea what's being said, but he's pretty sure it's the kind of thing that Russians yell at bad players in FPS games. He returns his attention to the crab approaching him. "What? All I wanted was a nice crab dinner," he taunts it. Picking up his hammer, he rips the rock off of the shaft and tosses the stick aside. A bestial urge is welling up within him. His head is lowered and stuck out ahead as he gets into a position similar to a wolf preparing to attack. His tail hangs still behind his legs, and he's even baring his teeth at the crab. A couple of pronounced canines give the crab a brief moment of pause before proceeding closer. Something is building up inside of him. It is an odd sensation. He knows that he can resist the temptation to give in to this feral urge, but at the same time, it just feels right to give in to it. In the same way that Bone Crocker is brutally destroying his crab's body like a rampaging orc would, Fenrir wants to pounce and tear to shreds the crab in front of him like a wolf earning its meal. And so he does. The moment the crab is close enough, Fenrir charges the crab, jumps between its two claws, and grapples onto its back. His left hand grabs onto the crab's left eye stalk as he wraps his legs around its carapace to keep himself steady. With a jagged rock in his right hand, he repeatedly smashes it down right between the crab's eyes. It tries reaching its claws behind to rip Fenrir off of him, but every single smack of the rock against its head staggers it. Fenrir keeps on smashing, and smashing, and smashing until the shell covering its brain is broken away. Despite the act itself being violent and gory, there is little blood and brain matter being spluttered about as Fenrir starts smashing the rock directly into its brain. He only gets a quick look into the hole that he's made in the crab's carapace. He struggles to actually see the brain or anything else for that matter. It's clearly there, but at the same time, his eyes can't actually notice it. Meanwhile, Bone Crocker is noticing every single last bit of gore over at his crab. The crab's entire body shudders from Fenrir's attacks. It only takes a few blows after reaching the brain directly to kill it. Its legs give out from underneath it, and its claws fall limply to its sides. Bone Crocker is still tearing apart his enemy despite it having been dead a minute ago. "Are you alright?" Syrah asks from behind Fenrir. Her voice is shaky. She sounds worried. Fenrir takes a few moments to steady his breathing before answering her. "Yeah, no problem. Broke my spear though, so not too happy about that," Fenrir replies. "This rock, I'm going to keep this rock with me forever. It might not look like the hottest rock on the block, but, hey, I rhymed." He looks proud of himself. Syrah can't help smiling when she sees his dorky expression of satisfaction from his unplanned rhyme. Fenrir doesn't know if it's just leftover adrenaline from the fight or a sudden wave of confidence from having defeated his first enemy that wasn't a helpless fish. Regardless of what it is, he's inspired to make a cheesy pickup line that he'll most likely regret less than a split second after saying it. "How's a crab dinner under moonlight sound?" "Yep." The internal cringing begins. She smiles and nods her head. Her answer is worth the self-cringe. "Smile," Syrah requests. "Huh?" Fenrir gives her a confused smile. She points at his teeth. "They look bigger now," she says. He touches his teeth. They feel slightly longer and are sharper than before. With his hand near his face to examine his teeth, he notices that even his nails are longer and sharper now. He's not turning into a werewolf or anything cliché like that, is he? He checks out his arms and legs. All right, no more hair than before. Seems like the only changes to have happened involve his teeth and nails. Bone Crocker walks up to them with the crab and its severed arm in tow. Oleander accompanies him. Looks like Fenrir isn't the only one to have changed. Book 1, Chapter 10. Patch 3.0, to the City of Pirates. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "Hey, Bone, you're you," Fenrir says, pointing up at Bone Crocker's mouth. The two tusk-like fangs sticking up from behind his bottom lip are each sharper and longer, just like Fenrir's teeth are now. A few tiny horns look like they're beginning to sprout out from Bone Crocker's forehead above his eyebrows, two above each one. Bone Crocker looks down at his tusks. He could only barely see them before, but now when he looks down, they're easy to find. His lower lip is bulged out slightly to make space for the tusks growing behind them. "Eat crab?" Bone Crocker asks, clearly not caring about the change. Oleander shrugs. "I'll get some wood." "Hey," he looks at Syrah, Want to come with me? We'll let these two guys do the messy stuff while we have some quality girls' time. Syrah looks up at Fenrir. She doesn't look too excited about leaving him, but when Fenrir nods and says that the crab will be ready for when they get back, she heads off with Oleander. Yell if you need any help. Fenrir shouts as Oleander and Syrah walk off together. He's now left on the beach with Bone Crocker and two oversized crabs. I guess we should just snap all the legs off. We don't have a pot to boil them in, plus I think these legs would be too big for that anyways, so just stick the legs over a fire and let them cook that way. TCH. Not eat crab before? Let me show you how is done, Bone Crocker says, flipping over his crab onto its back and getting to work. He keeps one foot down on its underside as he uses both of his hands to grab one leg at a time near where they connect to the body. With a good tug, each leg comes popping right off of the body. The one remaining claw gets torn off as well. With 8 legs and 2 claws in a pile next to the crab's body, Bone Crocker has to crouch over the crab for this next part. He flips it over onto its front and digs his hands into the shell where the back 2 legs were removed and begins pulling upward. He looks at Fenrir. Come hold crab down. Put hands where mine but hold down, he commands. Fenrir does as told, getting onto his knees and holding the crab down from the same spot where Bone Crocker is pulling up. There's a bit of a struggle, but Bone Crocker manages to pull the top of the shell right off from the crab. Yellow liquid sprays out and splashes onto Fenrir's face. His ears twitch and his nose wrinkles from the scent and taste of it. No worries, is only what do you call it? Is mustard. Bone Crocker explains. It definitely doesn't taste like any mustard that Fenrir has ever tasted before. He raises an arm up to wipe it off of his face before looking at the revealed body of the crab. Now, you hold here. Bone Crocker points at the ridge opposite of him. With each man holding onto one side of the crab, Bone Crocker gives the order to pull. The body is split into halves with little effort between the two of them. Despite having gore disabled, Fenrir is able to see the innards of the crab in great detail. It might technically be gory, but this is no gorier than looking at a slab of raw steak. It's just food. Here is lump meat. Bone Crocker points at the large chunks of white crab meat lining the insides of each half they split. With very little grace, he grabs onto one of the chunks and shoves it into his mouth. Considering how insanely expensive crab has gotten in the past decade, to be able to just go and kill a crab in game and then taste exactly how it would taste in real life is incredible. Most of their generation who has never tasted seafood before would get to try it out. Fenrir can't even remember the last time he's seen any seafood available in stores. Fenrir copies Bone Crocker, tearing a chunk of meat out and eating it raw. It tastes amazing. He doubts Oleander and Syrah would be interested in eating raw crab, so he'll leave the leg and claw meat to those two while he and Bone Crocker indulge in the lump meat. Hey, Fenrir says between chewing chunks of crab, you think any part of these crabs could be traded? Maybe we should. Wait, I have an idea. He grabs the nearest claw and snaps it off from the rest of the leg at the carcass. With the claw removed from the leg, he digs his entire arm into it and begins pulling out all of the meat. Of course, he doesn't let any of this meat go to waste. He eats everything that he pulls out. He realizes that he's eating way more than he would normally be able to in reality. You don't think we can get fat from eating too much, can we? He asks, though he already knows the answer. You will be fat dog, like Corgi, Bone Crocker answers. Fenrir lowers his tail and frowns. He really wants to eat as much as he can, but he doesn't want to become like a stumpy, chubby Corgi. The rest of the meat gets tossed onto the pile of crab legs, and from there, it all gets shoveled down Bone Crocker's throat. The claw is emptied of all its meat after a few minutes of digging and pulling. Fenrir places the stone spearhead, still tied to a fragment of stick, inside of the claw alongside his trusty rock and the stems that Oleander dropped before fighting. It's a good temporary bag, don't you think? It'll be a pain to carry around, but we'll be able to carry more stuff now, he explains, holding the claw in his arms. Bone Crocker looks like he doesn't know whether to be impressed or not. Instead of worrying about that, he swallows down some more crab before heading over to the one that Fenrir killed. Help prepare this one. Wait, your arm. It looked like it got hurt pretty bad during the fight. Is it alright? Sorry for not asking sooner. Fenrir says. Bone Crocker looks down at his arm and goes, not hurt much now. Felt broke during fight, but now is better. Good. That means we're not totally screwed without a healer. It was going to suck if you had to wait for somebody to heal it to be better. I wonder if we get all of our health back from natural regeneration or not. What if there's a status effect that poisons us or something like that? Fenrir asks, trying to get Saya's input, but she doesn't reply. That means it's something he's going to have to learn on his own. While Fenrir and Bone Crocker finish preparing the second crab, Oleander and Syrah collect bundles of sticks, dried leaves, and some dead grass. I'm going to let you know right now that he's pretty dense. He can be a natural flirt sometimes, but unless you smack him in the face with your feelings, he's not going to understand them, Oleander says to Syrah, whom freezes in place at his words. How can you tell? Am I that obvious? Syrah asks, her voice quiet and cheeks red. Oh yeah, super obvious. Plus I'm good at picking up on these things. I've only known him for a few hours. Do you think it's weird to like him already? If there's one thing I've learned about people while playing games, it's that friendships and crushes can pop up super fast. One of our other friends met a girl and, in his words, fell in love with her within an hour of playing with her. They started dating the same day, met up offline after a few weeks, and got married a year later. That was a few years ago, and they're still together now. Too bad they never play games with us anymore. Oleander pauses and smiles as he recalls fond memories. I remember I knew I'd be good friends with her. Sorry. Don't let him know I said his name. Anyways, I knew I'd be good friends with Fenny the moment we started talking. Sometimes you can just instantly click with somebody. I know a lot of people would be like, oh no, that's not a real friendship or real love, or something stupid like that. But they just don't understand how close you can really connect to people through games. Syrah takes a deep breath and smiles. His words cause a wave of relief to wash over her. Thanks. I thought I was being weird. My voice. Is it? Does it sound okay? She asks. Sounds like a voice to me. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. And it won't be so obvious if you talk more often. You'll get used to it no time. How does it feel? Syrah looks surprised at first, but smiles from how he's handling it. Thank you. And it feels weird, but it's nice. I read about how a lot of people like me, are playing just to experience all of this. That doesn't surprise me. People who are in wheelchairs can walk and people who live in the middle of a city can run through forests and explore. So yeah, makes sense, Oleander says, looking up at the sky. I've always wanted to see a sky that isn't full of smog. Whether it's something like your case or mine, we're all experiencing new things here. He takes a huge, exaggerated breath. It's so nice to breathe clean air. Anyways, you ready to head back? Syrah nods her head, but when she remembers what Oleander just said about using talking more, she gives a proper answer. Let's go eat. Book 1, Chapter 11, Patch 3.0, To the City of Pirates. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Syrah and Oleander have made their way back to the beach just in time to see both Bone Crocker and Fenrir fall to the ground, stomachs distended from what they can only assume is a massive amount of crab. It's worth becoming like a corgi, Fenrir says to Bone Crocker. The orc burps and raises a hand for Fenrir so that they may fist bump one another. Hey, you guys ate without us. Come on, we spent all that time getting enough stuff for a fire. Oleander shouts, dropping the wood gathered in his arms on top of Bone Crocker's stomach. This causes the orc to burp again. Behind the two bloated men lie crab carcasses picked clean of meat. There's still a pile of 16 legs and 3 claws which have yet to be deprived of their meat. But that doesn't matter to the two who have been gathering materials for a fire while the others ate. Syrah stands next to Fenrir with a very unimpressed look on her face. It's similar to when she was pretending to be upset about Oleander's flirting with him, but this time she doesn't drop the expression after a few seconds. She's actually bothered this time. Fenrir feels like he's being scolded without her saying even a single word. It doesn't take Fenrir long to realize why she would be upset. After what he said about having a crab dinner under moonlight with her, he'd be upset if he was in her shoes. It's not like he wasn't looking forward to eating with her. However, When faced with delicious crab and a feral appetite, it was simply too hard to wait. My bad. Sorry, I screwed up, Fenrir apologizes. I'll make it up to you two by making the fire, alright? I'm definitely not making it, Oleander says, voice full of annoyed sass. Syrah drops the wood and other materials in her arms onto Fenrir, pouts, and walks off with Oleander. Fenrir looks at Bonecracker. Bonecracker immediately looks away. That's about right. Brushing the materials off of himself, Fenrir gets up, gathers all of the wood and other materials by himself, and starts building a large enough bonfire to cook the crab legs in. Given how massive the crab legs are, the two smallest party members were only barely able to collect enough wood for Fenrir to make a large enough fire. At least he doesn't have to worry about a fire pit since they're on the beach. A few minutes later and Fenrir has got the bonfire all set up. He's gone for making it wide instead of tall so that they can lay the legs down on top of it, but even so, only a few of the legs are actually going to fit on it. Then again, Oleander and Syrah are both small, so he doubts they need to eat much in the first place. He's just worried about Oleander and Syrah, mainly Syrah. He hates that he's already done something wrong to his new friend after just a few hours of knowing her. Who would want to stay friends with somebody who screws up that quickly? Well, it wouldn't be the first time something like this has happened. All he can do now is try and apologize some more before she believes he's even worse. Fenrir turns around to call to the two and bumps right into Syrah. Sorry. Didn't know you were standing right there. You alright? Fenrir asks. Great. First he ate without her, and now he's almost knocked her over. Syrah looks down during her response. I'm sorry. I was mad you ate without us. But I didn't even help during the fight, so I'm sore. She feels a large, warm hand come to rest on top of her head. A blush immediately takes to her face as she looks up at Fenrir with quivering eyes. No, you don't have anything to apologize for. I was the one who proposed a crab dinner under moonlight. He wants to cringe just from thinking about it, so I shouldn't have eaten without you. I'm sorry. Syrah can feel her heart fluttering within her chest. It's an uncomfortable feeling, but not an entirely unpleasant one. Thanks. But I still didn't help in the fight. I told you I'd be here to protect you if it ever comes to that, didn't I? I'm a man of my word, so you shouldn't be apologizing for me keeping my vow. That fluttering sensation is growing even more uncomfortable. Her face is burning red and she can't even find the strength to look him in the eyes right now. I've got to go apologize to Ellie, and then I'll be back and start the fire. Stay put and I'll have some nice crab legs ready for you two in no time. Fenrir says with a wide smile and a thumbs up. All Syrah manages to reply with is a nervous nod. His smile disappears as soon as she can't see him anymore. With a racing heart, he can't stop thinking about what he just said. Was his apology good enough? Should he have let her apologize even though he doesn't believe she should? He doesn't know. Fenrir runs over to where Oleander is still pouting at. However, as soon as he gets close, Oleander turns around with a teasing grin. You sure made setting up that flag for you easy. I had a feeling you and Boney were going to eat, but I didn't know you'd eat that much. Oleander says. Wait, what? Fenrir asks. Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. Is the fire ready? Fenrir eyes the suspicious boy. Yeah? Just need to start it. Perfect. Alright, let's head back. Oleander looks suspiciously pleased about something. He holds his hands together behind his back as he walks, and there's a little skip in his step. He's even whistling. Fenrir tries figuring out what Oleander was talking about, but he isn't able to figure it out by the time they reach Syrah and the bonfire. Syrah's face is still red when he gets back. Fortunately for her, he doesn't seem to notice and gets right to work starting the fire. He does it the same way that he first did to cook the fish he caught earlier, but this time, he's able to produce a lump of coal faster than before by a couple of minutes. He assumes there must be some sort of fire starting skill. Even the lump of coal is larger and hotter than the first time. Placing the lump in some tinder, he catches the tinder aflame before setting it inside of the bonfire. The fire spreads slower than before. He assumes it is because of more moisture in the air and not all of the gathered firewood being completely dry, but it engulfs the bonfire before long. How much do you two think you can eat? Fenrir asks, standing next to the pile of crab legs. How much is in each leg? Oleander asks. About. Not sure, but I want to say more than 15 pounds in each leg, Fenrir answers. Oleander and Cyril look at each other and then back at Fenrir. Do either of us look like we could even eat more than a couple of pounds? Besides, no matter how rare crab is now, I doubt it's good enough to just eat several straight pounds of it unless you're a ravenous dog or a dumb orc, Oleander explains. Fenrir can't find a flaw in that logic. Just one of these legs would be enough to feed a family of 4 for a meal in reality. He looks over the pile of legs. What the heck are they supposed to do with all of these legs? Crab is something that is supposed to be eaten quickly after being killed, as they develop dangerous bacteria much more quickly than most seafood. Well, maybe the game doesn't make food rot over time. Regardless, he places a single leg of crab over the fire. There's enough meat in there for both of the hungry party members to share. I'll eat whatever is left, he says. The shell protecting the leg is charred before long, and since neither Oleander nor Cyril is worried about the meat within being completely cooked since it's fresh seafood, Fenrir pulls the leg out of the fire and lets them get to work on it. While he may have eaten during their absence, he also found a couple of large, broken clamshells that he washed off in the water for them to use as plates. See, Cyril, even dogs can be thoughtful when they're not selfishly stuffing their faces. Oleander teases. Fenrir wants to flick a shell at Oleander, but when he hears Cyril giggle, he lets the temptation pass without acting on it. In the end, Fenrir manages to eat just a little bit more. He eats as much as they've left in the leg as he can, but when there's still too much left over, he throws the leg on top of Bonecracker to let him eat it. Bonecracker makes an annoyed grunt when the leg falls on top of his bloated stomach. Though, that doesn't stop him from digging into the leg to pull out the rest of its meat. Oleander leaves Fenrir and Cyril alone after a few minutes to go and bother Bonecracker. The wolf and the girl sit side by side right near the edge of where water meets sand. Cool, salty seawater occasionally brushes against their exposed feet. For two people that have never visited an ocean before in reality, the scent and sounds of it cause them to eat in silence so that they may fully enjoy the beauty of nature. It may just be a game, but this is real to them. Right here, right now, nothing else matters. Isn't it beautiful? This is the kind of thing you only get to see in old videos now. Just imagine what else there is in this world that we'll get to experience. Fishing, walking on a beach, letting the ocean waves hit your feet, a sky full of stars. I never thought I would get to experience any of this, Fenrir says. Cyril looks down with a smile. This world truly is something. I wish I could live here. I want to stay immersed forever, she says. Too bad I don't think uploading our consciousnesses to computers is a thing yet, but my uncle says it's being worked on. Tell him to tell them to work faster, she says in a playfully bossy tone. He's not sure he'd be able to take her seriously if she ever actually tries to be bossy just from how soft and cute her voice is. I'll pass on the message, he says with a chuckle. Hey you, how often are you on? I don't really do anything. She sounds embarrassed, so I can be on as much as you want me to be. I know that feeling. Ali has school and Bone has work, so I usually just log on when they're free. But if you want, then we can hang out together before they get online. He's trying to ignore the fluttering of his heart from her saying that she'd be on as much as he wants. This girl is too good to be true. Cyril nods her head, looking away to hide her smile. Hopefully we can find a safe spot to wake from, maybe a village further down the coast, he says, looking down the coast. How can I know when you're online? She asks. Do you have Discord? We have a server on there that we talk through. I can invite you to it, or you can just message me directly on there. Cyril nods her head. She doesn't technically have it, but she will have it. That'll work then. My thing on there is, he freezes. He really doesn't want to say this, but going and making a brand new account would be a major pain. He looks at her and sees her looking at him with expectant eyes. My name on there is you. The meme struggle number 6043, he says in a hushed voice, not able to look her in the eyes as he says it. He hears a stifled snicker followed by an alright, I'll add you later. This is why he's single. Book 1, Chapter 12, Patch 3.0, to the City of Pirates. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. With the short break over and the party's stomachs full of crab, They continue onward. Fenrir carries the crab claw-turned bag with him. He's still upset that he broke his spear so quickly, but he knew that it likely wouldn't last long. It was just a random stick with a sharp stone tied to it. After all, he's sure that he can make another one if he really needs to. More importantly, he still has his rock. Nobody is going to take his rock. He thinks of a name for the rock. What would be a good name for a pet rock? Charles, Hubert, Rocky McRockface, the Rock? Guys, I'm going to keep on thinking of really stupid things if nobody comes up with something to talk about, Fenrir says to the group. Like what? Oleander asks. I'm thinking of names for my rock. Yeah, that's pretty stupid, Fenny. I told you. How about Rocky McRockface? Already thought of that. The Rockster? That's a good one, but too flashy. Rockhard? I know what you want to add on to the end of that, Peter. Nah, Rockington. I like that one, but I don't know. Why do you care about that rock so much anyways? It's a good rock. You're dumb, Fenny. You're the one that puts up with me. You could just be like Bone there and silently judge me. Bone Crocker grunts. That's not as fun. Oleander says, hey, do you have a good name for a pet rock? He asks Syrah. She taps a finger against her chin. A pet rock name? She's never tried thinking of anything like that before. Rocky Stone Boa. She proposes. What's that reference to? Oleander asks. Syrah looks away in embarrassment. I'm with Oli here. I think I might just name it Rock, Fenrir says. Then what was the point in trying to help you? Oleander shouts and pouts, kicking sand at Fenrir. I never asked for help, Fenrir replies, thus earning himself another kick of sand directed at him. Fenrir, Oleander, and Syrah all break the plate to crack up. Fenrir and Oleander are particularly happy that they've found somebody new to play along in their skits. Bone Crocker groans. What other games do you play? Oleander asks, looking back at Syrah whom is still staying near Fenrir. I guess I play a lot of classics, mainly horror. I really like a lot of the old school horror games. Syrah answers. I like the ones where you can't really fight back and just have to hide and sneak. Oleander shudders, holding his sides. No way, I can't handle games like that. Don't even get me started on bugs. I saw this video online once of a naked guy and a bunch of, don't, Oli. Nobody needs to know about what screwed up videos you watch in your free time. Fenrir interjects. It's not like I wanted to watch it. Some guy posted a link to it and everybody was commenting on it, so I got curious. I should have trusted the commenters. We both know you just wanted to watch it because there was a naked guy in it. That's only partially true. He didn't look half bad. Okay, a girl has her needs. You're not a girl. I may have a penis, but it is a very feminine one. Alright. This is going from funny to TMI. How'd we even get talking about this anyways? I asked Syrah what other games she plays, and she said horror, so that made me think of bugs. I thought we were talking about your Duke. How did bugs get to? Oh, so you do want to talk about it? Sure thing, Fenny. Fenrir facepalms as Syrah giggles beside him. Kill me. Bone Crocker grunts from the front of the group. Need new friends. We all know you'd be lonely without us, Boney. Oleander teases. A new back and forth is started between Oleander and Bone Crocker. The group comes across a few more couples of crabs, and each one is mercilessly slain by the adventuring party. Oleander and Bone Crocker want the experience and skills from killing them. Fenrir just helps out so that neither of them dies and get their progress reset. Syrah watches from the back and mentally cheers them on. Well, mentally cheers Fenrir on. Fenrir thinks of a new question for Saya as they continue walking along the beach. Hey, Saya, what happens when we log out? He asks Saya in his thoughts. It depends, Anai-chan. If you go to sleep, depending on how comfortable you are on what you're sleeping on, you get a rested bonus. If you just randomly log out, then you'll be standing around doing nothing. Saya explains. So our bodies don't despawn, right? What's stopping somebody from killing somebody else's character while they're logged out? Nothing. Well, the character can fight back using the fighting style that the Overseer has learned from you so that it's like you really are fighting. But that's it. Liaki, if you're sleeping in a tavern and a bad guy sneaks into your room, he could try killing you without ever waking you up or just steal from you. But if he gets detected by your character, The overseer will temporarily control your character to realistically defend itself like you would if you were playing. Your character won't be fighting at 100%, but like 80%. If you get disconnected or have to wake during the middle of a fight, the overseer will take over there, too. Alright, so there is some protection instead of being completely vulnerable. That's good to know, thanks. Sounds like the overseer is really busy. There's like, what? Over 50 million active players that it has to watch. And then all the NPCs, building the world, and all that? Yup, she's super busy all the time. She technically controls everything in the world from the bugs to the weather, but it's super easy for us. Even I could do it if I had more processing power. Thanks for answering my questions again, sire. No problem. Anai-chan. Fenrir relays what new information he's learned to the rest of the group. Lights. Look, I think I see a town. Fenrir calls out. The others really have to squint their eyes to see it. Whoa, how did you even see that, Fenny? Oleander asks. You have trouble seeing that? Maybe our assistants give us racial skills based off of what we choose to play as. That would explain some things. Oh well, let's go. Oleander rushes off first. The four speed up their pace to run toward the lights. Bright lanterns and a burning fire can be seen as they get closer, as well as several wooden buildings. A few rowboats are pulled up onto the beach and tied to wooden posts. The most unique part of the village is the large, wooden cages holding some of those giant crabs in them. What looks to be a guard spots the incoming group and knocks on the wall of the house behind him. Two more armed guards come out. Each of the guards is wearing leather armor and wielding metal weapons. They may not look that much better equipped by fantasy game standards, but not even Bone Cricker wants to pick a fight with somebody properly armed when all he has is his fists. Wait there. The first guard shouts. The group listens. You guys new? Only been here for a few hours. Fenrir shouts back. Mind if we come over and dressed? The guards look at one another. Any weapons? What's in the shell? The guard shouts again, looking at the claw Fenrir is holding. Just some basic stuff we've gathered. No weapons. The guards whisper amongst themselves before returning their attention to the strangers. All right, you can come over, the guard says, beckoning the party over. With excited smiles, the party of four head over but are stopped once more when they get close enough. You all just start playing together? Yeah? We're all friends in real life, so we spawned over here together, Oleander explains. Syrah looks like she wants to correct him, but he nudges his elbow against her arm. I see. Well, welcome to our village, Coastage. Yeah, I know, it's a bad name, but that's the guild leader's problem. I'm Richard, an officer of Stinky Garlic. I know, another dumb name, but not my problem again, Richard. The guard who has been shouting, explains. What do you guys need? Oleander and Syrah both look like they're ready to laugh at the guild's name. Just information, maybe a safe spot to log out for the night, Fenrir answers. We've got a building that no NPCs have moved into yet, so you can stay there given that you can pay us somehow. Sorry, but we don't have anything to pay you with. All we have is this claw, our clothes, and some stems with light glue inside of them. Richard looks Syrah over. She immediately notices the perverse look he's giving her, and so does Fenrir. Fenrir steps in front of Syrah to hide her behind him. Like I said, we don't have anything to pay you with. We'll just take any information you can give us and be on our way. TCH. Boring. You realize that the majority of people playing this game are just a bunch of perverts wanting to fook, right? I suggest not letting your girlfriend near any towns if you're a couple of prudes. Ain't no place where a girl isn't going to be getting hit on constantly, and some of the rougher players won't have a problem putting you in your place to get to her, the guard says, entering a staring match with Fenrir. It's only broken up when Oleander steps forward to trace a couple of his fingers against the guard's chest. It's okay, I can satisfy you however you want. Would you like to have some fun with me instead, daddy? Oleander coos, putting on his seductive feminine voice. The guard looks disgusted and shoves Oleander away from him. Don't fucking touch me again. Bone Crooker steps forward now, placing himself between the guard and Oleander. While the guard may be better armed, he's still more than a foot shorter than Bone Cricker. Anybody would be intimidated just by the sheer presence that he has. Syrah looks worried from how suddenly this is escalating. You know what? You aren't getting a place to stay. And you aren't getting any information. Get the fuck out of here before we kill you. We don't want any stuck-up coons or faggots here, Richard demands. Fenrir is a kind, gentle man. He likes to treat people with respect, prefers fishing and crafting over fighting and raiding, is a complete and total virgin, and also likes to make characters that appeal more to girls rather than looking like a manly badass. He also comes off as the kind of man to be more of a white knight who is all talk and no bite. So when he suddenly punches Richard in the face and steals his sword during the confusion, none of the guards are expecting it. I thought you wanted to avoid picking this time, Fenny? Oleander asks from behind Bone Cricker, whom is now attacking the next guard. Syrah has no idea what's going on and just stands back to watch. Fenrir wastes no time stabbing Richard's sword right through his chest. Yeah, well, sometimes cocky little kids need to be put in their place. When the initial stab doesn't kill Richard, Fenrir pulls the blade out to slash it against the man's throat. Only a bloody cut is made, but Richard falls lifeless to the ground. Does this mean the Divine Brigade is coming back? Oleander asks, voice full of excitement. Only for tonight, Fenrir replies just before getting stabbed in the left arm by the third guard's spear. Bone Cricker is grinning from ear to ear. Syrah hasn't seen the orc look anywhere near this excited the entire time that she's known him. Fenrir uses his new sword to lop off the guard's arm and steal the spear from him. A bit of blood sprays from the guard's arm. But when Fenrir looks at where it was cut, all he sees is black. Help! We're under attack! The guard shouts. Everybody else in the small village starts rushing over. All right, time to run. Ali, think you can slow them down when we get into the field? Fenrir asks, pulling away from the defeated guards. He tosses the sword to Bone Cricker, whom has already taken a sword from the guard he defeated, hands his spear to Oleander, and picks up his packed law. Of course. Who do you think you're talking to, Admiral? Oleander replies. Only for tonight, Ali, then I swear I'm going back to fishing. They retreat. How many fights were started now from somebody insulting me? Oleander asks, looking at Fenrir with grateful eyes. I've lost count between me and Bone, Fenrir answers. Only I get to insult you, Bone Cricker says, giving Ali a hard enough smack on the back to almost knock him over. Syrah looks behind them. Over a dozen armed men are chasing them, so why do her three companions sound so relaxed? It almost sounds as if they're used to this sort of thing. Wait, hasn't she heard of Divine Brigade from somewhere else before? Book 1, Chapter 13, Patch 3.0, To the City of Pirates. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Hey, Fenny. Doesn't this remind you of that time we kicked the hornet's nest by killing Ultimatum's girlfriend? Oleander asks as an arrow flies by him. Nothing else was going to get under that prick's skin than killing his crybaby streamer of a girlfriend. I still get people trying to dox me from that, Fenrir replies. I still laugh whenever I remember him making that huge blog post begging for her to come back. Syrah can only listen in and jump every single time an arrow is shot their way. She has no idea what they're talking about, but it does sound like her crush has a side to him that she knows nothing about. Something about that is exciting. Him caring for her and helping her out right after meeting her is what originally drew her interest, but with what little pieces of information she's gathering now, it's beginning to sound more like he's got some dark and mysterious past to him. Really, he's just spent too much time playing video games. What's the plan, Battle Master? Fenrir asks, looking over to Oleander. I don't think we can beat them all, but they don't know our strength, so let's try to trick them so we can escape. You better hope they're gullible. Oleander explains. Fenrir looks back. Just as he figured, the group of players chasing after them is catching up with ease. The only reason they're not here yet is because of the head start the party got. Then he notices something. Bone Cricker is ahead of him despite running at the same time and starting from the same spot. Did carrying Oleander increase his speed and endurance? Bone, You'll be able to outrun those guys as long as me and Dilly buy you some time. Take Syrah and go hide. We'll catch up later, Fenrir orders. Syrah looks surprised and makes some confused hand signs when she sees the giant orc approach her all of a sudden, but he picks her up regardless and tosses her over his shoulder. Thanks, Bone, good luck, Fenrir says. Bone Kraken nods, gains some distance, and then splits off from Fenrir and Oleander. I don't know how I feel about a giant orc being faster than a deer and wolf, Oleander says. Yeah, we're going to need to do something about that. Alright, you ready? Rather than give a spoken response, Oleander stops in his tracks when he sees a flower sticking up from the ground. He places his hands on it while keeping his eyes on the approaching enemies. From a single flower sprouts nearly a dozen viney tendrils that lash out towards the enemies. It worked. They're really weak, but let's hope they don't really. A burst of flame engulfs all of the tendrils at once. Fenny, they can use magic too. Yeah. I figured it was going to end like this the moment I punched that kid. This is when being an op main character of some anime would come in handy. What do you think? Fenrir asks. Are we still doing that thing where we never let anybody get the satisfaction of killing us? Fenrir looks back and sees Bone Crocker disappearing into the darkness of night with Syrah. Good, they should be safe. You know it. You first since you have the spear. Alright. See you on the other side, Oleander says with a smile much too large for what he's about to do. Fenrir notices hesitation in his movements, but it doesn't stop Oleander. Aiming the spear toward his heart, he pulls it forward with as much strength as he can muster to tear right through his chest. He falls to the ground. An arrow flies by Fenrir's head. Alright, gotta be quick. I'll be back for you, Rock. With that, Fenrir takes the spear out from Oleander's chest, aims it against his own heart, and hesitates. Killing himself in games was never a problem before, so why now? He feels like if he kills himself then he's going to actually die. No, this is just a game. He repeats that several times in his head right up until he impales himself. The last things he sees and hears before his vision goes to black are the angered shouts of his pursuers catching up just seconds too late. Fenrir jumps and hits the table when he realizes that he's sitting in the cafe from his childhood once more. Saya is sitting across from him with a mocking expression and a half-eaten sundae. Such a cowardly way to go out, Anna-chan, she teases. He looks around. No more field, no more angry pursuers, and no spear in his chest. His hands are shaking from leftover adrenaline. You say cowardly, I say stubbornly. I mean, come on. We killed 3 of their friends, stole 2 of their swords. They didn't get to kill us, and it's not like there's any good loot to get from our bodies. We also just started playing, so it's not like we're going to lose much progress either. Me and Ali went out in proper Divine Brigade style, Fenrir explains, a smug look of satisfaction on his own face now that he's relaxing. Saya raises her hands and shrugs. It does seem to work pretty well based off of your memories. Oh, I have a question. Of course you do, Anna-chan. I'm assuming it is the question that 92.74% of players ask after their first death. How does death and respawning work? Knew it. You know what I'm going to ask before I even ask it in the first place. So that's not really fair. Saya does an innocent little whistle while looking to the side. Anyways, you're not able to play the game for 24 hours after dying, and you will either respawn where you first spawned after making your character, or where you last slept. Not being able to play for an entire day hurts. Bone Croco is definitely going to be upset with him. And what about Syrah? That sounds like it could be taken advantage of pretty badly. What if a guild sets a bunch of quick houses and beds up outside of an enemy's city? Do you think that any city is going to let a force suspiciously set up a bunch of respawn points without doing anything about it, Anna-chan? He can't argue with that. Such a tactic works in other games where buildings can be constructed instantly and when respawn timers don't take 24 hours. That's equal to 2 in-game days. What happens if you pay for permission to sleep in a tavern for the night, but don't pay to sleep there any nights after without setting a new spawn point? That's up to us. It's the virtual assistant's job to ensure that players are not trying to abuse the game's mechanics. It wouldn't make much sense for you to respawn in a place that isn't owned by you, that you only paid for a single night, and that somebody else might be it already. That sounds like the AIs make it so scamming players isn't possible. Saya shakes her head. Newer, Une-chan. We only step in when it comes to certain mechanics like that. Like, you can't set a respawn point inside of a dungeon. You can't sneak into an enemy's castle and sleep in the leader's bed to set your spawn point there. You can't respawn in a rented room if you're not paying for it anymore, and so on. But if you like, sign a contract with somebody that says you'll do X in exchange for Y, then there's nothing we can do to enforce that. You can even paint your favorite rock gold to try and sell it to people as a golden nugget. Alright, I think I understand. So basically, when it comes to respawning at places we've slept, it only counts if the virtual assistants decide it's an appropriate spot to respawn. Right? Une-chan. I'll let you know if you try setting your respawn point somewhere where it won't be allowed, and you can ask me where you're currently set to respawn whenever you want in-game. That's good to know, thanks. What all do you lose when you die? That depends on your rebirth counters. As long as you have at least one rebirth counter, which all players start with, you will only lose the last 10% of progress you have made as far as stats and skills are concerned. But everything on you will be left behind for others to loot. You'll respawn in your birthday suit. And what about if you have no rebirth counters? Then you lose everything. You'll be forced to respawn at a random place in the world, and you'll lose all stats and skills and anything else you might have. Fenrir nods, taking in all of this information. It's good information to know. Going from what she said, he figures out that he just used up his only rebirth counter. The next death is going to severely screw him over if he can't get another rebirth counter. How do you get more rebirth counters? He asks. Saya blushes. Why does he have a feeling that this answer is going to be bad? Well, you know how babies are made, right, Une-chan? Please don't tell me that's the only way. Instead of getting a girl pregnant, you'd both get rebirth counters. Wait. Doesn't that discriminate against gay players? Saya drops her embarrassed act. You're no fun, Une-chan. Having sex has a chance at gaining all involved parties a rebirth counter depending on stat compatibility. A player with high strength will have a higher chance of getting a counter with another player who has high strength, and a lower chance with somebody who has low strength. Alright. What other ways are there to get rebirth counters? Saya pouts. You're not even considering the option I just told you about. I know. Feini. Defeating elite NPCs like dungeon bosses, killing players that are a lot stronger than you, and using rare items can all give you rebirth counters. Fenrir breathes a sigh of relief. Good. Why do you sound disappointed that I'm not some crazed sex fiend? Well, all of my experiences are tied to your own. So if you're a virgin then it basically means I'm a virgin. The only way I'd ever get to experience what that's like is if you do. So, in other words, you're a perverted voyeur. The remainder of Saya's Sunday splutters against Fenrir's face. Book 1, Chapter 14, Back to Reality. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. His eyes open. He's met with the sight of his monitor gently illuminating the spinning ceiling fan above. He probably should have turned the lights on before immersing himself. His arms and legs have difficulty moving. It feels like he isn't even in the right body. He's heard of body dysphoria cases skyrocketing after the release of this game. And now he understands why. Who wants to come back into their real bodies when they can be whatever they want in that game? He's played other immersive virtual reality games before, but the unparalleled realism of this latest game is on an entirely new level. Nothing can compare to just how real it feels to be in those avatars. Realizing that he's back in this useless body is almost enough to make him tear up. Were it not for the fact that he's used to this feeling of self-hatred, he likely would be crying already. He clenches his fists repeatedly until he can move his arms again. This is why they say to lie down before immersion. As soon as he can move his arms again, he smacks his thighs until he has feeling in them before finally removing the headset from around the top of his head. He can't help but hold it above his face to look at. Such a small, innocent-looking thing is capable of transferring him to such a vast, amazing world. It is capable of transporting him out of his useless body into the masculine, strong body of Fenrir. He gets to be the kind of man he has always dreamed of being. He sets the headset down next to him and stares up at the ceiling. He doesn't want to wait an entire day to play more. There is nothing more that he wants right now than to delve back into that world and begin exploring once more. Potentially dying and losing all progress doesn't even matter to him. He just wants freedom from this body, from this reality. His stomach grumbles. It's sod. Despite believing that he is full, his body is craving food. He doesn't feel hungry, but knows his body is. Sire, why? To begins asking, but when he realizes that the only one whom can hear him is the ceiling fan, he smiles a stupid smile. I'm so stupid, he says as he finally gets out of bed. He winces when he stands up and puts weight on his legs. This is a feeling that he definitely didn't miss in game. Looking out the window, he sees the city alive with enough lights on the streets to make one believe it's still daylight. He remembers when he could see out into the miles upon miles of green fields, but now all he sees are more high-rises. Bet the last generation never thought they'd be running from the coasts instead of to them, he says, closing his blinds so that what little light shining through is stopped. He stops by the picture on his counter on his way out of the room. A small boy with black hair is being held up by an older man whom just looks like an older version of the child, and a gentle-looking woman stands next to them. A dog is obediently sitting at their feet with a big, slobbery tongue hanging out from his mouth. His tail must have been wagging since it looks blurry. Two wonders what his parents would think of how far virtual reality has come. They never were into video games, but he bets even they would be amazed by the latest technology. He limps through the hallway into his living room. His living room and kitchen are more like one large room separated only by a small half wall that serves as a bar counter for the kitchen. Next to the kitchen is the sliding door leading to the small balcony that he never makes use of. On the far end of the living room is the door to the outer hallway, and other than the bathroom connected to his bedroom, that's everything. Only having a few hundred square feet in his apartment is all that he needs when living by himself. The living room isn't even decorated aside from an old couch and a television which only gets used whenever he's eating. He takes a bottle of hard cider off of the kitchen counter alongside a bag of salt and vinegar chips. Junk food and alcohol are two things that humanity will never run out of. He gently sits down on the couch and says, "Penguin, on." As for why he named his television Penguin, that is a mystery that the world may never discover. Really, it was the first thing that came to mind when setting it up and he didn't feel like bothering with a better name. The screen comes alive with images of newscasters arguing with one another. Do they ever do anything else? I'm telling you, Rachel, we cannot allow so much of our youth to be playing these games. We have no idea what long-term effects the techno. Next, a rerun about extinct oceanic life is on. It may be sad, but at least we have video and pictures of these beautiful creatures in their natural environment. The British commentator says, "We must learn from our mistakes and, next, you're telling me that he left you, and this beautiful baby boy up on the screen, behind for an artificial intelligence?" The mustached host says, looking into the camera in disbelief as a woman cries into her hands. The man accused of leaving her for an AI is sitting in a chair across from the crying woman, and the entire audience is booing at him. I can't take anything on this show seriously. Everybody lies and exaggerates, but it's a good show for when he wants trashy drama to scratch the rare itch. Next, 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 next. There's never anything on. This is why cable is on its final legs. He flashes by a commercial showing a cute girl in a sweater and switches back to the channel. Unfortunately, all he sees is the name of some clothes company and a phone number on the screen. Next. Oh, look. Another news channel acting like it's the end of the world. Tensions are rising higher than ever before. We lose more of our coastline every year, and those who are too poor to move to the inland cities have no choice other than to congregate into. First it was North Korea, then Russian, then China, then North Korea again, and now it's the ocean. Next. Efforts in cleaning up orbital debris are slow, but with recent advancements by the private sector, we should see new satellite launches available within the next decade. Some guy with no remarkable features says. He's the most generic looking white guy that has ever seen. Sure, Let's just fill the orbit with more satellites right after cleaning them all up. Great plan, Mr. Vanilla Bean. Groans as he shovels some chips into his mouth. He just wants to play his new game more. The downside of resting on the bed for so long is that he isn't tired at all, so it's not like he can just sleep the weight away. Well, what if? Nope, there isn't enough alcohol left to black himself out. Guess I need to order more. Next, he's finally made his way to a children's network full of politically correct yet subtly offensive jokes. Children who watch this stuff have no idea what the real implications of the show are. They think it's full of happiness, joy, friendship, and laughter. But the truth is much darker. Any critical thinker can see that the world portrayed in the show is not one that should be desired. Instead, it is a morbid reality with a doomed future that none of the characters are aware of. Oh no, the wave destroyed my sandcastle. The boy character says, "Don't worry, I'll help you build another one, and we'll build it farther away this time." The girl character says, "Together, the two toons build a quick and small sandcastle a good distance away from where the last one was." Alas, another wave rolls in and wipes it away. Darn it. Okay, let's try again, but we'll go even farther this time. Hey, where'd you go? The boy asks, looking around for his friend. Instead of helping him again, she's hanging out with another group of kids on a patch of grass next to the beach. They built a group of tall sandcastles standing next to one another, and the girl is asking them with doe eyes if she can build one. The two, HMPH. What's the point of a sandcastle if you're not even going to build it on the beach? He shouts at the group before returning to look at the water just in time for another wave to hit him. This time, the wave carries him all the way up to the group and sends his body crashing through their castles. Each one crumbles down on top of him. He looks up at them with a smug expression as the kids cry and yell for their parents, telling them that he ruined their castles. "That's what you get, you little assholes," To says before switching the TV off. He tosses his bag of chips over onto the counter. The bag slides right off and lands on the floor, spilling a few chips. To looks over at it and groans. He'll pick it up later. With his bottle of hard cider in hand, he heads back into his bedroom and sits down at his computer. It's time to order more booze. Discord is blinking with a notification message. He has a friend request from somebody named Hushed Voice. Could that be Sarah? Might as well find out. Hushed Voice. Hi. I hope this is the right person. I had Bone tell me what your username was because I forgot. But I guess if you're not the right person, you won't know who Bone is. This is Sarah. Me and Bone logged out after finding a small cave to log out in. It was really uncomfortable since it was too small for the both of us, but there was no choice. Sarah. The introduction message pops up after accepting the request. He has it set so that he doesn't get those messages until after he accepts the request. Too many people have tried sending him hate via the messages attached to requests. He may be on a new account now that nobody really knows about yet, but it's better to play it safe. You're a lot more talkative in text, To says with a smile. The meme struggle. Hey, this is Fenra. Alright, back to ordering more. Hushed Voice. Oh, good. I was worried I might have mistyped your name or got the numbers wrong. I'm so glad I didn't mess it up. I'm usually really bad with names, and adding numbers to the mix just makes it worse. X_X. Dang. I'm not used to anybody replying so quickly. The meme struggle, lol. Well, I'm glad you got it right. I know what you mean. I've messed up the numbers before. Hushed Voice. I hate numbers. I've always avoided other games like this before because all the super serious people and their numbers intimidated me. I've watched a few videos before of the world's top guilds doing stuff, and they talk about DPS, optimizations, minutes maxing, rotations, and none of that sounds fun. It just gives me a headache even thinking about all of that stuff. What's the fun in playing a game if you're just doing math all the time? The meme struggle. You sure can type a lot for being a hushed voice. I never would have thought you'd type so much from how quiet you are in game. A minute passes with no reply. Cheat. The meme struggle. Sorry, it's not a bad thing. It's kind of cute. I'm just surprised. Wasn't expecting it. Another minute passes by. He opens up the web browser to order his alcohol to take his mind off of how he probably upset he. Hushed Voice. Sorry. I had to be arby and tried to be quick. It's okay. I'm not offended or anything. I know what you mean. It's okay. All my friends used to tell me how they'd be surprised about how much I type in text messages. Nobody ever expects it. I'm just full of surprises. O_O. The meme struggle. You're a dork is what you are. Hushed voice. Hey, what does that mean? You trying to start something with me, punk? I'll beat you up. To smiles and tries to keep himself from laughing, but he ends up spitting out his hard cider all over the carpeted floor next to his desk. The meme struggle. You really are full of surprises. You just made me spit my drink out on my floor. You going to come over here and clean that up for me? Hushed voice. Mwahaha. It was my plan all along. You may be a killer of man, but I am a killer of carpets. XD. The meme struggle. Did you learn those emojis from your mum? Nobody types those anymore. Dork. Hushed voice. You have no proof, no evidence. I deny everything. The meme struggle. Let me invite you to the group chat, Miss Defense Attorney. Invitation to the great meme war of 34 sent to hushed voice. Their conversation switches over to the group channel. He's surprised that she's not trying to keep talking in direct messages. Dwarfaholic. Who is this? The meme struggle. Hey, Bone, that's Syrah. Hushed voice. The big green guy. Hi, Bone. I'm Syrah. Thanks for carrying me to safety. Dwarfaholic. You talk more now? Hushed voice. And I can actually understand what you're saying now without that accent. Dwarfaholic. You have problem with my voice. I regret carrying you to cave. Hushed voice. XD. Sorry. I'm just not used to hearing accents. Your voice is like a rock. Dwarfaholic. What does that even mean? Dwarfaholic. Mean. Victor's favorite slut. Victor's favorite slut. Syrah, you're hilarious. Victor's favorite slut. We need to be like best friends. Victor's favorite slut. PLS. Victor's favorite slut. PLS. Jib now. Hushed voice. Ali. I think you're Ali. Anyways, there's nobody else in this group. How do I change my name so it's not just one word? Victor's favorite slut. Hang on, Bab. I got you. Victor's favorite slut has changed hushed voice's nickname to Fenisby. Fenisby. What? Slash. Victor's favorite slut. Victor's favorite slut. I have no idea what you're referencing. Victor's favorite slut. But it's great. To stares at the conversation in disbelief. He had no idea that Syrah would be like this. It's really true that some people can behave completely differently in text than in person. Some people treat virtual reality the same they do real life, which he's assuming that she does, while most just treat it like it's the internet still. That's what he does. The meme struggle. Glad to see you're all getting along so well. I can't wait to see you be this talkative around us in-game. Syrah. Fenisby. Ali, please change my name. Come on X/X. Victor's favorite slut has changed Fenisby's nickname to Orcocklover. Orcocklover. This is even worse than before. Ali, I demand you change my name right this instant or I will cockblock you from every guy you ever meet. Victor's favorite slut has changed Orcocklover's nickname to Fenrir's #1 Fang Earl. The meme struggle has changed Fenrir's #1 Fang Earl's nickname to Syrabera. Syrabera, / okay, I'll keep this one. It's kind of cute. Victor's favorite slut has changed Syrabera's nickname to Blushing Emoji XD. Blushing Emoji XD. Hey, are you making fun of me? I'll beat you up, punk. The meme struggle has changed Blushing Emoji XD's nickname to Syrabera. A battle ensues between Tu and Spencer over Syrah's nickname. The battle only ends when Spencer finally says goodnight and logs off. Syrabera. Hey, Bone, aren't you in Russia? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Isn't it like super later over there? The green dot next to Dwarfaholic's name turns red. The meme struggle. He just set himself to do not disturb, so I guess you made him realize what time it is. Don't worry, he never says goodnight. He's rude like that. Syrabera. Oh, okay. To sees her typing a message to him in direct messages. She types, stops, types, stops, types, stops. He wonders if she knows that he can see her indecision or hesitation, whichever it is. Hushed voice. Hey, is it okay if you tell me your real name? I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. Sorry, this might be weird, but I'm not really used to the character name thing. It feels so much less, I don't know, less personal. It'd just be really nice if I could call you your real name. Is it too soon to ask that? Sorry if it is, I'm new to this whole thing, so you might have to teach me the rules. Teach. Hushed voice. My name is back to normal. I liked Sirobera. The meme struggle. Oh, yeah? Nicknames are just for group chats basically. Anyways, it's alright. Just don't go asking for everybody's real names. Some people might find it weird, but I don't really have a problem with it. Despite sending that message, he still hesitates in typing out his real name, which he seems to be waiting for. There are some people online who would love to get a hold of his real name. That would make their jobs so much easier. Damn kids with nothing better to do with their lives. The meme struggle. It's her. He instantly wants to delete his message, hopefully before she sees it, but he knows it's too late when she immediately starts typing. She's already seen it. Now he just has to hope that this doesn't come back to bite him in the ass. Hushed voice. I like that. It's a really cute name. To cringes. She just had to go and call his name cute. He hates being called cute. It's the only thing anybody ever calls him. He knows she means it as a compliment, but it may as well be a mocking slap in the face to him. The meme struggle. Yeah, I get that a lot. Hushed voice. I'm Sarah. The meme struggle. Come on, tell me your real name. That was the deal. Hushed voice. That is my real name. To blinks a few times. The meme struggle. Really? You used your real name? Next you're going to tell me you made your character look like yourself. Hushed voice. I did. I'm pretty happy with my name and how I look, so why not be the same in the game? I'm pretty cute if I do say so myself. Wow. She's got some confidence when she's not face to face with people. He likes that. Actually, there are too many people who complain about themselves in reality and pretend to be somebody else in game, like himself. The meme struggle. I will admit you're pretty cute, so you're not wrong. I guess you're not a 500-pound guy in your mom's basement. Hushed voice. / The meme struggle. Okay, I'll never call you cute again. Hushed voice. Wait, I take that back. The meme struggle. Anyways, dork. You should probably change your name and looks. If that's your real stuff, then it would be easy for somebody to dox you or stalk you. And trust me, you don't want that. Hushed voice. You said you'd protect me, so that's your problem. The meme struggle. How am I supposed to protect you in real life? Hushed voice. You'll just have to come move to New Charleston so you can protect me from all the bad guys wanting to kidnap me. His heart skips a beat. He steps away from his computer to open the blinds and look out over the city in front of his window. Don't coincidences like living in the same city only happen in shows and stories? Book 1, Chapter 15, Patch 4.0. Rocks are a man's best friend. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. To recalls his conversation with Sarah from last night. They've been talking almost all day long via Discord, but he can't stop thinking about last night's revelation. She lives in the same city that he does, with several million people living within the city's limits and new buildings being constructed constantly. She could be anywhere. His apartment's balcony got its first use earlier today when he decided to stand out on it and just look over the city. Thousands of people passed by through the streets below. Was Sarah one of them? It also got him thinking about how many other people he's met online before. As low as the odds may be, he doubts that she's the only one who lives near him that he's come across. How many others have there been? With how popular Fantasy Tales Online is, there is most likely several thousand people playing it who live in this city. It's weird to remember just how small the world truly is and that somebody he meets online could be his neighbor. Now, with the sun having set and lying on his bed, it's been 24 hours since he killed himself as Fenrir. Time to immerse. A single light is left on in the corner of his room this time. The last thing he needs to do is trip in the dark and break something after waking. Processing memories. Si's voice says. A floating progress bar quickly fills up with green. All done. Welcome back, Anna-chan. Whoa, Sarah really was talkative. How come you didn't tell her you lived in the same city as her? To looks down at his hands. They're large and masculine once more. He's Fenrir again. I thought it'd be weird if I said anything. What if she worries I'm going to stalk her now that I know her name, what she looks like, and live in the same city as her? Fenrir replies. We both know that's not why you really didn't say anything, stubborn Anna-chan. You're in my head, so I'm sure you can figure out whatever the real reason might be. Hey, what happens to you when I'm not synced up to the headset? Saya pouts before moving on to answer his question. I'm dead. Just kidding, but I'm only really active whenever you're synced up. Part of me is stored in your brain, the other part is stored in the headset's hardware, and the software installed on the headset is what brings the two parts together to work. Fenrir leans forward to poke her nose. She makes a shy yelp before quickly covering her nose with one hand and batting his hand away with the other. Wow, what was that for? She shouts, stomping her feet. I never tried touching you before, so I wanted to see if I could, he explains. At least he learned that she feels every bit as realistic as a real human does. He was able to feel the warmth of her nose, the little bump in the tip of it, and her soft skin. Would you like to enter Gaia if you're done harassing me, Bakuana-chan? The cringe is reaching new levels if you say both of those things together. But you still like it. In the words of Sira, you have no proof, no evidence, and I deny everything. HMPH. Do you want to play or not? Fenrir gives his Tsunderimto assistant a thumbs up. She sends him through the same process of swirling colors and shapes as the first time he entered the world of Gaia, and now he finds himself standing atop the exact same patch of grass that he was when he started. A breeze carrying fresh air brushes against him and makes his ears twitch. It's only been a few seconds and he's already 100 times happier than he was in reality. Sira was able to find a picture of the game world's map online, zoomed in on the region where they started, and tried circling the area where she believes that her and Bone Cricker are in. Fenrir remembers seeing the picture she sent him, but he can't actually remember any of its details. It's all a blur to him now. This memory blocking thing is a pain sometimes. Guess I'll just follow the coast until I can find that village again. He explains his plans out loud to nobody in particular. The walk is going to be boring without the rest of his party. Sira said she'd log in to keep a lookout for him, but Bone Cricker and Oleander aren't available for the night. Wait, how come I can remember what Sira said about meeting me, but not the map she showed me? Shouldn't I not remember anything at all about plans made outside of the game? Fenrir asks. Only stuff that would give you an unfair advantage over other players, Anna-chan. Like I said before, it's all up to my discretion. I don't believe that knowing what she said about waiting for you gives you an unfair advantage over other players, but remembering the details of an out-of-game map would. Saya explains. Fenrir can only imagine how annoyed some players must be by this. There are plenty of players who need to know the exact mechanics and workings of the games they play, yet they don't get any such thing here. They likely believe that it's bullshit and unfair to not have a complete understanding of every mechanic. How is damage calculated? What decides if a player instantly dies or not? How much experience do players gain from various tasks and enemies? It is pretty confusing to play a character that the player barely knows anything about. All they know is what they can see and feel. But isn't that the point? In a way, stats and skills exist in reality and humans have no way of knowing what they have unless they learn it themselves. Some might have bonuses to music and art, others might have naturally higher strength and speed stats, some get special perks like insane flexibility, and so on. Humans can learn skills and improve them through practice, but no stat window is ever going to pop up and tell them about it. This game truly is the most realistic one of all time. At least it's fairer than reality since everybody starts off equally. Fenrir continues thinking of such things as he heads down the coast. Fortunately, when he comes across more of those oversized crabs, they passively go about digging in the sand like they were when the party found them. What are they digging for anyways? He stands to the side and watches the crabs dig. They notice him and give him a curious look, but when he stays still and doesn't attack, they go back to digging. The crabs dig hole after hole for nothing in return. Maybe it's just an idle animation with no purpose. Oh well, he doesn't want to spend too much time here since Sira is waiting on him. Alright, good luck to you too. I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for. One of the crabs taps on something beneath the sand. It sounds hard. Fenrir watches the crab as it immediately digs down its other claw to assist the first one. A few seconds later and a massive shell gets pulled out from beneath the sand. Hundreds of pink, Slimy tentacles no thicker than pencils begin frantically waving out from the shell's opening, desperately attacking the crab holding onto their shell. Alas, it proves useless when the crab effortlessly cracks the shell in half and holds the exposed core up to its mouth. Fenrir is able to get a quick look at what's inside of the shell. It looks like all of the tentacles are attached to the same fleshy mass hiding inside of the shell. This is confirmed when, upon the crab devouring the fleshy mass, all of the tentacles go limp. The tentacles kind of look like worms. Fenrir has an idea, but it's going to have to wait until later. Getting his rock and meeting up with Zero is more important right now. Thanks for the tip, Fenrir says, giving the crab a quick pat on the claw before jumping back to avoid its attack. The crab clearly doesn't want to be interrupted while eating. Fenrir eventually spots the wooden buildings of the village on the beach. Time to get back into the grass and sneak. Whether it's real life or any other video game, crouching in tall grass is always a great way to sneak around. He gets close enough that he can accurately line himself up with the building where they ran from. He wants to try and follow the exact path that they took. Turning away from the village, he looks into the field and... oh, well, that makes things easier. Multiple trails lead through the field. Grass is bent down, heavy footprints are embedded in the dirt, and one particularly wide swath of grass has been brutalized. Looks like Bone Crooker's size is good for something other than making himself a huge target. Following the tracks makes finding the site of his death easy. Somebody is already here. Really? These folks didn't have anything on them. God, the guys weren't joking when they said these fags have nothing on them. Richard groans before smashing Fenrir's pack shell against the ground. Rock was in there. I wouldn't be down to Zero respawns if that bastard would have just let me fook his girl, and not kill me. No fooking girls come out here. How am I supposed to get a new respawn? Damn it, I should have listened and been more careful about my lives, Richard shouts, kicking Fenrir's remains. All Fenrir can think about is how Rock was in the pack shell. Are you really that upset about a rock, Anna-chan? Sayo asks. Not just a rock, my rock. Fenrir thinks back to her. Richard is wearing what looks to be the leather armor he died in last night, but he has a new sword. Bone Crooker should still have his old one. Fenrir looks around for the spear. It isn't anywhere to be seen, so the others must have taken it back already. Like a wolf stalking his prey, Fenrir lowers his body and circles around through the grass to the back of Richard. The grass is just barely tall enough to hide Fenrir as long as Richard stays distracted by kicking what little remains of Fenrir's last life. Prowling like a wolf on causes that bestial urge within him to surface again. He'll need to be quick. The only way he's going to win is if he takes Richard by surprise again. Fenrir steps forward. Richard spins around from the sound of a twig being snapped behind him. Their eyes meet. Richard goes for his sword, and Fenrir goes for the pounce. Book 1. Chapter 16, Patch 4.0, Rocks are a man's best friend. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Richard is able to draw his sword but not before Fenrir crashes into him. You're fucking naked. Get off of me, Richard shouts, seemingly putting more effort into avoiding letting Fenrir's +3 inches accidentally touch him rather than trying to defeat his opponent. This whole being naked thing might be a pretty good tactic for fighting homophobes. Fenrir grabs Richard's wrists to pin him to the ground beneath his own body. However, Richard is both stronger and faster. It only makes sense for him to be more powerful since he's been playing the game longer. Yet, while Richard may be able to get his hands off of the ground and be able to occasionally smack the pommel of his sword against Fenrir, he isn't able to break his wrists free due to the position that he's in. The pommel of Richard's sword smacks into the side of Fenrir's head again. It hurts, and every attack makes Fenrir feel closer to blacking out, but it isn't enough to stop him. He just needs to think of a way to defeat his enemy. He cannot run, for he would be caught up too. He also can't steal the sword because the moment he takes a hand off of either of the enemy's wrists, it will be used against him. Fortunately, this man is just as stubborn as Fenrir hoped he was. Any smart player would be shouting for backup right now, but there is no way that an asshole like Richard would ever call for assistance against a weaker, and naked, opponent. The fuck are you smiling for, you furry faggot? Richard shouts and spits onto Fenrir's face. Alright, okay, so that's how it is. Calling Oleander a faggot isn't alright and will result in severe punishment. but he doesn't care if somebody calls himself that. However, he does care if somebody tries calling him a furry. He isn't a fan of being spat on either, but that isn't as important as being called a furry. Sure, he may be a half-in-the-closet weeboo, and he may be playing a human male with large, fluffy wolf ears and an even bigger and fluffier tail, but he is not a furry. Fenrir brings his knee up between Richard's thighs to press down, hard, into the bottom's crotch. Richard doesn't look the least bit pained. "You think that's going to bother me?" I set my painters. Richard is cut off by Fenrir bashing his forehead into Richard's face. By the time Richard is able to focus his vision again, he sees Fenrir baring his fangs and latching onto his neck. Richard's eyes go wide when he realizes what Fenrir is doing. "You even fight like a fucking furry!" Richard shouts, finally breaking his open hand free from Fenrir as he tries tearing apart his neck. Richard grabs onto the back of Fenrir's head, taking a firm grip of his hair, and pulls him away from his neck. Fenrir is forced off of Richard. What little advantage he had from the element of surprise is now gone as both men get to their feet. Only one of them is wielding a sword and has armor, and it isn't Fenrir. Bloodied bite marks are left where Fenrir was biting away at Richard's neck. But Fenrir does see that he has something else. Their struggle on the ground positioned them near his broken shell pack, and Rock is right next to Fenrir's feet. Richard's first attack is easy to dodge from how telegraphed it is. Fenrir uses his dodge to duck down and pick up Rock with his right hand. Something immediately feels different. Similar to how that feral urge builds within him during fights, holding Rock causes him to feel a sort of bond with it. Did he really bond to a rock? Sure, it's Rock, but at the same time, even he wants to ask himself, really? Got you? Richard shouts, thrusting his sword into Fenrir's abdomen. Fenrir winces from pain and grabs onto the hand holding the sword with his own free hand, keeping the blade in place. He fears that another attack is going to finish him off. His field of view is already shrinking as darkness encroaches from the borders of his sight. "You're really fucking annoying. I just fucking got back in the game and you're trying to kill me again," Richard shouts. Fenrir pours every last ounce of his strength in swinging Rock directly into the side of Richard's head. It would probably be much more satisfying if a sight and sound were traumatizing content enabled for Fenrir, but even without the gore and skull-breaking sound effect, Richard falls to the ground. Richard's grip on his sword was lost during his fall, leaving it stabbed into Fenrir. Darkness consumes more and more of Fenrir's vision. "What the fuck? Seriously? You comb me with a fucking rock? Since when were rocks so fucking up?" Richard shouts, voice full of rage and hatred for the game that just let him get wrecked by a rock only slightly bigger than an apple. "Fine, I give up. Alright, I don't want to get fucking reset by a furfag. Let's just call it even and I won't make every single fucking one of our allies hunt you down," Richard says, rubbing the side of his head. He may not have pain enabled, but that just makes the entire side of his head feel as if it isn't even there from how numb it is. He feels as if he's missing half of his head. The ironed lips on the numb side can't even move. "We're part of the August Empire, so if you kill me, I'll have you labeled as an enemy of the faction. Millions of players will kill you the moment they see you. And put your fucking duke away. Nobody wants to see that sheet." Fenrir pulls the sword out with his free hand, points it down, and thrusts it into Richard's chest. Sure, killing Richard with Rock would have been nice, but it's much more satisfying to kill him with his own sword. Again, Fenrir leans down over the pommel of the sword to look Richard directly in the eyes as life begins leaving them. Fenrir utters a single phrase that, no matter how stupid and old it may be, never fails to maximize sodium levels. "You mad?" Richard's expression twists into one of pure fury before life leaves his eyes and he is kicked out of the game for another 24 hours. Going by what Fenrir heard him talking about, he'll be starting completely over next time he can immerse. Fenrir doubles over, clutching where he was stabbed. This is different from the damage he took from the crab the other night. The pain from that fight was gone almost immediately, but this pain feels like it's here to stay. At least the darkness isn't consuming his vision any further than it already has. He looks over at his corpse. It's his first time getting a good look at it. His bark armor is still intact for the most part, but a few chunks of it have been broken off from getting kicked by Richard. More concerning is his body itself. It has already deteriorated to nothing more than a skeleton. Oleander's corpse is the same. Just a skeleton. Fenrir looks at Richard's latest corpse. Nothing is happening to it yet. Fenrir sort of wishes it would hurry up and turn into a skeleton, since it would make this next part less personal. Fenrir strips Richard of all but his briefs. He doesn't want to wear the same underwear that another man was wearing, even if it's in a virtual game. But he has no issue with wearing the other clothes and leather armor that Richard had. Of course, he places his bark armor on over the leather armor. He can't just leave behind his old armor. Now he looks like the strapping image of a noob adventurer. Being naked felt nice and all, especially when the breeze would brush against him, but this is much better. The clothes and armor even fit him almost perfectly. They're a bit tight around his biceps and chest, since Fenrir is a slightly bulkier character than Richard was, but it's not an issue. The only annoyance is that he had to cut a slit in the pants for his tail to squeeze through. With Richard's latest sword and armor, and rock, Fenrir can finally meet up with Sira. His tail excitedly wags. He follows the particularly wide track that Bone Cricker made through the field into the nearby forest. He's surprised that they weren't followed and tracked down, but it was pretty dark when it happened and none of the pursuers had torches that he could remember. He doubts anybody wants to chase after a giant orc into a dark forest with no way of spotting an ambush. Walking through this section of forest is nice. It isn't nearly as dense as the one he met Siru in, so he can just enjoy all the sights and sounds that it has to offer him. That is, until something reaches out from behind a tree and grabs him. Fenrir jumps with a lowered tail and burnt ears, readying his new sword, and Siro's expression is the definition of smug. "I'm already wounded. You're going to finish me off if you hurt my heart like that," he explains, but he can't help smiling. It was a pretty good jump scare. His heart is still racing from it. Or is it racing because he knows she looks this cute in real life and also lives in the same city as him? Her expression turns from one of smugness to worry when she sees the blood dripping and staining his new clothes. The shirt, leather armor, and bark do a good job of actually covering the wound up, but it doesn't stop it from bleeding and staining the shirt's fabric. What happened? She asks. "I killed that asshole again." She blinks a few times. "Oh, why aren't you healing?" "I think I've healed a little bit. My vision isn't so dark anymore, but it's taking a really long time. I guess PvP damage lasts longer." Sira does a double take. It looks like something has caught her attention. She's closely looking at his hand and jumps when she confirms what she saw the first time. "What are you jumping for? Trying to make me feel better for making me jump? Don't worry, I'll be getting my own revenge eventually," he teases. Your rock, I saw it move." Fenrir looks down at his hand holding the rock. Surely enough, it's moving. Book 1, Chapter 17, Patch 4.0, Rocks are a man's best friend. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir and Sira have been watching Rock for several minutes now. After noticing it gently shaking inside of his hand, he set it down on the ground for the two of them to observe. Now, 5 minutes later, the rock is still shaking periodically but nothing else is happening. Sira raises her hands but lowers them immediately after. "Why do you think it's moving?" she asks. "No idea. I thought maybe it's like a secret egg or something, but..." Fenrir pauses to tap on the rock. "It just feels like a rock." "I was excited for a moment thinking I found some super secret dragon egg or something like that, but I guess this isn't one of those kinds of stories." Sira pokes it herself. "Yep, definitely a rock." "What now?" she asks. "Now? Well, now I pick up rock and we figure out something to do," Fenrir replies, picking up rock just as he said so that he can tuck it into his new pocket. He can only fit it roughly halfway into his pants pocket. "Don't shake too much or you're going to fall out," he says, but when he realizes he's actually talking to a rock and not just trying to be funny, he has to pause for a moment. Sira looks like she's going to laugh. "I'll do whatever you and Rock want to do." She's definitely teasing him. We're kind of in a bad spot here as far as options go. I don't want to get too far ahead of Bone and Illy. And wherever we go, we're going to be getting farther away from at least one of them. We also have to be careful of that village. You looked like You were having lots of fun when you were fishing. Do you want to do that more? Fenrir is going to fall in love at this rate. Yeah, but we don't have to do that. We can do something that you'll enjoy, too. I'll enjoy it if you're enjoying it, Sira says, looking up at him with honest eyes and a soft smile. He can't look at her right now. If he does, then she'll see how red she's making his face. It's also a good thing he's wearing 3 layers of protection over his chest, or else she might just see how hard his heart is beating right now. All right, since you want to go fishing so badly, I guess I can take you fishing, he teases. He has no idea how else to reply other than by joking about it. Thank you for spoiling me. Sira sounds sarcastic. But when he takes a look back at her, she looks genuinely pleased. Which one of them is really the one getting spoiled here? All right, I got an idea on the way here. Let's go test it out. The duo walks north for a good distance before turning west and heading back toward the coast. They would really rather not come across coastage or any of its inhabitants. Plenty of small talk is made during their walk. What's your favorite color? Fenrir asks. Cyan, Sira replies. Yours? White. Is that why your hair is white? Yeah, plus I mean, everybody has white hair now. It might be generic since white hair is what's popular, but I like it. Even dyed my hair in real life white. What's your favorite animal? Dogs. Fenrir gives her a high five. Well, it's more of a low 5 given their height difference. Same. Dogs are the best. My dad used to always joke saying that if a man wants unconditional love, then to get a dog instead of a wife. He hears a noticeable huff come from behind him. He sees Sira pouting when he looks behind him. My mom used to react the same way every time he said that. I wonder why. It's clear from her voice that she doesn't really wonder why. Favorite food? Fenrir changes the subject. Pizza. In that case, I have to ask you the most important question regarding pizza. Pineapple, yes or no? Pineapple is the best topping, Sira says with the most confidence that he's heard come from her yet. Fenrir feigns a gasp as if he's been betrayed. How could you filthy heathen? I am a proud knight of pineapples on pizza, Sira declares before looking away shyly. It's the loudest Fenrir has heard her. Is she embarrassed about talking so loudly? He's not sure, but he is sure that she looks really cute when embarrassed. You don't need to be so embarrassed around me. You can be the same dorky girl that you are in text. She pouts when he calls her a dork again. I'll beat you up. Fenrir stops and turns around. All right, first punch is all yours. Sira looks surprised and confused, making a few hand signs before blushing and completely turning her back on him. You know I couldn't. That's not fair. It's adorable how you act so tough over text but then can't even punch me, he teases her more, giving the back of her head a gentle poke. Come on, shouldn't be much longer until the coast. By the way, what's up with the hand signs? He asks. It's nothing, she's quick to reply. What's your favorite food? I told you mine, so. Fenrir raises an eyebrow. It's obvious that it's not really nothing just from how serious her voice sounded, and it's even more obvious that she doesn't want to talk about it. Chips. They're already made, taste good, and cheap. I pretty much live off of them. That's not healthy, but they taste good. Bad dog. Hearing her call him a bad dog is surprisingly effective. It even makes his ears and tail lower. This game is going to turn him into some sort of pervert into pet play at this rate. He was already getting enough of being called doggy by Sire, and now Siro is joining in. The back and forth of asking questions regarding one another's favorites lasts until they reach the coast. All right, remember how those crabs from the other night were digging around in the sand? Well, I watched a couple of them on the way down here. You made me wait to watch crabs. Siro interrupts him. When he spins around to look at her, ready to apologize, he sees her flashing a teasing smile. He doesn't feel bad about watching crabs anymore. I'll literally change your Discord name again. Sira frantically shakes her head. That's what I thought. Anyways, I saw what they were looking for, Fenrir continues, drawing his sword, pointing it down, and thrusting it into the ground. It slides right through the sand with little resistance. He does this over and over, moving a few feet each time. It takes 10 minutes of walking around thrusting his sword into the ground before he hears the tip smack against something hard. Sira has been watching from the sidelines with a smile on her face the entire time. Found one. All right, look, he says, sheathing his sword and digging into the sand with his hands. It takes a good minute of digging enough sand away for him to pull up the giant shell. The hundreds of pink tentacles lash out and start smacking at him, but they are nothing more than a minor annoyance. When he looks at Sira, however, she's cringing with disgust and covering herself up. What's wrong? 10 tentacles. What about them? I've seen videos that I regret seeing. Judging by the blush on her cheeks, he can only assume that she means she stumbled upon tentacle hentai. She must be vanilla. Fenrir suddenly feels ashamed for the number of tentacle videos he has watched. Regardless, his shame isn't going to stop him from getting revenge on her for the earlier teasing. He aims the opening of the shell that the tendrils are protruding from toward her. She steps away when he steps closer. Don't you dare. Oh, Fenrir dares. At least, he pretends to. He only acts like he's chasing her for a few seconds before stopping. Don't worry, I wouldn't. I'm not that mean. She looks grateful enough that he wouldn't be surprised if she starts crying. It melts his heart. I'm coming over, but I promise I won't let them get anywhere near you, alright? They're not long enough to reach out further than they already are, I think. Fenrir explains. Sira nods but looks ready to run at a moment's notice. I'm thinking that I could cut the tentacles off and use them as bait. They kind of look like worms, right? I just need to cut them off and hook them too. Wait a second. Fenrir stops in his tracks and looks around. Something is missing. But what is it? He looks down at Rock to make sure it's still in his pocket. It is. He looks at the shell. The tentacles are still smacking his hands. He looks at Sira. She's as cute as ever. He brings his tail in front of him. It's as fluffy as earlier. So then, what's missing? But you don't have a fishing rod, Sira says. Oh, yeah, that. Fenrir slouches and drops the shell back into the hole he dug it up from. Guess I'll come back for it later. Sorry. Sira can't resist apologizing for how defeated he looks. I thought you just try spearfishing more. It's nothing for you to apologize for. I'm just stupid. Sorry for wasting our time. Sira shakes her head. It's not wasted if it's with you. You're going to make guys fall in love with you if you talk like that to them, he says, looking away from her. He expects to hear some sort of teasing too good to be true response from her. But when he peeks over his shoulder to look at her, she's blushing more than he is. What the heck is that supposed to mean? He looks back to the ocean. Even if his plan was foiled because of an extremely stupid mistake that he should never have made in the first place, at least he gets to see more of this beautiful view. He just can't let Oleander know of his mistake unless he wants to get made fun of at every opportunity. For somebody who is supposed to be the one in charge of making long-term strategies, this failure is just embarrassing. Sira takes a deep breath and gives his shirt a soft tug from behind. Is it okay if I'm deaf? Fenrir feels like an asshole for what he asked earlier now. That explains why she makes those hand signs. And it also explains why she seemed off after he asked her about them. Deafness is just such a non-problem now that he's only ever heard of sign language and has never seen it before. Sorry for being insensitive earlier, and of course it's okay. Why wouldn't it be? He asks, his voice serious as he turns around to face her. He gets mixed signals when he sees her both smiling and tearing up. It's not your fault. And I've told others about it before, and they always stop talking to me. Or they'd make fun of me for not using the implants, Sira explains. Yeah, well, Fook, whoever would make fun of you or stop talking to you over that. Sounds to me like it's a good way to figure out who the assholes are so you can stop talking to them, he says, sounding angry to her surprise. Sorry, it's just that people like that really piss me off. You don't care if I'm deaf? Why would I? You're still Sira even if you're deaf, and Sira is who I care about, he says. She looks down and smiles. The smile on her face is way too large to let him see it. Ali was right about you, she says, wiping a nervous tear away from her eye. Right about what? You being a natural flirt. I'm not flirting, I'm serious. I care about you. And I'd never care if you're deaf or anything else. Exactly. For somebody always calling me a dork, you're the biggest dork of them all. She sounds more comfortable talking now, whereas before she always sounded like she was nervous about every word that left her lips. Now she talks without any of that worry. Fenrir scratches the back of his head, trying to figure out what she's implying. Says the girl who's crying and smiling at the same time. It's your fault for making me so happy. Book 1, Chapter 18, Patch 4.0, Rocks are a man's best friend. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir had to take a few moments after that to recollect himself. He was getting all worked up and serious about how people are assholes for not accepting her deafness, and then she had to go and say the sort of thing that girls in anime say, which elevates them to best girl status. With little else to do in game that won't put Oleander and Bone Croco at a disadvantage, the two decide to go back to the forest to find a nice spot to log out in. Though, they end up not actually doing that. They spot a sloop traveling along the coast toward Coastage just as they're about to leave. Fenrir convinces Sirrah that they should follow it and see where it's heading. Surely enough, it ends up docking at Coastage. They're able to see about a dozen men get off of it, and one of them is wearing heavy, elaborate armor. A flag decorated with a picture of garlic with several squiggly lines rising from it stands proudly at the top of the ship's single mast. Sirrah looks at Fenrir to try and guess what he's thinking, since he's been quiet ever since it docked. The look on his face is the same one that she saw when he was killing that guard and then running away through the field. I want it, Fenrir says. Why? Sirrah asks. Because I don't like these assholes, and because I want a ship. Where did that come from? Seeing the ship. So you see a ship and then want to steal it? It's as simple as that? Yes. It just takes a single second of looking at his face to tell how serious he is. I looked up that name Ali mentioned last night. Divine Brigade. There were a bunch of articles about how Divine Brigade was full of horrible people and how everybody is glad that they're gone. I guess they used to jump from game to game to mess with people and then randomly stopped. Was that you guys? Sirrah asks. Fenrir looks at her. He's clearly surprised and must not have been expecting her to do her research. He looks back at the ship. Yeah, that was us. I was the leader, Bone and Ali were my seconds in command, he answers. But all the articles said you guys were horrible and mean. That's not true at all. You're the nicest guy I've ever met online. And the others are really nice and fun as well. Nah, I definitely am an asshole and a horrible person, but only to people who I think deserve it. I wouldn't steal this ship from some innocent guys just trying to fish and have fun, but I would gladly steal it from a group of assholes who disrespected you and Ali. You're not bad if you only treat bad people like that, so why did everybody hate you? Because being a bad guy is cool. They're the ones who get all the power and fame. And then everybody wants to join them or at least ally them. It isn't that the people who help them are bad, they just want fun, and playing with the bad guys usually brings the most fun and action. We stopped them from having fun, so everybody hated us. So you only targeted bad guys and people who worked with them. Fenrir hesitates. I can't promise we only targeted bad people, he says, looking at her to see an unimpressed expression. Look. Sometimes we just wanted some quick fun and the easiest way was to mess with the first people we saw. Sirrah keeps up her false disappointment for a few more seconds before breaking into a giggle. It's okay, it's just a game, right? They both return their attention to the docked sloop. Large crates are being carried to and from it. So, how are you? How are we going to steal it? What's that? You want to live a pirate life now and help us steal ships? It sounds exciting. Okay. Fenrir gives the top of her head a pat like a proud father would give his child. It gives her mixed feelings. We'll need Bone and Ali. The three of us can steal a ship like that with no problem. If we can steal a supercarrier in eternal space with just the three of us, we can steal a small sloop. Sirrah looks at him with a curious expression. That's a story for another time. But let me just say that people were really mad about it. The developers actually patched the game to make the method we used impossible to repeat. Even developers hate us. Fenrir explains, sounding way too proud of what he's admitting. Are you going to remake Divine Brigade here? Sirrah asks. Nah, Divine Brigade's days are over. Bone and Ali don't have the time to play as much as they could back then. And we cut ties with the rest of our old members. It was getting too toxic for us. I guess you could say our members were trying to turn us into what we hated. Did you just leave them? Oh, number. We stole everything we could from our own members and then destroyed everything else. The ones we liked still were spared, but most lost everything. We've still got secret caches in dozens of online games in case we ever decide to go back to them. Why don't you try restarting it, but be more careful about who you let in? We could, but none of us really care about leading a big group again. We're just playing more casually now. We want to enjoy the game without being constantly hunted down everywhere we go. Everybody would hate us and target us if they found out we were in this game. Playing would be impossible. Honestly, probably at least a few hundred people would start playing this game for the sole purpose of hunting us down to get revenge. We really pissed people off. It's a miracle none of those guys from last night realized what Ali meant when he brought that name up. Your secret is safe with me, Sira says with a thumbs up and cute smile. Fenrir gives her a thumbs up back. Alright, let's hope that this ship doesn't leave before Ali and Bone can get on. Ready to head back to the forest? Sira nods. Thus the two of them head back to the hiding spot she found with Bone Crocker. A small cave entrance can be spotted on the side of a mound within the forest, though it's less of a cave and more of a den, like for a bear. Inside of it is Bone Crocker's sleeping body being tightly squeezed between its walls. It's a miracle he was able to fit himself inside of there. How did you sleep in here if he's taking up all the space? Fenrir asks. I had to sleep on top of him, Sira explains, watching his face for a reaction. She gets the reaction that she was hoping for when she sees him blush and look jealous. Naturally, she's going to take advantage of this. Are you jealous? She asks with a smug smile, giving his abdomen a poke. Fenrir realizes what she's doing. He knows that Bone Crocker would never touch her nor even think about it, and he doubts that a giant green orc is her type, so she's just trying to mess with him. Sleeping with Bone Crocker is more like sleeping with a giant Russian teddy bear than a man. Alright, two can play that game. If she wants to bully him, he's going to bully her right back. Fenrir's revenge finally begins. The easiest thing to do would be to tease her for her petite body. She's short. The bark armor he made her hangs straight down over her chest without anything to bump it outward. And, wait, has she always had such defined hips? Now that he's looking her body over, he's noticing that while she may be flat and have slim thighs, she has some of the widest hips he has ever seen. Well, they may not be the widest ever, but they give that illusion when contrasted against the rest of her body. He's pretty sure that they're wider than her shoulders are. They look perfect for holding on to while. How long are you going to stare at me for? Sira asks. Fenrir jumps and looks up at her face to see her blushing and looking away. He doesn't know if that counts as a victory for teasing her, or if this counts as another victory for flustering him. He covers his lower face with his right hand and copies her by looking away. We'll call it a drought a day, alright? He asks, peeking at her to see her nod. And anyways, I think there's enough room for us all in there, but it's going to be a tight fit. Sira is quick to say, you have to go first. You've gone from being shy and quiet to shouting orders at me in a day. What's next? Are you going to reveal that you're a closet dominatrix? That depends on if you're an S or M. I'm going into the cave now. As much as Bone Crocker would likely despise it, Fenrir has no problem climbing in over top of the orc and lying down against him. Fenrir just has to make sure to keep a hand over the pocket rock he's in to make sure that it doesn't fall out as he squeezes in between Bone Crocker and the den's ceiling. He assumes that the overseer isn't taking over for Bone Crocker since it knows they're friends and that there is no ill intent, but given how this game is run by a bunch of AIs, he has no idea if that's really why Bone Crocker remains sleeping or not. As he climbs aboard. Now you have to log out first. Sira orders him from outside of the den. Alright, Mom, I'm going, Fenrir says. He can feel Sira's cringe. Please don't call me that again. Whatever you say, Sira Berra. She's silent now. When he peeks out at her, he sees her covering her face with her hands and squirming. He wins. Alright. I'll be on Discord if you need anything, he tells her before switching over to his thoughts. Sire, I'm ready to wake. Aye, Captain Chan. Sire replies. What's with the sailor play? You're going to steal a boat, aren't you? That makes you a captain. Well, a soon-to-be captain, and only if you don't mess up. Divine Brigade never messes up. I thought you said Divine Brigade isn't coming back? You know what I mean. With that, the environment around him turns black as he is transported back to reality. He opens his eyes. His ceiling fan is as swishy as ever. It takes a few moments for him to regain full control of his body. A thought pops into his head. What if somebody breaks in while he's immersed? He knows that Saya can warn him in case anything like that happens, but what use is being warned if his body is essentially going to be useless for several minutes after waking? The urge to use the bathroom overwhelms the numbness in his legs. After relieving himself, he grabs some more chips, a glass of water when he remembers that he never did order more booze, and heads over to his computer. Syrah has already sent him several messages. Hushed voice, thanks for playing with me again. You might have made me wait so you could play with crabs, and forgot that you didn't have a fishing rod, and then sexually harassed me with your eyes, but I had a lot of fun. Hushed voice, I can't wait to play with you again. Hushed voice, what's with this girl? He can't help but be reminded of the last time a girl warmed up to him this quickly. That ended up with him just getting taken advantage of, but there's nothing for her to gain from doing that. Does she actually like him? No, he can't forget that some girls are just friendly. She's going to think he wears a fedora and trench coat if he assumes she likes him just because she's being friendly. The meme struggle, you're a dork, Syrah. He can already see her typing a reply. While waiting for her to finish typing, which he doubts will take more than a minute, he opens up a browser window to search for a sign language guide. Book 1, Chapter 19, Patch 4.0, Rocks are a man's best friend. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Cheat. I slept too much earlier, says, staring up at the swishing ceiling fan. He told Syrah that he was going to sleep a while ago, yet he's been unable to fall asleep. Nothing like staring at the ceiling to pass the time, he says with a groan before rolling onto his side. If he can't sleep on his back, what about on his side? The result is the same. No sleep. He's wide awake and all he can think about is playing more of the game. He could just study more sign language, but his brain is already overloaded with the most basics of it. He needs a break from it. Whatever time after waking earlier that wasn't spent replying to Syrah's immediate messages was spent watching old video lessons on sign language. Guess I'll see if there's anything on, he says, reluctantly getting out of bed to walk into the living room so that he can plop down on the couch. Penguin, on. The television turns on and shows the same cartoon channel that he left it on. Unfortunately, none of the shows that he enjoys are on. He flips through the channels. What he stops on is a talk show rerunning its latest episode that he's heard about. One of the top actresses in America is discussing her latest husband with the show's host. So that makes, what now? 2 wives and 3 husbands. The host asks her. The actress looks fairly pleased with herself as if having so many spouses is a badge of honor. That's how most people treat polyamorous relationships in this day and age. He was just too cute to pass up. And just look at this ring he got me. The actress holds out her hand to show off the latest oversized diamond sitting above all the others on her wedding finger. Isn't it wonderful that you can marry as many lovers as you wish now? To think that such a thing was still frowned on when we were kids. The host exclaims. The actress smiles and laughs. I know. It was such an archaic system back then. What do you think about the people who criticize polygamy still? There isn't much to think about. They are stuck in outdated mindsets. We are a free society that celebrates love, not shames it. Why is it any of their business if somebody has enough love to share with more than one partner? Critics will say that people like us are shallow and not truly able to love more than one person, but doesn't that just mean they have less love than us to give? They're not even able to consider the possibility of having enough love to share. The actress explains. The audience bursts into clapping and cheering. To enjoys conversations like this. He may not have any interest in the 101 romantic comedies that the actress is in, but he always enjoys listening to others' opinions on social matters. The whole rise of polygamy is an especially interesting topic. His dad always told him that such open relationships were only for sexual deviants, and he loved to blame the rise of polygamy on the widespread acceptance of fetishes such as cuckolding. He also blamed the demise of religion for it, saying that marriage is no longer a sacred thing because of everybody separating it from its historical purpose. His mother was much more accepting of polygamous relationships, saying that she found the concept of it romantic despite only ever having feelings for her husband. It was always fun listening to them bicker over what real romance is. And now I'm sad. Great. To grumbles. Penguin, off. The television turns off. Guess I'll just go screw around in game. I'm sure I can find something to do that might not get me killed or progress too far ahead of the others. After lying down on his bed once more, this time with his virtual reality headset, he immerses himself back into fantasy tales online. He is immediately met with a sight that he is not prepared for. Neither his mind nor heart is ready for what he sees. And now it makes sense why Ciro asked him to let her log in first the next time they play together. In order to properly fit into the small den with him and Bone Crooker, she has cuddled herself in next to Fenrir. Her face is directly in front of his own and only inches away, and he can feel her smaller body pressing up against him. As soon as the first perverse thought enters his mind, he carefully, but hurriedly, slides his way out of the cave. Ciro rolls over and plops face down against Bone Crooker's chest as soon as he's no longer there for her to lean against. The sight makes him jealous, but it's for his own good and hers. All right, what to do? Fenrir says, trying to take his mind off of how close he just was to Ciro. Rock shakes in his pocket. I knew I was forgetting something. I wanted to look up why you might be shaking so much, but I forgot. I'd probably just forget about it next time I immersed anyways, Fenrir says, giving the rock a bait on the half of it sticking out from his pocket. His stomach grumbles. Let's see if I can't find some water to fish in. Wait, why don't I just... Fenrir switches over to his thoughts. Sire, can you tell me why Rock is shaking like this? Nope, Unai-chan. Sire replies. He figured as much would happen. With a defeated slouch, he walks away from the cave deeper into the forest. The morning sun is rising and giving just enough light to illuminate his path through the forest. Calls of nocturnal predators go quiet as they are replaced with the morning songs of birds. Part of Fenrir just wants to stand around and enjoy the scenery, and he most likely would if it weren't for his stomach growing increasingly hungry. He might have to grab food for the others as well. If he's getting hungry, Ciro and Bone Crooker are most likely going to be starving by the time they immerse next. Fortunately, Fenrir finds a gentle stream not too far away from the cave. The first thing he does is scoop up some water to drink since he realizes that he's parched when he sees it. The next thing he does is craft another stone-tipped spear. He is tempted to try and just spear fish with his sword, but he would rather not dull his blade in case he needs to defend himself. The stone-tipped spear comes out even better than it did the first time. Not only is the spearhead sharper, but the whole construction is sturdier and feels better to wield. Alas, that feeling of learning something doesn't hit him. Going to need to craft more or better stuff if I want to get better. Is that it? He says to himself. Fenrir walks over to the stream that he found and prepares his spear. The first fish he sees is a long, bass-like fish with grey scales and a particularly long dorsal fin. The fin looks like it belongs on a shark instead of a freshwater wannabe bass. Let me show you how it's done, Rock, he says, setting Rock down on a nearby tree stump. He doesn't want it to fall out of his pocket while he's trying to fish and get carried downstream. Then again, it is a pretty heavy rock. But losing Rock isn't worth the risk. Readying his spear, Fenrir's eyes lock onto the circling fish to try and predict its movements. Now the feeling of learning something hits him. It's the same feeling that he got earlier when he first tried tracking fish with his eyes. The fish's movements are clearer now, and he finds it easier to predict where it is next going to be. Breathe in, breathe out. The enemy is right there and completely unaware of the hunter's presence. One must wait for the perfect moment to strike to maximize their chances of success. The target isn't going to escape. Now, the spear thrusts directly into its mark, impaling its victim on it. Fenrir drops his spear and grabs onto the one now sticking out through the front of his abdomen. This spear actually has a proper metal head unlike his own, but the pole itself is still wooden. Got you, you bastard. Too bad you're too far from home to call for help, a voice taunts Fenrir from behind. but it isn't one that he recognizes. It's feminine, but also deep in a sort of raspy, tomboyish way. This isn't good. The darkness that was overtaking his eyesight after being stabbed earlier was finally gone. Now it's back in even more force than before. He feels like even a slightly rougher poke is going to knock him out. I think. Fenrir pauses to let out a pained grunt. You've got the wrong guy. He shouts at her, drawing his sword and bringing it down against the wooden shaft of her spear. The spearhead gets severed off and falls to the ground. You bastard. I spent all my money on this. She shouts, pulling the headless spear out of him. Fenrir lurches forward without the spear holding him up in place. Cheat. I really don't want to die here, he thinks to himself. Most of his body feels numb. He may not get paralyzed by pain as somebody with maximum pain allowed would, but the numbing effect that takes its place is just as dangerous. Why can't I just fish in peace? He asks, turning around and falling to one knee. Huh? Fish? Shouldn't you be busy trying to trick more girls into being some dumb toy for you like the rest of your guild does? She asks, using her spear now staff to swipe his only standing leg out from underneath him. He's forced to his knees. I told you that you've got the wrong guy, Fenrir struggles to say, barely able to see through the black now. It doesn't stop him from trying to thrust his sword forward. She smacks it out of his hands. Yeah, right, you just so happen to be wearing armor with that guild's logo on it just because you feel like it. Am I supposed to believe that? She replies, smacking the tip of her staff against his right shoulder. He looks down at where she just smacked. It's hard to see, but she's right. There is a damned stinking garlic sitting on his shoulder which looks the same as it did on the ship's flag. There probably isn't any chance of talking his way out of this. I promise you that you've got the wrong. She thrusts her staff into his gut, knocking him onto his back. He can't move. He tries to form fists, but he can't. He tries to wiggle his toes, but can't. He can't even lift his head to properly look at her. Sire, what's happening? He can still think at least. Sorry, Anna-chan, but when you're defeated you won't be able to move. You're at the mercy of whoever defeats you. As long as the last attack isn't a fatal blow, you'll just be incapacitated and unable to move so that your enemy can do whatever they want with you. You don't have traumatic content enabled though, so nothing too bad can happen to you. Sire explains. What she added on about nothing too bad happening doesn't make him feel any better about this. The woman stands behind him now, holding her staff up above his head and preparing to smash it right down into his face. Any last words, bastard? She asks. A sadistic grin is on her face. She looks as satisfied as the character of a movie whom is about to avenge the death of their father by a man with 6 fingers on his right hand. I can see up your skirt, Fenrir says, making it very clear that he's looking up underneath it. Black. How risky. Might as well piss her off even more if she's just going to kill him anyway. And oh does it work. With burning red cheeks and a glare that could kill, she thrusts her staff down toward his face. Fenrir instinctively closes his eyes. The hell is this thing, you bastard? She shouts. He hears more fighting. Damn ankle biter. Where were you hiding? She shouts some more. It sounds like she's smacking her staff against rock. Whatever it is she's attacking, it has to be hard enough for her staff to break against it since a splinter of the wooden shaft lands on his chest. Fenrir uses all of his strength just to turn his head so that he can see what's happening. A small, canid creature that looks to be made of stone is sinking its fangs into her ankles. It isn't large enough to reach any higher. Ow, that fucking hurts. She shouts, kicking it with the foot it isn't biting onto. It turns out that kicking something seemingly made out of stone isn't a good idea. How the fuck am I supposed to beat you? She shouts at it, swinging around the foot that it's latched onto. She inevitably throws it off of her foot. It lands right next to Fenrir's head, giving him a better view of it. It's the size of a small dog and looks like a dog that was carved out of stone. Yet it's surprisingly nimble. Its tail even has a slight wag to it. Furthermore, it's the exact same brown color that rock is. It has the occasional spots of gray and white, too. The stone pup snarls at the woman as it takes on an aggressive stance. It can't be. Right, Rock? Fenrir asks. The pup, Rock, turn its head back to look at Fenrir. A pair of silvery eyes sits within its eye sockets that look to be the only non-stone part of it. Even its short fangs are made of jagged rock, and its tongue is the same way. Rock looks back at the woman and barks. "Don't you fucking dare hurt Rock," Fenrir says, glaring at the woman. The look in his eyes is enough to send shivers down her spine, even though she knows he can't fight back anymore. His voice and eyes still scare her. Book 1, Chapter 20, Patch 4.0, Rocks are a man's best friend. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir doesn't fully understand why, but when he looks at Rock now, it feels as if he's looking at his old dog from childhood. He feels the same desire to protect Rock that he did with her. Even if it's just a game, even if this is a Rock-turned dog that he has known for a total of less than a day, he refuses to lose another friend. He didn't stand by back then, and he won't stand by this time either. The tiniest amount of strength makes its way back into his body. He is filled with determination. "Look at you, making a puppy fight for you. What kind of heartless bastard does that?" the woman asks, despite being the one to try kicking it just moments ago. "It really pisses me off that I have to hurt an animal just to kick your ass, but it's no better than its master if it's protecting you." She raises her staff and swings it down toward Rock. The staff was already broken once from hitting Rock, but it's still possible to whittle down its health with enough attacks. Only, she hits Fenrir instead of Rock. What little strength Fenrir could muster is used to throw himself over Rock, protecting the small pup from her staff. A single arm holding himself up is all that is keeping him from falling onto his friend. "The hell are you doing, bastard? You were lucky enough to get a second chance and She cuts herself off when she realizes just what it is that he's done. Rock is standing in front of his face with concerned eyes. He can't make out any of its facial features other than its eyes staring into his own. It leans its head forward to lick his face. Its tongue may be made out of rock, but it's smooth and just as comforting as the real thing. Fenrir can't move his body again. For the second time, she has incapacitated him. TCH. Damn it. She shouts from behind him. He can't see what she's doing anymore. Then he feels her hands press against where she impaled him. They're warm, too warm. No, it isn't her hands that are warm. It's something coming from her hands that is flowing into him. The darkness overtaking his vision begins dissipating. Is she healing him? "Thought you wanted to kill me?" Fenrir asks, struggling to use his voice. "Shut up. I'm not going to kill somebody that sacrifices themselves for a dog. The assholes I want to kill wouldn't even blink," she explains. With the darkness disappearing, he's able to see more and more of Rock's new features. Its ears are essentially two pointed slabs of rough rock, and its face is more of the same. The rest of its body is made out of the same blocky rocks, giving it the appearance of a low-poly model despite the material it's made out of being extremely detailed. There are chips in the rock, discolorations, rough edges, and more. While it may lack fur, its surface is mostly various shades of brown with spots of gray and white. The rocks around its silver eyes and on its nose are the only black parts. "I told you I wasn't with them," Fenrir tries explaining again. Somehow, the healing feels more aggressive than it was before. "Then why the hell are you wearing their uniform? It even has their symbol on it. The only thing making you different is this useless bark you're wearing on top of it." He has to admit, she does have a point about the bark being useless. It really hasn't helped at all other than to cover himself up, and now that he's got proper clothes and armor, he doesn't really need it anymore. "Are you talking about those garlic guys? Because I took this armor from the guy I killed. I only just started playing and was naked, so it was either continue walking around only wearing bark or take his stuff," he says, watching Rock's expression grow happy or as its master is being healed. Though, it occasionally steps back to peek over him at the woman. It gives her a cute little growl every time it does. "You should have said that sooner. Were you going to believe me?" TCH. "You don't know that I wouldn't have. Also, I'll have you know that they're only black because that's all the merchant had. I wanted white, but..." She cuts herself off again. The healing grows even more aggressive. "Shut up. I'm not even saying anything." "Now you are, so, shut up." Rock barks at her again. "Good boy, you've got my back. Fenrir praises Rock. Wait. He presses his head against the ground to look underneath Rock. He doesn't see any male bits, but it's not like Rock has any bits of anything down there at all. Good boy, he says, looking at Rock. Rock looks happy, but good girl. Rock gives an excited bark and wags its tail. All right. So apparently Rock is a girl. He suddenly feels guilty for giving her such a masculine name. Don't tell me you didn't even know what it was, the woman says. Give me a break. Like I said, I only just started playing, and before you decided to randomly shove your pole inside of me, she was literally a rock. Don't make it sound so erotic. I didn't shove my pole inside of you. I stabbed you with a spear, which you broke. He can hear her gritting her teeth. She continues, you expect me to believe that some new player not only took down a geared player on his own, but also found out how to awaken an artificial companion? Who the hell do you take me for? I take you for the kind of girl who goes around randomly shoving poles into innocent guys, he says. If this healing could get any more aggressive than it already is, he's sure it would. Hey, sire, he's thinking now. What does it mean to awaken an artificial companion? I can't tell you anything other than that the overseer decided the requirements were met, and that Rock now has a custom AI based off of your memories and personality controlling it. Anna-chan, Sire explains. The little information she does give him is less than he was helping for, but it's enough. Thanks, sire, he thinks before switching back to talking. You said something about getting a second chance. What did you mean? He asks his enemy-turned-healer. You really are new, she says with a sigh. You might be able to get a tiny amount of your health back if you have a strong enough willpower to do something. Protecting somebody, running away, surviving. If you're determined enough, you get a second chance. It never makes a difference since you'll still only be a single attack away from getting incapacitated again. Your best option is to run away if your opponent is distracted. It's also believed there's some sort of time limit on how often it can happen, but nobody knows for sure, she explains. So basically, the game has a built-in mechanic to allow players to try and pull off epic final moments, but it's only ever used for running away. Fenrir can't even imagine being able to run away given how much pain he was still in after getting that second chance. The aggressive flow of healing magic finally ends. Fenrir feels as great as he did when he first started playing. He looks down at the torn fabric where the spear came through, and surely enough, the wound is completely closed. All that is left is a scar. As soon as Fenrir sits up, Rock jumps into his lap and excitedly wags her tail with enough force that her entire body is shaking with it. He lets each of his hands stroke along her body from her head to her ear. I'm going to need to give you a better name now, huh? He asks, looking down at her with a wide smile. The woman walks to the front of him. The hell are you crying for? You one of those masochists who set their pain to max or something? She asks. Fenrir brings one of his hands up to his face. Surely enough, when he wipes his eyes, there are tears. That's embarrassing. I'm just really happy right now. Thank you for not killing us, he says, looking up at her face with a genuine smile. She looks away with red cheeks. You better be grateful, she says, scratching the side of her face. By the way, you know which one of the bastards it is that you killed? Yeah, Richard. Killed him twice. I think he was out of rebirth counters this last time since I heard him talking about how he was out, or something like that. She looks back down at him with a huge smile. Seriously? You reset Richard? If you're not fucking with me then I owe you a drink. That's the bastard who tricked me and reset me. What happened? Fenrir asks, petting Rock, whom is also looking up at her and waiting to hear the story. She looks pissed off just remembering it. They gave me permission to sleep and set a spawn in their village since I wouldn't be able to immerse for a few days, and when I finally came back, I respawned without anything on me. The bastards killed me while I was gone, took all of my clothes and weapons, and then locked me inside of the house. That asshole, Richard, is the one who told me that they would keep on killing me until I reset unless I let them farm rebirth counters off of me. Told me I'd have to enable traumatic content and everything so they could even farm me while I wasn't immersed, she explains. Her smile is gone and replaced by rage. I refused to let them have their way with me, so they just killed me over and over again until I eventually reset. Really pissed me off. Yeah, Fenrir can't really judge her for jumping at the opportunity to kill him now. He would do the same if that ever happens to him. He's taken out revenge on people before for far less than what happened to her. Looking over her, Fenrir realizes that her looks completely betray her personality. He was expecting some brutish orc girl or something from how savage she was and from how angry she always sounds. But she instead looks like some sort of holy maiden, with bright blue eyes and beautiful, golden hair that hangs down past her waist. She looks like the kind of girl that should be riding a white steed and going around helping starving children and hunting demons. As far as armor goes, she's wearing a simple set of slim, iron armor that hugs her curves. Her greaves end halfway up her thighs, and there is the slightest amount of skin visible between where her greaves end and where her plate skirt begins. Absolute territory is the best kind of territory. Between her armor and now broken spear, it looks like she bought the first set of gear that she could save up for so that she could come back over here to get revenge. The armor itself looks either poorly made or heavily used. Yeah, we stopped by there the other night. That asshole wanted to do to my one friend the same thing he wanted to do to you, I'm assuming, and was insulting my other friend. Killed him, ran away and killed myself before his friends could do it. And then just came back earlier today and killed him again, Fenrir says, trying to take his mind and eyes off of her thighs. Thighs are second only to sweaters. Hey, I think I just got an idea you'd like. I just wanted to steal their ship before, but if you help us, I think we might be able to take them all out. Interested? He asks. The woman crosses her arms and raises an eyebrow. If it's screwing those bastards over, then I'll at least hear you out. Fenrir holds a hand out. Before I say anything else, I'm Fenrir. Do you have a name that I can call you? She looks down at his hand. He can see a bit of a blush returning to her cheeks. I'm Cassiel, she says, giving his hand a quick shake before huffing and pulling it back. Book 1, Chapter 21, Patch 5.0. All your shipper belong to us. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Cassiel is excited to work with Fenrir after hearing his new plan. He has to work some of it over with Oleander still, but it should work. For now, Fenrir and Cassiel exchange Fiscord names and head back to their safe spots. It's late. Fenrir may not have gotten much done, but he's made a new friend, well, he thinks that he can call her that, and has helped Rock evolve into a proper pup. He can't wait to see how the rest of the group reacts when they see her now. Of course, he's also interested to see how they're going to react to Cassiel. He can't imagine them being too kind to her if he lets them know that she almost killed him. Maybe he shouldn't let them know. Nah, he's definitely going to let them know. Having crawled back into the small den where Bonecracker and Siru are logged out in, he wakes from the game and heads over to his desktop. He has to add Cassiel to Fiscord before he forgets her username. Friend request sent to Holy Justice number 3498. Her Fiscord username fits her in-game appearance, but as far as matching her personality goes, it's a complete miss. The request doesn't get accepted right away. He stares at the screen for a few minutes in waiting. It's only been a day, but he's grown used to Sira's immediate responses. He also sends a message in the group chat letting everybody know that he's found a new friend and has come up with a plan, but that he has to tell them the plan in-game. He figures that telling them the plan outside of game would be pointless since their virtual assistants will just block the memories. Time to try sleeping again, Tu says, stretching and yawning. He's fortunately tired enough to sleep now. His alarm wakes him up at a normal hour, which is unfortunately only a few hours after he was finally able to fall asleep. Staying awake is going to be rough if he doesn't want to mess up his sleep schedule. Then again, seeing as how he has nothing to do but gaming, it's not like it matters if his schedule gets messed up. Yeah, I'm pathetic, he says to his ceiling fan. I need to get one of those little robots that automatically make and bring you coffee. Hey, fan, go buy me a coffee robot. The fan replies by continuously spinning its blades around. Fuck you too then. Tu grumbles and climbs out of bed. After relieving his bladder, the first thing he does is plop into his desktop's chair and open up Fiscord. There are new messages in his direct messages and the group chat. He checks the group chat first. Victor's favorite slot, K. Victor's favorite slot, I'll start heading down to you guys after class. Victor's favorite slot, Is the new person a cute boy? Of course, that's all Spencer is worried about. To checks his direct messages. Hushed voice. Good morning. I just woke up. I hope you slept well. Let me know when you're ready to play more. I hope we have another wonderful day together. Hushed voice. I just read the group chat and saw you played more. I told you not to immerse again before me. Zero is too precious for this world. She needs to be protected. Alas, he decides to bully her instead. There's one more conversation with new messages. Holy Justice. Hey, Holy Justice. Ready to kick their asses whenever you are. Whereas Spencer is obsessed with cock, Cassiel is apparently obsessed with revenge. He sends a couple of messages to the group chat and Syrah before sending Cassiel a response. The meme struggle. Your name and looks make me think you're like some sort of paladin role player, but you seem more like the Dark Knight type. To get some water and a morning snack while waiting for the replies to come in. Surprisingly, Syrah isn't the only one to have replied while he was up. Holy Justice. I used to be. Holy Justice was one of the August Empire's holy knights before Ifu King got reset. Holy Justice. Livia wouldn't take me back since I wanted revenge, but she didn't want to hurt relations with their guild. The meme struggle. Livia. Holy Justice. Yeah, she's the empress of the August Empire, sits up in St. August and bosses everybody around from there. The meme struggle. Remind me of this in-game so I don't forget when I immerse. Holy Justice. It's vague enough and common knowledge so it shouldn't get blocked. The meme struggle. Good to know, thanks. It's going to be a few hours before we can do anything. Holy Justice. Immerse to help me pass time. I'm off today. The meme struggle. So bossy. At least let me finish my breakfast first. And by breakfast, he means chips. He looks down and pinches his gut. Alright, there's only a little bit of pinchable fat there. More than he'd like, but not too bad. He sends a message to Syrah asking if she wants to hop in with him to hang out with him and the new party member. Naturally, Syrah immediately agrees and says she'll immerse right away. She doesn't want to let him immerse before her again. He sends one more message to Cassiel before putting away his chips and getting ready to immerse. The meme struggle. See you in game. A few minutes later and who is Fenrir once more. Fenrir opens his eyes to green muscles. Syrah isn't in front of him this time, but he can hear her giggling and Rock playfully barking. Rock slept at the entrance of the den to keep watch. Now, Rock is running around and playing with Syrah. You're so cute, Syrah says, giving Rock a few pats on her head. Where'd you come from? Were you lost and decided to stay with us? She asks. That's Rock. Fenrir chimes in. Syrah jumps a bit when she hears his voice, but what surprises her more is that this puppy is supposedly that silly Rock Fenrir was carrying around with him. Really? This is Rock? She asks for confirmation. Rock answers her question by hopping up and barking. How? Syrah asks. I'm not sure how it works. I was about to get killed, and then Rock turned into this and saved me. She's a good girl, Fenrir explains as he crawls out from the den. Rock assaults him with licks and nuzzles the moment that he's out. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? That's right, you are. Fenrir showers Rock in praise, making that stony tail wag even more. Fenrir looks up at Syrah. She looks like she wants to pout, but he isn't sure why. Maybe she's jealous that Rock is giving him attention instead of her. She is jealous. But that's not why. How'd you almost die? She asks. Our new friend wanted to kill me. She thought I was with those pricks from Coastage. Didn't realize that their logo is on these clothes, he explains, showing her the shoulder with the logo. Wait, I should. He draws his sword and uses its tip to cut the logo off. Much better. Rock barks in approval. Syrah looks even huffier than before. What's wrong? Fenrir asks. I don't like anybody who tries hurting you, she answers. Don't worry about it. After hearing her story, I would have done the same if I was in her shoes. Those guys are assholes to more than just us. Anyways, ready to go meet her? Syrah reluctantly nods. Rock takes the lead, excitedly running ahead and getting distracted by new scents every few feet. Fenrir stands by every single time that Rock gets distracted. Gotta let her sniff, Fenrir explains. Fortunately, Sira doesn't seem bothered by Rock drastically slowing them down with all of her sniffing sessions. The trio eventually makes it to the stream where he first encountered Cassiel. Sitting on a rock next to the water is an annoyed woman trying to put her spear back together. She's failing at it. She's even gathered some of those stems to try and glue it back together, but it doesn't work. "Hey, Cass!" Fenrir shouts over to her. Cassiel turns to look at him with frustrated eyes. "My name is Cassiel, not Cass, and you better hope that your plan works. I was starting to get attached to this spear, but you broke it," she shouts. Her eyes focus on Sira when she notices her. Who's she? Fenrir expects Sira to hide behind him similar to how she did when she first met Bone Crooker and Oleander, but instead, she steps in front of him and crosses her arms. "I'm Sira, and you better not hurt him anymore," she says, mustering all of her courage. "Huh? Listen here, Shorty," Cassiel says, standing up and gripping the remnants of her spear in her hands. She's making herself look as intimidating as she can. However, when Rock places herself between the two girls, Cassiel steps back and huffs. "I only want to kill the bastards who reset me. I'm not going to hurt anybody who doesn't want to hurt me." All right. We're all friends here, so let's calm down. You're both girls who those pricks wanted to screw over, so bond over that instead. The last thing we need right now is for you." Fenrir pauses to look at Cassiel, "to try and thrust your pole into us." Cassiel's face goes red. Her lips are moving as if she wants to shout something very angrily, but no words come out. Sira smirks at Fenrir's innuendo and notices the other girl's reaction. Cassiel might be a strong fighter that could easily defeat Sira in a test of strength, but Sira is already coming up with plans to take advantage of Cassiel's apparent weakness. Sira can't wait to see Oleander and Cassiel together. Book 1. Chapter 22, Patch 5.0, All Your Shippa Belong to Us. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After having Cassiel shout all manners of profanities at Fenrir for his suggestive remarks, the party sits around trying to figure out what to do to pass the time. Fenrir, naturally, wants to fish. Sira is content playing with Rock and keeping an eye on Cassiel. Cassiel wants to try and hunt down more players from Coastage. Rock just wants to do Rock things. Fortunately for Fenrir, he knows how to get underneath people's skin. Is it manipulative? Yes. More importantly, does it mean he gets to fish? Yes. I suppose I can see why you don't want to fish. You're probably just bad at it and let all the fish escape. Fenrir teases Cassiel. Sira picks up on his plan and lets out a not-so-subtle giggle. "I'd never let them escape. If I've been able to hunt monsters and players down, hunting a fish is nothing." Cassiel shouts back. "This is going to be easy. It takes more skill to lure and reel in a fish than it does to sneakily thrust your pole into a man's rear. At least Ali will love you for that," Fenrir continues. Sira's laugh is even more noticeable this time as she actually does try to hide it instead of just pretending to hide it. Clutching what remains of her spear in her hands, Cassiel looks like she's on the verge of snapping it into even more pieces. "How many times do I'll stop if you can catch more fish than me." Fenrir casts his line. It's a bite. She's hooked. "Fine. How are we even supposed to do this?" She angrily accepts the challenge. "Go get me a stick and a flat stone so I can make a spear for you." "I'll make myself one while you do that," Fenrir explains, holding up the stick and rock that he found a few minutes ago and has been working on. Cassiel storms off to look for the materials. Now, when it comes to sharpening and shaping the rock that will be used as a spearhead, there is a problem. Fenrir's trusty rock has been turned into rock. "Hey, name pending," he says, looking over at Rock. "Name pending?" Sira asks. "Well, yeah, can't just keep on calling her Rock. Isn't that too manly?" I don't think she cares," Sira says, and Rock backs her up by barking. If Rock is happy with being named Rock, then there's no way that Fenrir is going to change her name. "Then I guess you'll stay Rock. Rock. Now, come over here." Rock happily runs over to him, sitting down and looking up at him with an obedient desire to serve. First off, Rock is too cute to not get the top of its head rubbed before doing anything else. It is only after an adequate amount of petting her head that he asks for her help. I have no idea if you can do this or not. But do you think that you could? I don't even know how to ask this. Do you think you could bite and chew this thing into shape? Remember how I used you to make those first? Wait. Fenrir pauses and stands up. Walking next to the stream, he finds where he was trying to fish last night, looks into the bush that he was standing next to, and sure enough finds his spear. I forgot about this one. Oh well, Fenrir says, returning to Rock. Remember how you helped me make this spearhead? He points at the tip of the spear. Rock barks. Then do you think you could make this one look like that? He holds out the flat rock he found. Rock sniffs it, paws at it, and finally looks up at Fenrir to give an approving bark. Good girl, he says alongside a rub of her head. Taking the flat rock into her mouth, she bites down on the edges with her jagged, stony teeth until it's shaped into a spearhead. Fenrir cringes when he hears her chewing and swallowing the chunks of rock that she bites off. He's not sure if that's good for her. But she is made out of rock. He gets an idea. While Rock is busy with the spearhead, he picks up as many nearby rocks that he can find. He comes back to Rock sitting next to the spearhead with a wagging tail. Its sharpness and shape are even better than when he did it himself. You're seriously awesome, Rock. I wish I could take you into reality with me. I'd train you to make and bring me coffee, Fenrir says. Sira raises an eyebrow. Rock isn't one of those coffee robots, she says. I know, but it'd still be nice. I either need a coffee robot or a cute wife to bring me coffee, he replies, taking one of the rocks he just gathered and giving it to Rock. While Sira blushes and thinks about highly classified thoughts within her mind, Rock excitedly munches on the given rock and begs for another one when she sees that he's holding more. Makes sense. You're made out of rock, so you eat rocks. Wait, doesn't that make you a cannibal? He asks Rock. Rock tilts her head for a few seconds, tongue hanging out from her mouth, before going back to begging for more treats. You're too cute to say no to. You're definitely going to grow up and be super spoiled, Fenrir says, placing 2 more rocks down while pocketing the rest. By the time Cassiel returns, Rock is sleepily lying on Sira's lap with a full belly and Fenrir is holding 2 spears. He tosses one of them to Cassiel. Here? Made you one already. The hell did you make me gather this stuff for then, you bastard? Did you just make me go and look everywhere for nothing? Cassiel shouts. He expected this. Looking at the stick and stone she's found, he has to admit that they're perfect for making a stone-tipped spear. It looks like she really went and tried finding the best possible materials she could instead of using the first ones she found. Sorry, you're right. I'll make you one with the stuff you found. I promise I didn't mean to send you off for nothing. I had just forgotten about the spear I made last night is all, Fenrir explains. Cassiel's expression confuses him. She goes from clearly pissed off to blushing and looking away. She looks like she wants to say something again. Here, I'll have your spear ready in no time. He holds his hands out, waiting for her stick and rock. She hands them over, but also says, thanks. It's nothing to thank me for. I said I'd make you one, plus it means getting to fish, so I should be the one thanking you, Fenrir replies. I mean, TCH, you bars, I mean thanks for apologizing, Cassiel says, squirming in place and unable to make eye contact. I was always getting fucked with and nobody ever apologized, so I just assumed you were screwing with me, so I guess she looks pissed off with herself at this point, gritting her teeth as she clenches her fists. I'm sorry for assuming you were just fucking with me. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Shut up. I'm apologizing, alright? If you do something wrong then you apologize for it. You apologized to me, so I'm apologizing to you, so just take it. Alright. Thank you for apologizing too, Cassiel, Fenrir says. She turns away after hearing his thanks. Fenrir walks back over to Rock and Sira since he needs Rock's assistance one last time. Think you can help me out again, Rock? Rock looks at the stone and whines. However, when Fenrir holds out a few treat-sized rocks for her, she eagerly hops off Sira's lap and gets to work. She's actually really nice, isn't she? Sira asks, whispering quietly enough so that Cassiel doesn't hear. Fenrir looks over at her. Cassiel is still standing with her back turned to them. Maybe when she's not going all on me, she's a total tsndeer. What's that? Ciro asks. Fenrir blushes and shakes his head. Don't worry about it. His answer makes her pout. But he's already said too much. He can't allow her to discover just how far he's delved into the world of Japanese cartoons or hentai. He still remembers her aversion to tentacles. Before the image of Sira getting wrapped up in a bunch of lewd tentacles grows any stronger in his head, he distracts himself with putting together Cassiel's new spear. He feels like he has to apologize to Sira just for imagining such horribly lewd things happening to her. She's too pure for any of that. But that just makes it even better. He shakes his head. Bad thoughts, bad. With Rock done helping out and overfilling herself on even more treats, she lazily crawls back onto Sira's lap and closes her eyes. Alright. This is the best one I've made yet. You really picked the perfect stuff to make it with. Fenrir calls out to Cassiel. I put a lot of effort into finding good materials, so it better be, Cassiel says. He swears he can see just a tiny bit of a spark in her eyes when she takes the spear. Whether it's a good or a bad spark, he doesn't know. Alright, let the fishing challenge begin. You know how to spear fish? Of course I do. Anybody can do it. If a bunch of naked cavemen can do it, then I easily can, Cassiel says, walking up to the stream. There. She shouts at the first fish she spots. She throws her spear. It misses, breaks against the rock it hits, and gets carried downstream. Judging by the fact that she's standing perfectly still and not making a single noise, he's guessing that she's less than pleased. He's almost scared of handing her the spare spear he made. Cassiel turns around, snatches the spear from his hands, and then turns away. You first, she demands. Alright, just watch how I do. I said you first. Fenrir tries to look at her face, but all he can see is a bright red cheek. Guess he's going first. Book 1, Chapter 23, Patch 5.0, All Your Shippa Belong to Us. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A large, slow fish with pointy whiskers and a thick body rests on the bottom of the stream. It reminds Fenrir of a catfish in reality, but it has two extremely long whiskers that reach out farther than the fish is long. They seem to be feeling around for any potential food along the bottom of the stream. Each time they find something promising, the fish swims over to the location and floats over it. Cassiel stands by ready to mock Fenrir for what she assumes is going to be a complete fail. Instead, Fenrir's spear manages to. Yeah, it's a fail. His spear thrusts into the muddy bed of the stream, only managing to cut the fish's side. Such a great teacher you are. Cassiel is the one to start the teasing. At least I still have my spear, Fenrir replies and wins, seeing as how she has no comeback to that. Sira has carried Rock to a better spot so that they can watch the two's competition. She sits on her ground with her back to a tree and Rock in her lap, rolling over onto her back so that Sira can rub her belly. The rock on the underside of its belly may not be softer, but it is smoother. Fine. So I just have to thrust instead of throw. I didn't know that. You should have told me sooner, Cassiel says. I thought that if cavemen could do it, so could you? Fenrir asks. Shut up. Fenrir worries that she's going to grind her teeth down to tiny stubs if she keeps on gritting them so much. That one's mine. I call it. She shouts as soon as the next fish comes into view. Alas, rather than try to track the fish and predict where it might move, she simply thrusts as soon as it's in range. Another miss. You can't just wildly thrust your pole around the place. You have to properly grip it, aim it, and thrust in the perfect angle. Shut up. Cassiel's face is pure red and the most pissed off that he's seen it. Sira has to use her hand that isn't petting Rock to hide her smile and giggles. Another fish. You want to call this one too? Fenrir asks, looking over at Cassiel. She's glaring at him. Her eyes tell him that if he says one more thing, her spear is going to be going through his chest. It's another one of those catfish-like fish, but this one is smaller and moving around more frequently. It'll be more of a challenge than the first one he missed. With his spear readied and held in each of his hands, His eyes never leave the fish and try to predict its movements. He's able to predict where it's going to move next more often than not. The biggest giveaway is its whiskers. Each time they stay in a spot for more than a few seconds, the fish moves over to them. He peeks over at Cassiel. Looks like she's noticed the pattern as well. Fenrir thrusts his spear and impales the fish. He lifts it up out of the water and almost loses it when it tries flopping away to freedom. Unfortunately for the fish, the only freedom it gets is the freedom of death after Fenrir grabs its tail and smacks it against a rock. He looks over to Cassiel to smugly show off his catch. But she has the same idea. They both look at one another with a fish in hand. The game is on. The two split up to cover more ground along the stream, and so that they don't have to compete for fish, they bring every fish they catch back to a pile in front of Syrah and Rock so that she can keep track of who's in the lead. Each of the competitors is heavily breathing and practically tripping over themselves in an attempt to hurry back and forth between the stream and their respective piles. Syrah doesn't know who she wants to root for more. Sure, she might have a crush on Fenrir and want to see him win to see him happy, but at the same time, Cassiel is clearly putting in a serious amount of effort to try and win. Cassiel also has the underdog factor going on for her. But Fenrir has the literal dog factor going on. Whether to root for the inspiring underdog or the romantically interested in dog is a tough choice. She also thinks it would be really cute to see Fenrir's surprised face if he loses. The stream is devoid of fish before long. Any survivors from the onslaught of a competition have fled into faraway waters, leaving the two monsters terrorizing fishkind without any further victims. Fenrir and Cassiel both stand hunched over in front of Syrah. They look like they're about to fall over at any moment. Syrah had no idea that fishing could be so intense. Who won? Fenrir asks. Even his tail and ears look tired. Tell us. Cassiel somehow still has enough energy to shout despite being out of breath. Syrah looks at each pile again and then points at Cassiel. She won by one, Syrah says. Fenrir doesn't dare look over at Cassiel. He can already feel her smug sense of satisfaction staring at him. The last thing he needs to see is, wait. When he looks down at the piles of fish, one of the very first fish that he caught is sitting in her pile instead of his. Sure, she could have caught an identical fish, but then what happened to the one in his pile? He stares at the fish and then looks up at Cassiel. She looks away. He looks at Syrah. She, too, looks away. Syrah, Fenrir says. Yes? Syrah replies, I thought we were friends. We are. Cass wouldn't have been able to steal my fish without you noticing, right? Maybe. Fenrir looks down at Rock. Rock looks away. I feel very betrayed right now, Fenrir says. He can see a single bead of sweat running down from Syrah's forehead. He's pretty sure that he would see the same from Rock if Rock could sweat. It's not my fault. She talked to me about how girls have to stick together and look out for each other, and she said it'd be fun to see how you look when you lose, Syrah explains. They must have had a secret meeting when he wasn't paying attention. You weren't supposed to say that. Cassiel shouts. But she almost killed me. Fenrir shouts now, causing Syrah and Rock to both droop their heads and look at the ground. Fenrir needs Oleander here to help him bully Cassiel. Syrah can't be trusted. Even so, he's the first one to laugh. I see how it is. There needs to be some more sausage in this party since all the girls are teaming up against me. Syrah breaks her sad act and giggles. Even Rock goes from looking miserable to wagging her tail and barking. Cassiel is the only one left out of this sudden change of mood. You aren't actually mad? She asks, looking at Fenrir. Of course not. Why would I be? It's just a game, and this was all for fun, Fenrir explains. Cassiel realizes that while she may have convinced Syrah to betray Fenrir for her, Syrah did it because she thought it would be funny for everybody involved. Her and Fenrir are already in sync when it comes to comedy routines. You guys must have known each other for a long time. Both Fenrir and Syrah shake their heads. Nope, only been friends for what, 3 days now? It's kind of hard to keep track since the game dilates time, Fenrir says. Cassiel blinks a few times. Huh? Really? There's no way. You guys are like a married couple already. Those words cause a mighty blush to take over Syrah's face, but Fenrir tilts his head just like how Rock does. Nah, we've just been friends for a few days. I can be kind of hard to get along with, so I guess anybody who can tolerate me just really clicks with me right away. How are you hard to get along with? You're like some goody two-shoes, aren't you? I would have thought you're the type to want to be friends with everybody. Are you forgetting that I've already made an entire village hate me, and now I plan on stealing their ship and killing as many of them as possible? Cassiel pauses. Now that she thinks about it, that is the main reason why she's still here. By the way, even if you did try cheating, good job. I had a feeling you'd catch a lot since you seem like the really determined type. You're pretty impressive, Fenrir praises Cassiel. Naturally, this causes a certain vulgar not-so-holy maiden to turn away with red cheeks. TCH, I just don't like losing. Save the praise for your dog and girlfriend there. Poor Syrah's head hangs lower and lower to hide her face. Even though she knows what Fenrir is about to say, just hearing Cassiel assume they're dating makes her happy. How could she be my girlfriend if I've only known her for 3 days? That's not really enough time to get to know somebody to do anything like that, Fenrir says. It isn't exactly what Syrah expected, but it's still a denial of them being together. Why not? I dated all my exes after like a day, Cassiel says. And how long did those last? Fenrir sees her fists clench. Shut up. Fenrir looks up at the sky through the forest's canopy. Oleander should hopefully be getting on soon. When he does, and after they meet up, they can go over the plans to steal the ship and ruin Coastage. Book 1, Chapter 24, Patch 5.0. All your ship are belong to us. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The party, led by Rock, heads back to the coast. Their mission is to head up the coast while Oleander comes down it. Oleander could just make his way down by himself, but given that he's in the same situation as Fenrir with having 0 respawns left, they don't want to risk anything happening to him. Fortunately, they are able to meet up with Oleander without getting distracted by any crabs coming across guys too desperate to get laid, and without Fenrir and Cassiel getting into another competition. Fenrir thinks about how if he was living in some sort of manga or anime, then he would be stuck with several more filler arcs before finally reaching Oleander. He doesn't know how he would feel if he was looking forward to a grand heist and battle only for the story to get sidetracked by fishing. Alas, he gets right to the point and meets Oleander without issue. He wouldn't mind another fishing distraction even if it means delaying his story, though. Fenny, carry me. Oleander shouts out from farther up the coast. He's dragging his feet and whining. Fenny? Cassiel asks, looking over at Fenrir. Problem, Cassie? Fenrir replies. Never call me that again. Trust me, I'm the least of your worries now. Rock runs out to greet Oleander. You got a pet dog? Seriously? That's awesome. He shouts, crouching down so that he can greet the puppy whom he does not yet know is Rock. He also doesn't know how strong Rock is. Maybe it's the fact that she's made out of rock, but when she jumps up into his chest, she knocks Oleander onto his back. A dog? Made out of rock? Oleander asks. Yeah, she's rock, Fenrir explains. Rock? You don't mean the rock that you were carrying around with you, do you? Same rock. Oleander doesn't know how to accept the fact that a random rock has been turned into a dog. I guess being a rock fetishist pays off. You're the only fetishist here. Oleander turns serious, looking Fenrir in the eyes. I've seen your browsing history. Do you really want to call me the only one? Fenrir covers Syrah's ears from behind. Listen, a man has his needs and you can't just... He feels Cassiel staring at him. Yeah, she's totally judging him. Anyways, he uncovers Syrah's ears. Cassiel, this is Oleander. Ali, this is Cassiel. Cassiel doesn't even look in Oleander's direction. All she gives him is a simple greeting. When Fenrir looks at Oleander to try and figure out why she won't look at him, it all makes sense. He's still naked. Couldn't you have gotten yourself some new leaves to cover up with? Fenrir asks. I wanted to hurry up and meet up with you. I would have had to have gone back into the forest, find big enough leaves, some more of those stems, and then... Oleander cuts himself off. He has the expression of somebody with a light bulb turning on above their head. Hang on. Oleander runs off of the beach into the grassy plains beside it. He comes back a few moments later with nothing to show for it. Never mind. I wanted to try and turn some grass into a dress with magic, but it went away as soon as I stopped concentrating on it. Here, Fenrir says, taking off his worn bark armor and handing it over to Oleander. This will keep you covered up at least. Oleander happily accepts the armor and puts it on. While it didn't fit Fenrir that well, it fits Oleander perfectly. By the way, how'd you meet her? Cassiel turns to glare at Fenrir as if she knows what he's going to say. Her concern is well deserved. She thrust a long, hard pole into me from behind, Fenrir explains. Oleander looks at her furious expression before giving Fenrir a knowing smirk. Hey, new girl, thrusting into Fenny is my job. If you want to have him too, then you at least have to take him from the front while I get the back. Though, if you want to thrust your pole into me, you can do so whenever you. Cassiel wraps her hands around Oleander's throat and lifts him off of the ground. She's not squeezing hard enough to choke him, and after he leans his head down to lick her arm, she's not squeezing him at all. You're both, what is? How do you expect me to believe we're going to take on Coastage with an unarmed girl, a puppy, and two deviants? We also have an orc, Fenrir adds on. By the way, Fenny, what's the plan? Oleander asks. Fenrir goes over the plan. It's the first time that Oleander and Syrah hear it, and hearing it again brings some excitement and faith back to Cassiel. That's a really stupid plan, Oleander says. But, I can make it work. Look. He takes Fenrir's latest spear and uses it to draw in the sand. He draws the layout of Coastage as he can remember it, the boats he recalls seeing pulled up onto the beach, where he saw guards standing by, and all other important features surrounding it. With nothing but a spear and sand, Oleander draws a perfect map of Coastage. Cassiel has an impressed expression the entire time. The impressed look grows into one of admiration as Oleander fine-tunes Fenrir's plan. It sounded nearly impossible but worth the risk when Fenrir first said it, but now that Oleander is going over the plan, it sounds like the easiest thing in the world to pull off. Oleander's strategy is perfect. This is why you're the battle master, Ali. Fenrir praises him, giving him a few pats on the head between his antlers. Oleander looks up at Fenrir with a wide smile and closed eyes, pressing his head up into Fenrir's hand. Syrah and Rock both look jealous. If we pull this plan off, you guys are going to be the talk of taverns all over. This is the kind of plan that you only see elite guilds pulling off and getting famous for. I've met many who claimed to be master strategists, but this is something else. Cassiel says, I hope we are not. I'd rather not get our names out there for something like this. Hopefully, they're going to be too embarrassed by their defeat to go and tell anybody about what happened, Fenrir says. Cassiel shrugs. It doesn't really matter as long as I get my revenge. So edgy, Oleander teases. I'm not edgy. They deserve to die for what they did to me. Are you going to thrust your pole in them? Cassiel lifts Oleander up by his antlers. She wasn't expecting to hear him moan and look at her with seductive eyes. My horns are sensitive. She drops Oleander. He looks back at Fenrir to see a thumbs up. Syrah is looking away, trying not to let Cassiel hear her giggling. By the way, Fenny, we still going out for drinks tomorrow? Oleander asks. It's that time of month already? Fenrir asks. Oleander replies with an excited nod. Then I guess, yeah. Where do you want to go? Syrah and Cassiel both just sort of look around to stay out of their reality discussion. Rock licks her paws. How about we get Ramen in Chinatown and then head over to the One-Eyed Pirate? It'd be a fitting place to go to celebrate our upcoming win. The two girls, well, the two non-dog girls, both look at the two men when they hear the name of a bar. It isn't just any bar name, it is the name of a bar they are both familiar with. That works for me. We going to send pictures to Bone to make him jealous again? Rock looks up between the other two girls and tilts her head. Let's go over to your corpse and then wait for Bone to get on. Your stuff should still be where you died, probably. Fenrir says. The walk south is uneventful aside from having to hide from a few of Coastage's inhabitants out hunting crabs. The party makes it to where Fenrir and Oleander died. Oleander manages to grab the leaf dress that he made himself, and they make it back into the den where Bone Crico is still sleeping. Oleander only has one problem with all of this, and it's that the oversized leaves making up his dress are beginning to brown. He was originally just going to wear the dress underneath the bark armor, but Oleander being Oleander refuses to wear decaying leaves, so he sticks to only wearing the bark. Bone Crooker immerses into the game to the sight and scent of fish being roasted on a fire just outside of his den. "About time," Fenrir says, holding a roasted fish on a stick to Bone Crooker. "Do I need to know plan?" Bone Crooker asks, getting right to business. "Not really. Your job is as simple as ever," Oleander answers. "Good." Bone Crooker takes the roasted fish and bites a large chunk out of its side. "Figured you'd be hungry since your character hasn't eaten for a couple of days. We're going once you're full," Fenrir explains. Cassiel thought she was the most excited about getting revenge on those within Coastage, but when she sees the faces of Fenrir and Oleander, she realizes that they are much more excited than her. The main difference is that while she is excited about revenge, they are excited out of a sadistic desire to screw other players over with the odds being against them. These new players to the game are already coming up with strategies to defeat enemies with greater numbers, far more experience, and better equipment. They are doing what none others would be foolish enough to even think about doing, and they couldn't be more excited about it. Bone Crooker finishes his fish, and then 3 more fish, before finally burping and patting his stomach. "Ready," he says. "All right, this will be the last act of the brigade," Fenrir says. Oleander stands up and salutes. "Whatever you say, Admiral." Book 1, Chapter 25, Patch 5.0. All your shipar belong to us. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Coastage comes within sight of the party. It is dimly lit within the night by lanterns hanging on buildings, and only a few guards stand on watch around the village's borders. The party is already in position. Fenrir, Cassiel, and Rocklilo within the grass next to the village. Bone Crooker gave Cassiel one of the swords he had so that her only weapon isn't a makeshift spear. The rest of the party is spread out in a couple of positions. Each of them has their own missions to accomplish. Bone Crooker is up first. He jumps out from his hiding spot and charges directly at the guard watching the southern end of the beach. Sure, Bone Crooker might still technically be a new player with little in the way of stats and skills, but he doesn't look like it. He is a massive, brutish orc wearing the skin and bones of the animals he's hunted on his first day playing, is holding a regular-sized sword that looks like a child's toy within his huge hand, and looks really angry. It helps that he's shouting like a rampaging monster fueled by not more than a lust for slaughter. Regardless of how weak he may actually be, he knows how to be scary. The guard he's charging shakes in fear and freezes up, gripping onto his spear and bracing himself for Bone Crooker's attack. The guard doesn't even need to warn the rest of the guards to come and assist him since Bone Crooker is loud enough to draw their attention. Bone Crooker gets close enough to throw his sword at the guard. It impales the guard in his chest, sticking right through his torso and partially into the wall of the building behind him. Shock from the attack paralyzes the guard, allowing Bone Crooker to move in to not only take his sword back but also to take the guard's spear from him. In true orc fashion, or rather, in true victor fashion, he finishes the guard off with a solid kick to the crotch. The neutered guard looks like he wants to vomit from the intense pain coursing through his body. No matter what a man's pain setting is set to, such a powerful blow to his jewels is always going to hurt. The guard collapses lifeless to the ground. Too easy. No real men here. Will destroy puny village by myself. Bone Crooker shouts in his thick, Russian accent. It's the orc from the other night. One of the guards shouts. More guards were already on the way over, but now even more are coming to get revenge for the other night. If I'm right, the sleeping characters should wake up and realize they're under attack, so the overseer will be taking them over. Fenrir whispers to Cassiel. They have a perfect spot for watching over a dozen guards rushing toward Bone Crooker's position. Looks like it. I was defending against a siege once, and all the logged out guys I was with started moving around and getting into position as soon as the fighting made its way to us. Cassiel whispers back. One of the characters who wakes up and runs out of a house in Coastage doesn't run to support his allies, but instead runs away into the field. If he's running, then that means the overseer believes he would run away if the player was actually immersed, right? Yeah, the overseer can almost perfectly imitate how real players would act, Cassiel explains. Playing with somebody more experienced with the game has its advantages. He can actually ask questions and get them answered in more detail than what Sire offers. Of course, The legitimacy of the answers may not be on par with Sire's. Bet he's going to get sheet for that later, Fenrir says. Good. The first phase of the plan is a success. Bone Crusher manages to kill one guard and then slows down another by throwing the first guard's spear into him. Time to run. Turning around, Bone Crusher runs south down the coast and focuses entirely on speed. One of the guards shoots a well-aimed arrow into his back, but it's not enough to slow him down. We're up. Ready, girl? Fenrir asks. Yeah, I'm ready, Cassiel replies. I was talking to Rock. He looks over and sees her face overcome with red once more. Are you ready, Cass? Yeah, she says, slapping her cheeks to snap herself back to the situation at hand. Fenrir's assumption of the guards being stupid proves to be correct. The ones watching the rest of the village's perimeter have abandoned their posts to chase after Bone Crusher. This allows Fenrir, Cassiel, and Rock to sneak into the village from the side facing the fields. Their first objective is to release the giant, caged crabs. They are clearly agitated from being captured and caged. With 4 cages in total, each one holding 2 crabs, it only takes a couple of minutes for Fenrir and Cassiel to untie the cage's doors and allow the crabs freedom. Hey, there's more over here, one of the villagers shouts. Fenrir turns to look at the one whom spotted them, but what he sees is Cassiel already charging the villager with her sword in hand. He only gets a quick look at her sadistic grin as she thrusts her sword through the villager's neck. 2 guards dead, 1 severely wounded, 8 huge and pissed off crabs on the loose. The plan is going perfectly so far. Fenrir and Cassiel get to work breaking all of the lanterns around the village. Each one gets taken off of whatever they are hanging from and smashed into the wooden walls of the village or thrown inside through windows. Some of the roofs are made of thatch, which makes setting the buildings ablaze even easier. It doesn't take long for the first building to spawn a blazing inferno. The fire quickly consumes its straw roof and spreads into the rooms below it. Fire, fire. They're setting us on fire. Somebody else shouts, their voice full of panic. The giant crabs may not be a large threat one-on-one, but when 3 of them charge the same villager at once, their pincers make quick work of their limbs. Rock yelps. Spinning around, Fenrir sees Rock get smashed into a nearby wall from a guard wielding an iron mace. The side of Rock's body is cracked, and chips of its body lie on the ground. Fenrir has a better idea than throwing the lantern into another building. With a sword in his right hand and lantern in his left, he charges at the guard whom just hurt Rock. The guard sees Fenrir coming and gets into a defensive stance. He has a mace, shield, and the same armor that Fenrir is wearing. The shield should be enough of a deciding factor for the guard to win. Alas, the guard doesn't expect Fenrir to bait the shield with his sword, allowing him to swing the lantern around, smashing it into the side of the guard's head. Shards of glass are embedded into the guard's head now. Fenrir slashes at the guard's arm as he tries recovering from the blow to his head. It is now that Fenrir learns not everybody is going to be so easy to take down. With shards of glass stuck in his head and a cut arm, the guard regains his focus and stares Fenrir down. A bash from his shield knocks Fenrir back several feet and opens him up to an attack from his mace. The guard's mace slams into Fenrir's side. He instinctively places his arm against his side to try and shield himself from the blow, but it does more harm than good as he can feel the bone in his arm snap from the force of the attack. Fenrir lets out a pained gasp and stumbles backward. He tries raising his left arm but fails. What now, you cocky little cheat? You think you can come in here and take down Stinky Garlic's elite guard? The guard taunts. You realize that your guild name takes away all seriousness from what you just said, right? Fenrir replies. That pisses the guard off even more. He charges at Fenrir. Duck. Cassiel shouts from behind. Fenrir trusts in her and ducks. Cassiel thrusts her sword over his head and right into the guard's abdomen, causing him to trip over Fenrir and fall to the side. We need to hurry, Cassiel says, pulling back on her sword so that she can thrust it into the guard's head. Half of the ones chasing your orc friend have turned back. Fenrir rushes over to Rock and picks her up. He tucks her down into the top of his leather cuirass, leaving only her head poking out from the top of it. Hurry and do what? A man asks. Both Fenrir and Cassiel turn to face the new speaker. It is the man that Fenrir saw get off from the ship. He's a tall, heavy-set man wearing a full set of steel plate armor trimmed with gold. A golden garlic with stinky lines surrounding it rests centered upon his chest armor. "You look familiar," he says to Cassiel. "You that beach that refused to let us farm you?" Cassiel's grip tightens on her sword. She's glaring at him. "Back for revenge, and bring your boyfriend with you this time? How about this, you let us farm you in front of him, and we won't hunt you both down after resetting you. I can make it so that neither of you can play this game in peace. Everybody will know your faces no matter where you go, and they will know to bring you to us so that we can reset you again, and again, and again," the man says. He looks over Cassiel's body and licks his lips. "Come on, let me see what's underneath all that armor again. I still remember the amazing body you're hiding underneath the." My viewers have missed you, too. Even if she never let them defile her, they did still get to see her exposed after killing her and taking all of her gear. Fenrir rolls his eyes. He's always hated pricks who are so generically evil like this man is. Bad guys never know how to actually be bad. They always just resort to talking shit and threatening rape or something else so pathetically cliché. It makes him want to bring back Divine Brigade in force just to show him how to truly be evil. "You bastard. You were streaming that?" Cassiel shouts, her sword now shaking just from how violently she's gripping its hilt. "That's right. Even now, I've got over 500 viewers watching all of this." Cassiel has the look of somebody who's about to make a really stupid choice out of anger. Several guards surround them. The pissed-off frown on Cassiel's lips turns into a smug smile when she looks past her enemy to the docked ship. She looks over at Fenrir and nods. Both Cassiel and Fenrir go prone on the ground. A volley of cannonballs tears through the village and takes out a couple of the guards surrounding them. "Whoa, Syrah, that was a great shot. I didn't think you'd manage to hit them on the first shot." Oleander praises her as he gets to work reloading the cannons. Syrah is right there alongside him getting them ready. "I like pirate movies," Syrah says. Two guards rush down the dock to try and make their way to the captured ship, but they see that one of the cannons has been rolled to aim directly down the connecting bridge and dock. The guards freeze when they see Oleander's cute, feminine face pop up from behind the cannon. As cute as he may be, the look on his face says that he would be more than happy to watch their bodies get scattered into hundreds of chunks if they don't surrender. They surrender. Dropping their weapons, they jump off the sides of the dock into the water beneath it. Another volley of cannon fire tears through the village. Some of the buildings which were on fire have their burning roofs and walls scattered about the village from the blasts, causing the fire to spread even more rapidly than before. Fenrir and Cassiel get up. The guards that were surrounding them are all taking cover. Only their leader remains standing. His eyes are filled with a burning hatred. "You have no idea who you're trying to fuck with," he says. Stinky garlic, a guild vassalized by the August Empire with its only use being to transport crabs north for coin, led by the garlic man who constantly tries kissing up to Livia so that your worthless guild can be accepted into the inner circle. "The only reason you're not treated like the worthless bandits that you are is because nobody else wants to play with crabs all day," Cassiel says. "We both know you have no real power. That's why the only followers you can find are spineless bricks." Fenrir looks impressed. Cassiel would have been perfect for the Divine Brigade. The garlic man draws his sword and shield. Even his shield is shaped like a giant garlic. "You think either of you brats can beat me? I'll take you both on," he declares. "Duck." Fenrir shouts this time. Cassiel ducks just in time for a cannonball to tear off the guild leader's left arm and fly over her. She looks up at the ship and sees Oleander giving Syrah more praise. "My arm. My fucking arm." The garlic man cries out, tears streaming from his eyes. "Think you can handle him on your own, Cass?" Fenrir asks. "Don't insult me with such a stupid question, you bastard. Can you step on a roach on your own?" Cassiel asks, flashing a quick smile toward Fenrir before returning her attention to the charging embodiment of garlic. Book 1, Chapter 26, Patch 5.0, All Your Shippa Belong to Us. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Cassiel may not have the personality to match her angelic looks, but her combat style is one of pure grace and form. Fenrir can only watch in awe as he gets his first proper look at her fighting. She moves around evading the enemy guild leader's attacks as if she's weightless. Like a leaf on the wind, she soars around him and waits for an opportunity to attack. Her sword isn't sharp enough to cut through his arm or if it's made as well as it looks, so she needs to find a weak spot. Fortunately for the graceful fighter, her opponent is too fueled by rage and a desire for revenge to catch her. Cassiel stands still. Her opponent is breathing heavily and panting from how much she's been leading him around. Finally tired, "You beach?" he shouts at her, charging straight toward her. "Dumbass," Fenrir says under his breath. Cassiel dodges to the guild leader's left, ducking underneath the enemy's blade, and stabs her sword right into where his left arm used to be. The exposed flesh being stabbed results in him screaming out of pain again. He retaliates with a swift swing of his sword in her direction. She doesn't have enough time to jump away, and he's swinging at a downward angle which will make ducking useless. Her only safe path is up. With her sword thrust deep into his torso, she jumps up onto it as his blade flies underneath her. Her next move makes Fenrir whistle from just how impressive it is. Cassiel takes the spear Fenrir made for her off of her back and uses her sword, still stuck in the enemy leader, as a springboard to propel herself upward. She has just enough time in the air to flip herself over, aim her spear downward, and thrust. Her spear may only have a tip made of stone, and her enemy may have a morion protecting his head, but he makes the mistake of looking up to try and track her. The stone-tipped spear meets his exposed face and digs right into him. Fenrir doesn't see much detail given that he has traumatic content disabled, but he does see her spear sink down into his body until it can't go any farther. Cassiel swings around the shaft of the spear and jumps off, landing a couple of feet away. Her opponent falls to his knees with his head stuck looking upward due to the spear impaling him. To top it off, she flips her hair back over her shoulders and takes her sweet time turning back to look at her slain opponent. Fenrir has a massive grin on his face. "Cass, that was awesome. Holy shit. I had no idea you could fight like that. You would have kicked my ass even if it wasn't an ambush." Fenrir praises her, making her smug expression even smugger. "Of course I could have," Cassiel says, hands on her hips in a triumphant pose. She walks over to her dead enemy and picks up the sword he was carrying. It's simple steel falchion. She looks disappointed with it, but she picks it up regardless before taking her own sword out from the side of his corpse. Both Cassiel and Fenrir duck when they hear more eruptions coming from the ship. Another volley of cannonballs tear through what little is left of the village. Any members of Stinky Garlic left alive are now running for the fields. "Care if I leave the spear?" "I don't feel like pulling it out of him," she says. "Not at all. I think it's already done way more than we could have asked of it," Fenrir replies. With a nod, Cassiel stands up and looks around the village. "I don't think there's anything else we can do here." "Your plan worked, Fenny. Are we on a nickname basis now, Cassie?" She points both of her swords at him. "Don't make me kill you." Fenrir raises both of his hands in surrender. Fine, fine. "Come on, let's get over to the ship before they blow our heads off. I think they're having too much fun with the cannons." He stops by the dead enemy leader. This is a game, after all, so looting his enemies is to be expected. Unfortunately, he finds the armor to be really tacky. It's not worth stripping off of him. The garlic-shaped shield, however, would make for a good trophy. He takes the severed arm out of the shield's straps and tosses it over to the rest of its body. With the garlic-shaped shield in hand, the duo head for the ship. Fenrir makes sure to bait Rock's head on the way over. "How are you doing, girl?" Rock barks. He can feel her trying to wag her tail underneath his armor. Oleander sees Fenrir and Cassiel running up the pier. He unties the rope keeping the ship held to the end of the pier but quickly reties it when he sees Fenrir turn around for something. "What are you doing?" Oleander shouts. Cassiel turns around to look as well. A single shack is left standing on the beach. Fenrir runs over to it and looks inside. All Oleander, Cassiel, and Syrah can see is his tail excitedly wagging from whatever he's found. They are all disappointed in themselves for not expecting what they see next. Fenrir comes running back up the pier with not only the enemy leader's shield, but 2 fishing rods hugged between his arms. That huge smile is back on his face. "I just knew there were going to be rods in there." he shouts to them. Zero is the only one amused. With Cassiel and Fenrir on the sloop, Oleander unties the ship and heads back to the ship's wheel. There is a small rise at the back of the ship where the wheel is situated. Before it is a small room with stairs leading down into the hull, and a single mast stands tall from the center of the deck. The front of the ship has a raised foredeck that the bowsprit protrudes from. There are 6 cannons in total, 3 for each side, but all 6 have been temporarily moved to the side facing the beach. Reloading just 3 cannons would have taken too long and not allowed them to fire as frequently as they were. By having all 6 cannons on one side and loaded at once, they were able to fire one set and then the other before having to reload. Everything went exactly as planned. Fenrir hears somebody jump down behind him. Turning around, he sees Syrah holding the stinky garlic's flag that she removed from the top of the mast. He looks up to the top of the mast and then back down at Syrah. "You got that already? Nice." He praises her. Syrah looks satisfied. "I like pirate movies," she explains. "How'd it feel to fire some cannons?" She gives him a thumbs up. "I want to do it again." "I thought you didn't want to fight." "Firing cannons is different." "All right, then you can be in charge of firing the cannons." "Congrats on your promotion." Syrah's smile grows even wider. "First mate Syrah, set sails." Oleander shouts from the back. Syrah drops the flag and unfurls the sails. They sail south. But there is still one crew member that needs picking up. "I see him." Cassiel shouts from the bow of the ship. On the coast, running and looking as if he's going to trip from every second stride he takes, is Bonecracker. Behind him, just as exhausted, are 5 guards unaware that their village was just leveled and razed. The guards wave the ship down and point at Bonecracker. They have no idea who's manning it. Every cannon has been reloaded. Cassiel, Fenrir, Syrah, and Oleander stand behind 4 of the 6 cannons with matches ready to light the cannons' linstocks. The 4 cannons go off at the same time, sending cannonballs barraging the guards' position. Only one of them gets hit, and it's a direct hit. It is a very gruesome sight when Bonecracker turns around to look at what just happened. The 4 remaining guards run for the fields. The Divine Brigade has won another day. Oleander pulls the ship up as close as it can get to the shore without beaching it. Bonecracker isn't happy about having to swim the rest of the way, but he does so. Fenrir and Cassiel help pull the hulking orc on board. Stupid guards could hear cannons from here but never ran back, Bonecracker says, taking deep breaths between words. "Yeah. They were all really stupid, but I'm not going to complain," Fenrir says. "Good job being the distraction." Cassiel tosses the falchion to Bonecracker. "This is for giving me this sword." She taps the one sheathed on her waist that Bonecracker gave her. "It looks more like your style than mine," she explains. "Spasibo." Cassiel looks confused. "It means thanks," Fenrir explains. "Oh, it's nothing," she says, returning to the bow of the ship to keep a lookout. Another victory for the Divine Brigade, Oleander declares, jumping onto Bonecracker and nuzzling his cheek against the orc's face. Naturally, a large and green hand is raised up to push the deer trap boy away. "Great work, all of you. Couldn't have done it without every single one of you. Even you, Rock," Fenrir says, patting Rock's head. She's still safely seated inside of his chest armor and only poking her head up out of it. "So, where to?" Oleander asks. "Hey, Cass, where's that pirate city at?" Fenrir shouts out to her. She comes back to the group. "Port Togator?" "Yeah, sure. We'll reach it as long as we follow the shore south and skip the strait." "We going to stick around with us, Cass? What else am I supposed to do?" "I'm a traitor to my old faction. So unless I want to quit playing, I might as well stick around." "By the way, he said he'd have us hunted down and reset over and over." "Could he actually do that?" "Yeah," Cassiel says, sounding guilty. "I thought you were implying he was basically a nobody with no real respect or power." Fenrir asks. I just wanted to piss him off more." "So in other words, now he's really going to have us hunted down." Cassiel looks down. "I got ahead of myself, so that's exactly how we like it." The more pissed off they are, the better. Fenrir interrupts her apology. She looks up at him confused. You enjoy being hunted? What kind of masochistic bastard wants to be hunted down by the most powerful faction of the world? Do you even understand how powerful the August Empire is? Yup, I'm only a masochistic sometimes, and nope. But, the more powerful they are, the more fun they are. We're talking about the August Empire. They have over 10 million players alone and control the largest territory in the game. Everybody wants to join them to be a part of the strongest faction. And here you are happy that our faces are going to be spread through every single one of its vassalized guilds? Yeah, why not? They have dragon knights, archangels, entire fleets of ships, blessings. Livia is considered one of the smartest game strategists of all time. Real governments have even tried recruiting her. Meh, Fenrir says with a shrug. We've dealt with worse. No, you haven't. They are the strongest enemy you could make in any game, ever. We'll figure it out. How? What are your... Cassiel looks around to the rest of the crew. Bone Crocker is picking at his teeth. Oleander is steering the ship while swaying side to side and humming, and Ciro is casually lifting Rock out of Fenrir's armor to pet her. Not a single one of them look bothered by anything she's saying. You're not planning on trying to take down the entire empire, are you? Cassiel asks. Of course not, Fenrir answers. Then what are you going to do? Why don't you care about any of this? What the hell is your plan now, you bastard? I want to go fishing. If there was a world record for having the blankest stare of all time, Cassiel just broke it. Book 1, Chapter 27, Ramen and Bourbon. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The party officially consists of Fenrir, Oleander, Bone Cricker, Ciro, Rock, and Cassiel. Together, they have hunted, fished, laughed, and destroyed a village while stealing a ship. How can you steer this thing so well already? Cassiel asks, hanging out near the back of the ship with Oleander. She can only handle so much of Fenrir's stubborn indifference at once. Compared to a galleon or supercarrier, this is super easy. We've played lots of other games before. Pirate games, sci-fi games, you name it. I've steered pretty much every kind of ship and vehicle in general that you can think of, Oleander explains. Up near the front of the ship, Ciro is gently tracing her fingers over where Rock had chips of her body broken off. She whines when touched there, so Ciro quickly retracts her hand. Will she grow it back? She asks Fenrir. Not sure, he says, sitting down on the other side of Rock. I'm sure she'll be fine. Just needs rest and food. As for Bone Crocker, he's gone below deck to get some shut-eye. He really doesn't like being on open water. His last words to the group were to message him on Discord once they are docked at land or a city. Bone doesn't get to play that much, does he? Ciro asks. Not really. He's really busy between his wife and work, Fenrir answers. Is it okay if I ask what he does? No idea. He won't tell us. Ali likes to joke that he's in the mafia. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I know that he works for his wife's dad, but that's it. Also, don't worry, he wouldn't care about me telling you this since he tells random people that all the time. None of us have enough information to know what he really does. Mafias are cool. Pirates and now mafias. You must be the type to chase after bad boys. Let me guess. Your dream guy's somebody driving a motorcycle and wearing a leather jacket? Ciro blushes and looks away. Shut up. I think Cass is rubbing off on you. Ciro looks up at Fenrir and pouts. I'll beat you up, punk. So scary. Something about his voice makes it clear he's the opposite of scared. Tall, mossy sea stacks pop up from the water as the ship heads farther south. The coast begins turning into the east, and Oleander makes sure that they never lose sight of land. The strait comes into view after a couple of hours. This is Indra's Strait. I wasn't here for it, but the legend is that Indra herself split the continent in two by extreme erosion which created this strait. Cassiel explains to the rest of the party. Indra? Fenrir asks. Indra is the leader of the goddess On. Their city, Sumeru, is to the west of here on an island. It's like a chunk of desert floating in the ocean, and her city is built right on top of it. Cassiel pauses to make sure everybody is following along before continuing. Even Rock is looking up at her and waiting for her to go on. Her navy is second only to Blackstace's, and her followers treat her like a goddess. It doesn't help that she calls herself a goddess in the first place. What's she like? Arrogant and stuck up, but for good reason. She's the strongest known magic user in the world, and she claims to be the goddess of storms, oceans, and commerce. She's supposedly taken down entire fleets before by summoning storms to wipe them out. It's a good thing she cares more about protecting her city and amassing wealth than waging war. I thought the August Empire was the most powerful. Only on land. Indra rules the seas. What about the pirates? They have more ships and better sailors. But none of that matters if a storm with 50-foot waves wipes them out. You sound like a history teacher, Cassie, Oleander says. Shut up. I'm just answering questions, she shouts at him. Oleander giggles and goes back to steering the ship. How long did it take her to get that powerful? Fenrir asks. Cassiel looks hesitant to answer now. I don't know, but I've heard that she's been playing since the closed alpha. She's apparently one of the first 100 people to actually play. Most of the early players are powerful, but she's something else. Siru is clearly the least interested in the conversation. As soon as she realized that nothing cool was involved, she went back to petting Rock. The ship continues on. Fenrir, at one point, decides to try fishing with his fancy new rod. Alas, there is a problem. He has no bait. With no bait nor lures, all he can do is practice casting the line a bunch of times. He gets that sort of satisfaction pinging within him after a while of practice. Every cast after that goes farther, if he tries to cast farther, and splashes down closer to where he aims. The fishing rod itself seems more advanced than most of what he has seen within the game world as far as technology goes. It looks to be made of bamboo or some other light, flexible wood, has a spinning reel made out of brass, and the line itself looks to be made from some sort of hair, such as a horse's. It may not be too impressive, but it just feels right in his hands. This is his very own fishing rod. Well, it might not legally be his, but who's going to take it back? The ship comes across a small cove on the other side of the strait. No other ships are parked there, so Oleander and Fenrir decide that it will be a good spot for them to stop in. Oleander has things to do in reality still, given how long travel can take in this game. Fenrir is realizing that they're going to need more than one helmsman. Don't forget about tomorrow, Fenny, Oleander says before heading below deck to wake. It reminds Syrah and Cassiel of what the two men talked about earlier. Cassiel is next to log out. With nothing else to do, she tells them that she's going to get some extra relaxation in before her next shift at work. Only Fenrir and Syrah remain. Rock is there too, of course, but there is no real player behind her. Syrah is content to just watch Fenrir cast the fishing line over and over. She even tries picking up the other rod to mimic what he's doing, but when she realizes that she is absolutely horrible at it and has no idea what she is doing, she returns to just watching. She also didn't like that Fenrir was laughing every single time she somehow cast the line behind her instead of in front of her. There isn't much else for them to do. Even Fenrir inevitably grows bored of just casting a line with nothing to attract fish, and the sheltered cove doesn't look like it has anything interesting in it, so the two head below deck to wake. There are several bedrolls and a couple of hammocks below deck for them to sleep in. However, Bone Crocker and Oleander already claimed the hammocks. Keep the ship safe while we're gone, alright, Rock? Fenrir says. Rock barks and licks his face before he lies down and wakes. He immediately regrets coming back into reality when he is met with his dull ceiling and swishing fan. You get my coffee robot yet? To asks the fan. No reply. De groans and kicks his feet. It's still light outside. He most likely won't have anything to do in-game until Spencer is back on, and Spencer isn't going to back on until after their meeting tomorrow. That means there are over 24 hours before he can play more. Oh, God. Might as well marathon the trashiest, most generic anime shows that there are. Fortunately, there are many of them, whether it be shows where little sisters act far too lewdly to their older brothers who may or may not be related to them by blood, generic isekai shows where a character from Earth is pulled into another reality either as himself or gets reincarnated into some odd things such as a slime or vending machine, or just yet another harem where some guy is lucky enough to get like 10 girls all in love with him. He'll never run out of things to watch. He's thankful that harems exist in anime. Why can't anime girls be real? What he wouldn't give to have a harem of cute anime girls obsessed with him. He looks down at his crotch and then over to his computer. Hentai first. After at least 6 sessions of viewing hentai, half of which either end in laughter or disgust from joke-translated doujins or clicking on seemingly innocent titles only to see real fucked up stuff like lolly snuff, and at least 8 hours of anime, he's finally tired enough to sleep. He's pretty sure that those lolly snuff doujins got him put on a list somewhere. Why is there so much lolly snuff hentai on the internet? All he wants are some sweet, vanilla childhood friend doujins. Doujins with tits and ears who have secret lovey-dovey sides, but still act like brats in the end, and the occasional yandere girl with a happy ending. And tentacles. Instead, half of what he finds is fucked up stuff involving lollies or gross, ugly bastards coming in and stealing a girl away in traditional neater fashion. Hentai is a mistake. These thoughts carry him into slumber. Another day, another session of binge-watching anime while waiting for it to be time to leave. Syrah helps pass the time by messaging him on Discord. 2. Oh, I should probably shower, he says, looking over to his bathroom with a groan. One of the perks of living by himself and almost never leaving his apartment is that he doesn't really have to stay totally hygienic. He's not dirty or anything like that, he just skips taking a shower every other day sometimes. Cleaning himself up, wearing normal clothes instead of oversized comfort clothes, brushing his hair, it's all a pain. He cares far more about his appearance in video games than he does in reality. All of these things that are a major chore and tedious to do in reality are enjoyable when he's immersed in virtual reality, when he's in a body he actually cares about. The latest, hottest anime opening song goes off on his phone. It's his alarm. Time to go. With a loud and drawn-out groan, he leaves his apartment behind and begins the long walk toward New Charleston's Chinatown district. It would be so much faster to just flag down an auto taxi, but, well, it doesn't matter. Walking it is. Despite how many people and vehicles fill the streets, cold air permeates throughout the city. There may not be any snow on the ground yet, but it is getting colder by the day. This means 2 things. 1. Girls are going to be wearing sweaters more often. 2. Winter is coming. There he is. Standing in front of their go-to ramen shop is none other than Spencer himself. Many who have met Spencer's various in-game representations believe that he's some annoying, overly flamboyant trap in real life that speaks in a high-pitched voice and annoys everybody with constant sexual innuendo, just like in-game. Only to and Victor know that this is anything but the truth. Rather than be some feminine trap, Spencer is a tall, handsome man that curses for being more attractive than him. Spencer stands at 6'3", has short and brown hair that is stylishly groomed, a pair of thick-rimmed glasses which serve no purpose other than to look good on his perfectly masculine face, and has a body that is on par with Fenrir's. Spencer even knows how to dress well and fashionably. Truth be told, Spencer's real body was a strong source of inspiration for how to shape Fenrir's. Spencer waves at her when he sees him. He isn't the only different one in reality. While Fenrir may be the same height as Spencer, he is still several inches away from reaching 6 feet, has a slim figure with no muscles to show off, pale skin, and shaggy hair. The only similarity between him and Fenrir is the white hair. Not even their eyes are the same, seeing as how his are green while Fenrir's are red. Fenrir is also able to walk around without limping half the time. Looking pretty tired there, bud, Spencer calls out. His deep voice is just so perfectly masculine that it makes her even more jealous. Spencer needs to go get a job as a radio host. Shut up, it's a long walk, he says with heavy breaths. Come on, it's my treat tonight. Spencer wraps an arm around his shoulders and helps him inside the ramen shop. A cardboard cutout of a famous anime ninja character stands just inside of the entrance. They know what kind of customers to expect. Book 1, Chapter 28, Ramen and Bourbon. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After being seated and placing an order for drinks and some pork buns, Tu and Spencer sit across from one another looking over their menus to decide what they want. Why do you always get bubble tea? Tu asks. I mean, I know you love balls, but there's just something weird about drinking tea full of chunky little balls. Spencer shrugs. I guess I'm just used to ordering it all the time since it's what my roommates are obsessed with. I used to order it just to fit in with them. But here I am, actually enjoying it now. At least I don't get the exact same strawberry tea every single time we come here. Strawberries make everything better. Strawberry lemonade, strawberry tea, strawberry pie, strawberry ice cream, you get the point. To looks back down at the menu. Should probably go with something light since we're going out drinking after this. Am I going to need to carry you home again if you drink too much? Sir blushes. I was drunk and you know how my legs are. The two place their orders for food once they get their drinks and pork buns. 10 minutes later and out come two huge bowls of ramen decorated with vegetables, meat, and topped off with halves of half-boiled eggs. Two always gets an extra egg. How are you liking the new game so far? Two asks before twirling his chopsticks around in the ramen. That is after, of course, he takes a picture of it to upload to the group chat on Discord. It's great, just wish I had more time to play like we used to. It's probably the best fantasy game that we've ever played. Still, kind of wish that Eternal Space wasn't dying. But there's nothing we can do about that. We probably could have not fucked up the biggest coalition in the game, which led to a bunch of the most important players rage quitting. Yeah, probably. How are you liking your new harem? Sir almost spits out the chunk of pork he just put in his mouth but instead forces himself to swallow. This leads to him coughing and making a scene. He blushes again when he realizes that several heads have turned to check on him. What are you talking about? I don't have a harem. Come on. It's obvious that Sarah likes you and you like her, and I'm pretty sure that Cass is at least beginning to get a crush on you. I've caught her looking at you a few times whenever you're not paying attention to her. She even looks kind of jealous when you give Rock and Sarah attention. No way, I don't get that vibe from her at all. She has a bit of a tsundere thing going on for her. But not every tsun is going to have D. That's like saying every girl who is ever mean to me must actually like me. Do you think she would be thrusting her pole inside of you if she didn't like you? Sir almost spits again, but this time from laughter rather than shock. Anyways, it's not a harem. Yeah, I like Sarah, and I think she likes me back. But that's just, you know, like a crush. Then having Cass potentially like me doesn't make it a harem either. A harem is like actually dating more than one person. Two explains. Don't forget about Rock. Rock is totally obsessed with you, Spencer teases. Rock is a cute little pupper. If you try and make it sound weird then I'm going to. Spencer waits with a smile for her to finish his threat. Cheat, you're lucky nothing bothers you. To grumbles. Don't feel bad. It took many years of bullying to get to my level. You might catch up to me someday. Young one. What do you think of them anyways? Sarah and Cass? Yeah, I like them. Sarah is just a little cutie but a total closet deviant, and Cass is like, she reminds me of a grumpier and girlier version of you. Sarah is a deviant? What? I can tell these things. Their bowls of ramen are half empty. While Spencer continues on, to is beginning to struggle. I don't know why you always get the large bowl when you never finish it, Spencer says, sounding like a chastising mother. I just always think that I'll finish it. Alas, two ends up not finishing his bowl of ramen. He does, however, finish his tea and two refills of it. The waiter brings them their receipts sticking out of a volume of some Japanese manga. The character on the cover of it is the same spiky-haired ninja that was featured at the entrance of the shop. Good on his word, Spencer slips a card into the manga volume alongside the receipt and waits to get it back before the two head onward to their next location of the night. It's pretty funny how everybody used to think that robots and AIs were going to replace everything back in the day. I mean, I get that robots and all that are way better than us when it comes to manual tasks. But anything involving service, you can't really replace the human element. Same thing with food. Food just tastes better when it's a real person making it, says as the two walk down the cold street. Don't forget about all the laws in place to keep humans working, Spencer replies. You and your laws. Do you thank laws for everything? Of course I do. Makes sense for somebody trying to be a lawyer. You know that we're the bad guys when one of us is a lawyer in the making. You're right. It isn't the killing, raiding, pillaging, razing, nor stealing that makes us the bad guys. It is me being a lawyer. They look at one another and laugh. Some of the passers-by on the street look concerned after hearing everything that Spencer just said, but they don't care enough to worry about it too much. Several stops are made between the ramen shop and the bar. He needs to sit down and rest his legs every now and then to walk long distances. They know they have reached their destination when they see a large, fancy pirate ship hanging down over the entrance to a building. A wooden plank above the ship reads "The One-Eyed Pirate," and next to it is a pirate wearing an eye patch holding up a mug of beer to his lips. A show of their IDs is required for entry. Spencer is 23, Andrew is 22. So there are no issues in allowing them in after checking on their IDs. Inside of the establishment is a long bar against one wall with barrel-shaped stools, all sorts of pirate memorabilia decorating the walls and tables, and it is as crowded as ever. It's mostly a younger crowd like themselves that are here. Themed bars like this always grab the attention of the younger generations more than the attention of the older ones. The usual spot is open. Want to sit there? To asks. Spencer answers by leading the way over to it. Their usual spot is at a booth with a perfect sight of one of the bar's ceiling-mounted televisions. They even sit next to each other rather than across from one another so that they can both watch it. On the TV are two robots in a small arena fighting to the death. They don't have AIs installed since that would be illegal, but they do have teams of humans controlling the robots from the sidelines. One of the robots has a flamethrower for dramatic effect, but it's nothing against the whirling buzzsaw of its opponent. A waitress comes over after spotting the newly seated customers and asks them what they'd like. They decline the offer for food, as much as they love the wings here, and get right to the drinking. "You and your hipster craft beers," T says. "You and you're compensating for your lack of masculinity bourbon," Spencer says. It hurts, but only because it is true. Still, it makes to laugh anyway. While the men working this bar are all dressed like badass pirates with fake swords and guns on their sides, the women are not nearly as cool looking. They are still very, very nice to look at, but they have to dress like bar wenches instead of pirates. The only other girl on duty is especially nice to look at, with a corset pushing up her already generous bosom, stockings that trigger us love for legs, and beautiful golden hair that, their drinks are placed on the table. "Enjoy," the much less aesthetically pleasing waitress says. T pulls out his phone and takes a picture of their drinks next to each other for the Discord group. Spencer looks over at his phone to see what happens. Victor's online status turns green and then red. He's jealous, Spencer says. Definitely. There are two types of drinkers. There are those who will casually sip their drinks and make them last, and there are those who will down drink after drink without care as if they are racing to see how fast they can get drunk. Spencer is the former. T is the latter. Despite his small size, he downs 3 shots of bourbon in about 20 minutes. Spencer has barely made it halfway down his glass of beer. "You said you're paying, right?" T asks, looking up at Spencer with puppy eyes. "I did, so go and get as drunk as you want," Spencer says, knowing he will likely regret that. T is already beginning to slur his words. "Come on, use your whirly things and cut each face off," T says to the television. Not only is his speech capability degrading, but the volume of his voice is increasing. "Hey, remember when you used to get embarrassed drinking with me? Trust me, I remember." Spencer has learned to not look around and see how much attention T draws when drinking. The waitress comes back over with a 5th shot for T and to tell them that her coworker will be taking over for her since it is the end of her shift. She also warns the replacement waitress to not give him any more drinks since it's clear he's getting to the point of no return. Spencer is looking up at the television when he hears the camera of T's phone click. Before he can even look at it, T is uploading the picture to the Discord group chat with a cheesy "wish you were here" tagline. "You know that Zero is in the group now, right?" Spencer asks. T looks up at him with innocent, confused eyes. "Huh?" He looks at Spencer for a few more seconds before realizing what he meant. "Oh, whoops," T says before breaking into a giggle fit as he tries deleting the picture. "Look, Shay, she didn't saw it since there's like no message from her yet." He holds the phone screen up to Spencer to prove his point. Spencer decides to leave out the part about where it says that she's typing a response, but then must have changed her mind since she stops. She definitely saw. "Hey there, my name is Cassandra. "How are you two doing tonight?" The replacement waitress, Cassandra, says. "Luckily for her, it's the one with the great chest and legs." Spencer almost spits his drink when he sees her. She looks almost exactly like Cassiel, but with a more buxom bosom. It doesn't help that the corset she has to wear is pushing those two things up to the point where they look like they're going to pop out at any moment. He only sees a brief flash of disgust when she notices how he is looking at her. Spencer is sure that she gets men checking her out all the time, and it most likely looks as if he's doing the exact same thing to her right now. Between the golden color of her hair, her body, the look of annoyed disgust, and her name. This has to be Cassiel. "Hey, can I hash an author's sheet?" "Oh, whoops." He breaks out into an uncontrollable, wheezing laughter. "I meant shot." "Shot? Yeah, I want another shay." He starts laughing even harder when he almost makes the same mistake. "Shot." "Sorry, sir, but I believe that you have had enough. Would you like me to get you a glass of water instead?" Cassandra asks. He pouts and whines, but eventually agrees to just get some water. "You've already had 6 shots of bourbon. That's more than most people in this bar can handle, so just be satisfied with that," Spencer says, trying to make him feel better. "Funny, I guess." "Show." Cassandra brings the glass of water over a minute later. Fortunately, she did not fill it all the way up. As drunken, shaking hands would surely be spilling it all over the table if she had. She walks to the table a few spots ahead of theirs. "You know, the good thing about Yash lawyers' laws Y types is that you make it so that like time do lotion stuff can't be used to make people do more work and schools and stuff for the same pay, money, you, costly as before." To mumbles. "Do you mean time dilation and how it's illegal to make employees do twice as much work in VR despite only spending 8 or so hours on it in reality still?" Spencer tries making sense of what her just said. "Yeah, that." To confirms with a laugh. "And likes, schools and stuff, like it had suckles so much if kids had to immerse and be like in school for way longer than normal because of VR and stuff." I agree. It wouldn't be a problem if employers and schools would simply cut the time spent in reality in half while having them spend the regular amount of time immersed in VR. But God forbid that somebody accomplishes the exact same amount of progress in less time instead of more time. It's just so stupid how so many businesses want to essentially make their employees work 16 hours a day in VR over 8 hours in reality, but none of them are even willing to consider letting their employees work 8 hours a day in VR for 4 hours in reality. As for schools, we should be letting kids only have to attend for 4 hours a day so that they get more of their childhoods to enjoy. They can still get full school days in through VR while saving their childhoods in real life, but no, the dumbass is in charge. Spencer looks over at you and sees him about to fall asleep. "Ah, sorry, you know how I get when it comes to this stuff." Spencer apologizes. "Oh, no, sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I'm interested and like hearing and stuff, but I think the alcohol is starting to kick in," T says. "Yeah, I can tell that it's just starting to affect you. See, I'm smart." Spencer places his face in his palm and shakes his head. "I need to use the bathroom. You wait here and don't go anywhere, mister," T demands as he gets up from the booth. "You shouldn't have drank so much tea, and try not to trip on your way there." "Of course I won't trip," T says, beginning the long walk to the opposite end of the bar. He doesn't trip, but he does have to use tables and chairs to keep himself from falling over every few feet. "It's a miracle we've never been kicked out," Spencer says to himself. Despite how much trouble T makes for him when drunk, he enjoys it. T stops for a moment before heading into the bathroom. One of the girls sitting at a nearby table looks familiar. Long and silvery hair, light blue eyes, a petite figure. He realizes that she's staring right back at him, so he hurries into the bathroom. Naturally, he forgets that the bathroom door is push instead of pull, so he smacks his head right into it before realizing his mistake and going in. Book 1, Chapter 29, Ramen and Bourbon. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. T drunkenly makes his way back to the booth after emptying his bladder. The girl that he was staring at before going into the bathroom almost looks as if she is expecting something when he comes out, but he just walks past her without paying her any attention. Of course, He is paying very little attention to anything at all right now. I think I drank too much, Tor says before giggling and practically falling back into his seat. Spencer catches to and helps him sit down. Yeah, I think you did, too, Spencer says. Sorry, this is what always happens, doesn't it? It is, but it's alright. I expect it to happen. Plus it's cute to see you like this. Spencer pats the top of Tor's head. Tor's canid ears twitch. Wait. He feels the top of his head, probably looking very strange to anybody looking his way. Fenrir's ears are not there, yet it feels like they are. It's like he can feel them twitching and reacting to Spencer's hand even though they don't exist. Does your mind play funny tricks on you after that gamey way? Tor asks, giggling some more from his own stupid speech. You could say it does. I think it might be related to what they've been talking about on the news lately, like how the game's mental manipulation can have after effects in reality. So if your mind keeps on telling you to believe and feel like you have something that you don't, then that might carry over to reality. For example, I sometimes don't roll over when I'm lying down to sleep because I keep on thinking that my antlers will stop me, but then I remember, no antlers in reality, Spencer explains. Yes, that. A loud smack comes from a few booths ahead, drawing the attention of nearly everybody in the bar. Cassandra's right hand is raised while her left hand is pulling the top of her costume up as far as she can get it. Her face is bright red and she looks as if she's trying not to cry. One of the men sitting down in front of her has a bright red mark and a stupid grin on his face. What's the matter? You're already showing off those tits. Who cares if we get to see the rest of them? It's not like you're leaving much to the imagination, the man says, his hands making groping gestures in the air as they approach her chest. Going by blush on his cheeks, in addition to where he was slapped, and the hazy look in his eyes, Tor isn't the only one who drank too much. You don't show off great tits like this if you don't want them to be looked at and touched, ain't that right? Tor hates cliché, sexist men in reality just as much as he does in-game. A ship with cannons manned by Ciro would be pretty helpful right now. While he may not have a ship nor a cannon-addicted assistant, that doesn't mean he's going to just sit back and watch some girl get harassed. He's too drunk to notice the bouncer already on the way over to break things up and kick the offending party out. Hey, what are you guys think you're doing? Tor asks, placing himself between Cassandra and her molester. Now, when a man asks a question, he usually waits for an answer before doing anything else. Tor goes and punches the man in the face almost immediately after asking the question as if he can't decide on whether he wants to solve this peacefully or forcibly. There are two problems with this. 1, Tor is not Fenrir. Fenrir is strong. Tor is not. 2, the man that just bloodied the nose of is much larger and looks like the kind of guy who makes obnoxious noises while lifting not actually that heavy weights at the gym. Spencer pulls her away just in time to keep him from getting his face smashed in. Sorry about that, my friend here drank a bit too much. Spencer tries apologizing to the man, but all the denied retaliation does is inspire him and his friends to get up from their booth. The bouncer arrives. While the molester may be a large man, the bouncer is larger and more intimidating in every way possible. He looks like the kind of man who makes obnoxious noises at the gym but only because he's lifting weights that actually require them. His biceps look like they are going to tear through his shirt if he flexes. Get out of here before we call the cops. Now, he shouts at both the molester and Tor. Naturally, a drunken man willing to try and tear off an innocent girl's costume and then try to punch a guy less than half his size is also going to be willing to try and attack the bouncer. The bouncer does not take kindly to this, blocks the man's attempt at a punch, twists his arm behind his back, and drags him over to the entrance. You're going to fucking break my arm, let it go. The dragged man shouts. The bouncer doesn't care. The rest of the guy's friends follow him out of the bar, not wanting to suffer the wrath of the bouncer. Tor turns to look at Cassandra. Are you alright? He starts asking but is interrupted when the bouncer comes over for him. Out. The bouncer demands. It is clear that Tor does not intend to listen, but Spencer intervenes and drags Tor out himself. Sorry, we're going. Spencer apologizes for him. Fortunately, The problem: men are already walking away in the opposite direction of where to and Spencer need to go by the time they get outside. They don't want their egos bruised any more than they already are. Hey, I was done drinking, and stuff, and we needs to give them the monies. To whines to Spencer. The last thing you should be worried about right now is paying for your drinks, Spencer says. What's that supposed to mean? Men, wait, that isn't right. It means that you just got us free drinks. Only problem is that I'm not sure we're ever going to be welcomed back here. But I wanna go back. Then don't punch random guys in the face. Let the bouncer do that. They weren't random. They was like those Fuki Galaxy boys we killed. Shoulda done more and just punchify him in their face. I don't know how the adrenaline isn't sobering you up right now. Hee hee. Adrenaline is a funny word. Adrenaline. Adrenaline, adrenapoop, adrenalina, adrenalina, to continues saying various butchered forms of adrenaline. Meanwhile, in the bar, Cassandra comes back out from the staff room with her costume better secured and her watery eyes wiped. She hates this job and knows that she only has it because of how she looks. She knows that her personality is rough and that most people can't stand her. She knows that she has no useful skills to get herself any service job not based off of being pretty and busty, and she knows that almost every single patron in here sees her as nothing but a sex object. It's all the same in game. She tries escaping this by playing games, but it just happens all over again. The other men she worked with in the August Empire, the Stinky Garlic Guild, literally almost every single male character and NPC she has come across, they all want nothing more than to turn her into their personal hole, but she refuses no matter how much it makes them call her a bitch or prude. She just wishes she could find one guy who sees her as more than just something with tits. Sure, she could always just play male characters or make herself less attractive in games, but she wants to be accepted for who she is, not as somebody she isn't. Fenrir's stupid face pops into her mind. He may make perverted jokes involving her, but from what she's seen so far, he has treated her with respect and like an equal rather than a set of holes. In fact, she can't recall a single time where he has tried hitting on her or checking her out. Even if he has checked her out without her noticing, at least he doesn't do it to her face like most men do. Cassandra finds herself smiling at the thought of him when she reaches another customer's table. That boy that stood up for her looked nice as well. Even if she did catch his perverse eyes looking at her figure from across the bar without him noticing, he was respectful to her face and was able to only look her in the eyes despite being as drunk as he was. He even stood up for her and checked on her afterward, well, tried to check on her. Plus, he was actually cute unlike most of the crude men she encounters. Cassandra realizes she's losing herself in thoughts. Sorry, is there anything I can help you with? She asks the customer. Sarah and Cassandra's eyes meet. Each girl looks almost exactly like they do in game, so they instantly recognize one another. My legs hew out. Spence, carry me. To whines, clinging on to Spencer's side. I knew this was going to happen, Spencer says, lifting up to her like a bride. He has tried giving to a piggyback before, and it would certainly get them less odd looks on the street by passers-by, but he can't trust her to not let go and fall backward. It has happened before. Normally, one would call for an auto taxi in this case, but Spencer couldn't do that to her no matter how drunk he is. He's going to have to carry him all the way home on his own two legs. At least Spencer has done this before. When he tries to give wrong directions to get back to his apartment, Spencer knows better than to follow them. Go right here. Says. Spencer continues walking straight. Left. I'm over third. Spencer goes right. Where are we? Asks with a giggle, not realizing the apartment building he is being held in front of is his own. Spencer carries him all the way to the elevator before finally letting him down. His own legs are on fire at this point. I think you can walk from here, he says. Her almost collapses. With a sigh, Spencer helps her stay standing as he works the elevator. The two finally make it back to his room. Stumbles through his apartment and falls face first onto his bed as soon as he makes his way over to it. Yeah, this is what usually happens, Spencer says to himself. Penguin, turn on the radio with low volume. His TV turns on, switches to the radio stations, and automatically sets the volume low. Spencer looks around. This place is a mess. You're going to be single forever if you don't learn how to take care of yourself and your things, he says, picking up the nearest empty bottles of alcohol and scattered bags of chips to toss them away. Now, let's see if the cleaning supplies I bought last time is still here. Why can't hentai be real? To shouts from his bedroom. Spencer's blank stare rivals Cassiel's world record. Book 1, Chapter 30, Patch 6.0, The Voyage South. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Syrah? Cassandra asks. Both of the girls just blink at one another. Sure, Syrah might have come here expecting to see Fenrir and Oleander, but she didn't expect to see Cassiel. She nods her head and pulls out her phone to type a message for the other woman to read. Once it's typed, she holds the phone up for Cassandra to read with one hand while pointing to her ear with the other. You're deaf, cheat. Sorry, you probably. Cassandra pauses when Syrah shakes her head, taking the phone back to type another message. Syrah holds the phone back up. You can read lips. Good. Sorry, but I don't know the first thing about sign language. Anyways, I'm surprised that Frankie over there even let you in with how tiny you are. Syrah pouts and huffs, bringing her phone back to type in a very offended message. Cassandra looks at the phone again. Sorry, but no matter how you look at it, you're small. Anyways, nice to meet you offline, I guess. I've heard of people meeting up with friends they make online but never this soon. She shrugs. Can I get you anything? The other waitress had to go, so I'm in charge of the booths now. Syrah looks over to where the two men were. She's not much of a drinker and usually only ever comes here for the food, and very rarely at that. Without her totally not stalking targets here, she doesn't have another reason for being here. But if she leaves now without even having anything right after meeting Cassiel, she'll feel bad. Cassandra looks at the screen. A hard cider. That'll be right up, Cassandra says, turning to leave, but then she looks back at Syrah. By the way, if you tell any of those guys about this, I'm going to throw you overboard. The serious expression is enough to make Syrah gulp. She figures that now probably wouldn't be the best time to tell her about how she's already met them in reality. Fook. My head, why can't I move? De grumbles, the scent of liquor on his breath reminding him why he feels the way he does. He looks down and sees himself tucked into the bed with extreme tightness. It feels like he's been wrapped up in a straitjacket. Fortunately, with enough wiggling, he breaks free from his tight yet comfy confines and takes a sip of water from the glass on the nightstand next to his bed. A couple of over-the-counter pills are sitting next to it with a note that reads, for the headache, stop being so messy or you're never going to get the wife you always complain to me about not having yet. You also need to fold your clothes so that they aren't so messy and wrinkled whenever you go out. You can't just leave them sitting in the bin after washing them. Thanks for the fun night and giving me a break from school. P.S. I did lewd things to you in your sleep. Can't help but laugh. Spencer is too good of a friend. This is what happens every single time, and he always feels horrible for never getting to do anything similar for him. Sorry for making you take care of me, Spence, says to himself. He pops the pills into his mouth and washes them down with the provided water. Next thing he does is get a look at just how much Spencer did for him. Every single room in his house has been cleaned from the entrance to his bathroom. Everything has been dusted off. Any messes on the floors have been cleaned up, all garbage is gone. His clothes have either been neatly folded or hanged in his closet. And to really prove just how perfect of a wife Spencer would be, even his keyboard has been cleaned out of any stray hairs and food crumbs that have gotten stuck underneath its keys. Fucking wife here, man. Why do you have to have a duke? Says, you're going to make me regret turning you down back then. There is no way that cannot take care of himself for the day after everything Spencer did for him. So, after eating breakfast, he actually does his dishes. Then he even showers, and brushes his teeth, and combs his hair. Yeah, that's enough of that for a month or two. Something has been bothering him ever since his headache went away and he's had a chance to recall last night's events. There is something that he just feels like he should be remembering, but doesn't. There was that blonde with the really great chest who looked like Cassiel, that girl who looked like Syrah, and Spencer carrying him around. What else? Oh, he looks at his right hand. There's a couple of small bandages on it, That's right. He punched a guy. Time to internally regret everything he did. You stupid idiot. Now we're not going to be allowed back. Guess I can use the rest of my savings for plastic surgery. Maybe that'll fool them. Though, as much as he wishes he could find a way to get back into the bar, he can't really regret what he did when he remembers why he did it. He may not be able to remember exactly what the man did to deserve getting punched in the face, but he knows that the man made the wannabe Cassiel almost cry in front of everybody, which is enough reason to. Wait a second, was that Syrah he saw before he went into the bathroom last night and only landed half of his stream in the urinal? He recalls making eye contact with some girl at a booth outside of it and staring at her like a deer about to get spluttered by a self-driving semi. She looked exactly like Syrah. Everything from her hair to her eyes and her petite figure was the same. He also knows that Syrah lives in this city and apparently looks the same way both in-game and in real life. It must have been a coincidence, right? No. That had to be her. There is no way that it wasn't her. Evans knows that there are only so many coincidences occurring in reality at once. She already lives in the same city as him by coincidence, so there is no way that another coincidence is happening where she has a doppelganger also living in this city that he just so happened to have met. That's just too unbelievable. If something as crazy as that were to happen, he would have to begin believing that he's the main character of some sort of cliché anime-esque romance novel full of unbelievable coincidences and... Wait, if that's the case, doesn't that mean there will be scenes like being on the beach with cute girls wearing swimsuits getting assaulted by fan-service white tentacle monsters, visits to hot springs, and plenty of wardrobe malfunctions? If only. To shakes his head, trying to figure out what he was thinking about in the first place. Right? He punched a guy and saw Syrah. At least Syrah won't know that it was him. She'll probably just think that he's some crazy drunk guy who decided to stare at her before going to the bathroom. He sits down at his computer and opens up Discord. Hushed voice. I saw you at the bar last night. After hearing you guys say that you were going to a bar close to me, I couldn't resist going there myself to see if it was true. I realized how silly it was when I remembered that I have no idea what you look like. But the picture you sent in the group chat, which I think you did by accident, helped me find you. I really, hushed voice, I hit enter. I didn't mean to. I wasn't even going to send that. I was just typing IT to get IT out of my system. I swear I'm not like a stalker or anything. I was just really curious and I'm sorry. Please don't think I'm crazy. Why can't I delete my last message? Why isn't there a delete button? I should be able to just highlight my message and then backspace. Oh. He looks at the group chat to take his mind off of what he just learned. Victor's favorite slot, can't play today. Victor's favorite slot, just keep going south. Victor's favorite slot, even you should be able to handle it at the meme struggle. Victor's favorite slot, you showed me last night just how good you are at handling things. Syrah Ludo/O. Spence, please. To groans. He returns to the direct message conversation with Syrah. The meme struggle, sorry about last night. I saw you and I should have said hi, but I was really drunk and needed to go to the bathroom. Then I guess I forgot afterward. Hope you didn't think I was ignoring you. He picks up his headset to head over to his bed, but Syrah replies in her typical quick fashion. Hushed voice. It's okay. I'm just happy that you don't think I'm like a crazy stalker or anything like that. You don't think I'm like that, do you? I swear I'm not. I guess it was inappropriate of me to go there knowing that there was a strong chance of seeing you, but, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone. The meme struggle, don't worry about it, dork. Crazy girls are my fetish anyways. The meme struggle, just kidding, you're not crazy. Promise. You're just Syrah. Hey. If you were there, did you see if I at least got a good hit on that guy? Hushed voice. His nose was bleeding, but I don't know if that was from you or the bouncer. But it was really cool. Even if I still feel guilty about going, I don't regret it. I got to see you be a hero. The hell are you talking about? I ain't no hero. You really are crazy if you call me something like that. Says with a blush on his cheeks. The meme struggle, I was just trying to act tough to impress all the girls in the bar, obviously. Hushed voice, it worked / Why do you have to admit that? I'm going to fall for you if you make it so obvious. Seriously. The meme struggle, you're a dork. I'm going to be in game in a bit. Company would be appreciated. Hushed voice. Sorry, I can't get on until after lunch with a friend. I guess like how you and Ali have your boys' nights, this is my girls' midday. The meme struggle, fair enough. I'll see you in game later then. Have a nice lunch. With that, T gets up from his desk and lies back down on bed with the headset already around his head. Time to immerse and get back to being Fenra. Fenra finds himself in the usual spot with Saya sitting across from him. You need to work out more, Una-chan. Saya says, shadowboxing in her seat. Says the girl who doesn't even have any muscles. Fenra fires back. He regrets it. Saya goes from being a cute little sister to being a bulked-up weightlifter with a head too small for her body in the blink of his eyes. Please. Saya returns to normal, a smug grin on her lips. My gains are too much for you, bro. Are you learning how to be a dork from Syrah? Such a copycat. I'm just copying what you like. I mean, it's not like I want you to like me or anything, Una-chan. Anyways, Fenra changes the subject before his heart gets going again. I have a question. Of course you do. I remember that dude we killed talking about streaming. How does that work? Just like in any other game. Well, maybe not just like it. If you are a streamer on any online platform, we can link your in-game character to the streaming service. You can either stream in first person, so everybody sees what you see, or third person. You'll also get a little window floating up next to you if you want so that you can see what everybody is saying, know how many people are watching, and so on. Wait, wouldn't that give a massive advantage to streamers? People could point out if they see stuff, and if you can show them a third-person view of your character, they could warn you of anybody behind you. No worries, Una-chan. Us virtual assistants are required to filter out all messages that may give streamers unfair advantages. So, viewers can ask questions, say hi, talk about real-life stuff, and so on, but they won't be able to help out who they're watching at all. We're like super chat moderators. Alright, that makes sense then. Wait, since the game has nudity and sex, isn't it like streaming pornography sometimes? By most streaming platforms' rules, yep. That's why they have to either stream via platforms traditionally meant for sex and erotica, or they have to use one of the platforms that feature adult sections. So, in a way, they're almost kind of like camgirls. By your logic, maybe it's fun logic. Think about it, that annoying prick Caskild is the equivalent of a camgirl. I mean, I'm not trying to shame camgirls or anything, but you know that he'd be super pissed off if I made that comparison to his face. Saya giggles. Alright, Una-chan, you win this one. Anyways, ready to immerse? You know it. Fenra finds himself in the hull of the ship. Rock must be able to sense that he's in-game and awake because as soon as he opens his eyes and leans up, the rocky little puppy comes barreling down the stairs at full speed, and trips, and falls down the last few steps. But then continues running at full speed. There's my girl. You been behaving? No accidents anywhere? Wait, I don't think you can have accidents, Fenra says, running his hands along the length of Rock's body as she wags her tail so hard that he's worried it's going to fall off. Everybody else is sleeping still. It's just me and you, girl. Come on, let's get above deck. Rock hops off of his lap and rushes back upstairs just as quickly as she came down them. He cringes when he's worried that she's going to trip again, but fortunately, she makes it up without any issues. Something bothers Fenra as he brings the ship out of the cove. He really wanted to play the game differently this time. Like, seriously this time. This wasn't supposed to be another one of those times where he tells Spencer and Victor that he's totally going to be different this time only to end up caving into their demands for violence and villainy. And to be fair, it isn't one of those times. Everything they have done to already get on the bad sides of others has been initiated by none other than himself. What am I doing? He asks, leaning over the ship's wheel. Worry fills his mind and gut. After that last attempt at doxing him and the death threats he's been sent, he really doesn't want to rise to infamy again. Yet, as much as he loves fishing, he just feels so alive and natural when he's doing the same old thing with the guys and now Syrah and Cassiel. Why can't he just play the game how he wants to without worrying about people taking it too seriously and going after him in real life? It isn't fair that he has to restrict himself so much more than everybody else does. He doubts many others are getting death threats and having dox attempts made at them just because they're having fun playing games. He could understand it better if he was cheating or hacking, but they have never done that. What does he truly want from this game? Is returning to his roots really worth the risk? Isn't playing games all about having fun and doing whatever he wants? Anna-chan, I'm detecting a lot of stress from you. You should wake and take a longer rest from the game so that you may properly consider all of this. Saya chimes in. Thanks, Saya, but I'm fine. I'm just kind of scared, but at the same time, it's exciting. I think I'm just going to continue doing whatever I feel like doing at the time without trying too hard to do one thing or the other. I'm just going to be myself and screw around. Not going to be some supervillain. Not going to be a vigilante. I'm not going to try and avoid those either. Does that make sense? I'm just going to go with the flow. Besides, there is a virtual assistant inside of everybody's mind who plays this. Couldn't you just warn the authorities if anybody does anything illegal? Yep, that was included in the terms of service you checked without reading all of it. It isn't like we spy on you and send all your information to the government, but if we detect, for example, that you have memories of being a serial killer or rapist, then we alert the appropriate government agency so that they may place you on a watch list. Nothing we can give them counts as valid evidence in the court of law, but it can help prevent bad things from happening in the first place. So if anybody decides they are going to try and stalk you in real life because they want to kill you and harvest your organs, that's a bit specific. HMPH. Don't interrupt me. If anybody wants to kill you and harvest your organs, we're going to warn somebody about that intent. That's good to know. Thanks, Saya. It makes me feel a lot better. No problem, Anna-chan. Now, go be yourself. Aye. With Saya in his head and Rock by his side, a clear sky with a shining sun above, and a gentle breeze to fill out the ship's sails, Fenrir couldn't ask for better conditions to go sailing with. Finally, the journey to the City of Pirates is resumed. Book 1, Chapter 31, Patch 6.0, The Voyage South. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir gets some good distance between the ship and the coast. He wants to be able to relax and enjoy the scenery, maybe practice casting his fishing rod some more, while letting the ship just sail on its own. The more distance between the ship and the coast, the less he has to worry about accidentally beaching it on something. Wait, something is wrong here, Fenrir says, looking over the ship. Rock tilts her head while following behind him. Emergency, Rock, he says despite his voice not sounding too worried. She doesn't have a name yet. Every ship needs a name. Rock doesn't understand what's happening, but she's happy and wagging her tail anyway. All right, let's brainstorm. How about the Sea Rock? He asks, looking down at Rock. She's wagging her tail still and gives a happy bark. However, he thinks it's just because she heard her name. I don't think I'd want to be on a ship named after something that sinks to the bottom of water, actually. How about the Penguin? Nah, I can't double up on names like that. My TV might get jealous. Rock stops paying attention and licks her paws instead. Should I name her something badass? She's not quite on the same level as the Divine Citadel was, so maybe the Divine Shack. Yeah, she's only a shack in comparison to the Divine Citadel, so maybe something else. Fenrir's face lights up. I've got it. From now on, your name the Shoebill, he declares, patting the side of the ship's hull. You might not be as awesome as a Shoebill is yet, but you'll get there. I'll build you up and make you worthy of the name. Aren't you just naming the ship after a Shoebill because you saw an anthropomorphized Shoebill anime girl? Sayo asks. You're not wrong, but Shoebills themselves are awesome. They're like modern dinosaurs, and they make really cool noises. They're like the alligators of birds, Fenrir explains. If you say so, Anna-chan. What do you think, Rock? Isn't the Shoebill a great name? Fenrir asks, crouching down to get Rock's opinion. Rock gives a happy little bark and then goes back to doing puppy things. 2 against 1, sire. I never said I was against it. Too late, you lose, we win. You know, I'm technically part you, So if you win then I also win. Yeah, well, the part of you that isn't part of me loses. Saya mentally facepalms. The hell are you talking to yourself for, bastard? Cassiel asks from the entrance to the cabin. Fenrir's ears and tail shoot up as he spins around to look at her, blush on his cheeks. He was talking out loud to Saya, but she was only talking in his head. Rock hops up and runs over to her. She jumps up and down against Cassiel's leg as if wanting to get lifted up, but Cassiel resists. I was, talking to my virtual assistant, Fenrir explains. You know you can do that in your head, right? Cassiel asks. Yeah, but, nobody else was here, so I figured I'd just talk normally. She shrugs. What are you doing on? Oh, didn't you say you had work yesterday? How was it? I'm on to take my mind off of how shitty my shift was. That's why I'm on, and that's how work was, she explains. Relax and take it easy then, I'll be up here if you need anything from me, he says, figuring that she'd rather have some space from him if she had such a bad shift and just wants to relax. Instead, she walks up to him and leans over the side of the ship. Can I rant? She asks. Fenrir is surprised to hear her ask that. He really figured she'd just want some peace and quiet, and he hasn't pegged her as the kind of girl to really talk about real life, assuming that's what she wants to talk about. Go for it, he says. Guys are fucking assholes. Oh, it's one of those kinds of rants. Yeah, we can be sometimes. My boss makes me wear this skimpy shitty little thing that barely covers anything up, and then he says I'm overreacting whenever I complain about guys constantly hitting on me and trying to grope me. Like, what a fucking piece of shit. He's lucky that I need the job or else I'd be out of there. Fenrir wants to say something, but he isn't sure what to say. He could always try that just listen thing that he always hears relationships experts say to do. That sucks. He confirms her feelings. And then when one of the customers finally actually stands up for me, he gets kicked out and banned from the bar. You know what's really messed up? The bastard who screwed with me isn't banned because my boss says that he was just drunk and being a guy. But the guy who punched him for me is banned. I told him that he shouldn't be banned and he said that he isn't allowed to come back for trying to start a fight. Then he tells me the bastard isn't banned because it would hurt the bar's reputation. That sounds really shitty. At least somebody tried sticking up for you. Yeah. But it just pisses me off even more when I think about how some random guy defended me more than any of my exes ever did. Some random guy I don't even know treated me better than every single one of those sheetheads I dated, and then he gets in trouble for it. I almost wish he didn't, just so that I could think all guys are pieces of shit instead of reminding me I just make shitty decisions. Sounds like you should ask him out if you ever see him again. Fenrir teases. She turns to look at him and glares. Shut up, bastard. Doubt I'd ever see him again anyways. Besides, he was probably just defending me to try and get my clothes off. He sounds like a pretty nice guy. He just wanted to defend your honor, m'lady. Did he tip his fedora to you after backing you up? To Fenrir's surprise, he actually sees Cassiel smile and look like she's holding back a laugh. Shut up, she repeats herself, voice clearly faltering and wanting to laugh. God, guys like that are the worst. Every single guy I meet is either some perverted asshole who wants to try and act like some dominant alpha and thinks he's hot shit because he knows how to flirt, or they're spineless nice guys who only act nice to try and get into my pants since they're too self-conscious to just flirt with me directly, or they don't know how to. Which one am I? Fenrir asks. The annoying one. Fenrir chuckles. Fair enough. Anyways, I know what you mean. I cringe every single time I see guys like that. It's like almost every guy I know thinks they have to either treat girls like shit because they subconsciously like it because of evolution, or they put them on a pedestal and treat them like goddesses to prove that they're more devoted than every other guy. God. I know, right? They don't know that all you have to do is treat a girl like she's just another person. If you just treat every guy and girl the same, with respect and like a normal human being, it works out better. That's how it is with every successful relationship I know. Exactly. At least one of you bastards gets it. I think it's pretty interesting to think about, though. I mean, why do guys act that way? I do think being alpha and dominant has its place. But that doesn't mean to be an asshole. I think it'd be more fair to just say be confident instead of trying to be alpha or dominant. Then you've got nice guys who are basically the result of romantic comedies being pumped out by the dozen every year. What do romantic comedies have to do with creepy guys? Think about it. How many times are the guys in romantic comedies obsessed with the girl, willing to do anything to win her over, act like borderline stalkers, act up in front of everybody and do like huge public confessions, and then win the girl? Those movies basically condition guys to act like creepy, obsessive stalkers where if they're just persistent enough, they get rewarded. Yeah, I can see your point. Cheat. Now I'm not going to be able to enjoy those movies anymore. I didn't think you were a romantic comedy type of girl. Cassiel looks at him again, this time with reddened cheeks. I will throw you overboard if you tell anybody. Tell anybody what? I don't know what you're talking about, he says with exaggerated confusion. The ocean breeze brushes against Cassiel's face, blowing her hair back and causing her to squint her eyes. The way that she raises her hand up as if to shield herself from the salty wind is the first time he sees her feminine side. It's nice. Sorry you had to deal with all of that, he says. It's fine, I'm over it now. Thanks for listening to me rant. I know how much you guys hate that sort of thing. Nah, it's nothing. I like talking and listening to people. You get to learn more about them that way. And the more you learn about them, the closer you can get to them. Makes relationships more personal. Fenrir swears he can see a slight smile on her lips, but she turns her head away before he can confirm it. Didn't you go out with that dear boy? What was his name again? She changes the subject. Yeah, we live a few hours away from each other. He comes and visits me twice a month to go out drinking downtown. His name is Oleander. Well, his character name is. How was it? You listened to me and my shitty problems, so it's only fair to listen to how your day was. It was pretty good. I got really drunk so I can't remember much, but I remember punching some guy in the face and then getting kicked out. Cassiel snaps back around to look at him. The hell did you punch a guy for? You trying to start random bar fights? She sounds like a scolding mother. Nah. Nothing like that. I just remember him being an asshole to our waitress and harassing her, so I walked up and punched him. Probably should have just waited for the bouncer to do that since I'm probably banned now, but, Cass, what's with that look? Cassiel doesn't realize she's blatantly staring up at his face. She just now remembers that they said they were going to the One-Eyed Pirate, and he apparently punched a guy and then got kicked out. He doesn't look anything like the guy in the bar. But there weren't any other violent incidents at the bar yesterday. She curses herself for forgetting that he was supposedly going to be there. Her hatred for her job just consumes her and overrides logical thought most of the time. Now that she's vented her hatred out and is putting pieces together, he has to be that guy from the bar. You, what's with that look? She asks. Fenrir doesn't realize that he's blatantly staring down at her face. He just now realizes that their stories sound almost the exact same, and knowing what he knows about that bar's management, he begins putting the pieces together. She was wearing a skimpy outfit, had to deal with arsehole customers, had some guy defend her whom was then kicked out, and, wait, doesn't she look almost the exact same as his waitress did? The two continue staring at each other, now pointing fingers at one another. Rock ignores them to continue doing rock things. Book 1, Chapter 32, Patch 6.0, The Voyage South. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir starts. You were, Cassiel tries talking as well. Both of their faces are red at this point, and their jaws hang open from surprise. Rock has no idea what is going on and decides to roll around on her back a little bit to scratch an itch that her stubby little legs can't reach. You were our waitress? You were that guy who punched that bastard? They keep on talking over one another. Fenrir waits a few moments before opening his mouth to talk again, and when he finally does open it, she opens hers. You first. You fur. TCH. Cassiel loses. Fine. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I don't really know what to say either. The only noises to break up the awkward silence are those of the wooden hull creaking as it sails through gentle waters. Cassandra, right? Fenrir asks. Cassiel looks away. Yeah, I'm Rita. Only fair to give you my name if I know yours. Plus we've already met in real life, so. First Syrah, now you. I thought coincidences like this are saved for movies. You met her too? What do you mean too? You already met her? Last night was my first time seeing her in person. Same as you. Next thing I know and your dog there is going to be popping up at work. Rock is pretty full of surprises. Anyways, sorry about causing you trouble last night. Cassiel turns away. Shut up. It's fine. Bastard deserved it. Fenrir sighs. Sucks that I'm officially banned. Always did like the drinks there, and they have some pretty great wings. Cassiel looks at him again. Her eyes are wide as if she's just seen a ghost or has had her PTSD triggered. You eat the wings though? Oh god. Please don't say anything more than that. I don't want to know. He's never seen her look so concerned before. She turns away again. Hey, what? Fenrir asks, head tilted. Thanks for, don't worry about it. Like you said, the bastard deserved it. There's no way that Cassiel is going to let him see how wide she's smiling right now. Change the subject already. Fenrir's own smile spreads across his lips. He's beginning to learn how to read her. Fine. I'll have you be an encyclopedia instead of a waitress. Can you tell me more about the August Empire? You mentioned stuff like the Inner Circle, angels, and dragons, so I want to hear more about all that stuff. Cassiel slaps her cheeks to regain her composure before turning back around. Alright, I'll start from the beginning and give you a quick overview, she says. Hang on. Fenrir rushes below deck and comes back up with a couple of empty crates. He sets them down next to each other and sits down on the first one, patting the other to signal her. She sits down on it. Thanks. Now, where should I start? Alright. The August Empire started off as the Holy Empire and was led by this guy who just wanted to roleplay like a bunch of Romans. Livia, the current Empress, was his top general. She saw how incompetent he was and overthrew him, renamed the faction, organized the land and guilds, then went on to grow it into the powerhouse it is today. It's mostly made up of humans because she's a role player at heart and thinks non-human races aren't trustworthy. They're allowed in, but they get treated like slaves unless they prove themselves. Cassiel begins her lecture. How do they prove themselves? Fenrir asks, playing the role of a curious student. Wait, now he's imagining her dressed up like a glasses-wearing teacher and smacking a ruler against his desk. It's a nice thought. She could totally pull it off. Colosseum fights. Usually, they either fight in the arena and prove that they're better than everybody else, or they join the military as a slave soldier and prove themselves during war. Sounds pretty intense. It's kind of funny how nobody would ever willingly want to basically be a slave in real life. But if it's a game, nobody cares. Just like how people will buy houses in games and keep them super clean and decorated and stuff, but not care at all about that in real life. He realizes that he just described himself. People like to roleplay. Anyways, there's thousands of guilds underneath the August Empire's rule. The vast majority are only given the rank of barons. Barons belong to counts, counts to dukes, dukes to kings, and then there's finally the Empress herself. With Livia at the top, there are 4 kings who control everybody underneath them. Trallan leads the exiled Hammer. He's a dwarf that got kicked out of the Conquerors of the Deep and decided to start a crafting guild over here. He's a king of the territory near the mountains, and all guilds dedicated to crafting, gathering, and trading are under his command. He leads the economic backbone of the empire. Sounds like a cliché dwarf to me. Does he have a beard? Good luck meeting a dwarf who doesn't have a beard and some bad Scottish accent. What about the other 3 kings? Fenrir asks, stretching out and looking over at Rock to check on her. She's rolling around a loose cannonball on the deck. Fenrir knows he should probably do something about that, but it's not like he has a better toy to replace that with. He should probably tell her that she won't be able to pick it up no matter how many times she tries biting it. But she's cute, so he doesn't say anything. Gregory leads the Farmers' Union. Cassiel starts up again. That's a boring name. Cassiel laughs a bit. I know, and he's just as boring as the name is. I met him a few times. I know that he's some old guy in reality and apparently manages a bunch of farms in the Midwest. Anyways, He's in charge of the Empire's food. Most players who just want to live normal fantasy lives without fighting or any of that other stuff will join guilds underneath his command. Next. She glares at him. Next. Please. I'm going to throw you overboard, Cassiel says with a groan. King Dante the Everlasting Inferno. Cassiel pauses to look at Fenrir, just knowing that he's going to have a reaction to this. She's right. He looks as if he is putting every last bit of his strength into not bursting out laughing. Even Rock has paused her dream of picking up the cannonball to look at Cassiel with a tilted head. He demands that he's addressed that way every single time anybody talks to him. It's fucking horrible. He's also one of the biggest edgelords you're hopefully never going to meet. Why are edgy guys always named Dante? That and Lucifer. Fenrir is really close to laughing his sides into orbit. She sighs, really not wanting to go any further into detail about the edgiest of edgelords. He's the leader of their dragon lords. She cringes and wants to crawl into a hole just for saying that. Fenrir is suspiciously quiet. When she finally looks over at him to see his reaction, well, she has never seen somebody literally rolling on the floor before while still not making any noise. Rock is even rolling around next to him. She just helps that Rock is mimicking Fenrir instead of laughing at her. Regardless, her face is pure red. You better appreciate this. Anyways, he's the leader of the military. Well, it's more like he's the second in command to Livia. All of the guilds focused on war and fighting are underneath his command. He works the most directly with Livia. The Dragon Knights are his elite followers who have all tamed dragons from the mountains and ride them into battle. Some people consider them the most elite fighting force in the game. Others consider Livia's archangels that. Fenrir finally regains his composure and sits back on the crate. Got it. Got it. What about the archangels? Livia's angels, and archangels, are her personal honor guard. I was one of the newest recruits and only a few quests away from earning my wings and halo before that incident with those garlic bastards. The archangels are just veteran angels who wield holy weapons. How do you get wings and a halo? I don't know. I didn't make it far enough. And it's kept secret. Got it. What about the final king? His name is Tenant. He doesn't lead a guild himself, but he rules over all the guilds that form the Empire's outer territory. He's basically in charge of the law, politics, foreign relations, and keeping tabs on all of the outer territories. Those are the four kings. Most guilds fall under their control and live within the inner territories, making them part of the inner circle. Fenrir realizes something. This is totally like expositional world building in a game or book. This would be one of those times when characters discuss information that a few lore-addicted players would care about, but most would probably be smashing whatever button is required to skip through all of the dialogue boxes. Thanks for all the information. So, you were close to Livia? Fenrir asks. Yeah, I was almost beginning to think of her as a friend before everything happened, Cassiel answers. What about the other factions? I couldn't tell you much about them. I already told you about Indra and the Goddess's Own. You'll be seeing the Free Sailors soon. There's the Desert Stalkers across the ocean, but the only way to learn anything about them is to be part of them. Nobody knows where their city is, and we only know of their existence because of traders and spies from their faction. There are the Conquerors of the Deep and the Northern Wardens. Both are across the ocean and have been at war with each other since they were founded. The former is a bunch of dwarfs living in mountains. The latter are Viking elves and monsters. Can't tell you much about them either since they're across the ocean. Never paid attention to people talking about them. Then there are the Hermetic Scholars, but you'll probably learn all you need to know about them when we reach the city. The only other important faction I can think of is the Endbringers. Sounds like Dante has some competition. Fenrir already wants to laugh again. Yeah, Dante might be stupid and edgy, but these guys are actually scary. You don't want to meet them if you have traumatic content enabled. There are some seriously messed up people in their ranks. They're a really small faction, but the people who are in it are fucked up. You've never seen anybody as shitty and evil as they are in other games. I wouldn't be surprised if their leader is the descendant of some genocidal maniac. They live for the traumatic content in this game. So, they're the kind of people who get off to lie snuff hentai. Cassiel looks confused. He's said too much. She's going to catch on to how much of a weeb he is. Sure, the way she says that makes him cringe at himself. Thanks for the information. Miss Encyclopedia. Cassiel points at him and then points overboard. The threat is clear. Consider us even for last night, she says. Deal. Anyways, mind keeping an eye out for me up here? I'm going to go below deck and count our supplies. Seems like those pricks might have been loading up for a trade run when we stole her. Oh, by the way, she's named the Shoebill now. Who? The ship. You named the ship. Come on, Cass. Every ship has to have a name. Rather than try to break the record for having a blank stare again, she just shrugs. I'll yell if I see anything. Book 1, Chapter 33, Patch 6.0, The Voyage South. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir heads below deck where everybody else's characters are still sleeping. Somehow, Oleander's character has managed to crawl on top of Bone Crooker in his hammock. He decides not to question that. With one hammock free, he picks up Syrah's sleeping character and places her on it so that she, 1, is out of his way while he looks through everything down here, and 2, because he's a gentleman. Well, sometimes he's a gentleman. There are several heavy crates and barrels spread around. Fenrir opens up the nearest crate and finds stacks of tanned animal hides in it. The next crate is full of bones, fangs, and other hard animal and monster parts. Tucked away in the farthest section are several sealed barrels. He gives them a kick to try and figure out what's inside of them. He is replied to with the sound of liquid swishing around. Whatever is in the barrels, it's liquid. Probably shouldn't open those. A few barrels with loose lids that don't sound like they are going to spill their contents if opened are up against the wall. 2 of the barrels are full of what looks like red wine, and the other barrel has water in it. Fenrir dips his finger into the water and then brings it back to his lips to lick. No salt. This must be meant for drinking during voyages. The rest of the crates are full of more of the same. There are just a bunch of containers full of various animal and monster parts. Hopefully, they will be able to sell all of this when they reach the city. Fenrir heads back up. However, when he sees Cassiel on her knees trying to get Rock's attention, he decides to hide behind the wall and watch in secret. Come on. I'm sorry about fighting you first, alright? I thought you were a bad puppy, but now I know you're a good puppy. You're a good girl, aren't you? Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Cassiel asks, her voice growing softer as if she is talking to a baby. Rock turns her head up at Cassiel and goes back to rolling the cannonball around the deck. Is it because I wouldn't pick you up earlier? I'm sorry, but I can't. Can't what? Fenrir asks, now standing in view. Without saying a single word, Cassiel stands up, draws her sword, and points it at him without even looking at him. You have 5 seconds to throw yourself overboard, Cassiel explains. Or what? Fenrir asks. Or I chop you up and then throw you overboard. Fenrir is only saved when Rock growls at Cassiel. Seeing that she just made Rock dislike her even more, Cassiel lowers her sword and head. She is defeated. Fenrir makes eye contact with Rock and then points at Cassiel. Rock understands the command and walks up to the defeated woman, sitting down in front of where she is looking to look up at her and whine with big puppy eyes. I don't see anything, Fenrir says. You won't tell the others, right? Cassiel asks. Tell them about what? I don't know what you're talking about. Cassiel crouches down to pick up Rock, lifting the wolf pup up and cradling her in her arms. Rock happily licks at the woman's face with her smooth, rocky yet oddly warm tongue. Cassiel just makes sure to keep her back turned to Fenrir so that he can't see the delighted expression on her face. What did you find down there? She asks. A bunch of animal and monster skins and body parts, some barrels full of liquid, some food, and then water and wine. Need a drink? We can test out how strong the wine is on you, Fenrir suggests. I don't drink. Cassiel sounds serious. A waitress in a bar that doesn't drink? I can't drink. Are you a lightweight or something? Her silence says everything he needs to know. Are you so worried you don't want to drink? He asks. I said no, you bastard. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to shout by your ears. She says, remembering that Rock is being held up in front of her face. I'm just teasing, don't worry. I wouldn't try pressuring you into doing anything you don't want to do. You better not. I promise I won't. You better. I do. Good. bastard. Fenrir picks up one of the fishing rods and sits on top of one of the starboard cannons. He figures that he might as well practice. He gets an idea. One of the barrels on deck is half full of cannonballs. Digging into it, he looks for the smallest one that he can find and feels around to try and determine what it's made out of. It just feels like rounded, smooth rock. Perfect. Hey, Cass, bring Rock over here, Fenrir requests. Cassiel listens and walks over to him, holding Rock by the undersides of her front legs. Rock's tail starts wagging when she sees the small cannonball. Fenrir holds it close enough to Rock's maw for her to latch onto it. This one is small enough for her to actually wrap her jaws around. Partially, Rock uses all of her strength to bite down on the rock. While this would normally be cringe-inducing if she had normal teeth, her teeth are made of sharp rock just as hard as this cannonball. To both Fenrir's and Cassiel's surprise, Rock bites a chunk of the cannonball off and chews it up a bit before swallowing. Look, Fenrir says, pointing to the side of Rock's body where she was smashed with that mace during the attack on Coastage. The chunks of rock missing from her side are regrowing. However, they grow in darker than before. The rock now making up a spot on her side is colored the same as the cannonball. How did you think of that? Cassiel asks. Was just a random thought I had. I was feeding her rocks as treats, so she must treat rocks and other minerals like food. So, I'm wondering, what if I phase metal into her diet? He asks, drawing his own sword and holding it up to Rock's mouth. She isn't interested. I bet if I could somehow get her to start eating metal, she could become at least partially made out of it. Wait, we are in a fantasy setting, so what if there are like firestones? What if I feed her rocks of certain elements? I guess there might be rocks like that, but I don't know where you would find them. What if I feed her something strong enough to withstand lava, and then let her drink lava? Lava is basically just melted minerals. I don't know. These are weird questions I've never heard of before. You can't expect me to know everything. Yeah, I guess that's a strange question, Fenrir admits with a nod. I'm calling animal services if you try feeding your puppy lava. Rock, want to eat lava? He asks in an excited voice. Rock replies with an excited bark and wag of her tail. Of course she's going to want to if you ask in that tone. Cassiel says 2 versus 1. We win, Fenrir says, leaning forward and down so that Rock can reach his face for a lick. This puts his face much too close to Cassiel's face for her comfort. Before she has a chance to say anything, a winged monster flies overhead and lets out a strident screech. Fenrir looks up to see what it is. Is that a pterodactyl? He asks, sounding like an excited child. Rock barks up at it, but the monster clearly has no interest in her. With red cheeks, Cassiel calms herself to answer his question. It's at least modeled after one. Up north were plains and forests, but past the beach down here it's like a giant jungle full of dinosaur-themed monsters. There's this huge Aztec-inspired city in the center of it that has a ton of dungeons and raid bosses in it. Okay, that sounds awesome. I want to see more dinosaurs. Wait. If there's dinosaurs, are there sea monsters? Of course there are. If there's dragons, dinosaurs, and angels, why wouldn't there be sea monsters? I want to go fishing for a sea monster. You what? Extreme fishing for sea monsters? I want to find one and catch it. Are you sure you weren't the one punched in the head last night? Cass. Rock. We're going to go fishing for a sea monster. Maybe not yet, but eventually. I want off this ship. Cassiel groans. Yeah, we're probably going to need a bigger ship. I agree. We'll need to get off of this one, Fenrir says. That's not what I meant. She pauses to look at him, seeing a smug smile on his face. He knew full well what she meant. He just decided to tease her about it. Cassiel sets Rock down and draws her sword. 5 seconds. Book 1, Chapter 34, Patch 6.0, The Voyage South. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After being chased around the ship by Cassiel, dodging whatever she could get her hands on to throw at him, Fenrir feels like he must have leveled up his speed and evasion. Unfortunately, Cassiel's ability at throwing things has increased just as much as his ability to dodge them. The two eventually settle down and collapse on the deck. He's pretty sure that he wasn't even this tired when running away from Coastage that first night. All right, Truce. Let's call it a tie, Fenrir offers. Between heavy breaths and calling him a bastard, Cassiel agrees to his offer and sheaths her sword. How much longer do you think it's going to take until we're there? He asks. It's on the southern coast of this region, so just over 3 days in game if we keep this speed, Cassiel answers. How long does it take to cross the ocean? About the same. It's just going to take so long to get to Port Togata because we have to go around the coast instead of straight to it. Fenrir stands up and looks over to the coast. I just realized something. How come there aren't more coastal villages down here? We went past a few more south of Coastage, but I haven't seen any since crossing the strait. Do you think building a small coastal town with a jungle full of dinosaur monsters right behind you is going to work very well? You know, you might have a point there, Fenrir says before stretching. Hey, if you plan on staying on for a while, want to train? I figure that we might as well try to gain some more practice fighting. Wait. Do you get equal experience and skills and all of that by dueling a friend? I know it usually doesn't count in other games unless it's an actual enemy. As long as you're pushing yourself, it doesn't matter who you're fighting. Just like in real life, Cassiel explains. But just know that I won't take it easy on you, and you're not going to be able to beat me. So confident in yourself. Come on, I'm sure I can win at least once. So confident in yourself. Cassiel mocks him. After finishing off the small cannonball that Fenrir gave Rock, she has returned to the first ball and is trying to jump up onto it to balance on it. Jumping onto it is the easy part. Staying balanced on it instead of tumbling off is not. It doesn't help that the ball is constantly rolling around thanks to the shifting ship. Both Rock and her master are training in different ways. Unfortunately, they are both failing horribly at it. Told you, Cassiel says, standing over Fenrir with her foot on his head and sword pointed down at his neck. How long was it between when you got reset and met me? Fenrir asks. His vision is almost entirely black and he can't move either of his arms. 7 days in real life, so 2 weeks in game. I fought every monster I could find to practice on my way back to Coastage and had duels in every town I stayed in. We'll need to get cards when we reach the city so you can see just how far behind me you are. Cards. It's a player-run way of knowing stats and skills. I'm not even going to begin trying to explain how it works. The stuff in those crates down there should be enough to pay for us to get cards. I guess the crafters always find some way of making things boring and learning everything. God, thank you. I know. Too bad that, unless you're famous, you're going to need a card to prove anything to anybody. I only had one because it was required to be eligible for becoming an angel. Speaking of angels, how about you heal me so that I can beat you already? She heals him just as he suggests, and then she wrecks him again. And again. He does a little bit better on his 4th try, but in the end, it is him lying face down on the deck of the ship. I call hacks, Fenrir groans. I call you being stupid, Cassiel retorts. Standing up once more, Fenrir looks out to the west over the ocean. Small, desert islands devoid of anything but palm trees are scattered about. Some look fairly sizable, but most are clearly worthless without a bottled map that has a red X on it. What happens when you sail to the edge of the world? Does it loop around like a real planet? Or do you just fall off? Fenrir asks. Nobody knows. We think there's just more continents out there, but there are huge world bosses that attack you if you try to go too far in uncharted waters, Cassiel explains. So basically, to unlock more of the world, we have to either kill the bosses or find a way past them. That's what most people think. Has anybody ever tried? Yeah. Indra and Blackstache actually teamed up with their navies to try and take out the Southern Serpent, but Blackstache stabbed her in the back during the battle and wiped out most of her navy back then. They've been at war ever since, and if the 2 strongest navies combined couldn't take out the boss, who could? Somebody with a really big fishing rod. The 5th sparring bout begins. Rock barks and runs over to the stairs. When Fenrir looks over, after being healed again, he sees Syrah crouching down to pick up Rock and give her some love. Hey, Syrah. How was your date? Fenrir calls out to her. Syrah pouts. It wasn't a date, it was just lunch, she explains. Rock barks at Fenrir as if to back her up. Can you believe that this bastard is the guy who got kicked out last night? Cassiel asks, looking over at Sira. Sira looks at each one of them, trying to figure out just how much they know. She didn't want to tell Fenrir about meeting Cassiel, and she didn't want to tell Cassiel about Fenrir. Yet, it seems like they both already know about meeting the other last night. He likes getting in trouble, Sira says. Fenrir looks at the girls. Hey, it sounds like you're teaming up on me. You're supposed to be on my side, Sira. Our friendship goes back like a whole extra day longer than yours and hers. Bad dog, getting in trouble, Sira says. Fenrir's ears and tail actually droop from hearing that. You're on my side, right, Rock? He asks. Rock barks at him and licks Sira's face. This is his 6th defeat. What have you been doing? Sira asks, her voice hushed. Fenrir has noticed that she usually speaks in a softer and quieter tone when she hasn't talked in a while. He figures that she has to warm up and get used to it each time. Training and getting my ass beat, he answers her, hand on the back of his head to rub it. I can see that. When Sira looks at Fenrir, she sees roughed up hair, some bloodied spots in his hair and on his tail, and plenty of bruises. Cassiel looks untouched. If anything, Cassiel just looks like she has a massive sense of smug satisfaction. I'm telling you, she's hacking. Want to lose again? Cassiel asks. Sira sits down on a crate with Rock in her lap to watch the show. Fenrir gets his attack deflected, head grabbed onto and smashed into the mast of the ship, as his legs swept out from underneath him, and then sees Cassiel's blade pointed down to his face with the tip of it touching his nose. Sira claps, clearly impressed by the other girl's skill. However, Fenrir felt something while fighting that time. He has been attacking with a sword this entire time, but last time, that feral urge within him could be felt. It felt as if that urge was telling him that he's fighting wrong. One more time, Fenrir requests. Fine. I probably only have enough mana to heal you one more time after this, Cassiel says, finishing up healing him. He sheathes his sword and sets it down by Sira. You already lost with a weapon. Do you really think you can beat me without one? You're probably already more proficient at fighting with a sword than your fists anyways, Cassiel says. Fenrir charges at her. He has to focus more on avoiding her attacks now that he doesn't have a weapon to deflect them with. The feral urge within him is growing stronger by the second as he gives into it. Stay still, you bastard. Cassiel shouts, frustrated by his increased focus on speed and evasion. There is no thought in Fenrir's actions. He is just going with whatever feels like the right thing to do. His head stays low as does his tail, his attacks are not strong but they are too fast for her to dodge, and he is constantly scanning her for opportunities. He is fighting more like a wolf than a man. With how armored she is and the height difference between them, she is only vulnerable from the neck and up. The perfect opportunity presents itself. She thrusts her sword forward to try and stab him. He dodges to the side, grabs her wrist holding the sword, and holds her wrist above her head while his other hand wraps around her throat. He tries to lift her up off of her feet but isn't strong enough to do that yet. Instead, he pins her back against the ship's only mast. Cassiel winces and glares at him. Bastard. She looks into his eyes and sees the feral spirit of a beast within him. She can't tell if she's looking at the eyes of a man or a wolf. That dominant look in his eyes, his bared fangs, pinning her against the mast like this and taking control from her. She's liking this too much. Sira blushes and holds her hands over Rock's eyes. Fenrir pants, trying to figure out what to do next. Cassiel tries kneeing him, but he places a leg between her own to keep them separated and unable to get a good hit on him. She tries pulling his hair, but he takes his hand off of her throat to grab her other wrist. With each of her wrists restrained and her neck exposed, that feral instinct leads his mouth right down to her neck. Cassiel's face grows redder by the second. She feels as if her heart is going to jump out through her chest at any moment. She feels his hot, heavy breath against her exposed neck. The warmth of his breath rolling against her skin makes her want to push herself even closer to his lips. Fenrir hesitates when he realizes what he's doing. Regaining control of his senses, he sees her tilting her head to the side as if she's willingly giving him easier access to her neck. When she sees his hesitation, she realizes just what exactly she is doing, puts all of her strength into her right arm, and thrusts her sword through his abdomen. Fenrir lets go of her wrists and falls to his knees. He is defeated once again. "You bastard," Cassiel says, not able to look in his direction. "Hey, I'm pretty sure I'm about to die here," he says with a pained voice. "Can you heal me already?" She kicks him for how nonchalant he sounds after all of that. "You bastard." She eventually heals him, but not before her heart calms down. Book 1, Chapter 35, Patch 6.0, The Voyage South. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir knows that he should probably stop Syrah from playing with rock by rolling a bunch of cannonballs around on the deck, especially since they only have a limited supply of them. But they are just too cute to stop. Syrah is basically treating all of the cannonballs as if they are tennis balls, and she is trying to overwhelm Rock's ability to decide which ball to chase after by rolling a bunch of them at once. He even sees Cassiel looking over at the two playing every now and then. She glares at him every single time she catches him catching her. Well, as long as Syrah doesn't try throwing the balls around, it shouldn't be a problem. He's sure she knows better than to try and toss and bounce a cannonball. Of course, while Syrah may know that, it doesn't stop Rock from managing to coincidentally roll a ball into the back room and down the steps into the deck below. Fenrir cringes with every crash the cannonball makes as it falls down the steps. Syrah looks at him, expecting to be scolded, but she's just too cute. "Just be more careful and try to stop her from rolling any back there, alright?" he says. That's all the scolding she needs. She smiles and nods before heading below deck to retrieve Rock and the cannonball. When Rock is finally all tuckered out and panting from the intense play session, Syrah bothers Fenrir for something to do by tugging on the back of his leather vest as he stares out to the ocean. "What's up?" Fenrir asks. "I'm bored," Syrah says. Fortunately for her, he already has an idea that he's been playing around with. "You like shooting the cannons, right?" She nods. "Then let's get you some more target practice, though I don't think you need much of it with how awesome your shots were the other night." A light red takes to her cheeks alongside a smile. They move over to the cannons. With the attack on Coastage being over, the cannons have been placed back in their original positions to have 3 on each side of the ship rather than having all 6 on one side. "See that island coming up?" Fenrir asks, pointing at a small desert island off the starboard side of the ship. "Try hitting that. It's pretty small, and we've got a good speed here, so you'll have to try and time the fuse to shoot at the right moment." Syrah looks serious and hurries to load the cannons. Fenrir was planning on helping her with the loading parts, but she seems to have it all under control. She must really like pirate movies if she can do all of this so effortlessly. They steadily approach the island. Syrah stands directly behind the first cannon, looking over to the island and waiting for the perfect time to light the fuse. Fenrir wants to tell her to light it now, but he lets her choose the right time. The longer she waits, the harder it is to resist telling her to hurry and light the fuse. She finally lights it, and then moves to the next cannon to light that one's fuse, and then lights the third cannon. A few seconds later and the cannons go off one after another. Cannonballs are propelled by the blasts over to the island. Each cannonball tears right through the center of the island, knocking down several of the thin palm trees before splashing into the ocean on the other side of the island. "You shot right through the center of it. Great job." Fenrir praises her. He's glad he held his tongue and didn't tell her when to fire. She probably would have missed if he did. Syrah looks up at him with a proud smile. He pats the top of her head a little bit as a reward, making her smile even more. Fenrir feels like he's being glared at. When he looks around, he sees Rock taking a nap and Cassiel turned around and trying to busy herself with something weird. He turns back around to face Syrah. "All right. Those were some great shots. Think you can do it again?" "I think we can afford to spare a few more shots, plus we can count this as training. You'll be sinking enemy ships in no time," Fenrir says. Syrah looks excited, nodding her head as she gets to work reloading the cannons. "Hey, have you felt like this is hard to explain, but have you felt like an internal sense of accomplishment by shooting cannons?" He has no idea how else to describe that sense of learning a skill. "Yeah, I felt it a couple times the other night, and I just felt it again now," she says as she loads the cannons. It looks like she's loading them faster than before. "Just felt it again." Going by that, Fenra comes to the conclusion that she's learning skills for both firing and loading cannons. He wonders whether they count as a sort of siege weapon operating skill, or if they are specific to cannons. 2 more volleys are fired at small islands as they pass by. Fenrir is surprised that Rock is able to sleep through the cannon blasts, and he feels a jealous glare every single time he praises Syrah by patting her head. Yet, every single time he looks around, he cannot find whomever or whatever is glaring at him. Not wanting to shoot all of their supplies, Fenrir puts a stop to Syrah's explosive fun. She's disappointed at first, but she understands. "I had no idea you were going to love shooting cannons so much," he says. "You also like fishing more than I thought you would." I like making hard things shoot their loads," Syrah says. "Yeah, I can see that." Wait one damn second. What did she just say?" He looks down at her. She's looking away and quietly whistling. He must have been hearing things. Wait. This wouldn't be the first time that he's thought she said or done something sexually suggestive. Is she actually a pervert? His eyes narrow as he looks at her. "What did you just say?" he asks. "Shooting cannons is fun," she answers. "Right. I must have misheard you." Syrah looks up at him. "Did you?" she asks. The look in her eyes tells him that he didn't actually mishear her. His virgin self doesn't know how to handle this situation. Every girl he's ever dated, all of which were part of online and long-distance relationships, was a prude that never even gave him a single tease of anything sexual. Yet, now when he looks at Syrah, he feels like he's being teased. He realizes that he's blushing and turns away. Normally, this is when he would try to run away, as his virgin self doesn't know how to handle such situations. But if he always does that every time he ever gets teased by a girl, he's going to remain a virgin forever. He's got to man up and learn how to stand his ground. If he can stare down and sheet talk the biggest badasses and strongest players of MMOs to their faces, he can try to tease a girl back. Fenrir takes a deep breath and tries thinking of the smoothest thing that he can flirt back with. He doesn't want to be like the annoying, virgin protagonists of the harem anime he loves watching. Those guys always get girls making obvious advancements, but never actually do anything. They just stay virgin and dense. Sure, this isn't an anime, and it isn't like he's some protagonist of a harem, but he can't help but compare himself to those guys if he runs away here. It's time to embrace his inner hentai protagonist. "I've got a cannon with a full load that you can shoot," Fenrir says, staring her right in the eyes as he says it. Oh God. He instantly regrets it. He's internally cringing and wants nothing more than to jump overboard to be devoured by sharks. He deserves it for that horrible, cringe-inducing, cheesy pickup line. But, before he can turn himself into a meal for a sea monster, he sees Syrah blushing and giggling. "Does it have an explosive finish?" she asks. "The harder you light my cannon, the more explosive the finish is. It can shoot a lot pretty far," he teases back. As internally cringe-inducing his attempt at flirting is, it makes them both laugh. "Do you get lots of target practice shooting it?" she asks back, now giggling at her own words. "I do. Maybe I'll take you target shooting sometime," he replies. Fenrir doesn't even think they're flirting at this point. This is more like just being silly and saying the cheesiest sexual innuendos that they can think of. It's similar to what he does with Oleander whenever they're screwing around. Yet, unlike with Oleander, this conversation is actually arousing. Going by the flushed look on her cheeks, he can't help but think she's feeling the same way despite how horrible he is at this. "What's so funny? You two have been over here giggling for a minute now," Cassiel asks. The fact that they both blush and look surprised by her interruption causes her to raise a suspicious eyebrow. Fenrir considers saying that they're just telling some stupid jokes back and forth to one another to try and cover it up, but he doesn't want to do that. 1. He doesn't want to lie. 2. He feels like that might potentially hurt Syrah's feelings if he tries to cover it up. 3. Why try to cover something up that he doesn't regret doing? "I think we're seeing who has the cheesiest pickup line," he explains. Cassiel has an unexpected reaction. She looks interested. "This customer at work once asked me, 'Hey, do the White Russians here have your own milk in them? Does that count?' I have to listen to horrible lines like that every day," Cassiel says Syrah has the most difficulty between her and Fenrir to not overly giggle. He figures that she must really like horrible pickup lines. He'll have to look some up on the internet to memorize for her. Whereas before, Fenrir and Syrah were making suggestive lines at each other, all three of them are now thinking up whatever random cheesy pickup lines that they can. Though, all of Cassiel's are just lines that she has heard people try using on her before. What's the worst pickup line a bastard ever used on you? Cassiel asks Syrah. One time a guy told me that he has a cannon I can shoot since he knew I like pirates. Syrah answers, flashing a quick look at Fenrir. He feels personally attacked, but it's still funny enough to make him laugh. Whoever he is, he sounds really bad at flirting, he says. Yeah. That was really bad even by drunken customer standards, Cassiel says. Now he feels really personally attacked. He knew it was bad, but even worse than what Cassiel was telling them. When the conversation ends, Cassiel explains that she has to log off to get ready for work. They say their goodbyes. Only Syrah and Fenrir are left. Given that they have nothing better to do than sailing and waiting to reach the city, the two just sit around and talk. They talk about life. They talk about any interesting movies they've seen, video games. He tells her some stories about the old Divine Brigade. She tells him what it's like growing up deaf. They have an argument over whether a grizzly bear or a polar bear would win in a fight, and they somehow manage to slip back into sexually suggestive flirting. Fenrir feels like there is a growing sexual tension between them. It doesn't help that she's still hardly dressed, having only the bark armor he made her covering up her slender figure. They probably should have taken some more clothes from the people they killed in Coastage. His heart is starting to hurt from how much he likes Syrah. She is already far better than every girl he has ever dated, and he feels way happier with her as well. She's cute, likes spending time with him, has great hips that he wants to hold on to, and isn't a complete prude like his exes were. Just the fact that she's even slightly sexually forward is enough for him to fall for her. Wait, doesn't that make him really virgin? Shoving that concern aside, Fenrir has to pause their flirting and teasing so that he can steer the ship out of the way from hitting a sea stack. They continue talking about various topics and learning more about one another. It's nice to just sit back on a ship sailing the ocean to have a casual conversation. As fun as the suggestive and teasing parts are, even just talking to her casually is tons of fun. The sun finally reaches the ocean to the west. They missed sunset the first night they played, but he won't let them miss it again. Fenrir and Syrah walk over to the side of the ship facing the sunset. Isn't that beautiful? I'd love to see this in real life someday, Fenrir says. Syrah is silent. When he looks down at her, he sees wide eyes full of amazement at what she is seeing. She looks completely enthralled by the setting sun. He can't blame her. Would it be a good idea to? Would there be a better time than now to try this? What if she reacts negatively? Couldn't it completely screw up the friendship they have going on? The last thing he wants to do is mess up a friendship only a few days old. It's time to embrace his inner sure main love interest. Stepping closer to her, he wraps his right arm around her shoulders and gently pulls her against his side. Every last ounce of confidence was used to do this. He doesn't have the courage to look down and see her reaction. Instead of seeing her reaction, he feels it. She leans into him and rests her head on his side. Each day for the remainder of the voyage is the same. They eat the food and drink the water from the hull. Rocky is fed a small cannonballs to keep her healthy. They all play whatever games they can think of, from word association games to Would You Rather, and take shifts steering the ship. Bone Crocker is the only one who doesn't ever log on during this time. Oleander, Fenrir, and Syrah are the three who take turns steering. It is mainly left to Oleander. Fenrir and Syrah are physically closer whenever they are alone. Each time they watch the sunset together, they are either leaning against one another or holding hands. He has no idea what their relationship is. It isn't something they talk about. As for Cassiel, she and Fenrir have sparring sessions every day. She may have warned him against not using a weapon at first, but she doesn't do that anymore. If anything, she looks disappointed the few times he does use a sword instead of his hands. He figures that she's getting more and more frustrated after their practice fights due to him slowly catching up and doing better against her every time. Syrah can tell what Cassiel is feeling but decides to stay out of it. She finds it fun watching Fenrir be clueless about Cassiel's sexual frustration every time he pins her either against the mast or down on the deck. Besides, if Syrah has to suffer from it, so does Cassiel. It takes them a few days to reach the port city of Port Togata. A fleet of hundreds of ships is docked outside of the city's main harbors. The city itself is built within a massive cove. At the entrance to the cove is a tall, round tower with dozens of large cannons on each floor of it pointed out in every direction away from the cove. Fenrir is able to count at least 100 cannons sticking out from the tower by a quick look. He doubts that it is that effective, but the rule of cool makes up for it. Besides, as ineffective as the tower may or may not be against any proper naval invasion, the cliffs surrounding the cove feature even more coastal batteries ready to fire on any threats. Some of the cannons that he spots sticking out over the cliffs are huge. They remind him of the old cannons from World War II era battleships. Between the fleet of ships, coastal artillery, and the tower of cannons, any naval force that gets anywhere near this city is going to be utterly decimated. Of course, Fenrir being Fenrir, he can't help but think up potential plans on how to get past all of these defenses should he ever need to. The entire crew of the Shoebill is online at once as Oleander pulls the ship into port. He docks it at the first open pier that he can find where they are allowed to. It helps that the city's government had the good idea of putting up huge signs saying guest parking by some of the piers. Sure, it might take away from the seriousnly of pulling into a huge and epic pirate city, but it's too helpful for them to complain about. Fenrir and Bone Crook tie the ship to the dock. Rock is the first one to excitedly run off of the ship and onto the pier. We're finally here. Just look around. This place is awesome. I bet you feel at home here, Syrah, Fenrir says. When he looks back at her, her eyes might as well be shining as brightly as stars from how excited she looks. Cassiel is less impressed. Great. Now I get to be surrounded by drunken wannabe pirates both at work and in-game, she groans. I want to see Bar, Bone Crook says. Same. I want to hang out with a bunch of big, burly pirate men, Oleander says, clinging to Bone Crook's arm. He gets shaken off almost immediately. Alright, well, just remember where we're docked, and we can all meet back up here later after exploring a bit. Sound good? Fenrir asks them. There aren't any complaints. Hey, you entering the fishing tourney? A crew member from the ship docked across from them asks a man on the pier. Fenrir's ears perk up. Did somebody say fishing tournament? Book 1, Chapter 36, Patch 7.0, Pirates and Scholars. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. No, Bone Crook says, being the first to shut down Fenrir's hopes and dreams. Come on, a fishing tournament. That sounds like tons of fun. Fenrir tries winning the Orkova, but he knows that just words would never work. Sorry, Fenny, but I've spent enough time on ships and that boat. I want to actually do other things, too, Oleander says. I can't really see myself having any fun with that either. Cassiel says. The only ones to not immediately dismiss Fenrir's interest in the tournament are Rock and Syrah. Even so, the majority is against him. He isn't so selfish that he would try and demand them to follow along, either. Alright, I'll try learning if there's entry for individuals instead of just crews, Fenrir says. From what he overheard from the two discussing the tournament on a pier, it is a massive tournament where crews manning ships compete against one another in various fishing-related objectives. It sounded like an insane amount of fun to Fenrir, but he realizes that nobody else matches his interest. Wait, before we split up, we should sell the cargo and split up the profit. That way we actually have some spending money. The party agrees. Fenrir hides how disappointed and stupid he feels for getting so excited about the tournament. He got way too far ahead of himself way too quickly. The moment he heard about it, he was already beginning to imagine himself and the rest of the party out sailing on their ship fully decked out in fishing equipment. But this is what always happens. It's what has always happened ever since he was a kid, and will likely continue to always happen. What he wants to do is just always so different from what everybody else wants to do. Sure, the stars align occasionally to let everybody want the same thing. but that's rare. He's just always doing what everybody else wants to do when it really comes down to it. Spending time with his friends doing what they want is more important than selfishly pursuing his own interests alone. There's no point in worrying about it anymore. Why is he so upset about it in the first place? The damn cork must have been loosened a bit from not paying attention to the bottle in a while. Things have just been going too well lately. Of course he can't always get his way and do exactly what he wants. To expect that is just selfish. He already feels guilty just for being upset about them all shooting down the tournament. This is a game. Games are meant for everybody to have fun. He's had his fun, so now it's time to let everybody else have theirs. As long as his friends are happy, he'll be happy. Oleander takes charge. Bone Crocker and Fenrir move all the cargo up onto the pier while Oleander gathers information from anybody he can. He knows how to get information out of people, whether it is because his targets want to get rid of him or want to do other things to him. He can almost always get his way. By the time Fenrir and Bone Crocker have finished bringing up all the crates and barrels, Oleander already has an interested merchant inspecting the goods. This everything? The merchant, a rather chubby-looking man wearing fancy clothes, asks. Yup. Only thing not included is me, unfortunately, Oleander teases. What's in the barrels? Do you really have to ask that? Of course I do. Why would I buy something that I don't know anything about? All right, let me whisper it to you, Oleander says, standing up on his tiptoes to whisper into the merchant's ears. Whatever Oleander is saying, it's putting a huge grin on the merchant's face. I think I'm interested in buying. How does 23 gold sound? The merchant asks. 30. Oleander replies, his voice more serious than before. I 24. I 27. I 25. Oleander pauses to think about it. Fine. Deal. The merchant claps his hands together before shaking Oleander's. Oleander has 25 gold coins in his hand when he pulls it back. I'll have my men come over and take all of this away from you. Thank you for the business, the merchant says. No problem. Oleander turns back to the rest of the crew with a smug satisfaction. What did you say was in those barrels? Cassiel asks. An aphrodisiac extracted from monsters in the north and diluted into water. I told him that any girl who drinks it will screw him, Oleander explains. He bought that? The game doesn't even let stuff like that happen, I'm pretty sure, Cassiel says. The rest of them look dumbfounded as well. Look at him. He's gross looking, and he was totally checking you two out the whole time, Oleander says to Syrah and Cassiel. I doubt he gets any girls himself, and the way he looks so flashy means that he's willing to flaunt his wealth and likely has more of it than he knows what to do with, so he was an easy target. Do you have any idea what was really in the barrels? Fenrir asks. I don't know. Probably just more booze or something, Oleander says. What are we going to do if we get in trouble and he comes looking for his money back? We're in a pirate city, aren't we? It's his own fault for being stupid if he gets scammed. I have no idea how somebody like him could be wealthy if he gets scammed so easily. Oleander shrugs. Doesn't matter now. Here, he says, splitting the gold coins up to give each party member 5 coins. I figured that getting 25 coins would make it easier since somebody, he looks at Bone Crocker, hates when payouts aren't even. Bone Crocker snorts and grumbles. He's really beginning to act more and more like an orc. Alright, good job, Ellie. Let's split up now, Fenrir says. With that, the group splits into two. Oleander and Bone Crocker head off to find a bar to have some fun in. Fenrir, Cassiel, and Syrah look for some new clothes. As much as Syrah doesn't mind wearing only bark armor around the group, being in a city full of players everywhere she looks as incredibly embarrassing. It's only made worse by the fact that there are plenty of men and women alike checking her out as they walk. She wonders just how many of the girls they pass by are actually girls. Man, this city is huge, Fenrir says. There are buildings going as far inland as they can see, climbing up along the cliffs, huge taverns full of life, ships constantly going to and from the docks, and more. I wonder how many people are here right now. Probably at least a few 100,000. It's one of the biggest cities in the game, so it's going to be full of players. That's not even counting the NPCs, Cassiel says, "You'd never see this many people living near the ocean in real life." By the way, how do NPCs work in this? Syrah listens in while holding Rock. They don't trust Rock to not run off alone somewhere in a city that is full of distractions. Syrah also occasionally looks up at Fenrir with concerned eyes. She can tell that he's hiding something, but she doesn't know what. Something just feels off. From the way that he's talking, it's like he's forcing himself to put on a smile and happy voice. You know the saying, if you build it, they will come? Well, it basically works like that. If a bunch of players settle down anywhere, NPCs will come and want to move in as long as there are houses available. Sometimes they'll even build their own. Cassiel explains. Where do they come from, though? Fenrir asks. Nobody is really sure. Some have been tracked moving between cities, but most just appear. The theory is that they appear the same way monsters and animals do. The overseer decides when and where some NPCs should pop up and brings them to life. It's something the virtual assistants won't ever say anything about, so it's either secret or would be immersion breaking to officially explain it. I see, thanks. Got any more questions to harass me with? What is the meaning of life? What does the number 42 really mean? What? Cassiel points her sword at him. Oi, no fighting within city limits. A nearby guard shouts, rushing over. Don't worry, we're just friends messing around. Fenrir covers for her as she sheaths her sword. Oh, and when you hear, are there any rules we should know? The guard looks them over. Yeah, some. No fighting, no cheating or scamming, and be respectful. The guard explains. The group blinks their eyes. Even Rock looks confused. That sounds like some weird rules for a pirate city, Fenrir says. Stereotyping is the opposite of being respectful. Just to be absolutely sure, you're not screwing around with us or anything, right? You think I take my job lightly? Of course I'm not screwing around with you. You asked me a question, and I answered it honestly. That's how we do things around these parts. Fenrir whispers to Cassiel, I thought these guys were pirates. I've never met them myself and only know stories about them. Cassiel whispers back. Looking the guard over, Fenrir sees a patch on his shoulder with the skull that has a black moustache and a striped flag with stars on it behind the skull. He's wearing an open leather vest, loose pants, and has a scimitar strapped to his side. He undoubtedly looks like a pirate. So the pirates here are like lawful pirates? Fenrir asks, trying to make sense of this. We're Blackstash's pirates. And that's all that matters, the guard says. All right, and Blackstash, he's a lawful pirate? Aye. This Blackstash figure must be a pretty damn great leader to have all of these wannabe pirates whipped into behaving. All right, thanks. We'll behave our best, Fenrir says. The guard nods and heads back to his post. What if we get in trouble for only scamming that merchant? Syrah asks. I don't think we need to worry about that. It sounds like he wouldn't be allowed to try and track us down to attack us, and if he reports us, he'll have to explain that he was buying something which would basically let him date rape girls. I doubt the guards would be kind to him if they're the lawful types, Fenrir explains. These pirates are boring. Yeah, I really wasn't expecting them to be so good. I wish I could see how disappointed he is when he realizes they're not a bunch of pillagers and rapists. I don't understand. Cassiel cuts in. That's what everybody always says about them and why everybody is at war with them. Does the August Empire do a lot of work with that Indru person? Fenrir asks. Yeah, they do. They're allies right now. You have it. You were always a part of the August Empire, and they're friends with Indra. So I doubt Indra wants anybody thinking that her most hated enemy is full of a bunch of goody two-shoes. Cassiel looks as if she's just learned that everything she knows is a lie. You aren't that good with political stuff, are you? Fenrir teases. She goes to draw her sword but remembers what the guard said. Instead, she crosses her arms over her breastplate and huffs. Book 1, Chapter 37, Patch 7.0. Pirates and Scholars. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I just hope Bone and Lily don't get in trouble if they're expecting this place to be full of raunchy and rough pirates. It's not going to end well for them, Fenrir says to the girls. We'll back them up if anything happens, Syrah says with a thumbs up. You're getting pretty confident there. What? Do you plan on firing a bunch of cannons into the city to help out? We'll steal those big ones on the cliffs. Fenrir has to stop and look at her. He's worried that he and the other guys are beginning to rub off on her. Sure, he's proud of her for having no issue with causing the mass destruction of a city. But he's worried that the fire within her is going to grow uncontrollably. She reminds him of himself when he was younger. He gives her a thumbs up. That's what I'm talking about. Cassiel face palms. Can we not be on the run from two of the biggest factions in the game? Please. I'm fine with just running away from one of them. You got it, Cass, Fenrir says. What? Cass? What kind of idiotic name is that? I think it's pretty cute. What do you think, Syrah? Cass is cute, Syrah says, giving Cassiel a thumbs up now. Even Rock looks like she's in agreement with them. Cassiel is blushing even more now as she tries telling Syrah not to agree with him. It's nice to see them getting along, isn't it? Fenrir thinks to Saya. It is, Anna-chan. They're fun to watch, Saya says, her voice ringing within his mind. Glad to hear you're enjoying yourself up there still. I'm sure being stuck in my head is just horrible. I know you're being self-depreciative for the sake of humor, Anna-chan, but it really is horrible. You're not supposed to agree with me. I know, but it's better for comedic effect if I do. What are you spacing out for? Cassiel asks Fenrir. Sorry, was talking with my virtual assistant, he explains. Switching back to his thoughts, he thinks, talk to you later. Saya, have fun. Saya says back. Anyways, looks like there's a clothes shop up there, so let's go. Cassiel points, leading the way up a paved dirt road. The building she's pointing at has glass windows with rows of clothes visible behind them. The trio plus Rock make it up to the shop. When they try walking in, one of the assistants rushes up to block Syrah from coming in with Rock. No animals allowed inside. The assistant shouts. She's made out of rock, don't worry. She won't shed or anything like that, so she won't be getting hair on anything, Fenrir explains, assuming that's why the assistant is upset. No animals. The assistant repeats. Syrah pouts since she's the one still holding on to Rock. Here, Fenrir says, stepping back outside and taking Rock from Syrah's arms. I'll wait out here. I don't need new clothes anyways. I'll be quick. Sorry, Syrah says. Don't apologize, you didn't do anything wrong. And take your time. The assistant steps aside, letting Syrah inside with Cassiel. Fenrir catches Cassiel looking back at him through the entrance. She actually looks like she feels bad. Cass is such a decent dear, isn't she? He asks Rock. Rock barks and licks his face. Inside, Cassiel looks through various rows of clothes trying to find a good outfit for Syrah. Despite this being a fantasy setting where technology is clearly not up to par with realities, there are still many similarities. It looks just like the inside of a clothing store in reality. There are metal racks running throughout the store with clothes hanging from them on display, lights hanging from the ceiling, tall mirrors to check themselves out in, and even changing rooms. How about this? Cassiel asks, holding up a frillian pink dress. Syrah looks very unimpressed. What's wrong with it? Too girly, Syrah replies. Huh? What do you mean it's too girly? I think it looks. Cassiel stops herself when she sees how Syrah is looking at her. What? I didn't think you were into girly things. Cass. Shut up. You're a girl too, so. Syrah picks up what looks similar to a pirate's jacket and a cape. Cassiel has no idea where this is going. Syrah picks up a few more things and then heads into the dressing room in the back. A minute later and she comes out with not only a jacket on that isn't even fully closed over a white and short dress, but a cape that hangs over her right shoulder and back. A cap that looks like it's going to slide off from the top of her head at any moment since it's just sort of sitting on the very top of her head rather than being pulled down around it, and a red scarf hanging down over her dress. To top it all off, she's wearing thigh highs that stop low enough to show just the right amount of bare thigh between where they stop and where her dress begins. There's even a completely unnecessary belt over her jacket to complete her busy, anime-esque look. Despite the very unique look, Syrah looks incredibly pleased with herself. She has a satisfied smile and bright eyes, looking to Cassiel waiting to be complimented. It looks complex. Cassiel says. Syrah looks unimpressed with her. Cassiel feels as if Syrah must think she's the most boring person alive to be getting stared at like this. You look great, the shop's assistant says. Cassiel glares at the assistant. If the assistant is that happy, it means Syrah's choices must be expensive. That'll be 3 gold and 20 silver. Cassiel's jaw drops. Hey, she didn't say that she's buying. And what's up with that price? There better be some great bonuses built into those if Cassiel starts talking but stops when Syrah happily hands over 4 of her gold coins. I'll be right back with your change, the assistant says. They come back with 80 silver coins. Syrah takes them and shoves them into her new jacket's pocket. Syrah has a happy skip in her step as she leaves the shop. The assistant looks at Cassiel with an annoying smile. Cassiel wants to punch them or cut them. Either works. With a defeated sigh, Cassiel follows after Syrah. Whoa, Syrah, you look awesome. Fenrir looks ecstatic with Syrah's style. You look cool. Like, you look cute and feminine still, but you also look badass. A hat, a jacket and cape, thigh highs. You're like, she's just like an anime girl. But he can't say something as cringy as that. You're just awesome. Syrah's smile is practically reaching from ear to ear now. Cassiel doesn't get it. She doesn't get the appeal in wearing such a complex, confusing outfit with a bunch of unnecessary parts that do nothing other than cost more money. She's even more surprised when Syrah looks back at her with a smug smile. It just makes Cassiel's jealousy over Fenrir's praise even stronger. She gets it. You like how she looks? Cassiel interrupts him. That was the wrong move. Fenrir looks up at her with a knowing smile. She just gave away how jealous she is. Don't worry, Cass, you look pretty cool too. You might not have a hat or cape, but you're still our badass son, he says. The hell does son mean? Cassiel asks. They can tell they're getting to her from how flustered she sounds. Son dear, Syrah says, nodding her head. Wait, you know what that is? Fenrir asks, looking down at Syrah. Did research, Syrah says with a nod of her head. It also helped me choose these clothes. So you purposely made yourself look anime? She nods. Why? She blushes and looks away. I asked a question, you know. Cassiel shouts at them and stomps her foot. Right, sorry. Anyways, it means you act cold to people and then warm up after you get to know them, Fenrir explains. Cassiel calms down. Yeah, I guess that explains me. Fenrir blinks a few times. Never thought you'd admit it so easily. Why wouldn't I? Unless it means something you're not telling me. It just sounds like my personality. I guess without the usual context it's used in, you wouldn't really understand why it's surprising. And what's the usual context exactly? You don't worry about it, Fenrir says, scratching his forehead. Anime, Syrah answers for him. The hell is anime? Cassiel asks. Japanese cartoons. Syrah's answer makes Fenrir want to cringe. Whatever research she's done, she clearly didn't do enough to know to never call anime cartoons. At least she didn't call them Chinese cartoons. That meme is just the worst. Whatever. Let's get some cards. Cassiel huffs. Syrah and Fenrir look at each other. They don't say anything, but they come to the mutual conclusion that they might have teased her too much. She seems actually upset, not just playfully upset. Cassiel is already storming off without checking to see if they're keeping up with her. Syrah runs up to her and walks by her side. Thanks for trying to help me with clothes. Syrah thanks Cassiel. Huh? It's not like you liked my choices anyways, so I don't know why you're thanking me. I didn't help at all, Cassiel explains. We have different tastes, but I still appreciate you for wanting to help me. Thanks. Cassiel glances down at Syrah with a bright blush on her face. You're welcome, Cassiel says with a hushed voice. Fenrir can't hear what they're saying, but going by Cassiel's posture being more relaxed and Syrah's thumbs up to him, he knows that the situation is better now. It really is nice to see them getting along, he says to Rock. Book 1, Chapter 38, Patch 7.0, Pirates and Scholars. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Cassiel has to stop and ask a guard for the location of a Hermetic Scholar's office. She was sure that there would be one here since they're almost everywhere, but since this is her first time actually visiting the city, she has no idea where it is. Fortunately, the guard is able to point them in the right direction. Fenrir and Sira have no idea what to expect as they stand outside of the large building. There is nothing remarkable about it other than its sheer size and a caduceus symbol on each wall around the front entrance. Cass, I have a weird feeling about this. Why won't you tell us what these guys are like? Fenrir asks. Seeing for yourself is a rite of passage, Cassiel answers. She has already accepted her new nickname. Cassiel opens the door and holds it open for them. You two first. Fenrir and Sira look at each other, nod, and head inside. Welcome. A short creature, man, thing welcomes them in. It has a male's voice, so Fenrir assumes that the creature is a he, as impolitically correct that may be. More important, the creature has the upper body of a goblin and the lower body of a cat. He is walking on two feline legs with a swishing tail behind him. He's also wearing a monocle. Neither Fenrir nor Sira has any idea what this thing is supposed to be. Welcome to the Hermetic Scholar's office of Portugata. What can we do for you today? Would you like to get your cards updated? No, I don't recognize your faces. Are you new here? Do you need cards? Do you have any questions you want to ask? Ah, I know. You must. Fenrir cuts the creature off. We're you, just here for cards, I think. Splendid. Are all three of you looking for one? What are they good for? Sira asks, partially standing behind Fenrir. Great question. The creature exclaims. They're a form of identification. You can rest assured that our cards are impossible to replicate. So presenting your card to anybody is a great way of proving your identity. There are many guilds that will not accept your application unless you have a card to prove who you are. Tournaments such as the upcoming fishing tournament won't allow you to register unless you have one. Suddenly, Fenrir finds that getting a card isn't as boring and pointless as he thought it would be, and they are a great way of keeping track of your growth. I don't think I need one, Sira says. The goblin cat looks as if he's about to toss her another sales pitch, but Fenrir speaks up before he has the chance to. I'll get one. Me too, Cassiel says. Splendid. That'll be 5 gold each, the cat goblin says. Fenrir has no idea whether 5 gold is a lot or not, so he agrees to the price without worrying about it. Good thing Oleander bargained for 25 gold. Cassiel hands over her coin as well. Splendid. I'm sorry, but I'm the only one currently available, so I will have to help you both. We would normally have multiple assistants on to help all of our clients, but the other one scheduled to help me today met an accident recently, says the cat goblin. What kind of accident? Fenrir asks. Oh, it's nothing. She was just trying to combine a monkey with the pig and ended up with very explosive results. Right. So, how does this whole card thing work? Fenrir has his doubts about whether this is safe now. He doesn't even want to question the purpose behind trying to combine a monkey and pig. Come with me. The cat goblin pauses to look at Sira. You can come along. I won't be giving you a card, but you are welcome to stay with your friends. Sira smiles. At least this creature thing is friendly. What's your name? Fenrir asks. My apologies, I never gave my name. You may call me Thelms, the cat goblin, Thelms, says. Thelms leads them into the back of the building where there are several hallways leading to a whole bunch of different closed rooms. At the end of the hallway looks like the aftermath of an explosion as the brick wall is covered in scorch marks. Seriously, why a monkey and pig in here first? Thelms says, leading the trio into the first room. It looks pretty ordinary inside of it. There is a desk with a chair on the other side of it, a few chairs on their side, and a cabinet full of folders and boxes. Please, take a seat, Thelms says, pulling out the chairs on their side of the desk before heading over to the other side of it. He hops up onto a stool, pulls a box out of the cabinet, and then sits down in his own chair. Oh, your companion there, Thelms points at Rock. Is it a combat companion or just a pet? She helps me fight, so a combat companion? Fenrir doesn't sound sure. Splendid. I'm supposed to charge extra for pets, but since I'm the only one able to help you both, it will be free of charge to make up for the inconvenience. That's nice of you, thanks. Does she get her own card? She does. It will be less detailed than yours since she seems to only be a tier 1 companion, but it will still have her stats and skills listed on it. So, skills, there's skills for everything, right? Are these cards going to have every skill we have on them? Oh, number. Sorry, but we can only measure combat skills, and there are just so many potential skills that we will only test for the ones that you are interested in checking. Makes sense. Splendid. Now then, your names. Thelms goes through some basic information for Fenrir, Rock, and Cassiel. Going through one of them at a time, he takes a blank, copper tablet the size of a business card and uses some sort of magic to carve information into it. When Fenrir tells the cat goblin his name, magic etches the name Fenrir into the appropriate field on the tablet. Thelms also asks for the real-life date that the character was created on, any possible guild or faction affiliations, and their main interest gameplay-wise. Naturally, Fenrir tells him that fishing is his main interest, for sport, or gathering. Thelms asks, you, both, maybe? Fenrir answers. It gets put down on the tablet as interest, fishing, S/G. He then goes through the same questions for Cassiel. She answers general for her main interest. Rock gets a unique set of questions. What is its name? Thelms asks. Her name is Rock. Fenrir answers. Splendid. A very fitting name, if I do say so myself. How did you acquire her? She was just a pet rock at first that was really useful for some basic crafting and fighting when I first started playing and didn't have anything yet, and then when somebody almost killed me, the rock turned into rock and defended me. Sounds to me like she's a tier 0 artificial companion then. What's that mean? Being an artificial companion means that, through one way or another, you formed a deep bond with an inanimate object which then magically brought it to life and gave it a form you would subconsciously desire the most. You said she was just a pet rock before, so given that she now has the shape of a dog, I am assuming you have or had a pet dog in reality. Either that or you have always wanted a pet dog. Yeah, had one. Cassiel and Syrah look over at Fenrir when they hear his somber tone. Rock even leans up to lick his face, cheering him up instantly. Being tier 0 simply means that she is currently in her weakest form. She will grow larger and stronger over time, and when she does, she will reach higher tiers of strength and skill. Her appearance may also change over time. I have one client who first came to me with a sword that got turned into a parrot, and over time, the parrot evolved into a harpy. Needless to say, she had very sharp claws. I'm fine with Rock staying a cute pup forever, Fenrir says, petting Rock's head. Splendid. Now then, may you please lean over the desk so that I can reach your foreheads? Sure, Fenrir says and is the first to lean over the table. Thelms places one hand on his forehead while keeping the other on the tablet. I see. -13, that isn't very good, but it isn't enough to get you kicked out of the city, Thelms says as a -13 pops up on Fenrir's tablet next to where it says standing. What's that mean? Fenrir asks. Your standing is how ethical you are. We measure your conscience for this. Deeds such as stealing, killing, engaging in traumatic content with other players, and so on will decrease your standing while doing good deeds will increase it. Fenrir looks over at Cassiel and sees her trying not to laugh at him. By Fenrir's logic, he totally deserves to get positive points for killing all those bricks. Though, he did steal their ship and burn down their village as well. They probably weren't all bad, maybe. Oh well. Thelms measures Cassiel's standing next. -23. You better be careful. 2 more and you won't be allowed back until it improves, Thelms says. Wah. Huh? -23? You're kidding me, right? There's no way that I'm that low. I used to have 80. Cassiel complains. Have you been reset? If you were, like everything else, it gets reset to 0. Either that, and you have made some bad choices since then, or you have certainly fallen from grace. TCH, Cassiel grinds her teeth, wanting to strangle the cat goblin thing in front of her. Fenrir senses her desire to abuse the cat goblin and calls her out on it. This is why you're -23. Cassiel glares at him with the intent to kill. You're lucky I don't want it to go down anymore. Syrah giggles as she watches them. Are you interested in learning yours? I won't be putting it on a card, but I can still tell you what you are at. Thelms offers to Syrah. Fenrir and Cassiel are both looking at her with curious eyes. She can't exactly say no when they're looking at her like this. Sure, she says. Thelms' eyes go wide when he reads her. It's a good thing this isn't being placed on a card. Just what did you? Never mind. I don't want to know. It's better for us both if you don't tell me. Syrah tilts her head. What is it? -31. Cassiel looks just as surprised as Thelms is. I guess basically blowing up an entire village does that, Fenrir says. Please don't tell me anything else regarding her score. Syrah looks worried. However, when she sees Fenrir looking at her with a proud smile, her worried frown turns into a satisfied smile. Good job, Fenrir says with a thumbs up. Book 1, Chapter 39, Patch 7.0, Pirates and Scholars. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Rock's standing score is a +5. Naturally, Rock is a very good girl. Sure, she might have been attacking other players, but she was only doing it to be a good girl. Rock's supreme goodness is rewarded with a score fitting for a good girl. That's my good girl. Fenrir praises her before Thelms leads the group into the next room. Inside of the room are several odd constructs. There is a punching bag that looks like it is made out of slime, a simple golem made out of rock, and a pair of cuffs on a table that look like they're supposed to measure somebody's blood pressure. These will measure your average strength, health, and mana. Please step forward in front of the punching bag when you are ready, Thelms explains. Fenrir steps up first. All right. Now what? He asks. Now, punch it as hard as you can 10 times. Fenrir follows the cat goblin's instructions and begins punching the slimy punching bag. Every single punch has the entirety of his strength poured into it, yet he barely manages to push into the slime with his attack. He doesn't know if it's just more resistant than it looks, or if he's incredibly weak. After the 10th punch, the goblin places a hand inside of the slime and looks as if he is measuring something. I see. Alright, you did an average of 7 damage per punch. That puts you at E for strength, but don't worry. If you're a new player then having such a low score is to be expected. Fenrir doesn't have to look at Cassiel to know how she's looking at him right now. At least Syrah is here to pat him on the back in consolation. Cassiel does the same thing he did. Splendid. 13 damage per punch will put you at D for strength. Cassiel looks disappointed in herself even though she's still stronger than Fenrir. How can you tell how much damage we did? Fenrir asks. Everybody is always curious about our methods. Without going into too much of the boring details, Cassiel lets out a sigh of relief. We have assigned a health pool of 500 to this crafted device, Thelms says, looking at the punching bag. We cannot tell exactly how much health it has, of course, but we are able to detect a rough percentage of its condition. It takes a bit of guesswork and experience. But essentially, it comes down to the fact that you reduced its health by what I am estimating to be 14%. That would put the device at 430 health, and with 10 punches, that puts your damage at 7 on average. Syrah looks like the only who completely understands what Thelms is saying. Both Fenrir and Cassiel look lost. For your companion, just hold her up and command her to bite it 10 times. Since Syrah is already holding Rock again, she does Fenrir's job for him and holds Rock up near the bag. Rock doesn't wait to be commanded and chomps down into the slime. She makes a disgusted face every single time since she keeps getting slime stuck in her mouth. When she's done, she shakes her head and does her best at spitting out all the slime. Splendid. Companions are always such a lovely surprise to measure. She performed an average of 22 damage per bite, which will put her in the upper half of D for strength. Cassiel and Fenrir both look over at Rock with surprised expressions. Good girl, Syrah says, giving Rock a few pats on the head. Fenrir looks at the cards now. There is a spider chart on the right side of the cards with the first stat being labeled strength, and his chart barely shows it reaching toward the stat. The health measuring is just as simple but reversed from the first test. Rather than punch something over and over again, they are the ones getting punched. Fortunately, it is just by a weak golem that, according to Thelms, only does 1 damage per hit. I see. Splendid. You have roughly 137 health, which is good growth for a new character. Everybody starts off at 100, so to gain 37 more points in a week is great growth. However, I am concerned about the sort of situations you are putting yourself in to gain so much health so quickly. I get beat up a lot, Fenrir says as the number 137 appears at the top left of the card underneath his name. Cassiel only has 129 health. It makes sense when Fenrir remembers what Sire said about getting hit a lot to increase health. Cassiel is a great fighter and capable of dodging almost all of his attacks, so she's had fewer chances for her body to grow used to being injured. As for rock, Fenrir expected it since rock is made out of, well, rock, but he didn't think it would be so high. Rock's health is approximately 184. Having an artificial companion made out of such a sturdy material certainly pays off. Thelms says. Finally is the mana test. Fenrir places his arms in the cuffs which strap him down to the table and drain him of all his innate mana. Not interested in magic? Thelms asks. Not really, Fenrir answers. A 100 appears next to Fenrir's mana on his card. Cassiel gets 161, and Rock gets a 100 just like her own. Thelms leads them into the next room. It may be a room, but it just looks like a long hallway that loops around in a circle. Do hallways technically count as rooms? They are indoors and surrounded by walls, a floor, and ceiling. Fenrir doesn't know if a hallway technically counts as a room, but it meets all the same conditions, so it counts. Wait, not all hallways have roofs. What if it's an outdoor hallway? Do alleyways count as hallways? Thelms takes Fenrir out from his thoughts before he experiences too much existential dread over the classification of rooms and hallways. Just step up to the line on the right and run until you make it to the line on the left. That's all. Thelms explains. Whenever you're ready, please step up to the line and wait until I say to go. Fenrir steps up to the line. Thelms counts down from 3, shouts to go, and then Fenrir dashes from the starting position. Thelms uses a small stopwatch to keep track of the time. It looks steampunk in design with its cogs which draws Sira's eyes to it. Steampunk and pirates go hand in hand, so of course she's going to think it's an awesome looking watch. Thelms stops the watch of stopping as soon as Fenrir completes the circuit by reaching the line to their left. Splendid. Going by the time of your lap, your average speed is 17d, right? Fenrir asks, hands on his knees as he catches his breath. Correct. Cassiel goes next. She only gets a 15. She doesn't have to look at Fenrir to know how he's looking at her. Rock is last. While Rock may be strong and durable, she is very, very slow. It takes her roughly 3 times longer than Cassiel to eventually come running over the left line, and she collapses into a panting mess as soon as she does. Sira scoops up Rock and showers her in praise to reward her for trying so hard. Well, artificial companions can't be good at everything. She gets a 4 in speed. The group is led back to the first room so that they may sit and rest for a break. This also gives Thelms the opportunity to measure their intelligence as it's done the same way that their standing was measured. Fenrir gets an 8, Cassiel gets 12, and Rock gets 2. While Fenrir is disappointed in his low intelligence, Rock doesn't have the slightest care and just continues resting on Sira's soft thighs. Fenrir is jealous of Rock. Getting a lap pillow right now would be amazing, especially since she's wearing thigh highs. He looks down at Cassiel's thighs. Too much armor is in the way. What do you think you're looking at? Cassiel asks, glaring at him. Disappointment. Fenrir answers. I think this bastard here needs another health test, preferably administered involving bullets. Cassiel tells Thelms. To be able to tease one another is a great aspect of friendship. Cherish it while it lasts. You never know when your best friend is going to accidentally blow themselves up in a freak accident involving monkeys and pigs. Thelms says as a couple of tears run from his eyes. Seriously, why a pig and a monkey? Why? Fenrir gives up. Whatever the reasoning behind trying to combine a pig and a monkey is, it is something that Fenrir knows he will most likely never learn about. Why a monkey and pig? Siro asks. Fenrir looks at her with wide eyes. How could she just go and ask something like that? Well, why not? Thelms answers her. Fenrir has a feeling that why not is the reasoning for much of what these scholars do. Book 1, Chapter 40, Patch 7.0, Pirates and Scholars. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I keep on forgetting. How horrible of me. You there, Thelms looks at Fenrir. Do you ever feel the spirit of a beast within you? I guess you could call it that. Like, sometimes when I'm fighting, I'll feel this animalistic instinct want to take over. If I let it, then I fight better, I think, Fenrir answers. Yeah, I can tell that he gives in to his feral. Cassiel adds on to his answer. I see. Thelms leans over the desk to get a better look at Fenrir. Open your mouth as wide as you can. Fenrir opens his mouth with an All right, look down. Fenrir looks down, giving Thelms a better look at his ears. I see. Stand up and let me look at your tail. Sira smirks. Fenrir stands up and turns around. Now, take off your boots, Thelms says, jumping out from his chair and walking over to Fenrir's side of the table. He just has regular-looking feet. His toenails may be a bit sharp and pointed, but that's it. Thelms also checks on his fingernails. Thank you. You may sit back down and put your boots back on, Thelms says, returning to his chair. He places a hand on Fenrir's card to inscribe it. 2 pops up next to a word that reads feral. What's feral? Fenrir asks. Your feral tier is how monstrous you are. If you start the game as a regular human, you will not advance your feral tier unless you fight like an animal or monster. Behaving like them will increase it as well. For example, if you hunt an animal and then eat its raw flesh like a wolf or lion would, that would increase your feral tier. The higher this tier becomes, the more monstrous in both appearance and combat style you will become. However, it is also affected by the player's conscious desire to shape their character into a specific ideal. If you wanted to become an actual wolf, you would be growing hairier already. You can become actual monsters and animals? Fenrir asks. You can, but only if your feral tier gets high enough. You cannot start off as pure monsters and animals even though the character creator does let you experiment as them. If you tried, your virtual assistant would have stopped you and shown you the closest thing to your ideal that you could be. Furthermore, there are 10 tiers. You started off at tier 1 since you chose to be a non-human, and somebody such as Indra is a tier 10. Indra, the faction leader? Correct. She is a splendid example of what it means to be feral. She may have taken on the parts of various different monsters as her own, but she has done so in such a beautiful way that blends together perfectly. Fenrir has learned 2 things. 1. One of the most important players in the game is basically a monster, and 2. It's possible to either collect or grow body parts from multiple species of animals and monsters at once. The next test tests their dexterity. Fenrir and Cassiel have to do side steps, sit-ups, rope climbs, and they have to dodge having wrenches thrown at them. The reasoning for dodging wrenches being thrown at them by a cat goblin is if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge an arrow. When asked about it, Fenrir learns that it is apparently a reference to some movie that came out during his grandparents' generation. Fenrir's dexterity is 15, Cassiel's is 13, and Rock gets 3. Thelms didn't do the wrench throwing test with Rock because I'd feel too bad if I hit her. Finally, we come to the last attribute important enough to test, fortitude. Thelms explains. It is a measure of your ability to resist mental attacks and detrimental effects, as well as a measure of how well boons will affect you. The higher it is, the less effective negative effects are while the positive effects grow stronger. The lower it is, the more effective negative effects are while the less effective positive ones are. Of course, the caster's ability affects the outcome as well. How do you measure it? Fenrir asks. Like this. Thelms places a hand on Fenrir's forehead. Searing pain courses throughout his head. His vision immediately becomes blurry. It sounds like something is screaming inside of his head. His head feels like it is going to split open at any second. Even with pain only set to 50%, it hurts more than anything else in this game has by far. When it's finally over, Fenrir has no idea how long Thelms has been standing away from him. How many fingers am I holding up? The cat goblin asks. 3, Fenrir says. Wrong. 4. How about now? 7. Splendid. Given the time until full recovery, your fortitude is only at 6. I take it that you have not been subject to many spells yet, only healing. Fenrir groans. rubbing his forehead with both of his hands. I strongly suggest you train your fortitude. It will likely be up to 9 now just from experiencing the test. But the increase will not count until you are tested again. Cassiel looks obviously pained from the test as well, but she recovers much more quickly than Fenrir did. She gets a 10. Zero is reluctant to hand Rock over to Thelms for him to test her fortitude. Even Rock is growling at the cat goblin. Don't worry, I wouldn't throw a wrench at her, so I would never put her through what these two just felt, Thelms says. So wait, you have a way of testing fortitude that doesn't feel like literal mind rape? Fenrir normally wouldn't ever use rape to refer to anything, but it is the closest thing that he can think of to describe how it felt. Correct. It is the most accurate method, but we can also test via boons. Thelms leads them back to the room with the slimy punching bag. After placing a boon on Rock, he has Rock bite into it 10 times. The increase in damage is negligible, so her fortitude is only 3. You could have told us about this test instead, Cassiel says. Fenrir nods. Well, next time you can request it. Neither of them is looking forward to a next time. Congratulations. The attributes portion is done. Now, are there any skills you would like to have tested? You said only combat stuff, right? So there'd be no way to test anything like fishing skills. Fenrir asks. Sorry, we have no way of testing for fishing skills. It may be possible someday, but for now, you may only test for combat skills recognized by our faction. I have no idea what to even try testing then. Feel free to go first, Cass. Alright. I have a few in mind, Cassiel says. Thelms leads them to a large gymnasium-like room, the one they tested dexterity in. In the section of the room that they never went over to, there are golems, all manners of weapons, and other useful objects that could be used for combat tests. Cassiel takes an iron spear off of the wall to use in addition to her sword. Activate that golem, she points to one of the golems made of slime. Thelms walks over to it, places a hand on it, and activates it. The slime golem stands by waiting for something to react to. Cassiel charges forward with the spear held in both of her hands. She thrusts it all the way through the slime golem's torso and then uses it to spring herself upward. Midair, she draws her sword and stabs it down into the golem's head as she falls. It's just like what she did to the leader of Garlic Men, but with the weapons roles reversed. Splendid. Is that the most advanced maneuver you can pull off? Thelms asks. Cassiel looks pretty pleased with herself. Yeah, I think so. I learned it during our last battle. Felt the skill unlocked and everything, she explains, wiping some sweat off of her forehead. Splendid. I do believe that would count as combat acrobatics, and a maneuver such as that should place you at the second tier for it. We believe, keep in mind that this is all theory, that combat acrobatics increases your dexterity by a set percentage for each tier of the skill as well as multiplies damage inflicted during acrobatic attacks. Would you like it as one of your top 3 listed skills? Sure. Splendid. Anything else? Cassiel replaces her own sword with one of the ones from the wall. I want to test my skill with swords and then healing. Wonderful. Just let me measure the golem's remaining health first. After checking on the golem, Thelms gives her the go to attack it 10 times with the practice sword. She has to use the practice sword to accurately measure her ability with swords to make sure that nothing related to her personal sword affects the damage and test. Thelms measures the new damage done to the golem. Splendid. When calculating the damage done with your strength and a sword that does not have any special modifiers, I believe that your sword proficiency is at tier 3. Is that your weapon of choice? Thelms asks. Yeah, it is, Cassiel answers. She sounds disappointed again. TCH, damn reset. I used to be up to tier 7. That's a shame. I know it can take months of practice to reach such a high tier. Don't worry, I am sure you will get there again with enough practice. Oh, and go ahead with healing the golem now. Use your strongest healing spell and heal it for 5 seconds. Cassiel does as Thelms requests. He measures its new health afterward. Impressive. Your healing magic skill should be tier 3. You must be using it frequently. You could say that, Cassiel says, not daring to look over in Fenrir's direction. Book 1, Chapter 41, Patch 7.0, Pirates and Scholars. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The urge to kill Thelms every single time he says splendid is rising within Fenrir. Splendid. Now, for the wolf and his daughter, are there any skills you two would like to test? Thelms asks. Syrah gets a huge smile and sparkly eyes when she hears Rock referred to as Fenrir's daughter. That is just so extremely adorable to her that she can't resist smiling at the concept. It totally works, too. Rock is a girl, they're both canines, and he basically created her by loving her enough that she came to life. Fenrir looks over at Syrah. She's definitely thinking something weird. He looks at Cassiel. Why is she looking at him the same way that Syrah is right now? No, I can't really think of anything for either of us. I guess I can test my sword. Proficiency skill. What's that do? Fenrir asks. Essentially, every tier in sword proficiency gives you a bonus modifier to damage inflicted by weapons classified as swords, Thelms explains. Hey, I just got an idea. What if I fight with fish? Syrah and Cassiel both lose their odd expressions. You know, like, what if I catch a really big fish and just slap people with it all day? Would I do bonus damage whenever I hit people with fish? Thelms is caught off guard for the first time. That's what he gets for being so splendid. Why? I want to say no, but knowing this game. Yes. You would most likely invent a fish proficiency skill that behaves the same way as sword proficiency. Fenrir has a bad feeling when he sees Thelms light up. That would be a great experiment. My gosh, I never even considered that. I am a failure of a scholar. My friend was trying to combine pigs with monkeys, and here I am failing to see the obvious. Fenrir, was it? Fenrir, together, we need to invent a whole array of fish-related skills. If we can create a whole new category of combat skills involving fish, I could submit that as my thesis to the big guy and then I'll get promoted if he approves it. Yes, this is perfect. Turning my lower half into a cat is nothing compared to what we are going to accomplish together with fish. So can I test my sword skill now? Fenrir isn't used to his jokes being taken so seriously. Sure, he was curious if it would actually work, but it was mainly a joke, though. Now part of him actually does want to try it out. I'm getting ahead of myself. My apologies. I am very easily excited, as you may be able to tell. Anyways, go ahead. Just use the training sword instead of your own. Fenrir does as told, using the training sword to slash at the slime golem 10 times. Splendid. Fenrir cringes. Your sword proficiency is tier 1. That means you gain a 5% bonus to damage inflicted with swords. Anything else? Thelms asks. It doesn't sound like I do that much damage even with a sword then, so how was I able to kill a guy just by punching him in the face then stabbing him in the chest? Fenrir asks. Well, the sort of damage we are measuring here is the base damage you deal before the game takes into consideration all other factors such as where you hit them, realism, and so forth. Even if you only do 1 point of damage, if you cut off somebody's head or stab them in the heart, they are going to die. So while you do not need to do much damage to actually kill somebody, you will if you want to get past other factors such as armor, magical barriers, tough skin or hides, and so forth. Got it, thanks. I think we're all done here, Fenrir says. Cassiel and Rock are both in agreement. Though, to be fair, Rock agrees with pretty much everything that Fenrir says unless Syrah has an objective to him. Fenrir may be Rock's dad, but Syrah is the cool aunt. Splendid. Fenrir worries that his face may get stuck in this cringing position. Let us return to my office so that I can stamp your cards. They walk back to the first room he took them to, sitting down at the desk for a final time. How do we get these things upgraded? Fenrir asks. Once stamped, the information on these cards cannot be changed. You would have to go through testing all over again to fill out the fields on a new card. What's the cost for the higher tier cards? Cassiel asks. Fenrir doesn't know what she's referring to. Copper cards are 5 gold apiece, iron are 10, silver are 25, gold are 50, and platinum cards are 1 platinum. Thelms explains. We can also do custom orders with exotic metals, but those are 1 platinum in addition to you having to provide the metal itself. So, The material of the card is basically like the stat for how wealthy you are? Fenrir asks. Basically, Cassiel answers him. Is there anything else you would like to do today? Thelms asks them. We're good, thanks for helping us out so much. Splendid. The pleasure was all mine, Mr. Fenrir. Now, let me escort you to the entrance. We can discuss our fish theory on the way. Unfortunately for the fish-addicted cat-goblin thing, when he leads the group back into the building's main lobby, he realizes that he is going to have a very busy day ahead of him. There are over 50 players sitting and standing around waiting to be helped. I knew work was too slow today. They had to all come eventually. Thelms groans. Sorry, can you show yourselves out? No problem, thanks for helping us out again. Good luck with all of them, Fenrir says, waving goodbye. Syrah lifts one of Rock's paws to show her how to wave. Thank you. I am going to need all the luck I can get. If only that was a trainable attribute. Thelms turns to face the crowd. Sorry for the wait, everybody. I'll start assisting you now. The group escapes through the entrance before the crowd goes wild over whom gets to go first. That reminds me of horror stories I've heard about old school DMVs, Fenrir says to the girls once they're back outside. It was scary, Syrah says. Yeah, screw everything about working a job alone when there's that many people. But, those crazy scholars love that kind of stuff. So he's probably going to love every second of that rush. It's so not for me, Cassiel explains. Also, I can see why you wouldn't explain the scholars to us. They're very, eccentric, Fenrir says. That's the nice way of saying it. Yeah, they're pretty out there. They're like the super hardcore dedicated players of other games who just spend all day putting lore on Kiwi pages or Theecrafters who obsess over numbers. Fenrir holds up his new card to look over it. Isn't an ID card pretty useless without a picture? They don't know how to take pictures or anything like that yet, but it wouldn't surprise me if they figure it out soon. The silver and above cards can get an etching of your face put on them, but that's it. Oh well. Now what? Fenrir asks. You wanted to learn about the fishing tournament. Let's do that, Syrah says, poking Fenrir's side with Rock still held in her arms. Thanks, Syrah, but there isn't really a point. Nobody else wants to participate, and I don't want to go join a random crew to do it. It's not the same if I don't do it with my actual friends, you know? Cassiel looks away. I'll help you with it if you really want me to. It's not like I have anything better to do, she mumbles. Don't worry about it. I don't want anybody doing anything they don't really want to do. I would just feel bad if anybody does it for me without wanting to actually do it themselves. I'll enjoy doing something more that everybody wants to do and enjoy together. Fenrir says that, but he actually really wants to accept Cassiel's reluctant offer to help. Ever since he was a child, he's always wanted to do things, play games, watch movies, visit places that nobody else would ever want to. Sure, if he begged and cried enough he would eventually get his way since everybody would feel bad, but he realized that going to places with bored people just took all enjoyment out of it. Even Bone Crooker and Oleander are guilty of this at times. He's always doing what they want to do, but they rarely ever want to do what he wants. They try to put on happy faces for him to make it look like they're enjoying it. But Fenrir always sees right through them and somehow makes whatever they're all doing about them instead of him. The only time they're ever really on the same page is when it involves drinking or killing people. It's extremely lonely in a sense. He's happy doing almost anything with anybody as long as it means those he cares about are happy. Yet, he never lets people do the same for him since he is ultimately more concerned about their enjoyment over his own. He finds it hard to believe that he once led the most hated guild in gaming when he's a major softie at his core. Come on, let's. He stops himself when he sees Syrah and Cassiel both staring at him with concerned expressions. Cheat. He spins around and wipes his eyes. Great. He had to go and think about emotional things that always get to him. And now he's gotten all teary-eyed in front of Syrah and Cassiel. He just knows how to look cool in front of the ladies. Sorry, I'm fine. I was thinking about. He doesn't want to lie to them even though it would protect his pride. Things. What are you apologizing for? I didn't see anything, Cassiel says. I was just looking at you because I want to touch your ears. Sira says. Fenrir can't turn around yet. They're just making him even more teary-eyed. Thanks, he says. He's sure that they're both concerned about him. But he's happy that they're respecting he doesn't want to talk about it. Someday he'll open up about it, but not right now. I actually am serious about wanting to do the fishing thing. I was thinking about it while you were doing your tests. I just don't really know how to fish. I've never done it before. If you teach me then I'll be fine. I just don't want to go into a tournament without knowing anything about it. Cassiel says. Sire, can you disable my tear ducts from working? Fenrir thinks to Sire. Sorry, Anna-chan, but you're stuck being a crybaby for now. Sire answers. Great. He tries bottling everything back into where it was. The cork gets more difficult to seal everything in every time he has to replace it, but for now, it's stuck in the well enough. Ah, Fook. Alright. We're going to need bait first. Fenrir finally turns around. Rock is pawing at the air as if trying to swim through it to him. Sira holds Rock up so that he can take her. Taking Rock into his arms, Rock hops up against his chest and licks his cheeks where the tears were. Thanks, Rock. You're a good girl. Book 1, Chapter 42, Patch 8.0. How to Train Your Crew. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir leads Cassiel and Sira back down to the docks. At one point, he tells Rock that he'll let her down if she promises to behave and not run off anywhere without permission. She licks his face in agreement. Fortunately, she has yet to run off. She sticks by his side and never breaks pace. She does not fall behind, nor does she run ahead. She stays exactly at his side as a trained service dog would. He's actually really impressed. Cassiel and Sira are both impressed as well. Fenrir has never gone shopping for bait before, but he figures that if anywhere is selling it, it's going to be at the docks. And so, they reach the docks. Hey, do you know of any good bait shops? Fenrir asks a man that he sees walking around with a fishing pole. The man turns around. Fenrir immediately feels emasculated. Standing before him is a man a couple of inches taller than him. He has an open shirt revealing a chest covered in curled hairs just as white as the scruffy hair covering his face. And he is absolutely ripped as far as muscles go. He just looks straight up intimidating. Siro is already hiding behind Fenrir. Even Cassiel is intimidated by the man's sheer masculinity. What's this, a new arrival here wanting to go fishing with his ladies? The man asks, but he sounds more like he's shouting from how deep and booming his voice is. I'll show ya the best place to get some good bait at. With me, boy. Fenrir doesn't fully understand what's going on, but he does know that he's following this giant personification of masculinity. Oi, I got a new boy. Get the good stuff out here. The man shouts into a wooden shack on the pier. Another man with matching levels of masculinity, but with brown hair and less wrinkles, brings out a huge bucket full of shrimp trying to jump out of its water. Sira strategically positions Fenrir from behind so that his back is away from each of the men. We got some good stuff for ya here. First order is free since I like seeing young guns talking up fishing. Really? That's great, Fenrir says. It's mainly great because he's just remembered that he's out of money. Of course, we need more young guns learning the joys of fishing, and unless you're lucky with where you live back in boring old reality, this is the best place to learn. Let me tell ya, boy, I've played many fishing games in my day. I remember when Pro Ocean Fishing 19 Deep Dark Edition was the hottest thing around, but nothing can beat fishing here. As much as Fenrir loves fishing and enjoys the confirmation that this game has the best fishing that there is, he's more impressed by the fact that this guy is referencing a game that came out before his parents were even born. My name's Fenrir. I figure I at least owe you my name if you're helping me out so kindly. Fenrir. That's a good name. Sure, it might not be the most original name I've ever heard, but it's still a good one. A fishing wolf is the best kind of wolf. The man shouts. Oh, and I'm Jax, he says, his voice much calmer now. Nice to meet you, Jax. Sira and Cassiel are amazed by how well Fenrir seems to be getting along with this new man known as Jax. Is this how men bond? By talking about fishing? Neither of the girls has ever witnessed the birth of a bromance before. Since Siro is hiding, only Cassiel can see how the two men longingly look into one another's eyes. While she's sure that they just want to talk about fishing things, It's oddly homoerotic. Cassiel has no idea how to feel about this. Should she be jealous or disturbed? I'm Jin, the younger but just as masculine man in the shack says. Don't worry about it, kid. This bucket would normally only be a few silver. Bait's cheap. Even so, I really appreciate it. I just used the last of my gold on getting this card, Fenrir says, flashing the card to the men. Jax grabs Fenrir's wrist to get a good look at the card. Got a negative standing there. Be careful showing it around. The folk here might be the best company you could ever ask for to go fishing with, but they're firmer than my late Ma's fruitcake when it comes to the rules. I figured as much, thanks. Hey, you guys know anything about the fishing tournament? Fenrir asks. Of course we do. It's the talk of the city. It's happening in a week from now, and I've heard that the pretty boy elf king from across the way's going to be showing up for it. Guess it's part of Blackstash trying to find more allies to help him with Ole Blue Beach. Blue Beach? Yeah, Blue Beach. Indra, she's a wretched woman, reminds me of my late Ma. Fenrir has a feeling that Jax has very conflicting emotions regarding his late Ma. Are new players allowed to compete in the tournament? Course yeah. I don't think they'll do very well, probably won't make it past the first round, but they're more than welcome to try. Hell, if we've got some NPCs trying to compete with their own ships and crews, why can't some new faces? NPCs are going to be competing? Sorry for the questions, only just started playing this past week. No problem, boy. Yeah, some of them have grouped up and started a crew. Real friendly folk. I've talked to them a few times before. They're great fishers, too. You wouldn't think it from looking at them, but they've got just as much spirit as me and you. Also, I'm sorry to say, but if you're new then ya probably don't have a ship, and ya need a ship if ya want to enter the tournament. Oh, no, we've got one already. Really? Yeah, she's over there. I named her the Shoebill. Fenrir points to the far end of the pier where the Shoebill is in sight. Well, beat me over the head with my Ma's fruitcake and call me Lola. You new players are all about catching up as quickly as possible these days, aren't ya? We've got to catch up to you old timers. Can't be letting you hog all the glory and fun to yourselves. Ha. I like you, boy. What was your name again? Fenrir. Nice to meet ya, Fenrir. I'm Jax. This time, Jax grabs Fenrir's hand and gives it such a firm handshake that Fenrir worries his bones are going to break. Fenrir hides his hand behind his back to shake the pain off after it's finally released. He accidentally smacks the side of Syrah's head doing it. She pouts and readjusts her hat. Is there anything else you need to join? A ship, a card, and a good crew. Ya need at least 7 people for your crew to qualify. We've got individual tournaments, but this one here is for crewed vessels. Assuming that Fenrir can somehow convince Oleander and Bone Crooker to join them, that still leaves them too short. He doubts that Rock would count. Rock is more of a mascot than a crew member. He looks down at Rock. She's sitting with her tongue out, craning her neck to look up at the hulking Jax. Alright, thanks again for all the information. I forget if I already asked, but are you guys competing? Fenrir asks, looking between Jax and Jin. We are. We'll be sailing out with the rest of our brothers on the Weeping Tit. Fenrir tries containing his laughter. However, Jax catches onto him and slaps his back to force the laughter out. It's alright, boy. If ya want to laugh, laugh. Being a man is all about doing what ya want to do. Never hold anything back. It's especially true for your girls there. Holding back a laugh is as bad as holding back half your cock. Jax's vulgar and blunt language causes not only the girls to blush, but Fenrir as well. Even so, he laughs. Thanks for the great advice. Always laugh and never go to a girl with a semi. Got it. Anyways, we've got to go get some practice and meet a couple of new crew members. You'll be seeing the Shoebill during the tournament, and we'll be proving that us newcomers have got what it takes to compete. Fenrir proudly declares. He knows that Bone Crooker and Oleander haven't even agreed to it yet, and there's still the problem of needing 2 more crew members even if they do agree, but he's allowing himself to get excited even if he knows it might just lead to disappointment. That's the spirit, boy. Now, take this bucket and go get some practice, Jax says, picking up the bucket of jumping shrimp and shoving it into Fenrir's arms. One last thing. You see the tower there? Jax asks, pointing to the arguably useless tower of cannons. The water, this side of it, it's a great fishing spot. Plenty of fish love hanging around in the back since not many ships disturb the waters in that spot. Your ship looks small enough to not annoy anybody, so I'd just anchor her over there and get to fish in. We'll do that. Thanks again, Jax, Jin. I'm looking their speech is beginning to rub off on Fenrir. Forward to seeing you during the tournament. We'll be looking out for the shoebill and her dog of a captain. Jax spins Fenrir around and gives him a pat on the back to send him forward, making sure to hit just above where Syrah's head is since she's still clinging and hiding behind Fenrir. Thanks, Cassiel says, following after Fenrir. Jax looks over to Jin. Ain't it nice seeing a boy and his girls? Remember when it used to just be a boy and his girl? Jin asks. Yeah. But times have changed. Can't be letting our old beliefs get in the way of the youngs. It's their future. You're a lot softer than you look, old man. Nothing wrong with that. A real man has to be comfortable with his soft side. Right you are. Now, go catch some more bait to make up for what we just gave away. Book 1, Chapter 43, Patch 8.0. How to Train Your Crew. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Together with Syrah, Cassiel, Rock, and a bucket of shrimp, Fenrir heads out on the shoebill to the fishing spot that Jax told him about. Fenrir has to be careful not to accidentally ram, or get rammed by, any other ships as he sails to the rear of the tower. The port city is an extremely busy one with at least a dozen vessels of various sizes entering or leaving at all times. Cyril looks ready to drop the ship's anchor as soon as they reach the spot, but Fenrir commands her not to. He explains that he's worried it might scare the fish or at least disturb them. For that same reason, he tells the girls not to talk too loudly or make much noise in general. Neither of the girls knows how to fish, but Syrah lets Cassiel get lessons first. It gives Syrah more time to pet Rock. Alright, are you watching? Fenrir asks. Cassiel nods and stares at his hands. He's never seen her look so focused before. It's pretty cute. Alright. First you reach into the bucket and grab a shrimp. Once you grab one, you have to make sure to hold on to it tightly enough that it won't break free but not so tightly that you'll hurt or kill it. Fenrir reaches into the bucket and tries grabbing one of the shrimp. He winces a bit when one of them manages to cut his hand, but he eventually gets a good grip on one to pull out. And then it jumps right out of his hand onto the deck. Rock rushes over to it and tries playing with it. Rock discovers that she doesn't like the taste of shrimp when she accidentally bites it hard enough to pop it open in her mouth. Alright, let's try again, Fenrir says. Are you sure you're the one who should be teaching me this? Cassiel asks. Here, just let me try. She reaches into the bucket. A cocky smile spreads across her lips when she picks out a shrimp much faster than he did. But then the exact same thing happens to her. Instead of biting the shrimp to try and play with it, Rock barks at it until Fenrir has a chance to pick it up. Are you sure you're the one who should be giving me sass? Fenrir asks Cassiel and gets a glare in response. Alright, once you have the shrimp, you want to run the hook right through the center of its body. Try not to get too close to its head. You want it to stay alive. Why? Cassiel asks. Because if it's alive then it'll be swimming around and grabbing attention. Fish are more likely to notice it and try eating it. He explains while sliding the hook through the center of the shrimp. Cassiel cringes from the sound it makes as the hook punctures the shrimp's shell. Once you have your bait ready, you want to hold the rod in your dominant hand like this. He grips the rod so that the foot of the reel is between a couple of his fingers. Have a bit of line freely hanging and then hold the line against the rod with your finger. Open the bail like so, and aim at where you want to cast your line to. Now, this next part is all about timing. You want to raise the rod up like this, and then halfway through your swing, you need to let go of the line. Watch the tip of my rod to see when I release. With his explanation over, Fenrir swings his rod forward and releases the line when the tip reaches halfway through where he was aiming it. The line goes flying out over the water. It is a smooth cast that lands almost exactly where he was aiming. And then you close the bail. You want to open the bail when you want the line to go out, and close it when you don't want to give more of it. Make sense? Fenrir asks, looking over at Cassiel, whom looks unimpressed. Looks easy enough, she says. She goes through all the steps he went through. First is grabbing another shrimp, sliding it onto the hook, and then preparing to cast the line. Her first attempt results in the hook being sent straight down into the water off the side of the boat. She knows that it isn't right, so she reels it in to try again. Her second attempt gets the hook snagged in her hair, so Fenra has to help her unhook herself. The third attempt reaches about halfway to her target, but the shrimp slips off mid-cast. She expects to see Fenra looking at her all smugly when she looks at him, but instead, he's setting down his rod against the side of the ship so that he can help her out. You're doing pretty good for somebody who's never done this before. Probably better than I was when I first tried fishing in VR. Here, let's try changing your posture a bit, he says. How respectful and patient he's being with her is something that she's never experienced a guy treat her like before. It makes her timid and blush. Her blushing only grows more intense when he grabs her hips from behind to help position her. Alright, so I think part of your problem is that you're angling your body and leaning into your casts. You don't need to do that. Just face straight, try not to lean with it, and cast with your arms and wrists. You're not throwing a punch or thrusting a spear, so keep your shoulders still. Got it? He explains, hands still on her waist as he stands behind her. Yeah, Cassiel answers, struggling to keep calm. Syrah and Rock are both watching Cassiel from the sideline. Syrah has found there to be great enjoyment in watching Cassiel struggle around Fenra when he doesn't realize what he's doing. Alright, you've got it this time. Just do what I said, Fenra says, finally taking his hands off of her and stepping to her side. Cassiel takes a deep breath and readies the rod. She aims the tip towards her target, raises it above and behind her, and then swings it forward while letting go of the line mid-swing. The hook and shrimp splash down exactly where she was aiming. She looks up at Fenra to be her usual smug and satisfied self that she is whenever she does something perfectly, but when she sees how excited and happy he is for her, it makes her heart flutter and her cheeks redden. Instead of being smug, she just turns her head away and thanks him. Thanks for helping me. How am I supposed to know when there's a fish on the line? She asks. No problem, Cass. And you can tell whenever you feel your line being tugged on. Buzz can help, but we don't have any. Just hold the rod and try feeling for. Fenra's explanation is cut off when something tugs on her line. It isn't just a quick tug, either. The fish is definitely hooked. You've got one. Alright, start reeling in slowly. If you feel it pulling to the left, lean your rod right. If you feel it pulling to the right, lean your rod left. Cassiel looks panicked. She's reeling the fish in as quickly as she can without trying to reel the fish. But when Fenra gets behind her and holds her by her hips again, she relaxes. Calm down, you need to be smart, he says. She listens. Alright, now, stop reeling. First, you need to raise the tip of the rod up, and then you're going to slowly lower it. I want you to reel in quickly while you're lowering the tip, but then stop when you go to raise it again. Cassiel does her best to follow his instructions. She raises the tip, reels in while lowering it, leans the rod to the right when she feels the fish running to the left, and repeats. There, I see it. Come on, you've got this, it's almost here. Fenra cheers her on. Syrah is holding Rock up to look overboard with her. Alright, just lift your rod and reel it in the rest of the way. Doing exactly as he's saying, Cassiel raises the rod and reels it in until the fish is hanging from the line over the ship's deck. On the line is a small fish no larger than her hand with a striped side and spiny dorsal fin. It tries wriggling around on the hook to break free but eventually gives up. Congrats. You caught your first fish. Let me get it off the line for you, Fenra says, grabbing the fish with one hand and removing the hook from its mouth with the other. Want to hold it? Cassiel nods, taking the fish into her hands. It flops out a second later to jump all over the deck. Fortunately, Fenra manages to get a hold of it before Rock does after she jumped out of Syrah's arms. Alright, great job. Seriously. Now, let's put this in the barrel, Fenra says, taking the fish over to the barrel of water that he brought up from below deck. He gently lowers the fish into it before returning to the girls. Cassiel is already putting another shrimp on her hook. He wants to tease her since she looks like she's enjoying it way more than she thought she would, but he doesn't want to ruin her excitement. Syrah, however, looks like she wants a turn. You can use my rod, Syrah, Fenra says. Syrah quickly turns around to cover her mouth and smirk. Book 1, Chapter 44, Patch 8.0, How to Train Your Crew. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It turns out that Syrah was paying close attention to everything Fenra was explaining and demonstrating to Cassiel because she's able to properly cast the line right from her first try. Naturally, this triggers Cassiel's competitive side. The two girls get into a competition to see who can cast the line the farthest and with the most accuracy. Meanwhile, Fenra gets some bonding time with Rock. Fenra lies on his back with Rock curled up on top of his chest. One hand rests atop Rock's back to pet her as he stares up at the sky. There are only a few clouds dotting what would otherwise be a clear sky. The sun is brightly shining down on everything around them, but fortunately, they are safe from the sun's direct rays thanks to the tower providing them shade. Syrah reels in her second fish. Cassiel has yet to get another bite since her first fish. 3 fish are flopping around within the barrel now trying to escape. Fenra thinks about how they're going to eat these fish. You bastards! Stop pricking me! Cassiel shouts at the bucket of shrimp. Having trouble over the? Fenra asks, still staring up at the sky. A shrimp lands right between his eyes before jumping off of his face. Amazingly, the shrimp gets lucky over and over with its jumps until it flings itself right back into the ocean. He looks over at Cassiel. She's pouting with crossed arms. That bait was a gift. Don't waste it, Fenra scolds her. When she remembers how generous the men were to give them the free bait, she looks down and makes a mental apology to the 2 masculine men back on the pier. Boat, Syrah says. Fenra lifts Rock off of his chest and stands up. Surely enough, another boat is heading right for them. The other boat is roughly the same size as the shoebill, but shorter and simpler in design. 7 people are standing aboard it. A few of them are waving to the girls and Fenra. They appear friendly. The boat pulls right up next to the shoebill on the side where they aren't casting their lines. Hey there, Ole Jax tell you about this spot? The man behind the other boat's steering wheel shouts over. He looks like one of the most appropriately dressed men that Fenra has seen thus far. Everything about his outfit from the bandana around his head to the slightly open vest and thick boots screams that he's a sailor in an old fantasy setting. He's even got a perfect pirate accent. Yeah, decided to come over here for some training for the tournament. You here for the same? Fenra shouts back over. Cassiel and Syrah both look like they're pouting since he was the one whom told them not to make much noise, yet now he and this other man are shouting back and forth at one another. I reckon that we ought to get some more practice in to compete with all of you adventuring folk. The man shouts back, not adventurous yourself? Nay, we're just fishers and sailors trying to make a living and enjoying life while we're at it. That sounds like a pretty nice goal. By the way, is there anything that you can tell us about the tournament? I didn't want to bother Jax with too many questions since he already helped us so much. Fenra wastes no time getting to asking questions. No problem. Mind if I come over there so we're not disturbing the fish for everybody else? Not at all. Hang on. Fenra drops the shoebill's gangplank onto the neighboring vessel, allowing its captain to come aboard. I'm Fenra, by the way. What's your name? They call me Morven, and I'm Captain O the Yellow Minnow. Pleasure to meet ya, Fenra, Morven says. Now that Morven is standing before Fenra and shaking hands with him, Fenra can see that this man looks, well, he looks normal. Almost every other player that Fenra has met thus far has been an exaggeration of one thing or another. Fenra himself knows that he's perfected how he looks so that there aren't any flaws in his appearance. Bone Crooker and the 2 men from the pier are all personifications of macho masculinity. Oleander is a trap, and even Thelms was a stereotypical-looking goblin. Yet, before him stands a middle-aged man with wrinkles, a crooked nose, a few missing teeth with the ones that he does have showing signs of yellow, and more. He looks truly realistic. You can tell, can't ya? Morven asks. Tell what? Fenra answers the question with a question. That I'm what you and yours call an NPC? I didn't know, actually. I just thought you were one of us, but different. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. Don't worry about it. We're used to getting that sort of look. It's what happens when you're born ugly in a world full of attractive adventurers. Aside from how Morven looks, Fenra can't find a single thing about the man to give away that he's an NPC. He sounds like a real human, has little tics in his speech and gestures that perfectly matches what some humans have, and doesn't look any different other than not looking perfect. Sire, NPCs are controlled by AIs, right? Are they controlled by the Overseer, or do they have their own AIs like Rock has now? Fenra thinks. It depends. Random animals and monsters and villagers and stuff will just be controlled by the Overseer, but the ones who gain lives of their own and really develop their own personalities will have their own AIs controlling them. Basically, anybody who acts like more than just a background character is an AI living its own life out here, Sile explains. So, even if this man is an NPC, he's just as real as anybody else is. There is a real AI controlling his speech, thoughts, movements. This man may be an NPC, but he's still real. He has his own goals, dreams, desires, life, memories, and more. Tell me about yourself before we get into me asking you a bunch of boring questions, Morvon. I want to hear about your life, Fenra says. Cassiel and Syrah get back to fishing while Fenra, Rock, and Morvon sit at the stern of the shoebill. So you have a wife, kids, a brother, and all of that? Fenra asks. Ain't it normal for a man to have a family? Morvon asks back. Yeah, of course it is. So you don't remember growing up, but you remember having all of your family? That's how most of those like me are. All crew members of the Yellow Minnow are the same. We've each got our own families and lives, but none of us remember anything before arriving in this city. I can tell ya what, though. We may not have many memories, but we still love and feel as much as any of you adventurers. We can also fish just as good as ya. I don't doubt it. Anyways, about the tournament, ask away. Alright. How many rounds are there, and what are they like? Are they all the same? Assuming it's going to be the same as the last one a few months ago. There'll be 3 rounds. The first round is a free-for-all to see who can catch the most fish in a limited amount of time, and to see who survives. What do you mean by who survives? Look around ya. This is a city of pirates. They may be tight on the rules on land, but on open waters, anything goes. The less ships that make it back to the pier when the first round is over, the less competition there is. Isn't that way too dangerous for you and your crew then? What if something happens? Fenra may not know what happens to NPCs when they die, like whether they respawn or not, but he figures they don't get all the same advantages as players do. It ain't a problem for us. I know it might sound like an unfair advantage, but the folk here know our ship and flag. They won't be attacking us. Can't say the same for anybody else, though. Makes sense. Alright, what about the other rounds? The second round is a race. All competing crews start at the same spot with their vessels, and they have to race out to an island off the coast, loop around to the back of it, catch a fish that only lives on the far side of the island, and then come back. And the third round, the final round. This is the main show. It'll be narrowed down to 3 crews by this point, and they'll be in for a fierce competition. They have to worry about defending against each other while hunting down a baby serpent. Whoever brings the serpent back is the one who wins. A baby serpent? Imagine a giant eel several times the size of your ship here with a mouth that can tear a man in half. I reckon it'd even be able to tear your hound here in 2 if it got a hold of it. Rock whimpers, cuddling up against Fenra's leg. How are we supposed to catch something like that? I doubt a regular fishing rod would work, Fenra asks. That's up to each crew to figure out. Some use giant hooks, others use magic, and I've even seen baited cages used before. It's all up to the individual crews to figure out, Morvon explains. Alright, that's all helpful. Thanks for answering my questions. Don't worry about it, Captain Fenra. We may be pirates down here, but we look out for one another. Morvon extends his hand for a parting shake. Fenra gladly accepts. I've got to get back to my ship now. Gotta make sure those slackers are properly practicing. Morvon explains, heading back to the gangplank. We'll see you at the tournament, Morvon, Fenra says. Looking forward to it. Just don't be too upset if we show you adventurers that the rest of us have got a place in this world as well. Book 1, Chapter 45, Patch 8.0, How to train your crew. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Satisfied with the progress that Syrah and Cassiel have made, Fenrir lets Morven and his crew have the fishing spot for their own practice. Fenrir didn't get any worthwhile practice himself, but there's plenty of time before the tournament to come back. So, what did you two think? Fenrir asks the girls. Was fun, Syrah says with a thumbs up. It was better than I thought it would be, Cassiel admits. I'm glad you two enjoyed it, Fenrir says. He's good at telling when people are being genuine or not, and he doesn't detect any falsities in their statements. They genuinely enjoyed themselves and he couldn't be happier about it. As cheesy as it makes him feel, knowing that they're finding fun in fishing is the most fun he's had in this game thus far. The shoebill is docked back into its guest parking spot. There is commotion on the docks as a girl with bright orange hair runs around harassing various crews along the pier. Come on, need an engineer? I'll do it for free. The girl shouts, offering herself to everybody she sees. You there? Let me. Where are you going? Why are you running from me? She chases after a frightened man for a short while before getting distracted by somebody else. You there? Looking for an engineer? I'll wait. Why does everybody keep running from me? She shouts, chasing after three men all escaping together. Somebody let me join their damn crew for the tournament. I think we should leave before she sees us, Cassiel suggests. Syrah expresses her agreement by tugging on Fenrir's shirt. Yet, he doesn't budge. When the girls look at him, they see a man who looks like he just got an idea. The two girls look at each other. They have a bad feeling about this. The orange-haired girl spins around and happens to make eye contact with Fenrir. She charges straight at him with starry eyes. You there? Need an engineer? I'll do it for free. Just let me work on your ship. She shouts at Fenrir. You there? Fenrir shouts, pointing at the girl running straight toward him. Need a crew? You can join ours for free. Just work on our ship. If there are two things that Fenrir can easily recognize, they are, 1. When somebody is trying their best to accomplish something while nobody gives them a chance, and 2, the type of person who has a few screws loose and it probably dangerous to keep around but ingenious. Fenrir has worked with many people just like her before. Really? Do you mean it? Are you sure? I mean, I'll work on any ship, but I can't believe you'll actually take me. The girl shouts. Cassiel and Syrah feel like this is moving way too fast. They want to interject, but they trust in Fenrir's judgment for now. I do. But first, you have to tell me why everybody is so afraid of you, Fenrir says. Because every ship I've been on has sunk because it couldn't keep up with me. Cassiel and Syrah both turn to look at Fenrir. There's no way that he would agree to having her, right? I see, he says. Syrah and Cassiel are relieved to see him being serious about this. Welcome aboard the shoebill. Syrah and Cassiel turn to see the orange-haired girl's expression from being rejected, rightfully so. Wait. What did he just say? You can't seriously be taking her, can you? Didn't you just hear what she said? She said she's sunk every ship she's ever been on, and she doesn't even sound guilty about it. Cassiel shouts. She said it's because the ships couldn't handle her. The shoebill can handle anybody and anything, Fenrir explains. The shoebill is just a small ship we stole from some nobodies. It's already in bad condition. What's your name? Fenrir asks the orange-haired girl. Strism, Tabitha Strism. Tabitha says. Can you fix our girl up and make her better than all of these other ships, Tabitha? If I can't, nobody can. See? Fenrir asks, looking at Cassiel. Tabitha here can help us out. You have no idea who she is. We have no idea if we can trust her. What if she messes everything up? What if she breaks something or steals our ship? Cassiel questions, feeling like the only logical person here right now. Rock walks up to Tabitha's feet and sniffs her. Tabitha crouches down and pets Rock's head with a huge smile on her lips. This puppy is adorable. I've never seen one made out of rock before. This game is something, ain't it? Rock licks Tabitha's hand and nuzzles against her. If Rock likes her then she's okay, Syrah says. Be nice to our newest crew member, Cass, Fenrir says, poking her side. The unexpected poke causes Cassiel to make a surprisingly girly squeak. Fenrir, Syrah, Rock, and Tabitha all look at Cassiel. I will kill you all if you say anything, Cassiel threatens. I won't say nothing if you let me join, Tabitha says. Deal. Great. Fenrir exclaims. We're just one crew member short now. By the way, Tabitha, what does an engineer even do in this game? Well, I fix your ship up, keep her running well, make some modifications, that sort of stuff. I used to work with the scholars, but our group got fired for causing some trouble. We got replaced by those half-goblin things up there running the place now, Tabitha explains. What sort of trouble did you cause? Nothing much. We just kinda blew up some of the city, but they repaired it in no time. Fair enough. Cassiel is regretting accepting the deal. Why do you want to join a crew so badly for the tournament? He asks. Because everybody is always laughing at me and doubting my ability. I want to prove to everybody that a few accidental explosions and failed experiments don't mean that I ain't the best engineer there is. What better way than to let my mods help a ship win the tournament? I've even got a schematic all prepared for catching the big baby in the final round. Seriously? That's perfect. Because I had no idea how I was going to catch that after hearing about it. Neither Syrah nor Cassiel knows what they're talking about. They were too busy fishing to try and listen in on his conversation with the NPC captain. I just need about 40 gold to buy all the parts, Tabitha says, smiling as widely as ever. Yeah, we don't have any money, Fenrir says. Oh, yeah? I 20 gold? Nope. 10? I wish. 5? Sure. Just kidding. No. So ya want me to go and mod up your ship to be the best there is, install something that'll capture a serpent bigger than your ship likely is, all without any funding? Tabitha asks. You got it. Think you can do it? Fenrir asks. A fire lights up within Tabitha's eyes. You bet I can. I'm fired up. Such a tall order with next to no money available to fund it. I'm excited. We're going to blast all those other ships out of the water. We're going to capture the big baby and bring it home to take home the trophy. We're going to win this together. Fenrir finishes her sentence, offering her a handshake. She accepts it. Syrah and Cassiel don't exactly know what's going on due to how fast it all just happened, but they're pretty sure they just saw the foundation of another bromance. Tabitha pulls out a thin cloth from her overalls pocket to wrap around her forehead, going underneath her raised twin tails. Syrah likes Tabitha just because she makes Syrah no longer the shortest crew member. Tabitha is a few inches shorter than Syrah and looks younger as well. As Fenrir would describe her, she looks like a tomboyish lily. This is Syrah, that's Cassiel, and the pup down there is Rock. We've got 2 more guys who I'll introduce you to later, Fenrir says. Oh, sorry. And I'm Fenrir. Nice to meet y'all. Got to ask though, Mr. Wolf. If anything, it's kinda suspicious that ya trust me so easily. What gives? Tabitha asks. That's easy. You remind me of myself. Tabitha grins from ear to ear. Good. I can tell me and you are gonna get along, Mr. Wolf. Just show me where my new baby is and I'll bring my tools over. Fenrir leads her to the Shoebill's parking spot. Ya sure she's gonna be able to keep up with me? Tabitha asks, looking the sloop over with wary eyes. Ships bigger and stronger than this girl have failed me before. Wouldn't want us all to sink in the middle of the tournament. I believe in her. You just need to believe in her too, Fenrir says, placing a hand on Tabitha's shoulder. That's the kind of thing I like to hear. A captain's trust in the ship is almost as important as the engineer. I'll go and bring all my stuff over and get to work right away. You won't even be able to recognize her by tomorrow. You hear that, girl? Fenrir asks. Rock looks up at him, assuming that he's talking to her, but he's looking at the Shoebill instead. Rock whines in jealousy. Tabitha here is going to take care of you and make you even more awesome than you already are. Tabitha happily runs off to collect her things. Are you really sure about this? What if she screws us over? Cassiel asks Fenrir. Who cares? It's just a game. Sure, I want us to do good in the tournament and hopefully win it. But even if we lose, it's just a game. What's the point in playing it if we're not having fun? We're going to have fun, and by taking her on, she's going to get to have fun as well. The more people having fun, the more successful of a game it is, Fenrir explains. Syrah hugs his arm. Cassiel has no good response to what he said. Yeah? just a game. It's easy to forget that sometimes that excuse never works up in the Empire, but I guess it's true, she says. We're going to have fun no matter what happens. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. Hearing him say that removes a ton of stress that has been weighing Cassiel down. His belief is the exact opposite of everybody she's played with before him, of everybody who only cared about winning and being the best. Having fun is the true endgame, don't you know? Book 1, Chapter 46, Patch 8.0, How to Train Your Crew. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Tabitha comes back to the shoebill with a massive backpack strapped onto her. They have no idea how she's managing to run around with a backpack roughly twice the size of her body, but she does so with ease. She even manages to somehow squeeze the backpack below deck. Everybody goes to look at what she's doing. As soon as she unzips the backpack, dozens of tools, materials, schematics, books, and piles of clothes shoot out from it. Not only was the backpack twice her size, but it looks as if she somehow condensed 2 times its size's worth of items into it. Fenrir is pretty sure that he feels the ship sink lower into the water just from the sheer weight of everything she's brought on board. Tabitha slips on a pair of heavy gloves and straps a tool belt on around her waist that has an arrangement of tools hanging from it. So, what's first? Fenrir asks. I'm going to tear out every single nail and screw of this ship and replace it with my own. I can't trust her to hold up properly with anything but the best I have to offer, Tabitha explains. Your screws and nails are better? Of course they are. They're specially made by me. Well, I guess it's fairer to say that they're specially transmuted by me. What I do is just buy some old rusty nails and the like from merchants trying to get rid of junk only usable as scrap metal. Tabitha's explanation is already making Cassiel regret agreeing to the deal even more. And then I use a technique I developed in my time with the scholars to make them like brand new, better than brand new. Whatever metal they were made out of before, I turn it into stress metal. You created a new metal and named it after yourself? Tabitha excitedly nods. You're awesome. Of course I am. Now, I've got lots of work to do, Tabitha says before getting to work. Fenrir leads the rest of the group back above deck. I was worried, but I like her, Syrah says. I'm still worried, but I guess she's fun, Cassiel says. There you go, Cass. Fun is the most important thing. People shouldn't play games if they're not having fun playing them, Fenrir says. Anyways, I guess we should wait for Ali and Bone to meet back up with us. We still need to hopefully convince them to enter the tournament with us. Rock barks, running down the pier. Fenrir is ready to shout at Rock to come back, but he sees who Rock is running to. Speak of there. What's that saying again? Fenrir asks. Speak of the devil, Syrah answers. Yeah, that. Speak of the devil. Well, devils. Wait, who's that? In addition to Bone Crocker and Oleander, Oleander is clinging to some unknown guy's arm. He looks totally smitten. Surprisingly enough, this new guy doesn't look anything like what Fenrir believes Oleander's type is. This new guy isn't that tall nor masculine looking, has short blonde hair, looks more like a pretty boy, and actually looks like a pretty nice guy. Fenrir is used to Oleander bringing back guys that look like ex-prisoners. Who's this? Got yourself a new boyfriend? Fenrir shouts out to Oleander, turning the teasing onto him for once. Yup. Oleander shouts back. Wait, really? The only one who doesn't look shocked is Bone Crocker. He's just groaning. We go to bar. Bar nothing like thought it would be. He met new guy and stuck to him entire time. Had to pry them off each other, but was too late. Got kicked out. Bone Crocker explains. Excessive public displaying of affection definitely sounds like something Oleander would do. So, wait, are you guys like, actually dating? Like, it's official? Fenrir asks. Yup. I know, crazy, right? I'd normally never date somebody I don't know in reality, but like, we just click, Oleander explains. Yeah, and you've only known him for a few hours? Fenrir says, sounding wary. They've only been in the city for half a day and they've already managed to acquire a new crew member and one of them got a boyfriend. Not everybody takes forever like you do, Fenny. What's that supposed to mean? Fenrir asks, not noticing Cassiel's and Syrah's stares at him. Besides, Those respawn counter things are important. Me and you don't have any left, so if we don't want to get totally screwed next time we die, we need to have some fun, if you know what I'm saying. Neither of the girls is staring at Fenrir anymore. Right. Anyways, you, new guy, hey, my name is Fenrir. What's yours? The male Nat Oleander is clinging on to looks at Fenrir. Ah, my name is Corwin Hale. Pleasure to meet you, Fenrir, Corwin says. The proper way of speaking throws Fenrir off for a moment. Corwin sounds the most proper out of everybody Fenrir has met in game thus far. He really doesn't seem like Oleander's type. This whole thing feels suspicious, but he isn't going to get in his friend's way. Don't hurt Oli here or else me and the big green guy are going to have some words with you, alright? Geez, Dad, stop trying to act tough around my new boyfriend, Oleander teases, making himself sound like a teenage girl. Cassiel pulls Syrah back away from the rest of them to whisper into her ear. Is this what it was like when he met us? Did things happen this quickly? Cassiel asks. I think so. I guess it is kind of weird to see it happen, Syrah answers. By the way, I've got somebody for you three to meet. Fenrir walks over to the stairs leading below deck. Come up here for a minute, Dabs. Dabs. I like that. Tabitha shouts back. I'll be up in a minute. Oleander and Bone Cricker look at each other curiously. Tabitha comes up covered in sweat with dirt all over her. Fenrir has no idea how she's gotten so dirty so quickly, but he's going to take it as a sign of hard work. This is Tabitha, the Shoebill's new engineer. Fenrir introduces her. Glad to meet you. I'll be making sure this baby takes wins at the tournament, Tabitha declares. Oleander and Bone Cricker narrow their eyes on Fenrir. Told you no, Bone Cricker says. Oleander is about to back up Bone Cricker, but somebody else speaks up first. You're entering the fishing tournament. Can I accompany you? Please, let me join you. I've always wanted to join and be a part of something like this, Corwin says. Oleander immediately changes his opinion on the tournament. Yep, we are. Corwin can join us, right, Fenny? He asks, hoping to not get called out for the sudden change. While Fenrir wouldn't accept Oleander doing something only for his sake, he will accept Oleander doing something for somebody else's sake. Of course. What are you good at, Corwin? Fenrir asks. I am experienced with all of the tasks a ship requires. I can manage the sails, steer, keep lookout, and anything else you would have of me. I may not be the best fisherman, but I would be glad to practice if that is what you would need of me, Corwin answers. Sounds good too. I said no. Bone Cricker reasserts himself. Well, we need 7 people, and we only have 6 if you don't help us, Cassiel says. Fenrir looks surprised to hear her speaking up about it. Do not care what new girl has to say. I said number. Tired of boat and fishing. Want to PvP and raid, he shouts at her, directing all of his anger toward her. Tabitha slinks back below deck since she has a bad feeling about where this is going. Bone, come on, be nice. She was just stating a fact. We can find somebody else if we have to. There's no need for you to talk to her like that, Fenrir says, standing between Cassiel and Bone Cricker. Do you think I'm stupid? I know she just say that to make me feel bad and agree. Bone Cricker shouts at Fenrir now. Relax. Cassiel starts talking, but gets interrupted by Bone Cricker. Fenrir regrets not warning the girls about never telling Bone Cricker to relax. I do not need relax. You just another girl who know nothing and make him change mind. He always fall for stupid girl who he listen to. Bone Cricker shouts at her. Even random passers-by on the pier are looking their way and listening to the drama. I said no. Do not want stupid tournament. I bought this game with own money. Want to do things I want to do. Have barely played because on boat for so long, now in city full of sheet care bears. Huh? Listen here, you bastard. I don't know what you're on about, but I'm not making him do anything. I just agreed to try it out and thought it was fun. Maybe you'd have fun if you'd actually try it instead of being so stubborn, Cassiel shouts back. Syrah clings to Fenrir's side, but he gives her a gentle push away so that he can focus on breaking up Cassiel and Bone Cricker. Alright, drop it, Cass. Don't let him get to you. Bone, nobody ever said you had to join. Look, I won't lie, I really want you to join us, and if you don't then it's going to really suck. But if we're only going to be one member short then I can find somebody else for the tournament while you do whatever you want, Fenrir explains. So you replace me? You never want to do what I want to do anymore. Bone Crusher shouts, glaring Fenrir directly in the eyes. Yeah, what that? You cry now? Big fucking baby crying because not getting his way? Fenrir wipes his eyes. As tightly as he tried shoving that cork back into the bottle, it's popped back out. No. I'm crying because one of my best friends is a total fucking asshole. Get out of here because I have nothing left to say to you. If you really think I never do anything you want, if you really think I just selfishly always make you do whatever I want, then get the fuck out of here before I do something I'm going to regret. Neither Sira nor Cassiel have ever heard Fenrir sound so intense before. Even Tabitha has stopped making noise below deck to listen in on what's happening above her. Guys, come on, stop. We're friends, remember? Don't let something stupid like this ruin the. Oleander is cut off by Bone Crusher slamming his fist into Fenrir's face. Book 1, Chapter 47, Patch 8.0. How to Train Your Crew. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Bone Crusher's fist sends Fenrir flying backward into Cassiel, almost knocking her over, but Fenrir spins around to make sure that she doesn't fall. The hell was that for, you bastard? Cassiel shouts at Bone Crusher. Stay back, Fenrir tells her, looking at Sira and Rock as well. Are you two really doing this? Oleander asks. Does it look like I have a choice? Fenrir asks. Bone Crusher charges at Fenrir. Despite how high the emotions are in this fight, neither men are drawing their blades. Fenrir ducks below Bone Crusher's fist. The orc's movements feel slow after training with Cassiel so much. Do your friends usually do this? Corwin asks Oleander. It happens every now and then. It's been a while since the last one, so it was bound to happen again soon. Oleander answers. Which one of them is right or wrong? Honestly, Fenny is in the right here. Bone is being an asshole. He's probably stressed out from something in reality. Fenrir continues ducking and dodging all of Bone Crusher's attempts at hitting him. He retaliates every now and then with a punch or kick but never puts much force behind it even if he's really tempted to. Of course, that just makes things worse. Fuck you, piece of shit. Not even take fight seriously. Bone Crusher shouts. Because you're not worth taking seriously, Fenrir replies, evading to the back of Bone Crusher and kicking in the back of his right knee. Why do you always have to be such an asshole? I'm fucking tired of always doing what you want, and I never ask you to do something I know you wouldn't enjoy. Bone Crusher swings an arm around which manages to nail Fenrir right in the side of his head, knocking him away and onto the deck. Only friends in first place because you used to be fun. Used to kill everybody, make whole worlds hate us. Now you just want to be lazy and fish. No fun in that. Need to man up and go back to how used to be. Bone Crusher shouts, jumping onto Fenrir to pin him down and repeatedly punch him in the face. Fenrir slides out from underneath the orc and does the exact same thing to him, pinning Bone Crusher down and punching him in the face over and over. Both men have bruised and bloodied faces before long. Fenrir punches Bone Crusher in the face again, fucking, and again, sorry, and again, that I got bored of doing the exact same thing, and again, thing in every single fucking game, and again, game that we play. The brigade isn't fucking, and again, coming back. Bone Crusher thrusts his head upward and headbutts Fenrir right in the face. The men collapse on the deck next to each other, each one panting heavily and looking up at the sky. I told you before, Victor, to just fucking find another group to play with if all you want to do is what we used to, Fenrir says between heavy breaths. I know you want to play with me still, but I'm seriously so tired of doing the same thing over and over. It's nice every now and then, but it's less exciting every single time. Even taking on Coastage was nowhere near as fun as it used to be. Maybe it's time I stop playing with you then, Bone Crusher says. Yeah, maybe. That's what I've been telling you. We both want different things now, so wouldn't it be for the best to play with different groups? Silence. Oleander looks like he wants to say something, but he knows that there isn't really anything to say that wouldn't be pointless. He knows that they're unhappy playing with one another nowadays. As much as Oleander would like everybody to get along like they used to, the Divine Brigade's golden days are over. We'll help in stupid tournament, then leave, Bone Crocker says. Don't need drama of dealing with you after work every day. You don't have to, Fenrir is interrupted. Fuck you, will help whether want me to or not. Do whatever you want. I'm not going to stop you. Bone Crocker swings an arm into Fenrir's gut. Fenrir does the same thing to him. You said would not stop me. Didn't say I wouldn't hit you back. Cassiel and Cyril look at each other. They don't know what they should be making of this whole situation, but they do know they feel bad. Nobody likes seeing a friendship basically get torn apart. If Bone Crocker is going to leave, what about Oleander? If they both leave, what if Fenrir decides to leave them? Each of the girls already feels more at home in this group of friends than they've felt in any other online group before, and now there's already drama splitting it apart. They also feel bad for Fenrir. It's clear to everybody here, except maybe Corwin, that Fenrir is in the right here. He didn't do anything wrong, and they all can tell how deeply he cares about doing things for his friends while rarely if not ever selfishly asking anybody to do anything for him. Yet Bone Crocker made him sound like a selfish asshole always making others do what he wants. That couldn't be farther from the truth, and they know it has to hurt Fenrir to be accused of anything like that. Each of the men gets up. Bone Crocker stomps his way off the ship while Fenrir straightens out his clothes and leather vest. Rock is the first to check on Fenrir, followed by Syrah and Cassiel. Are you okay? Syrah asks. Better than ever, Fenrir says with a smile. They can tell he's forcing it. Cassiel comes up from behind and presses her hands against Fenrir's back. He can feel her healing him, but she doesn't say anything. Well, that happened, Oleander says. Sorry, Ole. I know what sort of position this puts you in, Fenrir says. Don't worry about it. I knew it was going to happen eventually, and I already know I'd rather stay with you. I can only handle his shitty homophobia if you're there to support me. He really is an asshole, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Despite them agreeing that Bone Crocker is a bad person, they sound sad and disappointed. Anyways, Core, can you teach me about fishing? I haven't done much of it before, and it'd be a nice distraction. Oleander asks his new apparent boyfriend. Is it alright to leave things like this? Corwin asks. Don't worry about it. Nothing lasts forever. It wouldn't be the first time we've lost an important friend group member. If you say so. Now, we will need to acquire some rods and bait if you wish for me to teach you. There are several piers on the ship I know of that could be of assistance to us. Corwin and Oleander step back off the shoebill to find a fishing shop. I don't feel right about this. I shouldn't have said anything. I'm sorry, Cassiel apologizes. I caused the fight, didn't I? Fenrir turns around to face her. She can't look him in the eyes. You didn't do anything wrong, Cass. Now, if you don't stop sounding so sad, I'm going to poke you and make you squeak again. You're supposed to be at sun, remember? Call me a bastard and threaten to kill me, Fenrir says. Shut up. Stop trying to act tough, you bastard. Guys have to be tough around the girls they like. Don't you know that? Like that old man said earlier, got to give you my all, he says, turning back around and straightening Syrah's hat so that it's sitting properly atop her head. The girls don't know how to react to what he just said. They both feel bad about everything that just happened, yet it's the first time he's ever admitted to liking them, at least, liking them in an implied way that's more than just friends. You picked a shitty time for a confession, Cassiel says. Yeah, I know. I never have been good with 3D girls. I'm with Cass, Syrah says. Which means Rock is going to be against me as well. Next thing I know and Dabs down there is going to be agreeing with you too, Fenrir says. I do. I've heard everything. Ya don't confess to the girls ya like when you're sounding all depressed. Tabitha shouts from below deck. Alright. I already admitted I'm not good at this stuff. I'll redo it properly soon. Alright, I'll guarantee your satisfaction or you'll get all money back. You're digging yourself a deeper hole right now, Cassiel says. I know. It's a coping mechanism. Bastard. Let me finish healing you. Hey, Syrah. How do you want the fish cooked? You caught the most, so you get to choose. He changes the subject as Cassiel forcibly heals him. However, Cass wants, Syrah says, "That's no fun." "Fine, Cass, how do you want the fish cooked?" "However you want," Cassiel says with a pout. "Will you lovebirds just choose how to cook your fish?" Tabitha shouts, "And do it away from here. I don't need ya catching my baby on fire." Fenrir lets out an earnest laugh. "All right, let's figure out what to do with these fish," he says, transferring the fish from their barrel to the now empty of shrimp bucket. Book 1, Chapter 48, Patch 9.0, Preparing for the Tournament. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Several things must be done before they can register for the tournament. Fenrir has organized it all into a nice checklist in order of importance. 1. Get cards for Syrah, Bone Cricker, Oleander, and Corwin. Tabitha already has one alongside Fenrir and Cassiel. 2. Register the crew for the tournament. 3. Help Tabitha complete upgrades and modifications to the shoebill. 4. Acquire some better fishing gear. And 5. Find something that Bone Cricker will be able to do to make himself useful during the tournament. The first task is completed the next day after the fight between Fenrir and Bone Cricker. They both needed time to cool down after their fight, but even with cooling down, it is awkward whenever the two are around one another. Oleander has commented about how it is the worst he has ever seen them around one another. There have been fights before, but never one this bad. Honestly, Oleander can't say that it doesn't make him slightly happy. Sure, he's great friends with Bone Cricker and they've known one another for years, but he struggles to always respect and act friendly around a man who hates others of his sexuality. Even if Bone Cricker tolerates Oleander's homosexuality, knowing that he still discriminates against others is enough to make Oleander lose respect for the Russian orc. They also waited a day since Fenrir had to run around the city with Syrah helping as many people and stray animals as they could to improve her standing so that she wouldn't get kicked out of the city. As for the cards, Oleander ends up having the highest intelligence out of everybody, Corwin is all around weak as is Syrah, and Bone Cricker has stats similar to Fenrir's but slightly worse. Bone Cricker knowing that he has worse stats than Fenrir only makes him even more annoyed with him. The next thing after the cards is getting registered. Fenrir has the crew all gathered on the shoebill at once. He has to have an inspector come by to verify the existence of both the vessel and its crew to officially register them for the tournament. The inspector goes through their cards one at a time to verify all of their identities. Fenrir notices her raise an eyebrow when looking at Corwin's card, but doesn't think much of it. Oleander acts more lovey-dovey with Corwin by the day. For a relationship that is only a few in-game days old, they behave like a couple that has been together for months. Syrah and Cassiel both seem to enjoy watching the two lovebirds do cute things together, but every time Fenrir is around during it, they send him looks that he's pretty sure he understands the meaning of. 2 days in reality have passed, so 4 days in game have gone by since the fight. Tabitha has given Fenrir a checklist of her own. The shoebill already sounds much less creaky whenever walking along its deck and looks much nicer thanks to a thorough cleaning and new paint job. But now it is time for the actual upgrades. Since they don't have the money to buy the parts they need, it is up to the rest of the crew to gather the required materials while she does what she can without them. Her list is a complicated one. 2. Tabitha Strism's list of required materials and where to find them. 1. Oak logs. Go cut down some trees outside of the city. Ask guards if you need to know where you can find them. 2. Heavy-duty bowstring. Probably at a place. 3. Small refracting telescope. Somewhere. Check with scholars, but don't say it's for me. 4. Metal chains. The big kind. Actually I can just use the anchor's chains for that. We don't really need the anchor, do we? 5. A giant treble hook like the size of just a really big one. Get the biggest one you can find. 6. Your soul. The list starts off helpful enough, but as soon as Fenrir makes it to the second line, he realizes that this girl has no idea where to get any of this, which is why she doesn't already have it. Bone Cricker gathers the wood. Oleander with Corwin and Cassiel split up to find a bowstring. Syrah returns to the scholar's office with Rock to get the telescope, and Fenrir deals with the hook. It is even more awkward now because Bonecracker is the only one who had any coin left to spare. Oleander has to use his for the bowstring, and Syrah needs hers for the telescope, so Bonecracker had to give Fenrir his gold for the hook. Fenrir feels dirty just at the thought of using Bonecracker's share of the gold for anything, but they both just want this tournament to go smoothly now. He looks around at blacksmith shops near the docks. Many of them are selling all manners of hooks, rods, armor, and weapons, but none are selling a giant, oversized hook. Why would they be? Fenrir questioned Tabitha when she requested such a thing, but she assured him that he'll be able to find one as long as he looks hard enough. He trusts her, but he just has no idea where to look. It isn't like this city is small or anything. It is massive and has shops everywhere. Apparently, tons of players believe that running item shops is the true endgame. And then he sees it. Near the left end of the docks is a small shop with a sign above it that reads "Get your monster-sized hooks here." Well, that works. Fenrir enters the shop. Immediately, he notices the walls are lined with massive hooks anywhere from being as big as his head to being as big as Syrah. There are hooks hanging from the ceiling, and an employee sleeping behind the counter. Fenrir has to keep his head low to not accidentally get his ears hooked on any of the hanging hooks. "Hey, I need to buy a hook," Fenrir says to the sleeping employee. The short and stout man jumps up from his position and rubs his eyes. "A customer. About time. What do you need?" he asks. Fenrir assumes that he's supposed to be a dwarf, going by the beard, short yet wide size, and the wannabe Scottish accent. "I need the biggest treble hook that you have," Fenrir says. "Custom made or one from the shelves?" The dwarf asks. "Most of our work here is custom made upon request, with all the shelf items being mainly for show, but I assure ya that the items on display are just as good as rest of them. One of the already made hooks is fine as long as it's big enough." "Well laddie, how big do ya need it to be?" She wasn't specific, just said the biggest one I could find. "What are you fishing for?" Fenrir assumes that this contraption she is building is for capturing the baby sea serpent at the end of the tournament. The serpent at the end of the upcoming fishing tournament. You trying to make it to the end? Oh yeah, I can respect that. That I can. Alright. Now the biggest one would be way too big for that and a pain in the ass to move from storage to wherever your ship is, but this one air should be the perfect size, the dwarf says, coming out from behind the counter and walking to one of the shop's corners. He pulls a treble hook with each of the hooks being as long as one of Fenrir's arms off of the wall. This one air should be the perfect size for getting stuck in its mouth, and the barbs will make sure it stays put. The size of the hook makes Fenrir gulp. If something this big is required to hook the serpent, just how big is it? At this point, he doesn't know if he's excited to reach the final round of the tournament to try and win or just because he wants to see how big the serpent is. But now for the most important question, how much does it cost? Fenrir asks. "Just 4 gold'll do it." It's worth about thrice that, but it's been sitting there for a couple o' months now, so I'd rather just get rid of it if ya know what I mean, the dwarf says. Fenrir breathes a sigh of relief. "That sounds great. I'll give you 5 for it," he says. He knows it might not be the economically smart thing to offer more money than what a seller is requesting, but the dwarf seems friendly and trustworthy enough. Plus it means not giving Bonecracker any change. Is it petty? Yes. Does it make him feel better about getting punched right in the face? Definitely. Fenrir places 5 gold coins on the counter and takes the hook from the dwarf's hands. "Thanks a ton. Make sure to look out for us on the shoebill during the tournament. I'll be watching, as will the rest o' the city. There's gonna be tens o' thousands watching the show, so make sure to make it entertaining for us," the dwarf says. With hook in hand, Fenrir heads back to the shoebill and hopes that everybody else has managed to get their designated items. Book 1, Chapter 49, Patch 9.0, Preparing for the Tournament. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "This big enough?" Fenrir asks, setting the hook down on the shoebill's deck. Tabitha comes running up to check on it. "Perfect. That'll definitely be big enough to hook that baby right out of the water," she explains, arms crossed over her chest as she nods. "Now for the rest of the crew to bring back the stuff I need. What are you going to make with all of this anyways?" "You'll see. It'll be revealed at the right time for dramatic effect. By the way, I installed a prototype engine of mine that I had in my backpack. It runs on combustion crystals and will speed this baby up faster than any ships relying only on the wind. An engine? Like, you mean like the kind in real life? Tabitha nods. How do you manage to get it working? Doesn't the overseer stop things that are too modern from working? Well, ya see, the secret is in the fuel. Naturally, something that's running on diesel ain't ever going to work, and not even coal will be allowed to work as a fuel. But these crystals, she takes one of the crystals out from her pocket to toss over to Fenrir, make it work. It's all about how ya go about it. If ya do it in a fantasy-styled way, it works. Fenrir's hands feel warm as he holds the crystal. It looks as if there are red and yellow gases swirling around within it, trying their best to avoid touching one another. How's it work? He asks. Try smacking it with your other hand. Fenrir does as she says, smacking the crystal with his free hand. Constant, miniature explosions erupt within the crystal. Each explosion sends energy outwards that burns his hands, which makes him toss it between his two hands as if it's a hot potato before eventually throwing it overboard. Even as it sinks into the water, he and everybody nearby on the docks can hear its explosions. Cheat, I threw it overboard. Sorry, he says, watching it as it sinks. The bright light it's emitting thanks to the pulsating explosions shows exactly where it is as it sinks. How long is it going to be doing that for? It's alright, and not too long. That one was running on empty, and I haven't figured out a way to recharge them yet. So it's okay to toss that one. Just don't go loz in one of the full ones I've got, Tabitha explains. How many do you have? She pulls out 3 more from her pockets. And I've got another dozen or so in my backpack somewhere. Are you sure having a dozen of exploding crystals somewhere in your backpack is a safe idea? Of course it ain't. Don't mean that it isn't a fun one, though. Can't argue with that. So, how do the crystals power the engine? Tabitha leads him below deck. Built into the back of the ship is what appears to be a furnace with a small container for a fuel source with some mechanical gears and belts that Fenrir assumes are powered by the fuel source and causes the rotor to spin. Fenrir has only ever seen old pictures of combustion engines before, and this reminds him of a more fantasy-esque version of one, though calling it steampunk might be fairer. It looks pretty cool. Actually, he wishes cars still had engines like this instead of everything being fully electric. Did you make this yourself? Fenrir asks. I did. Had it in my backpack. It's the latest model of the Striz engine. Striz engine MK 7.2. Tabitha proudly answers. What happened to all the previous models? They're scattered underneath the water here. Remember what I said about those other ships not being able to keep up? Well, my engines are to thank for that. Look, an average ship this size can maybe sail at about 8 to 12 knots depending on wind speed, the hull, and so on. With my baby here, she pats on the engine, I'll have ya going at least 15 knots without any help from the wind. Ya better hope for some smooth waters or it's gonna be one heck of a bumpy ride. Fenrir is getting excited. However, before he can fang-earl with her over her engine's potential, he hears footsteps above them. Sounds like the others are back. I'll go check on them, he says, going back above deck. Syrah, Rock, Oleander, and Corwin are the first to come back after him. Syrah has a telescope in her hands, and the 2 boyfriends have a spool of thick bowstring. You didn't see Cassiel on your way back, did you? Fenrir asks them. Nope. Hope she doesn't spend too long looking around for this still. I told the guy we bought this from to refuse her if she happens to go in the same shop as us, Oleander explains. Fenrir looks at Syrah. Have any trouble getting that? He asks her. Syrah shakes her head. Thelms was there again. Told me to invite you for fish experiments. I think I'll pass on that. Fenrir feels bad about refusing the curious cat goblin thing's desire to experiment with using fish as weapons, but, wait, a really stupid thought just came into his head. What if there are mermaids? What would happen if he were to swing a mermaid around by her tail to use her as a weapon? No, this is too idiotic a line of thought. He shakes his head to return to the topic at hand. He regains his senses to see Bone Crocker walking up to the ship with several large logs of wood supported on his shoulders. Bone Crocker walks onto the shoebill and tosses the logs down onto the deck. "Oi, be careful up there. Ya know how much work I've been putting into this baby? I swear if ya break anything then I'm gonna break you." Tabitha shouts from below deck. Bone Crocker grumbles and walks away without saying anything else. Every time he's around, everybody gets quiet and waits to see what he's going to do or say. Fenrir is beginning to believe it's going to be a miracle if he stays with them long enough to make it to the tournament, but at the same time, he knows that Bone Crocker has never backed out of anything. He has never run away from what he's said he'll do. No matter how awkward the current situation may be, Fenrir has faith in him that Bone Crocker won't be abandoning them. Alright, there's one more thing we have to figure out while Tabs finishes up with the ship. What is Bone's job going to be? Fenrir asks them. Oleander is the first to speak up. "I've heard that there can be boardings and fights during the tournament, so he could just be on defense and keep us safe. Nobody is going to be catching us with the engine that Tabs installed." "Engine? We have an engine now?" "Well, she is an engineer." Oleander looks unimpressed with his lame joke. At least Zero is smiling. "But yeah, we're going to be faster than every other ship, so nobody is going to be able to board us, I think. Probably." Fenrir continues. He doesn't like fishing, he doesn't like being on open water, and yeah, this is why I doubted that he was going to be up for joining us in the first place. I don't plan on us getting into any fights, but he can help out during them. Even then, I don't know what he's going to do if we're not fighting. If there are 4 of us fishing with my dear Oleander helming the ship and the orange-haired one keeping up with the ship below deck, I do not believe there is much need for the orc. Could he not just stay below deck and wait until the events are over? Corwin asks. Oleander hugs onto his arm as a reward for speaking up. Syrah walks up to Fenrir and does the same with his arm. "Syrah, we talked about this," Cassiel says, finally appearing with nothing to show for it. She wants to complain when she sees that Oleander and Corwin were able to find what they were looking for, but she's too annoyed with her failure to say anything about it. "Talked about what?" Fenrir asks. "Nothing, you dog bastard." Syrah reluctantly gives up Fenrir's arm. He looks at the 2 girls curiously. They've been getting along better ever since that fight happened, and he sees them talking in private every now and then. Neither of them ever give Fenrir any clues as to what they're talking about either. Moving on from the fact that I've been upgraded from bastard to dog bastard, Corwin, I don't have a problem if Bone Crocker wants to do that, but I want to at least try and find something for him to do. I just can't think of anything. Tabitha comes up from below deck. "If you're trying to figure out what to do with the big green guy, why not just let me manage him? He could come in handy, and I'm sure I'll think of a few uses for him. Worst comes to worst, we're gonna be talking on water during the tournament, and I'm going to need some help keeping this baby in top operating conditions." "You sure, Tabs?" Fenrir asks. "As sure as honey on pineapple." Everybody looks at her. "What? Ya never eat some pineapple with some delicious honey drizzled on it?" Noobs these days. Book 1, Chapter 50, Patch 9.0, Preparing for the Tournament. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Work on the shoebill proceeds as planned. Tabitha has set up a large, wooden box on the front of the boat that she refuses to let anybody inside of. It takes up the entire foredeck and makes navigating difficult whenever Fenrir takes the crew out for some fishing practice. If having difficulty navigating isn't enough of a concern, the sounds that come from within the wooden box concern any who hear it. Every time Tabitha comes out of the box, she has a massive grin and maniacally giggles to herself. Fenrir is the only one who isn't worried. He has faith in her and the shoebill in contrast to everybody else. Syrah says, tugging on the back of Fenrir's shirt. "What's up?" Fenrir asks, turning around to face her. "We need a flag." Fenrir looks up at the top of the mast. Stinky Garlic's flag used to be up there, but now there is nothing to represent the crew. "Yeah, I guess you're right. But what to use?" He could use the Divine Brigade's old flag, but as hard as it may be for some people to believe, He really wants to leave that all behind. Using the old flag would just draw even more attention than he wants. There is also the fact that people would either assume they are wannabe fakes of the real thing if they have ever heard of the Divine Brigade, or they would assume that they are a fragment of the old Divine Brigade and hunt them down. We need a new name and flag, Fenrir says. The Divine Brigade, Sira suggests. Number. They're not being brought back. Sira pouts. But I read stories about what you used to do and it sounds cool. Trust me. They're always romanticized and not actually that interesting. We just messed with people. Besides, I'd rather us not all get hunted down and doxed. The divine fish. That's just silly. The divine rod. Fenrir looks down at her and sees her usual smirking expression. I'll show you a divine rod, he says in a teasing voice that sounds as if he's annoyed with her. And that's when she wins. As small and innocent as she looks, Fenrir has no doubts that her ability to sexually tease people is on par with Oleander's ability. The main difference is that they use their abilities in different ways. Oleander is chaotic evil with his sexuality, whereas Sira is just Sira. Oleander throws his sexual jokes and references to anybody who will listen to them, though he has toned them down since he's started suddenly dating this new guy, while Sira requires a bit more paying attention to in order to really pick up on what she's saying. Ever since Fenrir realized that Sira is, in fact, a subtle pervert, he has been noticing her teasing words and expressions on a regular basis. He can't even look at her hands anymore to check and make sure that she's holding the fishing rod properly whenever he hands it to her. The way that she gently traces the tips of her fingers along its shaft before teasingly rubbing them downward is too much for him. Fenrir may not know if Sira is lawful, neutral, or chaotic, but she is definitely evil alongside Oleander. He isn't the only one who suffers from Sira's teasing either. Cassiel is victim to Sira's teasing just as much now. Of course, since Cassiel is dense, Sira has to be more assertive with her. Sira never passes up on the opportunity to sneak up behind Cassiel and blow into her ear or onto her neck. The excited and surprised noises that Cassiel makes every single time Sira does this has various effects on him. Her noises are amusing and make him laugh, but at the same time, they excite him and make him want to tease her himself so that he gets to hear more of those borderline erotic sounds. Unfortunately for both Fenrir and Sira, Cassiel has begun being much more careful when around them. She is always peeking over her shoulders to make sure that nobody is sneaking up on her, stands as far away from them as she can when on the boat together, and has been wearing her hair down just to cover up her ears and neck. Sira is the most disappointed. Another couple of days pass by. Cassiel has finally joined the group's Discord server, as has Tabitha. Tabitha's secret construction on the front of the ship is nearing completion according to her, and nobody knows what to name the crew. Bonecracker would normally be the first one to suggest naming themselves the Divine Brigade again, but he stays silent. Fenrir is beginning to believe that this might truly be the last thing he does with his friend. Oleander is realizing it, too. Fortunately for Fenrir, rather than stand around and try to figure out what to do regarding their identity situation, there is something else that he can do to procrastinate. Sell his trophy. Sure, he originally wanted to keep it as a trophy, but, 1. It looks really stupid, 2. It can probably be sold for a few gold, which would be great since he has none, and 3. The shoe bill is already a far better trophy than any garlic shield could ever be. He still has the large, garlic-shaped shield with a golden trim that he stole from the leader of Stinky Garlic. Hey, Corwin, Fenrir calls out to their newest crew member. Yes, Captain? Corwin replies. I told you before, just call me Fenrir or something else. You don't need to be so formal. Ah, my apologies. I am used to strictly following rules and properly addressing my superiors. Don't worry about it. Anyways, I was thinking about something. What is it? Know of a place where I can sell this thing? Fenrir asks, holding up the shield. That looks to be a very high quality shield, Cap. Fenrir. Are you sure you wish to sell it? Yeah. Never was a big fan of garlic. Very well, Corwin says with a smile. He may not be the most expressive man, but he's a kind one. Fenrir is amazed that Oleander appears to have settled down for somebody as straight-laced as Corwin. Furthermore, He's even more amazed that Corwin is able to keep up with Oleander given how timid he behaves. Wait. Fenrir feels as if he's missing something important here. Looking Corwin over with enough of a scrutinizing eye that it concerns the man being examined, Fenrir realizes why Oleander likes him so much. As egotistical as it makes Fenrir to believe that this is the reason, he is confident in it. Corwin looks and sort of acts just like Fenrir does in reality. Like her. The only real difference between Corwin and Ru is that Corwin is blonde and taller. He also speaks respectfully and stays to himself just like Ru does when he's sober. His theory also has evidence supporting it in how Spencer once confessed to Ru after the first few times they met up in reality. If this Corwin is the one to replace him and finally help Spencer move on, Ru is happy for them. Fenrir? Corwin asks. Sorry. Was lost in thought. Anyways, you know of a good place to sell this? Fenrir asks again. I do. Follow me. Fenrir does as requested. Right now, only he, Tabitha, and Corwin are in-game. Tabitha is almost always online and running either around the shoebill or running around the city for the shoebill. Corwin is on just as much as she is. Fenrir figures that neither of them have lives. But that's the only similarity they share. Tabitha is a gearhead obsessed with mechanics while Corwin is a role-player light who just makes himself useful however he can. You're a cool guy, Corwin. I approve. Don't hurt Ollie, got that? Fenrir says, sounding like a protective father. Rock, who is walking beside them, barks to back up Fenrir. No worries, Fenrir. Oleander, I may not have known him for long, but he truly makes me feel special. And I wish to make him feel the same, Corwin explains. Fenrir gives him a heavy smack on the back which almost sends Corwin stumbling forward. Ah, sorry, my strength must have gone up from carrying so much stuff around for tabs and dueling Cass. No worries, Corwin says, his voice struggling as if all the air has been knocked out of him. Corwin leads Fenrir, and Rock, to what looks like a high-class blacksmith's shop. A man wearing bright pink armor covered in colorful feathers walks out just as they arrive. He looks extremely tacky. Fenrir assumes that his tactic is to wear armor so horrendous that his enemies can't see him coming because they refuse to look at him. No matter how realistic a game may be, given the option to look ridiculous, at least some players will always choose to do so. Corwin holds the door open for Fenrir as they enter. Welcome. What can we do for you? A man polishing some armor says. Everything in the shop looks expertly made and very, well, fancy. Everything looks great as far as quality goes, but the intricate designs and colors make Fenrir think that this has to be the type of place where players with too much money go shopping when glamour is their endgame content. It definitely doesn't look like the kind of shop that should be in the middle of a pirate city, but given that it is a player-owned and ran pirate city, it makes sense. Hey, could I sell this here? Fenrir asks, holding the garlic shield up. The salesman cringes when he sees it. At least somebody else agrees with Fenrir that this shield just looks stupid. 4 gold sound good to you. Nobody is going to want to buy that for its design, but I could melt it down and turn it into something much better than what it currently is, the salesperson says. That's good enough for me. Oh, and I got this off of some asshole I killed up north, Fenrir says. He doesn't want the merchant believing that Fenrir likes this thing. Right. Anyways, let me grab your gold. The merchant doesn't sound convinced. Fenrir cringes from how awkward that sounded. Great. Now the merchant is going to believe he's obsessed with garlic. He hopes that no weird rumors start because of this. Book 1, Chapter 51, Patch 9.0, Preparing for the Tournament. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. At the cost of a tacky shield and potentially a new reputation, Fenrir walks out of the shop with 4 more gold coins than he had before. But is it really worth the cost? Fenrir wants to be known for fishing, not garlic. The divine garlic, the garlic brigade. No, he could never name the crew something like that. Neither they nor the shoebill deserves to have such a horrid name associated with them. Not even Bone Crooker deserves to be associated with such a bad name. Hey, Corwin, we're going to need some new rods. Got any places in mind? Fenrir asks. Corwin and Oleander got some gear and rods of their own after that fight with Bone Crooker, but one of the new rods went overboard during some fishing when a particularly strong fish got hooked, and one of the first two rods they had slipped out of Cassiel's hands into the water when Syrah surprised her with some teasing. Therefore, they're back to needing two new rods. Ah, I know of a few places with excellent rods, Corwin responds. Fenrir is happy that Syrah isn't in-game and with them right now. Sweet. Mind taking me to one of them? We're going to need another two more rods, I think. If Oleander helms the ship, and Tabs and Bone do their own thing, then that leaves four of us able to fish. That sounds right to me, Captain. Will your pet be doing anything? Corwin asks, looking down at Rock. Fenrir looks down at her as well. Nah, she just has to sit around looking cute. Isn't that right, girl? Rock lets out a happy bark. Fenrir rewards her by rubbing the underside of her chin. Rock happily rolls her head down against his hand and lets her tongue hang out from the side of her mouth. Wait a second. Fenrir pauses. He pokes Rock's tongue. It feels softer than before. Now that he thinks about it, it's beginning to turn slightly reddish as well. There's even a tiny bit of saliva in Rock's mouth when he picks her up to look inside of it. Rock happily pants and hangs in the air as Fenrir examines her body. He turns her around, holds her upside down, stares at her face, and gives her a bit of a shake. Corwin looks the most concerned between the three of them. Captain, are you sure that handling her like that is safe for her health? Corwin asks. Fenrir looks at Corwin and turns Rock around so that she can look at him as well. They both nod. Corwin learns not to question anything involving Fenrir and Rock. What Fenrir has learned from his thorough examination of Rock is that she seems to be becoming more natural, more like a realistic puppy. He's already noticed that she's been growing larger, but now that he's really paying attention, she's growing more features as well. She was just like a low-poly puppy model made out of smooth rock before. Now, her tongue is growing softer and lighter in color, her ears and tail are more flexible and have little spots of rock sticking up from them to give them a bushier appearance, and she looks like she has more joints and flexible body parts in general now. Her torso was just one block of rock when she first turned from a rock into rock. That same torso now looks like it has several cracks in it that allow her to properly bend and twist her body. Rock, I don't want to say that you can't evolve if you want to, but try to at least stay like a wolf, alright? I can't just spam the B button to stop you from evolving, and I don't want you suddenly turning into something super different. You need to stay as a cute puppy, okay? Fenrir explains to her. Rock barks and licks his face in agreement. They do say that a dog is a man's best friend, do they not? Corwin chimes in. That's right. Plus, if you think about it, we're both wolves. We're part of a pack. I'm the alpha of the pack and Rock here is my co-alpha, Fenrir says. Do packs of animals usually not have just a single alpha? Boring packs do, but we're all about equality here. We've got to be equally awesome. Rock is my partner, not my subordinate. If you do not mind my saying so, you certainly are quite the odd one, Fenrir. I get told that a lot. Anyways, let's go to one of those rod shops. Corwin leads Fenrir and Rock to another one of the shops that he knows of, this one being back near the docks. There is an incident that involves Rock getting into a staring contest with a cat along the way. Fenrir carries Rock the rest of the way to the shop to make sure that she doesn't get into any trouble. The cat follows along with them off to the side, always in Rock's sight, but forever out of her reach. Rock makes many disgruntled whines and growls. She even tries looking up at Fenrir with big puppy eyes to hopefully convince him to allow her to attack the taunting feline, but alas, she is given no such permission. Rock lifts a paw and smacks Fenrir in the face. Did you just smack me? Fenrir asks. Rock barks, but she follows it up with a lick which makes Fenrir instantly forgive her. She is going to be spoiled if you do not punish her for misbehaving, Corwin says. Fenrir and Rock both look at him as if confused by what he just said, eyebrows raised and heads tilted. So? Fenrir asks. Such an odd captain. Now then, the shop is right there. The three head indoors. Fortunately, Rock is allowed in most shops as long as there aren't any clothes on display, or rocks. Fenrir was walking around the city looking through various shops the other day. One of them was a materials shop which had various types of rocks and ores on display. Rock was salivating the moment she entered the shop. Fenrir learned not to take Rock into such a shop again. "Hey there, here to get yourself a new rod for the tournament?" the shopkeeper asks as soon as the trio walks inside. "How do you know?" Fenrir smiles and asks, "It's what everybody else has been coming in here for lately. Take a look around and let me know if you see something you like." "Will do, thanks." 3 walls of the shop are covered with rods of various types. Some of them are casting rods, others are spinning rods. Some are for trolling, others are for fly fishing. In the center of the shop are a few stands with pots and cages meant for crabbing. There are shelves with colorful lures and different types of lines. And there are other tools such as nets, tackle boxes, and floaters. Fenrir looks like a child in a candy shop, or like Oleander in a bar full of masculine, burly men. He wonders if Corwin knows about Oleander's previous escapades. Fenrir starts picking up items and taking them over to the counter. He picks up a tiered tackle box, some scissors to cut line and pliers to help pull any stuck hooks out of fish mouths, some floaters and a few lures, a net that has an extendable pole long enough to reach down into the water from the shoebill's deck, and then checks on the price of everything to see how much he has left to spend on rods. Everything that he has picked out so far amounts to 1 gold and 50 silver. Not too bad. At least, that's what he thinks until he actually looks at the rods. There are price tags on each one, and they're all anywhere from 2 gold to over 20 gold. One of the rods is almost 30 gold. Why? Why is this one so expensive? Fenrir asks, holding the rod. "Ah, that one. It's the nicest one we've got. It is more than worth the price, I assure you. The line there is made out of the silk of a giant cave spider. You know about those?" the shopkeeper asks. "Giant spiders? I would rather never learn about them." Don't worry, that's how most players feel about them. Their webs are more durable than steel. You collect enough of their silk and you've got yourself a fishing line that isn't going to snap no matter what's pulling on it. A fish is going to tear your arms off from pulling on your line before it snaps. That's what happens when you use the silk from something that weaves it to capture dragons and ogres. Damn things are the kings of the underground. So the line is the only reason it's so expensive. Only half of it. The rod there. Try bending it. Bend it as hard as you can. Don't worry, it won't break. Fenrir looks hesitant to try and bend what looks like such a beautifully crafted rod, but he does it. It bends, and bends, and bends, but never snaps. It returns to its original position as soon as he lets go of it without any evidence of him having just bent it. "What kind of wood is this?" Fenrir asks. "Steel oak." "Let me guess. More durable than steel." "You got it. These trees are damn rare. You'll find about 1 of them for every 500 or so regular oaks, and you can't tell the difference between them until you take an axe to it only for the blade to crack against the bark. Then how do you chop it down?" "Lots of axes." Fenrir wants to question that but instead nods and accepts it. "Fair enough. So, you want that beauty?" the shopkeeper asks. "I wish. It's about 10 times more expensive than I can afford," Fenrir says with a sigh. "Just win the tournament and then come back here for it." "What's the reward anyways?" "I keep forgetting to ask about that." 200 gold coins, all the meat and material parts from the final catch, and then a special reward that nobody knows about yet. Last time it was a ship, before then it was a mansion in the city. But this time the rumors are that the Elf King is in charge of the final reward. What's he like? I keep overhearing people talking about him. Don't know much about him myself other than that he's the Blue Beach of the West. So, he's like an elf and male version of Indra? Supposedly. Got it. Thanks. Fenrir returns his attention to the rods. There's one other rod that catches his attention and is affordable. It looks cool enough for him, too. The more he looks at it, the more he realizes it's unlike any other rod in the shop. Its blank is almost pure white as his hair. A few swirls can be seen in the smoothed wood which makes it look like it was designed that way on purpose. but Fenrir figures that it's just a natural pattern. The reel itself is made out of iron and some light red wood. Fenrir realizes something. With the white blank and the light red reel, it matches his hair and eyes respectively. But how much is it? He looks at the price tag. 2 gold. It's cheaper than he thought it would be, but that only leaves him 50 silver. I will take this one, Captain, Corwin says. Fenrir looks over and sees him holding a dainty rod that looks like it will snap from even the slightest bit of bending. He looks back at the white rod. He really wants it, but it wouldn't be fair to selfishly buy it for himself and leave Corwin with one so lackluster. He looks at Corwin again and opens his mouth to talk. Please, Fenrir, do not worry about me. This is more than enough for me, and I can tell how much you want that one, Corwin says first. Fenrir looks at the price tag on it. It's only 20 silver. Are you sure? Fenrir asks. I don't mind trying to get us equal rods. I don't want you. I promise that it is all right, Captain. Consider it my thanks to you for bringing Oleander to this city. Without your choice to come here, I never would have met him. You really like him, don't you? You've only been together for a week. I know. I worry that I may be moving too fast, but my feelings are what they are. Now, please purchase that rod for yourself. It is a very beautiful rod, and you eye it so wantingly. Fenrir smiles at Corwin's explanation. He's always been good at reading people, and he doesn't sense that Corwin is lying, so he must genuinely feel as strongly as he does for Oleander. Got it. Thanks, Corwin. Glad to have you with us. Book 1, Chapter 52, Patch 9.0. Preparing for the tournament. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Crew fully staffed. The shoebill given an engine and something on the front of the ship covered in a tarp now that Tabitha refuses to let anybody see underneath. Also reinforced, repainted, and polished by Tabitha. Rock, Cassiel and Syrah, getting better at fishing. Oleander, sneaking off with Corwin every other hour. Bonecracker, asshole. Fishing rods, 4 of them. Tournament registration, completed. Preparation status, prepared. Fenrir, realizing that the tournament is about to happen, knowing that it is going to be dangerous and that death is possible, and remembering that he is going to lose everything if he dies. Without a rebirth counter, if he dies, he's done for. He will respawn in a random location somewhere in the game's world with none of his acquired stats, skills, nor items. He will essentially be a brand new player without even the benefit of getting to choose where he spawns. Oleander was in the same situation as him until he started dating Corwin. Now, he's apparently acquired 3 counters, so he's safe. Everybody has slept on the shoebill as well, so if anybody dies, they'll respawn on the ship assuming that it doesn't get sunk. Fenrir is the only one without a counter. He has the confidence to compete in the tournament without dying, but he's not so cocky that he believes he's above all odds. He needs more counters. Yet, the only options he knows of to get them are, have sex, kill bosses or other elite NPCs, use rare and valuable items, or kill a player far stronger than he is. The easiest of these would be to use one of those items that Sire told him about, but he has no idea what the item is, what it looks like, where he could find it, and he's sure that it would cost far more than he can afford to lose. Killing an elite NPC or boss, or killing a player much stronger than him, are all out as possibilities as well. He can't just go kill a random player and hope to get lucky with getting a rebirth counter, and it's not like there are going to be any elite NPCs nor bosses around one of the game's largest and busiest cities. Basically, his only option to get rebirth counters right now is to have sex. Just the thought of it makes his face burn red. There are only 2 girls he could realistically have sex with unless he wants to go and pay for a prostitute in the city. He's learned since his time here that sex is a very profitable business in this game. Some players model their characters to tailor to specific fetishes. The game itself allows for kinks that would be either impossible or illegal in real life, and then there's the fact that there are so many possible races for characters to be. As annoying as it is to Fenrir, he's realizing that a large portion of this game's player base only cares about the sexual aspects of it. On the surface, it looks like an average fantasy world with people going about their daily lives, going on adventures, living out normal lives, and so forth. But, When one looks beyond that shallow surface to find what players are doing when they're not out killing monsters or each other, the answer is simple: having sex. Syrah and Cassiel are his only two real options. Even if it's a game, he still believes that sex is something valuable that should only be done with those he is romantically involved with. Right now, the only girls he has any romantic interest in are Syrah and Cassiel. He knows that they each have feelings for him as well. Oleander likes to tease him about being dense, and he admits that he can be dense regarding some things, but even he knows that they like him, and they know that he likes them. After all, he already admitted to it and said that he would properly confess to them soon. There is one problem with this: he has never confessed to a girl before, not properly, anyway. The only girlfriends that he has ever had were all online, and they made the first moves since they wanted to take advantage of him and his status as the Divine Brigade's leader. Just thinking about it gives him a headache. Never before had he believed that he would someday end up with a harem. Sure, he loves harems in anime, but he never thought he would get one in real life. His dad always lectured him against harems, but his mother always told him that he could love whoever he wants and however many people he wants. Then there's the doubt of if he can even properly love two girls. How does he make sure they both feel equal and like they're getting enough attention from him? How do sleeping arrangements work? What if one of them gets jealous of him giving the other attention? How is he supposed to afford dating two girls? Does he confess to them at the same time, or separately? Wait, if he does it separately, wouldn't whoever is confessed to second feel less important or jealous? Ah, this sucks. Fenra shouts from the Shoebill's crow's nest. Nobody else is online right now, so nobody can hear his frustrated shouts aside from the random people walking by on the pier. Even Rock is sleeping, curled up against the bottom of the mast. As great as the idea of dating two awesome girls is, he can't help but feel it would be so much easier to only date one of them. Yet, he can't even begin to think about who he would choose if he had to. They both have their flaws, but they both have so many more pros. Besides, he's already been learning sign language for Syrah and he punched a guy for Cassiel. Wait, aren't I actually kind of awesome? He asks himself in a moment of self-realization. If he's being totally honest with himself, he's actually cooler than he thought he was, even if thinking that makes him feel like an egotistical ass. Maybe he's just overthinking things. He isn't entirely sure, but he does know that just being his usual self thus far is what has made those two girls like him as much as they do. I hate when nobody else is online to distract me, Fenra groans. Life sucks. Alright, maybe not really, but having to actually seriously think about all of this does suck. Then he realizes something. All those kids who bullied him when he was younger, he bets that they don't have a couple of cute girls waiting to date them. A huge smile spreads across his lips. Take that, bastards. This loser is about to have two more girlfriends than any of you have. Probably. Fenra raises his hands up to the top of his head, ruffling up his hair in frustration. This has gone back to sucking. The beat of his heart races. It feels as if hundreds of butterflies are fluttering about in his stomach as his heart tries to pop out of his chest like some sort of old-school alien. He believes his best option is to confess to them both at once. He knows that they like him, they know that he likes them, and he's pretty sure that they both like each other as more than friends, at least a small bit. At least, with the way that Syrah teases Cassiel at times. It's obvious that Syrah likes her. He also figures that Cassiel wouldn't get so flustered and bashful around her when she does that if the feeling wasn't mutual. Is he really going to do this? Confess to two girls at once? He doesn't know whether to be full of self-doubt or be proud of himself. In the end, he knows what he has to do. He has to man up and confess. All right, you can do this, he says to himself, forming his hands into confident fists. But how do I do it? And he's back to square one. No, screw that. He climbs down the mast and heads below deck to sleep on the floor. A few more hammocks have been set up, but they're all taken. Ready to wake, sire, Fenra whispers. Aye, Unai-chan. Sire says. To looks up at his ceiling fan. He waits until he can move properly before getting out of bed, walking over to his computer, and sending a message to Syrah and Cassiel over Discord telling them to meet him in game later at a specific time. The urge to delete the messages before they see them is extremely strong. He has to grab his right hand with his left to prevent it from reaching forward to delete the messages. He hurries back over to bed, lies down, and immerses himself back into the game. That was a short break. Una-chan, Saya teases. I know. I need to go fishing to take my mind off of what I've done, Fenra says. They're sitting in the usual cafe. Oh no, you manned up. That must have been very hard for you to do, Una-chan. I'm so proud of you. If you're going to sass me, then at least do it while I'm fishing. Saya giggles before letting him immerse back into the game. Confess to Sira and Cassiel. Status pending. Book 1, Chapter 53, Patch 9.0. Preparing for the tournament. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir was supposed to confess to Sira and Cassiel in-game. He had finally manned up, sent those messages telling them when to meet him in-game, and has been anxiously waiting for the time to come. So, how come his avatar is fast asleep in-game when he's supposed to be meeting the girls? Because he somehow found the courage to change his plans. He's pretty sure that he's going to die at any second from just how intensely his heart is beating. It legitimately feels as if it is trying to tear out from his chest and run away. So, if he isn't in-game, just where exactly is he? He is standing at New Charleston's Magalef train station. His hair is combed so that it isn't as messy as it usually is. He's wearing properly fitting clothes instead of baggy and wrinkled ones. And he's even using the leg braces that he hates wearing so that walking and standing isn't such a pain. Behind his back are 2 bouquets of multicolored roses, and he's nervously looking around waiting to see which direction Cassiel and Siro are going to come from. What if one of them approaches from behind and ruins the surprise of the flowers? Wait, what if only one girl gets here first? Does he just wait until they're both here to give the flowers? Which would mean awkwardly keeping both of his hands behind his back while talking to whoever arrives first. Doesn't he already look silly in general with his hands both behind his back and nervously looking around? Now that he looks around himself, he realizes that several of the passers-by are looking at him with confusion or suspicion. A few people walk by who look at him and then whisper to whoever they're with, usually resulting in some not very subtle giggling. He wants to die, letting his heart jump out of his chest to run away and hide, leaving his overthinking brain behind to die, is sounding like a very tempting deal right now. There were times in game with his exes where he tried to do nice things for them, but it never worked out. There was one girl where he wanted her address so that he could hire a flower company near her to deliver her a bouquet. But she made jokes about him potentially being an axe-wielding stalker to avoid giving a proper answer. There was another girl where he tried setting up a large and romantic date for her in-game, but she got bored after a couple of minutes and logged out since she said she had to study. He still remembers seeing a notification pop up 5 minutes later showing her playing a different game. Sometimes he worries that Sira and Cassiel are just taking advantage of him. But no matter how objectively he tries reflecting on them, he cannot find anything wrong with either of them. At the very least, there aren't any suspicious red flags screaming at him to run away. Only his heart and mind are doing that, and that's only because they're afraid of rejection or screwing this up. A gust of cold air brushes against him. There's a problem. It messed up his hair. How is he supposed to fix his hair when both of his hands are full? He either has to set down one of the bouquets or try to hold them both in one hand. But he's worried about messing them up if he does either of those. There's only one thing he can do. He has to try and flick his head to fix his hair. He feels like one of those edgy-looking teenagers who are obsessed with flipping their hair. What are you doing? A familiar voice asks. To freezes. More importantly, the voice came from behind him. He turns around. Cassandra and Sira are standing together looking at him. At this point, he feels so sickeningly nervous that he just, Sira taps something into her phone before holding it up for her to read. The flowers are really pretty and your hair looks cute when messy. He smiles and hangs his head. The only concern left is whether he's really good enough for them or not. But he's going to try his best to prove that he is. He brings the bouquets from behind his back and holds them out to the girls. Sira has a wide smile while Cassandra blushes and struggles to look at him directly. With his hands free, He's able to make hand signs that match what he's saying so that each girl can properly understand him. "Sorry, I wanted to surprise you with the flowers," he says. "It's nothing, you bar your daughter," Cassandra says. It's the first time he's ever heard her say his real name. "It was Syrah's idea to sneak up on you and surprise you anyways." To can't help but smile as he looks over at Syrah, who is crying. Syrah tries wiping away her tears with the hand that isn't holding the bouquet, but she just can't stop herself. She sees he looked at her with such a concerned expression and panics. She tries signing to him, but given that one of her hands is occupied, it's pretty difficult. Fortunately, Cassandra picks up on this and takes the bouquet from her so that she can properly sign. "Don't worry, I'm okay." "Sorry, I'm surprised that you know sign language. I've never met anybody other than personal tutors and my parents who cared. I'm really happy." "Sorry, please don't worry about me. I promise I'm just really happy and surprised." "Thank you." It's hard for her to keep up with her, but he more or less understands what she's saying. He signs back at her, letting her know that he's glad she's just happy and not upset. For Cassandra's sake, he continues speaking alongside the signs so that she's not left out. "I learned it just for you, so you better appreciate it." He ends with a tease. The bright smile that Syrah gives him is just. He could never properly express just how precious of a smile it is. Syrah reaches up for her bouquet, taking it back from Cassandra. One of the petals came off as Cassandra held it. It's stuck on her face and she doesn't seem to have noticed it. "Stay still, Cass," Ta says. She wants to shout at him for using that name in real life, but she freezes up when she sees his hand and face approach her own face. Her cheeks turn bright red. She frantically looks around as if she's trying to find an escape route, but in the end, she just closes her eyes and anxiously purses her lips. "Got it," Ta says, holding the flower petal to show her. Cassandra feels so hot that she's pretty sure steam is about to blow out through her ears. Her situation is made even worse when Syrah pokes her in the side, making her squeak out in that feminine voice she hates to let them hear. Cassandra looks down at the shorter girl and begins shouting, but it is the passers-by who hear Cassandra's embarrassed frustration rather than Syrah. Ta finally relaxes. As worried as he was about this, as inexperienced as he feels, this is just like how they are in-game. The only difference is that he's not as tall and as masculine-looking as he is in-game. But neither of these girls seems to care. They both agreed to meeting him offline, after all. He finally gets a good look at them as Cassandra shouts and Syrah tries not to laugh. How did he not notice sooner? He feels like a traitor to himself. Cassandra is wearing She's wearing a sweater. Sure, she's wearing black leggings that accentuate her legs and thighs, but a sweater. Even if it's a sweater and slightly baggy, it hugs against her chest, which reminds her that she's actually pretty busty. It's almost impossible to tell in-game since the armor she wears keeps everything suppressed and hidden without any hints, but this sight, in addition to remembering how she looks at work, reminds him that she's got a great chest. Normally wouldn't think of such things just from looking at a girl, but she's wearing a sweater. There is nothing more that Ta wants to do when he sees a girl wearing a sweater than grope and poke her through it. It would combine two of the best things there are in this world: 1, groping boobs, and 2, the softness of a sweater. At least, he imagines that groping boobs would be one of the greatest joys there is. Syrah looks adorable as well. She's wearing a knitted hat that looks 2 times too large for her head and a parka that looks more like a dress on her petite figure than a jacket. Cassandra lifts her head to look at him with a raised eyebrow. "Hey, just where do you think you're looking?" she asks. He's totally caught. To his surprise, Syrah gives Cassandra's chest a quick poke through her sweater, as if trying to assist in whatever perverse thoughts he's been conjuring up within the sweater-obsessed mind of his. Syrah may not be able to hear it, but Tu and everybody else around hears the surprised squeak that Cassandra makes. Cassandra doesn't even know how to react. Her lips are quivering, eyes are twitching, and she's pured because of what Syrah just did, in addition to knowing what sound she just made. Syrah and Tu exchange a thumbs up as Cassandra tries processing all of this. Cassandra is only taken out of her blue screen of a thought process when Tu speaks up. Syrah watches his lips to read what he's saying mainly, but follows his hands as well. Sorry, I wanted to be cool and smooth with this, But I can't really think of a good way to ask this, so, Cassandra, will you? His voice grows quieter with every word as he hesitates both with his voice and hands. If he was able to man himself up to confess to them properly in real life instead of through the game, he can man himself up again. He takes a deep breath. I like you both a lot. A ton. I've never really felt anything like this for any other girl before, but being with you two makes me happy, and I want to make both of you happy, so will you go out with me? It feels as if time freezes. There is no wind. The only noise comes from those walking around them, and he hears a couple of girls giggle to each other nearby as they walk past him. He realizes that his eyes are closed. He shut them as tightly as he could after asking them out. Everything just feels so cringy and awkward and like he has no idea what he's doing. He's afraid to see how they look right now. Something soft and warm presses against his lips. If his heart didn't want to jump out of his chest again from asking them out, it does now as he can only assume what, or who, is kissing him. Hey, that's not fair. Cassandra shouts. To opens his eyes and sees Syrah standing on her tiptoes to reach his lips. Even if he's shorter than most guys are in real life, Syrah still has to lean up on her tiptoes to reach him. Syrah looks directly into his eyes with a warm smile and a light blush on her cheeks. He has no idea how to respond other than with a smile of his own. Before he can do or say anything else, Syrah hops backward and pushes Cassandra forward. What do you think you're doing? Cassandra shouts at the smaller girl pushing her from behind. His and Cassandra's faces are right in front of each other. He's almost a foot taller than her in game, but here, he's hardly an inch taller. He already let one of these girls take the lead, and he doubts Cassandra could do it. From her nervous fidgeting, so he closes the distance by himself and presses his lips against Cassandra's. She makes more of those flustered and feminine noises, but they are muffled from her lips pressing against his. Her heart can't take much more of it. She pushes her away and turns away from them both to hide her face. I didn't say you could do that, she shouts. He doesn't know if he just messed up or not. He knows that she's a bit of a decent dear, but he's still new to this. He wouldn't put it past himself to misread a situation and go too far. Sorry, did I? He tries apologizing but gets cut off. Shut up. I didn't say not to do it. So, it was alright? He asks, just wanting to make sure. I'm not answering that, you bastard. Syrah sneaks around to the front of Cassandra and sees just how bright red her entire head is. Cassandra's face transcends beyond simple blushing when Syrah leans up and kisses her. Doesn't know who's doing more confessing right now, him or Syrah. But regardless of who's doing the most work right now, he's just happy that it's all going smoothly. He confessed to the girls he cares about. They accepted his confession, and they get along on their own. He has heard before about how modern harems can't work healthily unless all parties involved are romantically involved with one another. The biggest problem is that people try to treat them like one person having multiple relationships instead of just being in one large relationship where everybody cares about one another. But with this, he doesn't have to worry about that. Syrah backs away from Cassandra with another smile. Only, she's blushing less than she was with her. He's worried that she's going to grow dangerously confident and forward. He doesn't know if either he or Cassandra could handle her if she does. Syrah may be the weakest of them in-game, but when it comes to displaying affection, her power level is the highest of them all. Book 1, Chapter 54, A Break Before the Tournament. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. He made one massive mistake when it came to planning this date out. Sure, he gave them flowers, but this is only the very beginning of the date. What are the girls supposed to do with the flowers now? They can't just walk around with the flowers for the entire day, nor do they have anywhere to store them unless they want to pause the date and take the flowers home. I didn't think this through, says. Each of the girls looks concerned about the flowers. They both want to keep the flowers, but they know they're only going to get in the way. How about we just throw them out, and then I'll buy more at the end? He asks. Neither of them looks like they're willing to give up the first flowers he's given them, though they give different reasons. Syrah holds up her phone to show him what she's typed. These flowers are special to me. I don't want to throw them out. They're the first flowers you've given me, so I want to keep them. To looks at the blushing emoji and then up at her face. Hey, you're not blushing at all, he says. She quickly types something on her phone. I'm blushing on the inside. You're a dork, Sirabera. She wasn't blushing before. But hearing that cute nickname for her does make her blush. It'd be a pain for you to have to buy more flowers, and I doubt they were cheap, so don't worry about it, Cassandra says. Whereas Sira wasn't blushing from rejecting his offer, Cassandra is. Cassandra's near constant blushing really makes her want to bully her so that she blushes even more. Alright. He's got another idea, but it's taking a lot of courage to say it. My place is nearby if you want to just drop the flowers off there. I can put them in some cups with water, and then we can go out, Ta says. The girls look at one another with reddened cheeks. Yeah, they're thinking exactly what he was worried they were going to think. Don't get me wrong. I don't intend on doing anything, just dropping the flowers off. You don't even have to come inside or anything like that. You can just wait downstairs if you want. He tries correcting whatever thoughts they may have. Sira pouts as if she's disappointed, and Cassandra can't make eye contact with him. Ta doesn't know what's going through their heads now, but he leads them back to his apartment building. Sira shows more of her bold nature during the walk by grabbing onto his right hand with her left, holding it as they walk. They have already held hands in game quite a few times before, and it feels the exact same as it does in game thanks to just how incredibly realistic the game is, yet he can't help but feel that this is different, that this is special. Whereas before, it was just holding hands with an avatar, now he's holding hands with the real Sira. What surprises him is when his other hand is grabbed. He looks to his left and sees Cassandra holding her bouquet in her left hand with her right hand shakily holding onto his left. She's looking away so that he can't see her face, but he can see the red tips of her ears. Walking down the street with girls, no, not just any girls, but two incredibly cute girls holding on to his hands, he can feel the jealous stares of other men and disgusted looks of those against polygamy as they walk by. Cassandra finds this all far too embarrassing, and Ta can feel her hand constantly in a state of deciding between squeezing harder and letting go, but she refuses to let go for as long as Sira is still holding onto his hand. As for Sira, she doesn't seem to have the slightest care that some people are judging them. If anything, she's been smiling the entire time and doesn't even think about letting go of his hand. Ta is between them both figuratively and literally. He feels the same embarrassment that Cassandra feels, but doesn't even think about letting go of their hands. Sure, some people may be judging him, but he can't let them get to him. What kind of man would he be if he cared about what others thought? He doesn't want to be the kind of man who is afraid of expressing his affection for Sira and Cassandra. He won't be some wimp who caves into pressure. He wants to be the kind of man that they can proudly call their boyfriend. To embraces his inner Fenrir and divine brigade leader by tightly, but not too tightly, squeezing their hands and pulling them closer to his sides than they were before. He doesn't know if he has the confidence to do anything more than this with them, but he can at least man up enough to proudly hold them close to him. Sira happily leans her head against his arm. As for Cassandra, tired of being the least forward one here, she continues holding his hand but uses her other arm to grab onto his and hug it against her. The bouquet of flowers hides her hugging his arm from everybody, but it doesn't stop what Ta is feeling. Sweater, breasts, his arm. He has a feeling that this is intended, yet he also has a feeling that he is going to be killed both in game and in real life if he says anything. Fortunately for Cassandra, he would not dare to ruin this moment by saying anything about it. Everything that he has always believed but never experienced about the combination of a sweater and a woman's breasts is true. This is what heaven is like. Ta is in such a stupid state of bliss that he doesn't realize when he walks right past his apartment building. He only realizes his mistake when he sees the McDonald's that always has an annoying amount of people in line at it. We passed it, Ta says. Sira just smiles at him when he tells them that. But Cassandra glares at him. She believes that he passed it on purpose so that she would be stuck holding onto his arm in such an embarrassing way for a longer time. He wants to say that she doesn't have to keep holding onto his arm if she doesn't want to, but he doubts that would go over well. They finally make it to his apartment building. He offers that they can wait in the lobby if they want to instead of heading upstairs with him, but they refuse. His hands are only finally let go of when he has to operate the elevator, and then they are grabbed right back onto until he reaches the door of his apartment. Now, they are not doing this to be clingy. Instead, it is because Zero is teasing Cassandra as much as she wants to be lovey-dovey with her. Zero knows that Cassandra hates losing or being in second place, so she keeps on holding his hand and getting more intimate with it and his arm because she knows that Cassandra is going to try and match her, who isn't wise to this. Finally, they reach his apartment's door. He unlocks it, opens it, and then immediately shuts it. The girls look at him in confusion. Zero holds up her phone to ask what's wrong. Cassandra looks suspicious. I wasn't, exactly, planning on you two coming over. So would you mind waiting out here while I go clean things up real quick? Or just wait here and let me go put the flowers in some water, and then we'll go. It won't take me more than 5 minutes, promise. He explains. The girls look at each other and agree to let him head in first. All right, I'll be right back out. Tu is very careful to open the door just barely enough to give him the space required to slip inside without letting the girls see past him. He doesn't notice Zero use part of her sleeve to stick it between the door and the frame to prevent it from fully closing. Zero looks back at Cassandra and gives her a thumbs up. You're more mischievous than you look, Cassandra says, making sure to look at Zero straight on as she talks so that reading her lips will be easier. Zero's eyes shine, considering that a compliment. The door slowly opens to give the girls a chance to peek in. Zero is crouching a bit so that Cassandra can peek over her. He has his pants rolled up, which reveals the 2 metallic braces supporting his legs. They extend from his ankles up to his thighs and are connected to metal ports sticking out from the skin of his legs. They are less of braces and more like exoskeletons. The girls have heard of this before. When amputation isn't required, those who suffer injuries to their limbs can get plates and screws implanted into their limbs which can work in tandem with thin exoskeletons to give them full functionality rather than partial. They can also see just how covered in scars his legs are. Whether they are injury or medical scars, they can't tell, but it's clear that something happened to his legs. He rubs the skin that the exoskeletons aren't covering. Hate these damn things, but can't go looking like a loser around them, he says to himself, not noticing that the door is open and the girls are watching. Cassandra is careful to close the door without it making any noise. She and Zero look at one another and come to an understanding without words to not bring up what they saw. They both look like they regret ever opening the door and looking inside. They were so fixated on his legs that they didn't even notice how messy his apartment is. The door opens up a couple of minutes later. All right, I got everything cleaned, Tu says. By cleaned, he really means that he shoved everything either behind or underneath his couch, or in his closet. Is something wrong? He asks them when he notices how worried they look. They realize they're giving themselves away and try to perk up. You made us wait too long, Cassandra says. Tu smiles and rubs the back of his head. Sorry, it was really messy. You can come in now and rest for a little bit if you want to. The girls step inside and look around. One of the first things that they see is 2 bouquets of flowers sitting on the kitchen counter. Rather than be in vases like they're supposed to be, they're in bottles of hard cider. Tu realizes how it looks and waves his arms to reject their concerns. Don't worry. They were empty, and I washed them out before filling them with water, so it's fine. They still look unimpressed, but Zero can't keep up the facade for long before she starts giggling. Hearing her laugh in real life is different from how she laughs in game. It sounds less natural, like she doesn't know how to laugh. Yet, at the same time, it's incredibly endearing and sounds really cute in its own way. He would have thought that being able to talk and laugh in game would help her do so more naturally in real life, but he guesses not. This is a nice place. How the heck are you affording it? Cassandra asks. I wish I lived in a place half as nice as this. It's spacious. Is this high up? You're living the dream up here, you bastard. Cassandra realizes she brought up a sensitive subject when she sees a flash of his gloomy expression. He forces himself to smile. I'm the son of some super rich parents who work with energy production. I poisoned them so that I could inherit all of their money, obviously, he jokes. Just kidding. Well, About the super rich and poisoning parts. I just inherited it. Probably going to have to get a real job here sometime soon though since I'm starting to run out, he explains. If you inherited it, does that mean? Cassandra cuts herself off when she realizes she might be getting too personal, but it's too late. Yeah, or her car accident a few years ago. I'm sorry, don't worry about it, Cass. It's the past. You would have figured it out one way or another eventually, and I'm at peace with it, so don't worry about it. Sarah has been standing off to the side watching their faces as they converse. She didn't pick up on everything that they were saying, but she read their lips to understand enough. I'm still sorry, Cassandra apologizes. So stubborn. Anyways, what can I say? Cars are pretty much the rivals to my life. They've been screwing with me ever since I was a kid, he explains, trying to talk in a light-hearted tone and making self-depreciative jokes to take away from the seriousness of the situation. It just makes the girls look even sadder for him. He realizes that he's screwing up and making things awkward, so he proposes that they get on with the rest of their date. He doesn't want today to get ruined by anything stupid like being sad over things that happened years ago. Come on, I tried planning a fun day for us, he says, grabbing their hands and leading them out of his apartment. Book 1, Chapter 55. A break before the tournament. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Sarah grabs his hand to stop him from leaving the apartment. He turns around to face her. Is something wrong? He asks. Cassandra is looking away. While they may not have come up with this plan together, Cassandra is worried about the exact same thing that Sarah is. They share the same goal. Sarah holds her phone up to her after quickly tapping a message into it. I'm sorry, I peeked through your door and saw you earlier. You looked like your legs hurt and like you don't like wearing those braces. And I think I read you saying that you don't like them too. You can just rest if your legs are hurting, okay? I don't want you to push yourself for me. I'm happy just being with you, so please don't put yourself through discomfort for me. Ah, you saw that, says, wanting to look away but not wanting to leave Sarah unable to understand him even more. She taps another message into her phone. I understand if you're mad at me for peeking when I know you didn't want me to see anything. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Sure, you shouldn't have peeked, but I know what it feels like to be curious. Plus, you probably just wanted to tease me about this place being a mess. I doubt you were trying to be intrusive, says. I looked too. It sounds like she's trying to take all the blame herself, but I saw, too, Cassandra says. As Cassandra can be at times, she's a good person. Smiles over to her and closes the door to his apartment. Well, I already told you about my parents, so I guess I might as well tell you about my legs, he says, walking into his room to grab the picture off of the counter before coming back into the living room and sitting on the couch. He sets the picture down on the table for them to see. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, Cassandra says. You're curious, aren't you? Asks. I can't say that I'm not, but seriously, if you're uncomfortable, I'm not, promise. The secret is already out anyways. He uses sign language to the best of his ability in addition to saying, that's my mom, dad, and childhood dog. His name was Hero. I used to think he was a huge pain in the ass back then. I was always yelling at him, being mean to him, trying to kick him out of my room. I loved him, but I didn't treat him as nicely as I should have. Oh, and the kid is me if that's not obvious. Cassandra and Sarah are already fearing where this is going. I used to have a friend. Her name was Aiko. Is too focused on the picture to notice Sarah's surprised expression. We spent almost every day together after school. I never appreciated her just like how I never appreciated Hero. Anyways, she liked to walk Hero, but Hero was too fast and strong for her. It was more like he was walking her instead of the other way around. She'd always have scrapes all over her arms and legs after walking him, but she still insisted on doing it again and again. Takes a deep breath. And then one day I really fucked up. I didn't take Hero's leash from Aiko when I should have. There were a couple of parents with their kid and dog walking across the street, and Hero was never really a big fan of other dogs. Don't get me wrong, he'd bark and get in their faces, but never attacked them. Anyways, he ran across the road tugging Aiko with him to pulls his pant legs up. This is what happens when an auto truck completely shatters the bones from your ankles to your kneecaps. What about, Cassandra cuts herself off. It's fine. Aiko was alright. But Hiro didn't make it. He took the full force of the hit. Why didn't the fucking truck avoid you? Cassandra asks, pissed off on his behalf. It's not its fault. You know, the system installed in those things detects the best available option to minimize death. It was either swerve and hit the family on the sidewalk, drive straight into a girl and dog, or swerve into the street lamp and put everybody in the truck at risk. It was a narrow street. There was another family in the too, so the system figured that just going straight through somebody crossing the road where they shouldn't be would be the most ethical choice. Can't really be mad about it, but between that and what happened to my parents, I hope now you can understand why I hate self-driving vehicles. Anyways, now I've got a bunch of metal screws and plates in my legs, and I need these damn braces if I want to properly walk around. The problem is that I hated them as a kid, so I never wore them, which meant I never got used to them, so now they hurt to use more than they're supposed to. Wouldn't be so uncomfortable to wear them if I would have just dealt with it as a kid. Sira walks up to him and tightly wraps her arms around him in a hug. He wasn't getting emotional before, but now that she's so tenderly embracing him, he is. I'm sorry, Cassandra says. It's nothing for you to apologize for, Cass. My dad is the one who refused to just let them amputate my legs to give me prosthetics, and it's my fault in the first place for not taking better care of Hiro and watching out for Aiko. At least I was able to save her. You saved her? Yeah, pushed her out of the way first. It was the only thing I managed to do right that day. Then her parents moved away since they wanted to keep her away from me, but she was always sneaking out to meet me, so they had no choice but to move. So, in the end, I still lost her. I'm sore. Cassandra stops when she remembers who is just going to tell her not to apologize again. She reaches a hand up to pet the top of Sira's head before lifting her off of him so that she can read his lips. However, as soon as he opens them, she lunges forward to hug onto him again. Cassandra sits down on the couch next to them. Come on, we're supposed to be going out and doing stuff. I thought boyfriends were supposed to take their girlfriends out on big and fancy dates. He asks. Deal with it, Cassandra says, scooting closer so that she's pressing up against his side. We can just watch TV. But Sira's deaf. Subtitles. Feels like an idiot for completely forgetting that televisions still have subtitle options. He's only ever watched subtitled anime, and that's on his computer. Besides, I'm not really into all that going out stuff. I see enough people during work. I don't want to go out and see even more on my days off, Cassandra says. Sorry if that ruins your plans you had. Plus you need to rest anyways. Alright, I surrender. I'll admit I'm not really that big on going out either. I just thought it'd be what you two want, says. Well, I don't really care for it, and I'm pretty sure Sira here is happy just being with us no matter what we're doing, so I doubt she cares. Happy being with us? Teases. Well, obviously, it's not like you have her all to yourself. So I get that, son, and she gets the deal. That's not fair. Stop talking in terms I don't understand. But I think I get enough of it. Cassandra grabs his free hand to wrap his arm around her shoulders, allowing her to further cuddle into his side and lean her head onto his shoulder. This puts her face right in front of where Sira is. Cassandra sees Sira's smug smile from knowing that Cassandra couldn't resist getting in on the affection. Penguin, on, to commands. You named your TV Penguin? Really? Cassandra asks. Don't judge me. I like penguins. It dawns onto that he's sitting here, on the couch, with one girl basically straddling him and hugging him while another cuddles against his side. Furthermore, these are two girls that he has only known for about 3 weeks in reality, 6 weeks in game. Is this normal? Is this too fast? He doesn't know the answer to these questions, but he does know that he's enjoying it regardless of the fact. Right now, even if he just finished opening up about a bunch of sad things, is the happiest that he's felt in a long time. He can't remember the last time he felt this warm inside. The last time anybody was able to make him feel this happy and loved. Even if these girls don't love him yet, he's sure that they couldn't after such a short time. He still feels loved, though. Never did he expect to be in a harem with two perfect girls cuddling with him at once on his couch. He's still struggling to believe that any of this is real. What do you want to watch? To asks. There's a baseball game in the stadium today, so that should be on right now. Cassandra says. You like baseball? Yeah, something weird about that? Just didn't think you'd be the sports kind of girl. I used to play it as a kid, so it's the only sport I care about. While the two non-deaf people talk, Syrah adjusts her position so that she's lying down over each of their laps. She has her legs hanging down over Cassandra's lap while her head hangs upside down off of his lap. When he looks down at her, he sees her bangs hanging upside down and revealing her forehead. She is too adorable, though. Now he'll want to see her without any bangs over her forehead more often. Oh, Penguin, turn on subtitles. To commands. The subtitles pop up on the bottom of the screen and take up an annoying amount of space. While such a thing is distracting to Tu and Cassandra, Syrah isn't bothered at all. And so, rather than take them out on an extravagant date like he originally planned to, the three end up lounging around in his apartment until it's time for dinner. Book 1, Chapter 56, A Break Before the Tournament. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Who already knows what's going to happen as soon as Cassandra gets up from the couch to look in his kitchen. He tries stopping her, but Syrah lying on his lap makes sure that he can't stop Cassandra. Seriously? Cassandra asks, looking through his fridge and cabinets. Hey now, isn't it an invasion of personal privacy to be going through somebody else's stuff? Tu asks, ashamed of the fact that she's only seeing bags of chips, frozen dinners, and various bottles of alcohol. Cassandra groans. We have a lot of work to do, Syrah. Of course, Syrah can't hear her and is just staring up at Tu's ashamed face. We can just order something for delivery, can't we? Tu asks. Our first dinner together isn't going to be delivery, Cassandra says, holding up one of Tu's kitchen knives. Tu gulps. I thought you were a St deer, not a Yan deer. Cassandra tilts her head. Huh? You use too many weird words. Anyways, just stay here with Syrah. I'll be back. Where are you going? Shopping, you bastard. Somebody has to do it around here. Cassandra makes eye contact with Syrah as if telling her not to try anything funny while she's gone before leaving his apartment. Why does she make it sound like she's already moved in with me? Tu asks. Syrah struggles to tell what he's saying since she's looking up at his face from below, but she understands enough to shrug and cuddle against him. Now they're alone. Despite how Syrah seems to be content watching the one-sided match of baseball, Tu can't help but feel incredibly awkward now that they are alone. Not only does he feel awkward, but he's suddenly aware of just what sort of position he's in. He, a virgin, is sitting down on the couch while an incredibly cute girl who he's now officially dating is lying her head on his lap. She took her parka off when she came in, so now she's just wearing a black, graphic t-shirt referencing what looks like some old horror movie from the 20th century and a pair of dark jeans. Her clothes offer a strong contrast to her long, silvery hair. Her adorable face and pure hair make her look like she should be wearing a frilly blouse or sundress, yet that is the opposite of what she's wearing. All she needs is some black eyeliner and a plaid skirt to go full-on emo. She notices him staring at her and smiles. She's too damn precious. Tu pokes her cheek and keeps on pushing until he's tilted her head back toward looking at the television. He can't allow her to look at him like that. Now that he knows what position he's in here, he fears that the slightest bit of provocation is going to result in something poking up against the back of her head. Cheat. Just thinking about how much he doesn't want that to happen is beginning to excite him. Maggots, grandmas, intestinal worms, zombies. Wait. Hasn't he seen hentai before involving zombie girls that actually looked pretty nice? Cheat. His plan of thinking of repulsive things to kill his inner virgin's desires is backfiring on him. Hey, Syrah. Aren't you uncomfortable? He asks her after poking her again to get her attention. She shakes her head on his lap. There are two issues here. 1, she's refusing to get off of his lap, and 2, the movement of her head is rubbing directly down against his crotch. This isn't good. This isn't good. This is really, really, not good. And tries to casually adjust himself so that her head isn't directly on his crotch, but she follows him wherever he goes. It's almost like wait. To pays close attention to her face. There is a slight blush on her cheeks, and she looks like she's trying to act casually as if nothing is happening, but he notices her occasionally looking up at him to check on how he's reacting. This little, she's already been triggering Cassandra's competitive side for most of the day, but now she's triggering his competitive side. Fine. He's a man and she's his girlfriend, so if that's what she wants, that's what she's going to get. Thinking that is way easier than actually doing it, but he has no choice. And has to embrace his inner divine brigade leader to take over for the virgin that he is. He adjusts himself on the couch so that she has more space to lie on, and he positions his crotch so that it's directly underneath the side of her head. She catches on to what he's doing and retaliates in kind by pressing her head harder down against him. This little dork of a girlfriend is too damn forward for him. How is he supposed to beat her? The only things he can think of to do so would be taking it to the next level, and he's not sure that he's ready for that. Syrah gets the reaction that she's been looking for when something pokes up against her. They both go still. He can't believe that any of this is actually happening. He feels like the biggest loser of a virgin ever for actually getting like this just from a girl lying her head on his lap. Syrah can't believe she's actually forcing herself to be confident and forward enough to purposely nuzzle her head down into his crotch to get him excited. She slides her head away. To figures that she realizes this is potentially going too far, so he's relieved despite his inner virgin screaming at him to take this to the next level. In the end, it is his inner virgin that gets what he wants. Syrah did slide her head off of the tent in his jeans, but she slid her head backward towards his waist rather than forward onto his thighs. This means that the tent is now directly in front of her face, in front of her mouth. This is really, really, really bad. Or really, really, really good depending on one's perspective. So doesn't know which one of those it is more. Every warm breath of hers causes the tent to behave as if whatever is in it is trying to break out. There is a ferocious, desperate beast just begging for freedom to take out its desires on the not-so-innocent girl teasing it. They stay like this for a while. Neither of them has the confidence yet to take this any further, but neither of them wants to stop either. In a way, this is really exciting. It's nice. Nothing is happening, yet his excitement is growing. Is this what it feels like to awaken to a new fetish? Is being teased without anything actually happening going to be something he has to look up a bunch of hentai for after the girls leave? But then it goes past teasing. Syrah leans her head forward. He feels the tip of her nose press against the crown of his jeans tent. And then she tilts her head a bit more so that her mouth is directly over the denim cupboard. The door to his apartment opens. Standing in the doorway is Cassandra with several bags of groceries around her feet. The first sight she sees is that of Syrah with parted lips directly over a bulge in her jeans. It takes Cassandra a few moments to fully process what's happening. However, when she does finally realize it, she goes red from her neck to the tips of her ears and storms over to Syrah so that she can pull the smaller girl off of her. I told you the first time has to be together. Cassandra scolds Syrah, shaking the girl by her shoulders and looking her directly in the eyes. Syrah looks ashamed of herself, but the scolding doesn't stop her from still peeking over at his crotch. You said something like that? To asks. Cassandra stops shaking Syrah as she realizes what she's admitted to. She drops Syrah back down onto the couch and slowly turns to face her. I will kill you, you dog bastard. Cassandra threatens. To looks away from her. He sees the dozen or so bags of groceries that Cassandra bought and brought all the way up here by herself. He feels bad knowing that she did it with her own money and by herself. But it gives him an idea for how to defuse the current situation. He looks into her eyes. Thanks for buying those groceries, Cassandra. I really appreciate you doing that for me. You're a great girlfriend, he says. Still red from blushing, an even darker shade of red overcomes her head as she looks away from him. It's nothing, you bastard. You walked around with us even though you were uncomfortable, so it was the least I could do, Cassandra explains, her voice quiet and timid. He struggles taking the lead with Syrah since she's so forward and he knows that she'll probably one-up him. But when it comes to Cassandra, it's easy to just gently grab her by her wrist to pull her close and press his lips against her own warm, delicate lips. It's especially easy to do so when he already has her so flustered. Cassandra almost looks ready to cry from the sheer embarrassment and surprise she's feeling, but she doesn't look upset. "I'll cook us dinner, alright? You did all the shopping, so relax with Sira while I handle the cooking," To says. He expects her to question his cooking skills, but she's still too deep in the dear half of Tsndir to doubt him. He sits her down on the couch where he was before getting up to bring in the groceries and start on dinner. Fortunately for the girls, he actually is a fairly decent cook. He's just too lazy to do it most of the time since he generally has nobody to cook for but himself. Book 1, Chapter 57, Patch 10.0, The King, the Rod and the Harem. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Dinner ended up being delivered. It turned out that his oven and stove had gone unused for so long that he completely forgot that they don't work anymore, and he kept on putting off calling somebody to repair them until he forgot about it, so the only working method of preparing food was his microwave. It was either microwave a few of his frozen dinners for him and the girls or order food. They ordered. He wanted to take them out instead, but they were still intent on not letting him hurt his legs over them. As nice as it was for them to do that for him, he has felt horrible about it. He doesn't like feeling like he's somebody troublesome that they have to accommodate. What's even worse is that this is all completely unnecessary. If only he had dealt with it as a child and grown accustomed to using his braces rather than whine and complain about them, he would have no problem using them now. The girls may not allow him to hurt his legs just to do things with them, but they can't stop him from wearing the braces when they're not around so that he can get used to them. He wants to be perfect for them, and feeling pain just from walking around for a bit isn't being perfect. He wants to take them out on dates, go visit places with them, and so forth. Now that he actually has real girlfriends, he wants to do everything that he's never gotten to but has always dreamed of. The hopeless romantic in him that has never gotten a chance to shine now wants nothing more than to make his girlfriends as happy as he can possibly make them. Even so, it's frustrating. After having auto taxis call for the girls to take them home, ending the night with a kiss to each girl under the streetlights, he goes for a run. That's right. As hard as it is for him to believe it, to actually goes on a run. Sure, it may only last a few minutes before he gets exhausted and has too much leg pain to continue, but it's something. It's the start of progress. He's going to make himself better for Sira and Cassandra. He's not going to try to improve himself. He's not going to fail at improving himself. He will improve himself. It just might take some time. Even with the pain, running again feels nice. He hasn't gone running since he was a child, and as realistic as something like Fantasy Tales Online may be, it's just not the same as having real wind flowing against him as he runs. Being reminded what it felt like to do something physical like this with his real body is worth the searing pain in his legs. He passes out shortly after making it inside and climbing onto his bed. He closes his eyes in darkness and opens them to the bright light of the morning sun. While such a thing is incredibly normal and something that billions of humans experience every day, the horrible part about it is that he feels as if he only went to sleep a few seconds ago. Is this what it feels like to do physical exercise in reality? Is being this exhausted after a full night's worth of sleep normal? He lets out a big yawn before grabbing his headset to immerse himself into Fantasy Tales Online. He's hoping that going in-game will help wake him up so that he doesn't accidentally fall asleep and sleep through the entire day. More importantly, there is an important event in-game today. It is an event that he doesn't want to miss. The king from across the ocean is arriving in Port Togata today. Fenrir hasn't been able to get much information about the king other than that he's apparently an elf in the blue beach of the west, according to the shopkeeper who sold him his new fishing rod. Upon logging in, he sees everybody but Bone Grucker and Corwin sleeping below deck. Tabitha is passed out on top of her gigantic backpack. Sira and Cassiel are in a couple of hammocks, and Oleander is in a hammock as well. Fenrir gets out of his hammock and looks over to the stairs. Corwin is knelt down next to the Shoebill's engine and examining it. "Morning, Corwin. What are you doing?" Fenrir asks. Corwin jumps up and looks like a child who just got caught trying to sneak a few extra cookies into his bedroom. Suspicious. Ah, Captain, Fenrir, I was just, you see. Corwin stutters trying to explain himself. Fenrir walks up to him and looks him over. I know how this looks. It is just. I have never seen anything like this before, so it is incredibly interesting to me. I had no idea such a thing was possible. I had Miss Strism explain to me how it works, yet no matter how much I tried to understand it, I am amazed that somebody could conjure up such a wonderful contraption. Corwin explains. Fenrir can't pick up on any deceit in Corwin's words nor body language. Yeah, I know what you mean, Fenrir says after relaxing his posture and tone. These are the kinds of things where you don't really know that they exist, or well, ever existed, unless you look them up. Kind of like CDs. I never knew CDs were a thing until I saw people talking about them online. They used to use CDs for everything from music, to games, to movies. Now we just download everything. Right you are, Fenrir. Anyways, just don't go poking around with the engine. I have no idea how delicate it is, and Tabs would probably get angry. Oh, want to join me for some fishing while waiting for that king to arrive? I would gladly welcome more training along your side, Fenrir. Always being so formal. I forget how much of a role player you are sometimes. Corwin offers a nervous smile. Anyways, let's go fishing for a bit. We'll just do it off the pier instead of taking the shoebill out. Fenrir heads up above deck and is greeted by Rock wagging her tail so hard that her entire body is wagging with it. Hey there, pups. Have you been a good girl lately? Fenrir asks. Rock excitedly barks and jumps up to lick his face once he leans down. She's been getting bigger lately from all of the rocks that he's been feeding her. Most of the rocks that he's been able to get his hands on have also been lighter in color, and the color of the rocks is reflected in the coloration of Rock's body. The lighter colored the rocks are that she eats, the lighter she becomes. The thought of going full edge by feeding her nothing but black and red rocks pops into his head. When he shakes the thought of his mind and looks down at Rock, she looks disappointed in him. What? Fenrir asks. Rock huffs and walks off to curl back up near the ship's mast. He doesn't know if Rock can read his mind, or if she can just tell whenever he's thinking of something weird. He's also worried that Rock may be learning how to beat Sun from Cassiel. Regardless of whichever it is, Fenrir picks up his new trusty rod and attaches a wooden lure to it. The lure itself is not one that would normally be found in reality. It has a silver color with a blue stripe and two hooks hanging from it. But, well, this is a fantasy game, so whoever created the lure decided to give it horns. At least the horns are technically just two more barbed hooks, but even so, it looks very silly. And that is exactly why Fenrir bought it. He attaches the lure to his line and walks to the edge of the pier. Corwin walks up a few moments later with his own rod and lure, and then Rock comes up to sit next to Fenrir. See, you can't stay huffy with me for long, Fenrir teases Rock, petting the top of her head. She happily nuzzles her head up against his petting hand as she wags her tail. Fenrir doesn't realize that his own tail wags whenever he sees hers wagging. Alright. Let's test this girl out, he says, casting his new rod for the first time. He tries casting it again. What? Every time he goes to cast it, the line just doesn't fly out. Is there a problem, Fenrir? Corwin asks with his line already out in the water. The rod won't. It won't cast? Fenrir explains, holding the rod and examining it to try and figure out what's wrong. What do you mean it will not cast? I mean, I'm trying to cast it like I normally would, but nothing happens. Maybe there's a problem with the line or the spool. Fenrir tries casting it again. He's excited when a bit of the line extends out, but it's not enough. What is worse is that the line swings right back toward him, causing the lure's horns to hook one of the canid atop his head. Book 1, Chapter 58. Patch 10.0, The King, the Rod and the Harem. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fortunately for Fenrir, Corwin apparently carries some bandages in his bag with him at all times and is able to carefully remove the lure from Fenrir's ear without much trouble. Fenrir crosses his arms and glares at the lure as Corwin bandages his ear. What the heck is going on? Fenrir asks. I do not know, Fenrir, but perhaps you have forgotten how to properly cast rod as you have not practiced in a couple of days. Corwin suggests. There's no way that's true. Try it yourself. Corwin finishes wrapping Fenrir's ear and then does just as Fenrir suggested. The line is cast without any issues. In fact, it is a beautifully done cast that results in the lure plopping into the water farther away than Fenrir has ever managed. What? Fenrir asks. Seriously? How did? No, I know I didn't forget. Let me try again. Fenrir takes the rod from Corwin's hands and begins reeling it in. Only, it doesn't reel. Seriously? What the? Fenrir is cut off from Corwin taking the rod back to demonstrate how to properly reel the line in. They're doing the exact same things, yet it's only working for Corwin. Alright, there's some sort of foolery going on here. Why does it work for you but not me? Come on, you saw me reeling it in just like how you are now, Fenrir says. I do not know, Captain. I will admit that I do not see any flaws in your actions, so I struggle to understand why you are unable to perform properly, Corwin says. Fenrir is happy that Zero isn't around again. Alright, hang on. Fenrir grabs the rod back and holds it down in front of Rock. Rock, bat the reel handle downward, he says, holding the spinning handle of the reel directly in front of Rock. She smacks her paw down against it. It spins, reeling the line in, without any problem. Fenrir tries smacking it himself, using brute force, using his mouth and even his feet. Nothing will make the damn thing work. I'm beginning to think I'm getting pranked here. Either you two are working against me, or this rod is possessed and hates me for some reason, Fenrir theorizes. He holds the rod upright in front of his face. What's wrong? Am I not holding you gently enough? Is it because I didn't take you out to dinner first? Tell me how to make you work, damn it. Fenrir pleads. There is no response. Of course, there is no response. It is just a fishing rod. How am I supposed to fish with a rod that hates me? Fenrir asks, looking over to Corwin with sad eyes. Captain, perhaps we should swap rods? Corwin suggests. Fenrir immediately hugs the rod close to his chest. No way, she's mine. I already let you manhandle her enough. Your rod is a she now? Well, yeah, I had always assumed something with such a long and firm length would be referred to as a male. Fenrir looks like he just saw a ghost. He's either handling a man or a future. How did he not realize this sooner? No, he shakes the thought out of his head. His rod is a girl, and one that doesn't have a duke. End of story. Furthermore, after hearing what Corwin just said, Fenrir realizes that he's only safe around Cassiel, Tabitha, and Rock. Oleander, Syrah, and apparently now Corwin all have their minds in dirty places. Anna-chan, is it really appropriate for you to think they're all perverts considering that you love tentacles, have an unhealthy obsession with girls in sweaters, and haven't masturbated to anything but hentai in years? Saya chimes in within his mind. Fenrir mentally swats her away before returning his attention to the matter at hand, or rather, the rod at hand. Alright. Seriously, what's the problem? He asks his rod. Is there like a fishing skill requirement? No. That wouldn't make any sense, because Rock definitely wouldn't have higher fishing than me. What if? Please let me reel you in? Fenrir tries reeling it in after asking nicely, but it refuses. He looks like he's ready to cry. Captain, it is alright, please do not let it get to you. Corwin tries comforting him, patting his shoulder. Fenrir turns to look at the newest crew member with rod in hand. She doesn't like me, he says with large, watery eyes and his ears folded down against the top of his head. The only other person to ever see Fenrir this depressed over something is Oleander. What if, Captain, what is that? Corwin asks, pointing at the bottom of the rod's handle. Fenrir lifts it up and turns it over. There is a small but beautiful opal embedded into the bottom of the rod's handle. It is filled with a myriad of light colors and is the most beautiful gem that he has ever seen. He gets an idea. He lets Corwin hold it. Now when Fenrir looks at the opal, it has a soft glow to it. When he lets Rock handle it, it has a soft glow. When Fenrir tries handling it, the glow disappears. There is only one thing in common that Corwin and Rock have that Fenrir can think of that he doesn't have. Corwin, let me see your card again. Fenrir asks. Corwin pulls it out to show Fenrir. He has a positive standing of 17. Rock's is 5. Fenrir has negative 13. You're kidding me. This rod only likes good people? But I am good. I only killed assholes, I think, Fenrir says. That does not sound quite right, Fenrir, but I cannot think of any other potential cause, Corwin replies. I'll be back in a bit. Rock, stay here with Corwin. Dry. I don't know, convincing the rod that I'm nice or something, Fenrir orders. Rock barks as if she actually plans on trying to talk to the rod. What are you going to do, Captain? Corwin asks. Be annoyingly nice and helpful to people until my standing goes up, and so, Fenrir runs off motivated to be the nicest he has ever been. He has no idea what his standing is unless he goes to get an entirely new card, so he just has to try and be as nice as possible to everybody in hopes that his standing goes up. He helps people out on the docks loading and unloading cargo for free, helps elderly NPCs carry groceries around, breaks up any fights he sees, or at least tries to, and even buys a couple of freshly caught fish to feed to any stray animals. Grinding for a positive standing score eats up a few hours of his time. Finally, he makes it back to Corwin and Rock, who are still sitting on the pier. Rock looks betrayed when she sees the harem of cats and dogs following behind Fenrir. However, having predicted Rock's reaction, Fenrir pulls out a few rocks from his pockets and tosses them over to Rock. All is forgiven, and the stray animals following him eventually disperse when they realize he has no more food for them. All right, I'm ready, Fenrir says, standing before the goody two-shoes of a fishing rod. He lifts it up. Sure, checking to see if the opal is glowing would be the easiest method of determining whether it's worked or not, but he just wants to test it out and see for himself. He holds the rod, pulls it back, and then swings it forward. The lure goes soaring into the air. It doesn't travel nearly as far as Corwin's did, but it travels far enough to prove that it's working. I did it. Corwin, did you see that? Rock, did you see that? I did it. Fenrir cheers, his tail excitedly wagging so quickly behind him that it causes his hips to sway along with the motion. Now he looks at the bottom of the rod. Surely enough, it's glowing. It might not be glowing as brightly as it did for Corwin and Rock, but it's still glowing. You're stubborn, rod. Seriously, what kind of rod cares if somebody is good or not? Fenrir tries asking it, but doesn't get a, wait, did the glow just pulsate? Rod, can you hear me? It pulsates again. Don't tell me that you're also going to turn into a puppy. How would that even work? Fenrir asks. Rock whines from the sidelines. What's wrong with being turned into a puppy? Alright. Pulse once. The gem pulses once. Pulse twice. It pulses twice. Alright. Pulse once for yes. Twice for number. What the hell are you? Fenrir asks. Car captain, I do not think that is a yes or no question, Corwin interjects. Oh, right. Okay, next question. Rod, are you going to turn into a puppy? 2 pulses. Rock doesn't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. Got it. Do you only let good people use you? Fenrir asks. The gem pulses once then twice after a short pause. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Is the reason why you wouldn't work for me because I had a negative standing? 1 pulse. Did you purposely hook my ear? 1 pulse. Fenrir's eye twitches. He wants to embrace his inner Cassiel and call this rod a bastard. Those things are sensitive, you know. 1 pulse. Yeah, this rod is definitely a bastard. Book 1, Chapter 59. Patch 10.0, The King, the Rod and the Harem. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fenrir knows that most protagonists would normally just shrug aside a mystery until it's somehow relevant again in later levels or chapters, usually having its secrets exposed by some new character to the storyline, but he hates when he's reading stories and that happens. If he discovers a mystery, he wants to know the truth behind it right away. I mean, I get it. You know, by drawing out a mystery, authors and video game designers and all of them have the ability to prolong plot points, or something like that. It gives people a chance to theorize about what is going to happen, and in case the people in charge ever run out of ideas, they can go boom. Convenient mystery plot device time. Fenrir explains to Corwin as the two head for the Hermetic Scholar's office. I suppose I can see your point, Fenrir. Realistically, it is best to discover the truth behind such mysteries as immediately as possible, Corwin says. Exactly. What if it's dangerous? What if it's useful? It's stupid to just carry something mysterious around without knowing what it really is, especially when it's some bastard that hooks your ears. Fenrir looks up at the rod just in time to see the line ever so slowly hanging lower and lower, dangling its hook next to his ear. He stops to take the hook off from the line so that the sadistic rod has nothing but a line. I'm not some slapstick character that is going to let you use the same gag on me twice in a row, Rod. Fenrir scolds the rod. You are smart for a dog, Captain, Corwin says before chuckling. It's the first time that Fenrir has seen Corwin laugh around him. It's also the first time that Corwin has teased Fenrir, which makes the wolfman's ears perk up from surprise. What can I say? Dogs are the best. They reach the office and head inside. Thelms immediately runs up to Fenrir waving his arms. Fenrir, are you here to discuss fish weaponry? I have the perfect experiment designed. Thelms shouts out. Fenrir wants to roll his eyes and sigh. But he has a better idea. He can take advantage of the cat goblin thing's curiosity to get some free information out of him. Sure, but only if you can tell me what's up with this rod, Fenrir offers, holding the rod out to Thelms. Screw mysteries. Fenrir wants to know the truth already. By the way, seems pretty slow in here again. Fenrir continues. Splendid. And yes, we had a busy rush due to those whom wished to acquire new cards for tournament registration. But with the deadline for that being passed, we have returned to our usual pace. I have a few coworkers currently attending to customers as well, so I am free to help you right away. Thelms says, I would assume that many are out waiting for the king's arrival as well, yes? Corwin asks. Thelms looks at Corwin and nods as he takes the rod from Fenrir's hands. What do you wish to know about this rod? Thelms asks. Look at the bottom of it. It's got some sentient opal thing in it, Fenrir says. Thelms' eyes light up. He excitedly positions the rod to look at the bottom of the handle and looks as if he wants to squeal from excitement when he sees it. An Eteiros gem. How splendid. Eteiros gem? What's that? Fenrir asks. Eteiros gems, or partner gems, are rare gems that can be found as rewards for slaying elite bosses, found in dangerous area by masterful gatherers, or artificially created by master crafters. As for the name itself, it comes from when our dear leader, Trismegistus, used Google to look up the translation of partner into Greek, saying that last part kind of takes some of the magic away. Thelms adjusts his monocle. My apologies, I do suppose that explaining the rather lackluster origin could be disappointing. Where did you find this? Just some fishing shop down by the docks. Only cost a couple of gold, and the shopkeeper didn't really have anything to say about it when I picked it out. A couple of gold? Only a couple? How? He must not have known how valuable these are. These are worth nearly 1,000 gold. You could buy a mansion. You could buy yourself a ship that almost rivals the size of Blackstages. You could build a small town. So you're telling me that I could sell this thing to the highest bidder and be rich? Fenrir asks, immediately thinking of all the upgrades he could give the shoebill with that much gold. Corwin and Thelms both look at him in shock. Even Rock looks surprised that he would be willing to sell something that is apparently as rare as this. What's it do anyways? Fenrir asks. Thelms calms his excitement before answering. Eteiros gems are gems with souls inside of them. They can be built into anything, and whatever they are a part of essentially becomes them. Once they are part of something, they cannot be separated from it. Their soul becomes dependent on what they are built into. For example, if we were to take apart the rod, you would likely see that the gem has grown roots throughout it. Assuming that this rod is not brand new, the rod is essentially an extension of the gem. Alright, so it's a living fishing rod. I will admit that sounds awesome, but what makes it so valuable? You see, the stronger the bond grows between it and its wielder, the more powerful the item becomes. You could place an Eteiros gem into a rusty iron sword, and over time, the sword will grow strong enough to cut through rock as if it was butter. More importantly, once it has grown powerful enough, it is capable of taking on other forms. A sword could turn into a shield, a hammer could turn into a mighty axe, and so forth. I have even heard legends of some players using magic to absorb the souls of beasts into the gem, giving it the ability to transform into the form of whatever soul was absorbed. That sounds well, only a little bit. You see, it takes a very long time to develop such a powerful bond with the gem. You must also meet all of its hidden conditions, you must train with it for hours every day for months, and it has a free will of its own, which means that it must agree to your wishes. So I could be in a fight where I desperately need a shield to survive an attack, and I could tell it to transform, and it could refuse if it doesn't feel like it. Basically, yes. Yeah, I can imagine this bastard doing that to me. To think that such a powerful item was only selling for a few gold in some shop. Fenrir, if you wish, we would be happy to purchase it from you in order to study it. We can only afford to give you 700 gold right now, but if you wait a week, we could give you another 400, Thelms offers. Captain, you would not seriously consider giving away such a powerful artifact, would you? According to the creature here, this is something that could grow into a powerful tool useful for a variety of situations. To sell it for coin, no matter how much coin it may be, I believe would be very foolish, Corwin says. Fenrir isn't entirely sure what he should do, but he does know one annoying thing. He came to this place to get a mystery solved, which he did, but now he's stuck with another mystery. You can't tell who made this or gave it up by any chance, could you? Fenrir asks. Sadly, no, Thelms answers. Yeah, this is going to be annoying. Fenrir hates mysteries, and now he's stuck with one even bigger than the original one. I don't suppose there's any way to get this thing to talk in more than flashes, is there? Fenrir asks. Yes. I have heard that they are able to communicate with their wielder after they have matured and grown a deep enough bond, Thelms explains. Got it. Sorry, Thelms, but I'm going to have to hold on to her until I can find out where she's from. It's going to drive me crazy if I don't find out. If that is all, then I assure you we will ask it itself when we are able to, and we can relay the information to you. The cat goblin thing has a point. A very tempting point, Captain. Corwin interjects. Right. Sorry, Thelms, but I don't think I can pass this up. It would be like the main character of some RPG being gifted the legendary sword at the beginning of the game and then selling it right away. Actually, that'd be pretty funny. Just imagine like this little kid destined to be the hero of the world. He gets a legendary sword, and then he sells it for some money to go buy some candy instead, Fenrir says, chuckling from his own idea. Nobody else looks amused. Yes. Anyways, shall we perform those tests? Thelms asks. Fenrir internally groans when he remembers that he agreed to it. Thelms leads Fenrir, Corwin, and Rock into that gymnasium-like area for combat testing. Fenrir is instructed to wait by one of the slime golems. Thelms runs off only to bring back what looks like a massive tuna larger than he is. When Fenrir picks it up from Thelms, he can immediately tell that it's frozen, going by its rigid form and the cold sensation snapping at his fingers. First, hit the golem with the fish, Thelms orders. Fenrir does it. Thelms measures the damage done and then steps back. Now, smack the training golem with it until you can feel that sense of learning a new skill, Thelms requests. With a shrug of his shoulders, Fenrir sets aside his pride so that he can repeatedly smack an oversized fish against a slimy golem. He smacks, and he smacks, and he smacks. Everybody in the room, including other adventurers performing their own tests, has stopped to watch the curious wolf smacking a slime with a frozen tuna. The only one not looking his way with a blank stare is Thelms. And then he feels it, stopping the abuse of both the fish and the slime golem. Fenrir looks at Thelms and gives him a thumbs up. I amazingly think I learned a skill, Fenrir says. He got the same sensation that he felt when he walked, fished, fought, and steered the ship, so he assumes that this is a new skill just like all those other times. Thelms measures the target's health. One more time, please, he says, voice full of excitement. Fenrir attacks the golem one last time with the tuna. When Thelms measures its health again, he lights up and excitedly hops up and down a bit. We did it. We discovered a new skill. I'll be able to write my thesis on this to get a promotion. Thelms cheers. Fenrir looks around the room and feels ashamed when he sees just how people are staring at him. Nobody else is as excited as Thelms is about successfully using a fish as a weapon. Why couldn't you do this yourself? Fenrir asks the cat goblin thing. Well, because it would be much too embarrassing to swing a fish around as a weapon, Thelms explains. Fenrir wants to punt the short creature as far as he can. Can I go now? He asks. Oh, no, we have so many more tests to perform. Wait here and I will bring out the rest of the test materials. Thelms runs off, leaving Fenrir alone with all of the judging stares. He looks down at Rock. Rock, please. Fenrir says. Rock looks embarrassed that he's her owner. Don't make me use my secret weapon. Her ears perk up. Whose? Her tail starts wagging. She turns her head to look up at him. Good girl. She happily jumps up and paws at him. Her cuteness is rewarded with having her head rubbed and sides playfully smacked. Book 1, Chapter 60, Patch 10.0, The King, the Rod and the Harem. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I never want to go in there again, Fenrir says, slouching over as he walks out of the Hermetic Scholar's office. Both Corwin and Rock are standing away from him. You may wish to do something about that fish scent stuck on you, Captain, Corwin says. Rock barks in agreement. I didn't know there were so many things to do with fish. He made me. He made a bow out of a swordfish and used fish bones as arrows. Fenrir stutters, sounding like the PTSD-afflicted soldier from old school war movie. He's going to be having flashbacks of everything that happened in there. Fish scale armor. Fenrir loves fishing. Fenrir did not love the embarrassment felt as he wielded all manners of embarrassing fish weaponry and wore flaky fish scales as armor. What is he going to do when the girls lock on? Neither of them is going to want to be anywhere near a boyfriend who smells like fish. I suppose that it did not help when one of our fellow adventurers went outside to gather a crowd to watch your tests. I must say, Fenrir, you drew quite the crowd, Corwin says, trying to make Fenrir feel better, but it only makes him feel worse. I'm just going to jump into the ocean, let a shark eat me, and then you can tell everybody that I died somehow so that I don't have to face any of them, Fenrir says. Both his ears and tail are drooping. Apologies, Fenrir, but I do not believe that any of them would believe me. Fenrir whines like the part wolf that he is and walks off toward the fishing shop that he bought the rod from. Unfortunately, the shopkeeper has unsatisfying information regarding the rod. All he says is that it was dropped off by some cloaked stranger who asked nothing for it. The fact that it was dropped off by some mysterious, cloaked stranger only pisses Fenrir off even more. Now this whole thing is even more mysterious, and that really makes him want to get to the bottom of it. He just hates mysteries and surprises. The only good surprise is one involving a girl and a sweater. Well, other surprise things involving girls may be fine, too. Speaking of, they should be getting in-game soon. That means he really has to figure out something to do about the stench permeating from him. Hey, Rod, turn into something that can wash me off or get rid of this smell. Fenrir tries commanding his fishing rod partner, but what he gets are 2 pulses from its gem. Screw you, too. You got along with a rock well enough for it to turn into the rocky companion you have now. So why do you not just befriend the rod in the same way? Corwin asks, having heard about Fenrir's original love for Rock from Oleander. Rock never hooked my ear back when she was just a rock. She was helpful instead of making me run all over the place just for the right to use her, and she wasn't a jerk. You may wish to speak more kindly of the rod. What if it refuses to work? Even if your standing remains positive, then I'll let Cass throw it overboard so that she finally gets to do that. With how often she threatens throwing me overboard, I figure she really wants to try tossing something over. The 3 make it back to where the shoebill is docked. You 2 can go on board. I'm going to take a quick dip in the water and hope that it does something about this smell, Fenrir says, looking for a good spot along the docks to climb back up onto the mat. He finds a spot where the pier hangs low enough for him to pull himself up onto it from the water, so he walks over to it and jumps right into their water with all of his clothes still on. He remembers the last time he went swimming. When he was a child, he and Aiko used to go to the local swimming pool together before everything happened and they moved away. It was always full of people, so he had to learn how to swim and hold his own in the water quickly. Now he finds himself underwater in some of the purest, clearest blue water that he has ever seen. Schools of fish swim around in the distance. There is a beautiful coral reef lining the seabed, and there's also all sorts of stuff that has been dropped into the water. He sees shining coins, some rusted metal weapons, broken fishing rods. Even in game, people still manage to pollute the water. Fortunately, it is not nearly as bad as it is in reality now. The beauty vastly outweighs the waste. Fenrir wants to swim around and explore longer, but he figures that he needs to get back onto the docks to dry off and get ready for the girls. Surfacing from the water, he pulls himself onto the pier, stands up straight, and instinctually shakes just like a wet hound to dry off. "You're getting me wet, you bastard!" Cassiel shouts, trying to shield herself from Fenrir's dog-like shaking. Fenrir opens his eyes just in time to see Sira smirking from Cassiel's words. Both of them have water dripping off them now thanks to Fenrir. "Cheat, sorry, I had no idea you were there," he apologizes, giving them a slight bow. Cassiel huffs and crosses her arms. "Got in and saw you jump in the water, so we came over here to wait," Sira says. "Yeah, sorry. I had to take a quick dip to wash off after. I don't want to talk about it," he says. Sira and Cassiel look at each other with concern. "Is it about the fish stuff Corwin told us?" Sira says. Fenrir hesitantly nods his head. Cassiel places a comforting hand on his shoulder. At least they understand. Fenrir dries off with a cloth while telling the girls everything that he learned about the rod. Cassiel has heard of the gems before and greedily stares at the rod when he explains that the rod has one of them in it. And then she shouts at him telling him all about how almost all of the most important players in the game have weapons with these gems in them. If it wasn't cemented in his mind before just how important and valuable the gems are, it is now. When he's finally finished drying himself off and talking about how annoying mysteries are, making sure that they both know just how desperately he wants to get to the bottom of the mystery just for the sake of knowing what the history of the rod is, Sira and Cassiel look at one another and nod. "We want to take you somewhere," Sira says. The burning blush on Cassiel's face immediately takes Fenrir's mind to perverse places given the context. "Where?" he asks. "Love Hotel," Sira answers. Oh, you need a counter in case something happens," Sira says. "If you die then we don't know where you'll be. We don't want to get separated from you, so let us do this for you," Sira explains. You don't have to do it just so I have a spare counter," Fenrir says. "We also want to have sex." Oh, yeah, Sira's power level is way too high for the total virgins that Fenrir and Cassiel are. "How are you able to say that so confidently?" "I can only talk here. There are lots of things I want to say, but I hate having to use text or my hands. So I want to be honest and say exactly what I want here, like, I love you." Fenrir's heart skips a beat. "Are you sure? I mean, we've only been, I love you, to." Fenrir's ears and tail both stand straight up. Sira's cheeks finally give in to show the red that she's been trying to hold back. "I love you," she repeats. Cassiel cuts off Fenrir. "I love you too, you bastard." Fenrir looks at Cassiel. She isn't looking away like she usually would be when this flustered. Instead, she's looking directly at him, waiting for a response to her feelings. Both of them are waiting. It may have only been 1 month in reality since he's met them, 2 months if going by in game time, but he has spent almost every day with them as much as he could. They have fought together, played together, trained together, fished together, and they have even met in real life and spent a day together there. This all feels so sudden to him. Sira was just some naked girl in a bush and Cassiel was originally an enemy who stabbed him in the back and tried killing him. Yet, here they are, confessing their love to him far sooner than he thought they would. "I love you too, both of you." "I love you, Sira," he says, looking Sira in the eyes, "and I love you, Cassandra," he says, looking into her eyes now. He takes a heavy breath after saying that. His hands are shaking. His heart is racing, and he feels like he's going to be sick but in a confusingly good way. He doesn't know if this is true love or not. For all he knows, he only cares about them as much as he does because they're the most perfect, reciprocative girls that he has ever known. Maybe this is just infatuation or the strongest crush that he has ever felt. Regardless of what it is, he romantically cares more about these two girls than he's ever felt towards any other girls before, so he will place his faith in this being love. Syrah tugs on Cassiel's hand, drawing her attention. "I love you, too," Syrah says to the taller woman. "You, too," Cassiel replies. It may not be a proper confession, but Syrah knows not to expect much more from Cassiel, seeing as how she looks redder than most tomatoes. "Hotel. Let's do it before the king gets here," Syrah says, pulling them along. Fenrir never imagined that Syrah would be leading not only him, but Cassiel as well, to a love hotel. He didn't even think love hotels would be a thing in a pirate city, but given that the game is played by a bunch of perverts, he knows he shouldn't be surprised. Nothing else is said on the way there, and Syrah has to hold each of their hands to make sure that neither of them tries escaping. In the end, despite him being the first one to confess feelings for the girls and asking them out, it ended up being Syrah to really confess the full extent of her feelings first while leading the charge to take their relationship to the next level. Fenrir doesn't know if this is his harem or hers at this point. Book 1, Chapter 61, Patch 10.0, The King, the Rod and the Harem. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As nervous and silent as Fenrir is as Syrah leads him to the supposed love hotel, his wagging tail betrays his calm demeanor. At least he isn't the only one trying to stay calm. Cassiel is right there, being led by Syrah's other hand, constantly fidgeting around and wishing to run away. Just because she knew of the plan ahead of time does not mean that she's ready for what is to come. Before either of the two being pulled along even have a chance to calm their nerves, they find themselves inside of a large, wooden building with Syrah digging a key out from her pocket to unlock the door in front of them. Fenrir can't even remember what the building looked like as he was being led here. With the door unlocked, Syrah turns around just in time to catch Cassiel slowly stepping away. Unfortunately for Cassiel, Syrah grabs her wrist and pulls both the nervous Tsundere and the wolf into the room. She closes the door behind them. The room itself features a few lit candles with gentle flames flickering as they waft the scented fruit into the air, a large bed in the shape of a heart covered in almost a dozen pillows and pink sheets, and little else. Had to get a cheap room, Syrah explains. She finds it hard to look at them now. Getting them here was the easy part. What comes next is the hard part in more than one way. Do either of you have experience? Fenrir asks. Of course not, you bastard. Cassiel shouts, roughly pushing him as if to punish him, but she ends up incidentally pushing him down onto the bed. Fenrir feels calmer now that he's reminded just how flustered she is, and something about being called a bastard proves that this is just like any other time they spend together. Didn't know you had a dominant side in you, he teases her. Cassiel takes the bait. She stomps forward, grabs him by his collar, and begins violently shaking him while trying to think of what profanities to shout at him. What Cassiel doesn't realize is Syrah sneakily unclasping her armor. Before Cassiel catches on to Syrah's devious hands, her breastplate comes undone and falls onto Fenrir. While Fenrir might think of how ineffective armor is if it can be so simply undone, he instead focuses on the fact that it was apparently doubling as a bra for Cassiel. He's also focusing on the fact that her breasts are just as large in-game as they are in real life. The grey vest still covering her chest does little for support. Its thin fabric hugs against her breasts as they freely hang and shake within the cloth. Every single movement she makes causes them to sway. Fenrir's eyes are fixated on her breasts. It is as if they are a pair of hanging pendulums hypnotizing him, beckoning him to come closer. He would were it not for the fact that Cassiel begins shaking him even harder when she sees where he's staring. What is with you men and tits? I swear it's all you bastards ever care about. She shouts at him. She's so focused on his own perverse stare that she can't even be angry at Syrah. This is the happiest he's ever been to be getting shaken and shouted at by Cassiel. She can't shake him without also shaking herself. Cassiel's grip switches from his collar to his neck. If he's to die and be reset, at least he'll go out with a great view. Syrah saves the day by grabbing onto Cassiel's sides and squeezing them, causing the taller girl to squeak and jump. What do you think you're doing? You're supposed to Cassiel shouts at Syrah but stops when she turns around and looks at her. Fenrir peeks from around Cassiel to see why she went silent. All Syrah is wearing is a pair of white bikini panties. Her silver hair hangs down over her chest in just the perfect position to cover her nipples like when he first met her, but he can still see the slight curves of her breasts sticking out from the sides of her hair. It's been difficult remembering just how petite and perfect her figure is with the clothes she's been wearing. In game, she always wears her pirate-like costume which loosely hangs on her. In reality, she was wearing a parka, t-shirt, and jeans. Now, she has naught more than underwear which covers her crotch while leaving little to the imagination. He is also reminded of just how sexy her hips are. While sexy isn't a word that he would normally use to describe Syrah, her hips definitely are. She has the hips of a fertility goddess. They reach ever so slightly farther out than her shoulders do, and they look like they would be the best possible handles to hold on to for what will soon come. He may want to bury his face in Cassiel's bust, but he wants to hold on to Syrah's wide hips just as much. Syrah finally breaks thanks to Fenrir's intense staring. Don't stare so much. This is embarrassing. I don't want to be the only one taking my clothes off. So, Syrah says, her voice meek. Fenrir may not have the confidence to strip himself in front of a couple of perfect girls in reality, but in game as Fenrir, he can force himself to. Piece by piece, he strips himself of his clothes. First is the leather vest, then is the navy blue cloth vest underneath that, then his brown shirt, and he only stops when he reaches down to his pants. All that is holding them up is a single button. Both girls find themselves just as entranced in him as he is in them. This is where making a character meant to appeal to girls pays off. He's taller than them both by over a foot, he is covered in lean, toned muscle, and he's even cleanly shaven for them. A few beads of sweat roll down his chest and over his abs. To his surprise, Cassiel is the first one unable to stop herself from touching him. She reaches a single finger out to tentatively poke his muscled core. The tip of her finger traces down to his waist before changing course and slowly, tantalizingly slowly, tracing back up his torso until she reaches his neck. I guess I'm going to have to work out more in real life if you're into muscles, Fenrir teases her. Shut up, Cassiel responds. Not a single ounce of anger anywhere in her voice. I'm only doing this so you don't reset if you die, you bastard. The timid tone of her voice and the curious expression on her face betray her words. Her lack of confidence boosts his own. If you're touching me, do I get to touch you? He teasingly asks, raising his hands towards her chest. TCH, of course you'd want to. She doesn't say no, and she isn't backing away. So Fenrir raises his hands closer and closer until they're but an inch away from Cassiel's still clothed breasts. Fenrir ascends from being a virgin who has never touched boobs before to being a virgin who has touched boobs. It isn't enough. He wants to experience how they feel without any fabric in the way. Reaching down, he slides his hands down to the bottom of her vest and then slides them up underneath it until they're holding onto her generous breasts once more. Cassiel winces and looks away with cheeks burning bright red. She has to bite her lower lip to prevent herself from letting any noises out as Fenrir experimentally and directly fondles her breasts. He presses his fingers into their malleable flesh, rolls them around in his hands, and eventually positions his hands so that her nipples are pressing into his palms. The sensation of learning a skill rings within him. It makes sense that a game with skills for literally everything would have skills related to sex. But that's not important right now. What is important is gently teasing and pinching her nipples between his fingers as he uses his palms to knead and massage her breasts. Fenrir doesn't even realize that Syrah is behind him until she loops her arms around him and presses her own bare chest against his back. She may not be as busty as Cassiel is, but he can still tell the difference between her normal skin and the soft, warm skin of her breasts as she presses herself against his large and muscular back. Syrah gently runs her hands up and down his chest as she tenderly kisses his neck. But then one of her hands leaves his chest to instead travel down towards his waist. Fenrir looks down at himself to see what the situation is. Her hand is heading directly for that sizable bulge pressing up against his pants. He's already fully erect at this point, and it is obvious to each of the girls. The fabric of his pants is also thin enough that they can see exactly how thick and long his member is just from it bulging up against it. Cassiel finds her eyes locked onto his length as every single throb excites her. It looks like a living being of its own trying to break free from its linen confines. Zero is the first to experience his length. She undoes the button of his pants and then slides her hand underneath them until she reaches the base of his shaft. She flinches when she first touches it and feels it throb, almost pulling her hand back out, but finds the courage to instead gently rub her hand up along the top side of his girthy length. With one hand on his chest, another on his tool, her lips against his neck, and his hands on Cassiel's breasts, he already feels like he's about to burst. This is far too much stimulation for a virgin like him. His legs stiffen and his toes curl. He's on the verge of climaxing already and his pants aren't even off yet. There's no way that he's going to let himself come already. It's obvious to the girls just how hard he's holding his pleasure back from the intense look on his face and how still his body is. Syrah whispers into his ear, "It's okay. You can come." She pauses, pressing her lips even closer to his ear and lowering her voice. Fenrir can't hold back his desire to come any longer. With a pleasured groan, his hands on Cassiel's breasts subconsciously grip her harder as the first burst of his hot seed shoots out into his pants. Syrah slides her hand up to the tip of his length to try and stimulate it with gentle strokes as he comes. She even takes her lips away from his ear to instead place a series of soft kisses on his neck as if rewarding him for coming. She waits until she feels his cock stop pulsating before pulling her hand out. Proud of her work, she holds her sticky hand covered in his warm, thick come-up for Fenrir and Cassiel to see. Cassiel looks like she doesn't know how to feel about the sight. It's hot, but at the same time, kind of gross. But that's only until Syrah pulls herself away from Fenrir to run her cum-covered hand down her own abdomen, smearing his cum into her skin. Fenrir is still catching his breath and calming down from his orgasm. While normally, a man might be out of action for at least a couple of minutes after coming, the throbbing bulge serves as evidence that he's ready for more. "Cass," Syrah says, lying back on the bed and beckoning Cassiel over with each of her hands. Fenrir finally takes his hands off of Cassiel's breasts so that she can go to Syrah. What? Cassiel asks Syrah. Syrah answers by grabbing Cassiel's wrists and pulling her on top of herself. What do you think you're doing? MMF. Cassiel is interrupted when Syrah loops her arms around Cassiel's neck to lean up and press her lips into the other girl's. Fenrir can't stand wearing pants any longer. They're too confining, and also too sticky now, to continue wearing. He slips his pants off and allows all of his inches to proudly stand erect in the air. Looking down at his length, he has to admit that he's pretty proud of it. Character creation is a wonderful thing. Fenrir watches as Cassiel weakly squirms around, acting like she wants to break free and escape Syrah's kissing lips, yet puts no real effort into it. Syrah beckons Fenrir over with one of her hands behind Cassiel's head. This girl is something else. Doing as she requests, Fenrir climbs back onto the bed and positions himself behind Cassiel. Whatever armor she has left on, Fenrir strips it off piece by piece until all she has left is her vest and skirt. Both Syrah and Fenrir know what they want to take off next. Syrah breaks her lips away from Cassiel's so that she can start tugging Cassiel's vest up. Fenrir lifts Cassiel's arms above her head to make Syrah's job easier. "Hey, what do you think you two are? Wait." Cassiel tries stopping them, but she's too slow. Her vest slides right off, allowing her breasts to bounce free above Syrah's face. The smaller one of the two girls wastes no time in pressing her face forward against Cassiel's bust. Her small, warm lips wrap around whichever one of Cassiel's erect nipples is the closest. If Cassiel wasn't squirming around and making embarrassing noises before, she definitely is now. Teaming up on Cassiel with Syrah fills Fenrir with confidence. Not being the one getting teased and sneak attacked from behind for once is now thinking of which, that gives him an idea. With Cassiel on her hands and knees again over top of Syrah, Fenrir lifts her skirt up so that Cassiel's rounded rear and panties are visible to him. He actually couldn't tell before, but now that he's looking directly at her without any clothes in the way, she has a great ass that matches her bountiful chest. He reaches forward to firmly grab each of her cheeks. His fingers melt into them just as they did with her breasts, and her flesh jiggles just as much here with her movements as her breasts do. Whether it is her chest or her rear, Cassiel is just unbelievably soft and squishy. Yet, at the same time, there is a firmness to her body. She may not have much in the way of visible muscle, but she is toned and slim. Now for revenge. Fenrir smacks his rod against her cheeks. How's it feel being the one getting a pole from behind? He teases. Cassiel turns her head to glare at him but doesn't actually say anything. Instead, when he smacks his tool down against her again, he feels her roll her hips back into him in a wanting motion. That feral sensation stirs within him. This pose, having her on her hands and knees, feeling his length against her ear as she rolls back against it, and seeing that flustered expression on her face that looks like she wants to yell at him but is also enjoying this too much to do so, it brings out the feral side within him. Taking her panties off the normal way would be a pain, so instead, he just trips them enough to reveal her lower lips. They are already glistening from her own arousal. When he looks at her pink lips, he feels as if they are trying to tempt his length to enter them. They are inviting him. With one hand gripping the base of his cock and the other holding onto her ass, he teases her lips by sliding the crown of his cock between them. Cum left on his cock from his first orgasm gets mixed in with her own arousal, and every single stroke of his tool between her lower lips causes her to arch her back and cutely moan. "Just do it already, you bastard," Cassiel whines. Her eyes widen when she feels his member not just slide between her lips but begin to push through them. Gripping the bed sheets, her hands form fists as she crumples the sheets up within her palms. Inch by inch, his cock slides into her. Cassiel cries out once she feels his tip reach her depths. Foo. Cyril loops her arms back around Cassiel's neck to bring her face down to meet her own, pressing their lips together once more. Being penetrated in such an embarrassing position, and then having Cyril pull her down for more kissing, is enough to prove that Fenrir isn't the only one around here who doesn't require much work. Cassiel's entire body convulses above Cyril's as she lewdly moans against Cyril's lips. Cyril teases the tip of Cassiel's tongue with her own, allowing her tongue to teasingly venture into Cassiel's mouth, but she pulls it back when Fenrir starts thrusting. Fenrir has never felt pleasure as stimulating as this before. Her hot and wet inner walls tightly conform around his cock, gripping onto it and refusing to let go. He feels like her body is trying to milk his tool for all that it has to offer, and given how incredible it feels just being inside of her and barely moving, he doubts that it will take long. Each of his hands now holds onto her as he speeds up the movement of his hips. Every thrust forward bounces her body above Cyril's. With breasts as large as Cassiel's are, even if he's taking her from behind, he can see them bouncing and swaying every time his hips crash into her rear. Cyril squeezes her thighs together as she watches and listens to the two's mating. Every grunt and groan she hears from Fenrir makes her want to moan out as well. She takes her hands away from Cassiel once the thrusting begins, making kissing too difficult. This allows Cassiel to freely moan and cry out in pleasure, and lets Cyril use her hands for something else. One hand plays with Cassiel's bouncing breasts while her other hand slips down Cassiel's body until it reaches where Fenrir is penetrating. Cyril rubs around Cassiel's slit until she finds her clit. Cassiel looks down at Cyril when it's found, knowing what Cyril's intentions are but not being ready for them. Cassiel's sensitive clit is teasingly rubbed and rolled between Cyril's fingers as Fenrir continues pounding into her. Please, don't stop, Cassiel moans out just before a second orgasm hits her. Wave after wave of pleasure courses throughout her being. Her mind temporarily goes blank, allowing herself to fully give in to the pleasure and allow her body to ride it out however it wishes to. She doesn't even realize that she's arching her back and pressing downward so much that she's shoved her breasts right into Cyril's face. Fenrir can't resist coming again when he sees the result of his efforts. It helps that her climax causes her walls to grip onto his rod even more tightly than they already were. If her body wants to milk his cock of its cum, that's what it's going to get. Plunging his tool as deep into her as it can go, Fenra moans out Cassiel's name as thick ropes of his cum splash into her depths. Cassiel's own pleasure is only increased when she feels his hot seed filling her depths. Cassiel doesn't want to do anything nor think. She just wants to collapse and rest now. She gets her wish when Fenra pulls out from her and when Syrah slides out from underneath her. With his cum slowly dribbling out from her core, Cassiel falls onto the bed beneath her and buries her face into the nearest pillow that she can reach. She does not say nor do anything. All that is visible of her head, aside from her hair, are her reddened ears. Syrah gives one of the ears a quick nip which causes Cassiel to adjust the pillow to completely hide her head in it. Sex is awesome, Fenra says, still on his knees on the bed and panting. His head is tilted back, his eyes staring up at the ceiling. Something new that is warm and wet is touching his limpening tool. He looks down and sees Syrah running her tongue along his length from its base to its tip, lapping up any leftover cum and wetness from Cassiel. His tool throbs and smacks her as she cleans him off with her tongue. She looks up at him with a devious smile. My turn, Syrah says. She may be acting confident, but he can tell just how nervous she is from her quivering eyes and blushing expression. Syrah lies back on the bed now that she's gotten him hard again. Now that he's focusing his attention solely on her, she finds the situation incredibly more embarrassing than it was just a couple of minutes ago. She raises her hands up to cover her breasts from his vision and has to force herself to continue looking his way. Fenra leans down over her and places a single kiss on top of her panties. He can already see her own excitement showing through them. Then he kisses her crotch. Her hips are next, then around her navel, on her ribs, and he finally reaches her chest. Gently, he pulls her hands away and pins them down to her sides to reveal her petite breasts. She looks almost completely flat when lying down on her back like this. Yet, with how carefully he's looking at them, he can still see their rounded shapes sticking up from her chest. Fenra places a single kiss on her left breast and then one on her right breast. Then he kisses her right nipple followed by a kiss on her left one. I know they're not as good as, Syrah starts talking but gets interrupted. Don't say that, Syrah. They're just as perfect as the rest of you is, Fenra says, leaning farther up now to place a kiss above her breasts, then on her shoulder, her neck, chin, and finally on her lips. Can you call me that nickname? She asks. Fenra uses his own head to nudge hers so that it's on its side, giving him easier access to her ear. Syrah Bera, he whispers against her ear. They both start giggling from just how non-sexy that nickname is. Yet, as cutesy as the name may be, it relaxes her. She slips her panties off for him. She doesn't want them getting ruined like what he did to Cassiel's. I want to look at your face while you do it, Syrah says. Whatever embarrassment and flusterment she felt a moment ago is now felt by Fenra. He blushes and averts his eyes. As much as he wants to refuse, he can't. All right. He agrees. Syrah smiles and kisses his cheek. When Fenra starts positioning himself between her legs, he presses his tool down against her so that he can see just how deep inside of her he's going to reach. Syrah is hardly 5 feet tall, and Fenra is halfway to being 7 feet tall. The tip of his length reaches up to her navel with ease. It's a good thing she has pain disabled. Are you ready? He asks her, pulling his length back so that the tip is aimed directly against her entrance. I love you, Syrah answers. He takes that as a yes. Fenra slides his length into her. Syrah initially clutches the sheets around her but ends up wrapping her arms around his neck just as she was doing with Cassiel. She wants to touch him. She wants to feel him. She wants to look him right in the eyes as he makes love to her, and she wants him to see the abundance of love that she has for him. I love you too, Syrah, Fenra says, pressing his lips down against hers as he penetrates her depths. Out of curiosity, he looks down at her stomach and can see a bulge caused by his cock within her. As painful as such a thing would be in reality, in game, it just excites him even more. Syrah grabs him by his chin to bring his eyes back to hers, letting their lips re-engage in soft kisses as he begins moving his hips back and forth. Even knowing that she has pain disabled, he's still tempted to ask her if it hurts and if she needs him to slow down. But, going by the smile on her face and the erotic glaze to her eyes, he figures it's alright to get rougher. Fenra starts bucking his hips downward against her with more force every thrust. Yota, Sira moans against his lips. I love you, she repeats. Every iteration of her expressed love sounds more erotic than the last. Lewd moans and gasps interrupting her words until it becomes too difficult for her to speak. He wants to prove to her that he loves her back every bit as much as she loves him. With one hand cradling the back of her head, his other hand holds her by her back to brace her for the increased pace of his thrusts. Sira tightly wraps her legs around his waist. She knows he isn't going to pull out or go anywhere, but she just wants to be as close as she possibly can be to him. She pulls his entire body closer down to hers. His much larger form is both comforting and arousing to her, and the more of her body that she feels in contact with his own, the greater her pleasure is. Being just as virgin as Fenrir and Cassiel were, it takes little for Sira to actually climax in this game where pain isn't a concern. The worst she feels is a bit of numbing inside of her, but the pleasure she feels is far greater. Sira looks directly into his eyes as she orgasms. Seeing this perfect, cute girl underneath him lovingly staring into his eyes as pleasure overtakes her body brings Fenrir to his third orgasm of the session. They come together. With their bodies tightly yet gently held against one another, Fenrir continues thrusting through his orgasm to pump every last ounce of his cum into her. Her eyes start rolling back from the sheer amount of pleasure she's experiencing. She doesn't even realize that she's scraping her nails down against his back as he fills her core with his seed. I love you, Sira whimpers, struggling to find the strength post-orgasm to kiss him. Kiss me, she whines. Anything for you, Fenrir says, leaning his head down and kissing her forehead first, which makes her pout, but then she gets what she wants when he places a soft kiss on her lips. Fenrir pulls out of her and rolls over onto his back between the two girls. Sira immediately rolls onto her side to cuddle with his left arm while Cassiel sneakily scoots closer to press against his right arm. That isn't enough for him. Full of confidence thanks to having made each of his girlfriends climax, he reaches an arm around Cassiel and pulls her closer so that she's leaning up onto his chest. Then he does the same with Sira. Both of their heads are resting on his hot, sweaty chest now, for just a little bit, until they're all recovered from everything that just happened. He wants to rest here with them. His hands stroke up and down the sides of the girls. Cassiel squirms and quietly squeaks whenever his fingers stroke over one particularly sensitive spot, and Sira arches her back when the same happens to her. Hey, sire, Fenrir thinks. WHWH, what is it, Anna-chan? Sire replies. How many respawn counters do I have now? You got one. You sound pretty flustered. Enjoy the show? He teases her. Shut up. Sire goes silent. Fenrir looks down at his girls. A kiss is placed on each of their heads before he rests his head against one of the bed's overly fluffy pillows. I could get used to this. Book 1, Chapter 62, Patch 10.0, The King, the Rod and the Harem. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The three stay cuddled together on the bed until they can hear shouting coming from outside. It reminds them of just how thin the walls are, making Cassiel and Fenrir even more embarrassed about the whole situation. Look, that's his ship. It's Sul's ship. Sira is the first to jump off of the bed, run over to the window to open it up, and peek outside. Fenrir and Cassiel follow suit. In the distance, sailing into Port Togator is a mighty ship, the biggest ship that any of them have seen yet. They know that Blackstash supposedly has the largest ship in-game, but they have never seen it. Just how big is Blackstash's ship if this latest arrival is as massive as it is? Furthermore, it just looks odd. If one were to judge the trio's feelings regarding the ship by their expressions, Fenrir thinks it looks awesome with his wide eyes and huge smile. Sira looks unimpressed going by her disappointed sigh and bored eyes. And Cassiel just, well, she looks like she isn't sure what to think of it. Aren't they supposed to be like elf Vikings? Fenrir asks. Yeah, but I guess they're more elf as far as design goes, Cassiel says. The massive ship pulling into port makes even galleons look small, but what really sticks out about it are the trees. Fenrir can barely believe it himself. Rather than being regular masts and sails, the ship looks like it is made out of a living tree. And the smaller ones following behind it do as well. The flagship looks like one mighty tree with its roots twisting and pressing together to form the hull of the ship, while the trunk of the tree splits into several thinner trunks, each one reaching high into the air with what looks like huge, green leaves making up its sails. Looking at the deck, it's hard to see from where they are, but there are several large cannons that all look just as nature-themed as the rest of the ship does. Flowering vines hang down all over the ship from the top of its mast to its sides, and the final thing to grab their attention is its figurehead. It is a carved, wooden deer head with two mighty antlers protruding forward and sideways. It looks more like a battering ram than a figurehead. Behind the flagship is several dozen smaller ships that look more like what they were expecting but are still made of trees twisted into the shapes of boats. Rather than look like an oversized galleon, these ones look like Viking longships. "Come on, let's get down to the pier and get a better look," Fenrir suggests. The girls nod, and the three hastily dress themselves. Fenrir ends up helping Cassiel with her breastplate, and Sira discovers that having a complicated outfit with a multitude of separate parts isn't very convenient when in a hurry. This is why she prefers wearing jeans and t-shirts in reality. They rush to the piers. Everybody else is in game and standing by at the shoebill to watch the fleet of ships roll into the harbor. Tabitha looks up at Fenrir as soon as he arrives with the girls. The smug smile on her lips says that she knows exactly what they were doing. But how? Fenrir looks at Sira and Cassiel. The hair atop each of their heads is messed up. They look like they just got done with some intense exercise. Their clothes are a mess, and they smell like sex. Oleander joins Tabitha in looking back at them and smirking. "What were you lovebirds up to?" Tabitha asks. "Yeah, Fenny, what were you doing?" Oleander tags in. "Well, Fenrir might as well be honest. I won't have to worry about getting reset if I die." Sira smiles and leans her head against his side, but he can hear Cassiel struggling to not unsheath her sword and threaten him with death. "Look how large it is," Corwin says, pointing up at the massive flagship as it sails past them. They all stand and stare in awe at its sheer overwhelming size. Up close, it looks less like a ship and more like a mobile castle. "We should steal it," Sira says. Fenrir is reminded of how bad of an influence they've been on her. "Want to sink it, see a little hippie boat burn," Bone Cricker says. Rock barks. Fenrir isn't sure which idea she's supporting, but either way, they're both horrible ideas even if they do sound fun. "Look, it's him. It's Al." One of the crew members from a nearby docked boat shouts. Standing at the top of the deck is a man with just as large and grandiose of an appearance as his ships. "I thought he was supposed to be an elf?" Fenrir asks. "Well, he started off as one, but he's a tier 7 feral now from last I heard," Cassiel explains. They can't see all of him because of how much higher up he is than them, but they can see enough to tell there is clearly more than just being an elf going on. His looks piss Fenrir off since they actually look somewhat similar. Al has the torso of a toned, muscular man similar to how Fenrir's looks, and he has long, flowing white hair that rolls down his back to his waist. But that's where the similarities end. Al has 4 antlers, 2 on each side, protruding from his head and sticking backward. A pair of long, elven ears protrude backward as well underneath where his antlers are, and they are covered in golden rings that can be seen shining in the sunlight even from the shoebill. The most monstrous part of him is his lower body. His humanity ends at his waist. Below his waist is the body of a deer with fur as white as his hair with a few grey spots dotting it. Behind his back is an appropriately elven-looking bow that looks 2 times too large for any human to be handling, and his lower body is covered in some sort of green metal armor with a golden trim. Fenrir sees it. He sees what makes him feel really competitive. Not only does this faction leader of an elf deer thing have the torso of an elf and lower body of a deer, but his tail is that of a wolf's. Fenrir's own tail sticks up as his ears flatten down. Cassiel looks over at him. "Are you growling?" she asks. Fenrir didn't realize it before, but now that she's pointed it out, he is. That is really weird. The feral instinct within him feels much stronger than it usually does, too. "Ah, that must be his harem," Corwin says as nearly 24 girls are brought above deck to stand in rows on each side of Al. Sira and Cassiel look at Fenrir with expressions telling him not to even think about it. "What? No way I'd want to date that many people at once," he says. "Besides, I'm not some wannabe elf pretty boy. I bet those girls fawn all over him because he's got pointy ears. Wait, if his lower body is a deer, does it count as bestiality? Cassiel face palms. Oleander looks to be the only one taking Fenrir's question seriously. I don't think so, but I bet a bunch of pruds would still get upset and call it that. Oleander says, yeah, probably. Wait, Fenrir pauses. He didn't notice it before, but as the ship comes its closest to the shoebill, he sees that every single one of the supposed harem members has thick, metal collars around their necks. They look like slaves rather than loving harem members. Hey, Corwin or Cass, either of you hear about what's up with his harem? Fenrir asks. Cassiel shakes her head, but Corwin has something to say. I have only heard rumors, but the rumors state that he collects girls with unique features in hope of acquiring them for himself. Look, not a single one of those girls is human, Corwin says. He's right. When Fenrir looks at the girls' bodies, they all look like they're anything from plant-based monster girls to girls with cat ears and tiger stripes, and one of the girls even has draconic wings protruding from her back that are shackled to the collar around her neck. So, he's some sort of sick collector of rare girls? Fenrir asks. Sadly, that is what the rumors lead me to believe, Corwin answers. Now Fenrir really doesn't like this old guy. Then he sees her. A single girl stands separate from the rest of those in Ul's harem. Ul holds her up by the collar around her neck as if showing her off to everybody watching from the city. Her long, straight hair is mesmerizingly beautiful and pearl aqua in color. A pair of slightly curved horns with ridges along them stick up from the top sides of her head, each one dark blue in color and looking like the horns of a dragon. Though, given the color of her hair and horns, a sea serpent comes to mind before a dragon does. Finally, there are her tail, fins, and scales. She's wearing an elaborate dress that looks like it was custom tailored to match Ul, but it doesn't completely cover the patches of light green and blue scales on her arms and neck. It also doesn't cover up their long, serpentine tail that sticks out from above her ear and is hanging down behind her. She even has a few beautifully bright and long multicolored fins sticking out from her back like wings would. He found her, Cassiel says with a sigh. What do you know about her? Fenrir asks. I only heard rumors about him searching for her. She's apparently somebody who got extremely lucky and somehow got a blessing from the Western Serpent. You mean one of those giant world boss serpents that nobody has ever killed? Yeah, one of those. Rumors of her started spreading after she went to an office to get a new card, and they said her race and mutations have never been seen before. She's supposedly the only player in the entire game with a character like that. And rumor has it that she refuses to tell anybody about how she got blessed by one of the damn serpents. I'm guessing that the asshole up there heard about the rumors and had her hunted down to collect her. That's a safe guess. So she got some super awesome and special race unique to her, and some asshole captured her, collared her, and now parades her around like a toy while she can't do anything about it? Sadly, that seems to be the case, Corwin says. Yeah. Fenrir really doesn't like this Ul guy. In fact, he already dislikes Ul more than he's disliked other guild leaders who he has screwed over before for far less. The elven ship sails by, taking both Ul and the serpent girl out from their sight. Now coming into the harbor are the dozens of fully crewed and armed longships. Oleander has the largest grin on his face. I know that look, Fenny, he says. Syrah and Cassiel look at his face and see a more intense look than anything they've seen from him before. We're going to have one hell of a tough last mission together, Bone, Fenrir says. The orc nods and grunts. Good. Oi, what's going on? Tabitha asks. You've got the same look in your eyes that I get when I'm about to do something really stupid. Syrah confidently crosses her arms and takes her spot next to Fenrir. Rock joins in with an approving bark. Cassiel and Corwin join Tabitha's club of being concerned for whatever Fenrir is thinking up in his head. I guess it was pretty stupid to try and leave the Divine Brigade's name behind, Fenrir says. Duh. How could we ever leave it behind when you get triggered as soon as you see somebody being an asshole? The world is full of assholes, Fenny, the bad kind. Well, it's full of the good kind as well, but you get my point. Anyways, until we get rid of all the bad assholes, I don't think you'll be able to leave Divine Brigade behind. Oleander says. You got me there. But are you sure, Fenny? What about doxing? Fenrir hangs his head. He got caught up in the moment and forgot about that. Not only is getting doxed dangerous enough as is, but now he has two girlfriends who could get caught up in it and be in danger. He can't be selfish. He's sure that Zero would be fine with it, but even if Cassiel is as well, an in-game name isn't important enough to justify a real-life risk. Yeah, you're right. We can't go back to that name. So what about Fallen Divinity? Fenrir asks. It sounds pretty edgy, but I kind of like it. If we used to be kind of evil as the Divine Brigade, and now you only want to do good things, then it'd make sense for us to be fallen. People will probably assume we're a bunch of wannabe evil edgelords, though, Oleander says. Fallen Divinity and the Shoebill doesn't sound much like a good crew name to me. Tabitha chimes in. She has a point. They don't work well together at all, and Fallen Divinity does not sound anything like a group that is based out of a ship. The Wolf Brigade, Sire suggests, poking Fenrir's tail as she says it. The poke makes him jump a bit from how sensitive his tail is. Everybody shakes their heads at first. Fen is our captain and a wolf, and Rock is like our mascot and a wolf, so I think it makes sense. She tries explaining herself. Fenrir debates it. It sounds cheesy, cliché, and makes him think of either a bunch of furries larping as wolves or neckbeards that non-ironically wear that one shirt with the three wolves all howling at the moon. It either reminds him of those, or what a bunch of wannabe tough guy bikers would call themselves. Yet, as horribly unoriginal as the name is, he likes it. It keeps the brigade apart from the Divine Brigade while making it new. And it sounds like a something that could be passed off as a legitimate crew name. If I may. Pardon? I know that I am the newest one here, but what about the Soaring Wolves? It is my understanding that the Shoebill is named after a flying bird, and the engine that Mistrism installed below is going to make us soar across the water as if we are flying. So do you think that name could work? It also keeps the wolves part, as Syrah has suggested. Corwin offers his own attempt at naming their crew. It might not be the coolest sounding name ever, and still sounds a bit cheesy, but it just works. All in favor of the Soaring Wolves? Fenrir asks. Everybody but Bonecracker raises their hands. Then there we have it. The Soaring Wolves flying across the waves on board the Shoebill. Fenrir says. Now, are you ready for details on the Soaring Wolves' first mission? The rest of the crew nods and gathers around him. Fenrir is not only going to win the fishing tournament, but he's going to save the day for a bunch of innocent players while he's at it. They may not be named the Divine Brigade anymore, but it's time for them to pull off a grand strategy that would put the old Divine Brigade's plots to shame. It's time for the Soaring Wolves' first mission with its new members and name.